Block 3. Yes. Watching the messenger leave, Andrew suddenly looked at Belcally, who had been silent, and said angrily, "Is this the intelligence you gave me before? These muskets have developed to this extent, and you didn't know a thing? Are you and your subordinates all pigs? Please calm your anger, my lord." As the chief manager in charge of all intelligence gathering for the giant axe fortress, Bell felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't understand. The spies planted in Kesiulai sent real-time intelligence every day, but why was there not a single word about such powerful magical weapons in the reports? Had something gone wrong with the intelligence personnel? If that were the case, he would have to take all the blame. My lord, when Prince Liming returned from Holy Fire City this time, he was accompanied by a 3-star Grand Mage, Harak. It is said that many detection arrays have been set up around the town. Gathering intelligence is much harder than before. To present you with the most authentic first-hand intelligence, they have to collect many fragments of information to filter out the truth. Thus, the intelligence was delayed. This is indeed wrong, and I take full responsibility. As Bell spoke, he bowed respectfully to Andrew. Andrew's expression was unreadable. He understood Bell's reasoning, but he wasn't a fool. Did the reason matter? If the opponent wasn't putting on a show but was in actual combat, would anyone still listen to an explanation? What he hesitated over was how to punish him. Killing someone was easy for him, but there were very few people he could trust now, and even fewer who were useful. Especially with the continuous infiltration from the Mage Tower, he wouldn't be foolish enough to kill his capable assistant. It's a pity there are so few people I can trust. Lord Duke, Prince Liming's rapid development might not necessarily be a bad thing. Seeing Andrew's indecisive gaze, Harold seemed to understand his thoughts and hurried forward to smooth things over. A good thing? Andrew raised an eyebrow. Yes, my lord. Harold's wrinkled face broke into a slight smile as he said, "The Major Tower has divided its forces into 3 routes, harvesting Longshan, Crystal City, and the Northland respectively. With their strength dispersed, if they want to deal with Prince Liming, they will definitely need to win you over. The stronger Liming becomes, the more the Major Tower will need to rely on your power. That's why I say it's a good thing." That seems to make some sense. Andrew thought for a moment and said, "But if we let the little prince continue to develop like this, forget the Major Tower, I'm afraid even my giant axe fortress will be in danger." My lord. Not necessarily. Hearing Andrew change the subject, Bell knew his chance had come. He gave Harold a grateful nod in secret and then said, "My lord, based on the intelligence analysis I've gathered these days, I can be certain that Prince Liming has no ambition for hegemony, let alone any intention of annexing our giant axe fortress. Isn't your information always after the fact?" Andrew gave him an annoyed glance. He. "You are wise, my lord." Bell gave a dry laugh and said shamelessly, "Imagine this, although Kesiulai is flourishing now, how does it compare to the throne? HMPH, even a fool knows there's no comparison." After Andrew spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had guessed what Bell was trying to say. "My lord, you've hit the nail on the head." Observing Andrew's reaction, Bell took half a step forward and said with a smile, "My lord, now that Wood has disappeared and Prince Huosi is in a dangerous place, he's likely dead. In that case, wouldn't Alexander Bartuk be the rightful heir to the throne? By then, no matter how Kesiulai has developed, he won't care about it. However, with the Mage Tower watching like a hawk, they certainly won't let Liming inherit the throne smoothly. Thus, Liming needs an ally." After a pause, he said, "My lord, you are the most suitable ally. So you should understand why Liming is only showing off his strength now but doesn't dare to actually go to war with you, right?" This. Listening to your explanation, I finally found the key to the problem. Good. Andrew was stunned for a moment, then his brow relaxed, and he felt enlightened. He pondered for a bit and said, "In that case, Bell, get ready. Set off for Kesiulai in 3 days to probe Liming's specific intentions. Remember, no matter what, do not reveal our intentions. Only then can we secure maximum benefit. Understand?" "Don't worry, my lord. I will bring the team from the Mage Tower and introduce them properly to Prince Liming." Bell's heart finally settled. He had to make the most of this opportunity to make up for his past mistakes. Ha. Good. Take a few magic alchemy carriages with you and tell our little prince that Andrew, am not without power, I just don't want to resort to force. Andrew was now high-spirited again, looking as if he were about to rule the world. "Lord Duke is merciful." Bell and Harold praised in unison. Ha. All right, you may all leave. The airship landed smoothly. Just after arranging for Harak to return and collect the spoils of war, Liming returned to his residence, where a messenger handed him a secret letter. A letter from Vaughn. Liming opened it to read, and his brow furrowed slightly. The beginning was fine. It said the muskets had been safely handed over, and Guinevere was perfectly safe in Linshantown. Moreover, all the goods brought from Kesiulai had been sold out, and many orders had been received. This voyage was a successful start. However, the end of the letter contained urgent military intelligence. According to reports from spies in Crystal City, the sea beasts were secretly increasing their troops, and people from the Mage Tower were spotted active in the surrounding areas. Based on the analysis, it seemed the Mage Tower also wanted to make a move on Crystal City. If that were the case, with Guinevere's current strength, even with muskets and explosives, she would be stretched thin. Liming understood Vaughn's meaning. If Guinevere wanted to regain control of Crystal City, she had to take it before the Mage Tower launched its offensive. There was no such thing as reaping the benefits of others' labor because the magic arrays in Crystal City were extremely powerful. The sea beasts had originally taken it using beast-tied tactics with a force 100 times that of Crystal City's. If the people from the Major Tower took control of Crystal City first and activated the magic arrays, it would be harder than climbing to heaven for Guinevere to enter Crystal City again. Time, troops, distance, it's simply impossible. Liming walked to the window and looked toward the arsenal in the north. Currently, he only had one airship. If he really sent people to support Crystal City, the town would surely be vulnerable again, having just made a fortune from the exercise. He wasn't sure if Andrew would take the opportunity to counterattack. Not to mention, The Mage Tower was also stirring up trouble. But if he didn't send reinforcements and Crystal City fell into the hands of the Mage Tower, the entire southern part of the empire would be completely under their control. By then, the north would be like a caged animal, leaving him surrounded. I hope Prince Jaikiwi can reclaim his territory faster. Once the shipping route between the rolling Dragon River and the northern Diga Kingdom is opened, the pressure should be relieved somewhat. Although Liming thought this, he also knew that pinning his hopes on an enemy prince was ultimately unreliable. Report. Your Highness, Lord Barnum has an urgent matter and requests you to go to the arsenal. Chapter 176 Test Drive. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, I've broken through. I've finally broken through. Ha ha ha. Just as he stepped into the arsenal cave, Barnum strode forward to meet him. In his left hand, he held a kitchen knife, and in his right, a 5-inch long metal rod emitting profound fluctuations. His expression was excited, and his entire aura was as majestic as a rainbow. Alexander's psychic power suddenly locked onto the other party. Although Barnum was excited, his mental fluctuations were stable. It was just that the aura leaking from his body was uncontrolled, feeling somewhat similar to Sama's, especially his eyes. The divine light within was restrained, looking much deeper than his previous aggressive stance. A 3-star casting master. It seems the aircraft project can finally get underway. Alexander's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward, saying, "Congratulations, Uncle Barnum. You look even more powerful than your iron hammer now." Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. This is all thanks to the kitchen knife Sama brought me. Barnum laughed heartily, in high spirits. At the same time, he handed over the metal rod in his hand and said loudly, "Your Highness, take a look at this first. According to your requirements, I started forging it as soon as I broke through. See if it qualifies." Alexander had already noticed the metal rod in Barnum's hand. As he took it and looked closely, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. A milling cutter. This is the tool he designed before for carving magic formations. As soon as Alexander touched it, he felt the heavy sensation unique to 3-star materials. The reason he hadn't recognized it at first was that this milling cutter wasn't exactly the same as the prototype he had designed, because of the change in materials. Unlike the milling cutters of his past life that only cut ordinary steel, the milling cutter here was used to cut magical materials. Therefore, during the forging process, runic blessings had to be applied. This caused the milling cutter to undergo significant changes from its exterior to its interior, much like the difference between a plain stone pillar and an ornamental one. Have you tried it yet? Alexander suppressed his inner excitement, his gaze naturally turning toward the great goblin Elder Robinette and the mechanical genius Nilai the Goblin. In fact, as early as 2 days ago, Robinette had led a group of goblin mechanics and mage assistants to design and assemble a simple 3-axis machining center. Of course, this machining center included not only Alexander's mechanical designs but also many secret mechanical technologies of the goblin race. It could be considered a special magic-powered processing machine tool. It was just that they lacked the appropriate cutting tools, so it hadn't been put to the test until now. Your Highness, we haven't done a test run yet just so we could wait for you to witness it personally. Robinette's eyes were also flashing with brilliant light. One look at his expression and it was clear he wanted to operate it himself. Ha ha ha, good. Let's not delay. I've already prepared the fine-tuned 3-star quicksand formation blueprints. Let's go for the test run now. Alexander gave a loud laugh, grabbed Barnum and Robinette's arms on either side, and strode toward the restricted area in the cave where the machine tool was assembled. Yay, test run. Oh yeah, test run. Hooray. The surrounding crowd, whether dwarves, goblins, demi-humans, mages, or ordinary people, were all incredibly excited, clapping and cheering. Of course, the excitement of the mages was more complicated, because using a machine tool to carve magic formations wasn't just as simple as carving a formation. If successful, it would be an epoch-making leap. In the future, ordinary people could also produce magic formations through machine processing. What kind of concept was that? Would low-level mages no longer be useful, or would they become cheap, or perhaps be forced to exit the stage of history? They didn't dare imagine it, but they were equally excited now because they had a hand in creating this first-generation machine tool. It was people using the most basic 1-star and 2-star magic to open a new magical era. Therefore, once successful, they would all be recorded in history. Of course, the history of the Mage Tower would certainly label them as sinners. Mageland, what do you think? Mageland's 2 assistants, the tall one and the one with small eyes, followed the crowd inside and leaned in to whisper. Does it matter what I think? Mageland rolled his eyes at the 2 of them. He couldn't help but grumble in his heart. I've been following Alexander for several months now. How can these guys who still haven't figured out how to live ask such a question now? From the very beginning, Alexander's goal was clearly to flip the Mage Tower's table. If he didn't succeed today, he would still continue tomorrow. They were just workers now. From the day they boarded the ship, they had broken with the Mage Tower. They just needed to do their jobs well. Asking anything else was completely redundant. Mageland, you don't have to look at us with that expression. We aren't stupid. The small-eyed mage's eyes flickered, and he said with a somewhat sour tone, we just feel that if it doesn't succeed, our value can continue to be utilized. If it succeeds, it'll be a cycle of the chicken and the egg. Machine tools producing magic formations, and magic formations producing machine tools. At that time, our opportunities to show off will definitely decrease. It's not good for our future development. In hearing this, Mageland rarely turned back to give the 2 of them a proper look. Although he felt unwilling in his heart, he still maintained a profound posture and said, "It doesn't matter to me. At worst, I'll go to the alchemy department. Minister Uxie, who is short on people over there." "Ah, Mage Land, that's not very nice of you. That's going to draw a lot of hate. You have a place to go. But what about us brothers?" The tall mage lowered his voice to join the conversation. On the other side, the small-eyed one and the surrounding mages, who were all pricking up their ears to eavesdrop, felt as if they had taken 500 points of critical damage. Looking at the high-spirited dwarf and goblin teams at the front of the line, a trace of inexplicable envy and jealousy rose in their hearts. Ahem, all right, everyone, don't overthink it. How could carving a magic formation be that easy? Can 10,000 years of heritage be easily changed just because of a few machines? All of you, put your hearts at ease. Mage Land finally spoke his mind. He felt like he was being stared at by his subordinates as if he had needles in his back. To survive in the territory in the future, he still needed some connections. These former subordinates were the foundation for him to huddle together for warmth. He had to keep them under control. That's right. How could 10,000 years of heritage be changed by a few machines? Yeah, we're really stupid. If that were the case, wouldn't it seem very foolish for us mages to cultivate magic so hard day and night? Lord Land is mighty. You've truly woken us from our dream with a single word. I'm impressed. In an instant, the spirit of the mage group expanded from a wilted state back to a peak condition, and their walking posture became much lighter. However, Mage Land was actually thinking about something else, a question he hadn't been able to figure out since he started following Alexander. Soon, the crowd in front began to automatically part to both sides, surrounding the magic-powered machining center in the middle. By now, Alexander had already handed the runic milling cutter to Great Elder Robinette. The Great Elder took it solemnly with a serious face and appointed Nilai the Goblin as his assistant. The two began the preliminary installation and debugging. This magic-powered machining center had a rectangular structure. Its appearance was very similar to the Siemens machines of Alexander's past life, but the internal structure was punk-style goblin mechanical technology, a combination of multiple gears and pull rods. The two core parts were the wind spin power engine and the manual micro-operation control mechanical device, both overlaid with durability enchantment effects. Although it lacked a digital operating system, it could compensate for this deficiency by relying on the Goblin's precise micro-operation mechanical system. If they had a mirror formation in the future, they could cooperate with magic crystals to create a memory operating system. Only then would the magic-powered machining center truly have a brain in the real sense. Chapter 177, a historic moment. Buzz. Nilai the Goblin carefully secured the milling cutter into the spindle chuck. He lightly turned the chuck left and right to ensure the cutter was locked tight and not misaligned before starting the wind spin power engine. As the buzzing cutter head reached medium speed, it remained incredibly stable, its sharp blade glinting with a cold luster under the lamps. Beside him, Robinette gently turned the lead screw handle, slowly pushing the experimental workpiece fixed on the workbench inward along the longitudinal axis. Because it was a 3-axis mechanical linkage, it required at least 2 people to coordinate the operation. Nilai simultaneously lowered the cutter with his left hand, slowly feeding the sharp edge to a hair's depth into the workpiece's edge, while his right hand turned the handle to feed the workbench horizontally into the cutter. Swish, swish, swish. Pure white steel shavings fell away like snow powder. As the milling cutter advanced, a right-angled groove, 1 millimeter wide and a hair thick, slowly revealed itself under the illumination of the shadowless magic lamps atop the machining center. The groove cut into the workpiece was as smooth and regular as a mirror. This caused the surrounding onlookers to marvel in admiration, especially the dwarves and goblins, whose eyes were filled with pride. Perfect. As expected of Lord Barnum, this tool craftsmanship is absolute top tier. The machine the Great Elder assembled is also fantastic. Even on its first trial run, the stability is impeccable, the sharpness is acceptable, the shavings are uniform, and there's no issue with vertical vibration. It's very stable. Listening to the chatter, Barnum simply glanced at the thickness and scatter pattern of the shavings. Knowing the result in his heart, he nodded. Considering the milling cutter he had forged to be a success, HMPH, cutting a single groove makes it top tier. Can you be any more hyperbolic? There's no need to make the flattery so obvious, is there? Someone in the group of mages at the back spoke up sarcastically. Having just heard Rand's explanation, they were clearly expecting more. Exactly. Does this kind of groove really require wasting 3-star materials? I could grind that out with a file. This remark immediately drew the ire of all the dwarves and goblins. However, considering the speaker had a point and that Alexander Bartuk stood nearby without speaking, the atmosphere merely became suppressed rather than exploding. Nilai, 45 degrees. Suddenly, Robinette's eyes flashed. He gave Nilai a low shout and then focused entirely on the workpiece on the table. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Alexander Bartuk had been observing with his psychic power the whole time. He wasn't surprised by the bickering between the goblins, dwarves, and mages. Changing mindsets required the tempering of time. But hearing Robinette's low shout, he couldn't help but focus his attention. In an instant, Robinette's breathing synchronized with Nilai's. Under the shroud of his psychic power, Alexander could clearly feel that the speed at which they fed the workbench had reached a state of perfect understanding. That subtle sensation felt incredible even to him, a possessor of psychic power. Simultaneously, the feeding mechanism on the workbench underwent a subtle shift. A curve slowly stretched across the workpiece, like a curved kick with the outside of a foot. A beautiful scimitar-like movement was completed in an instant. A 45-degree curved groove appeared before them, Its rounded line was smooth and clean, causing Alexander, who had seen CNC machines in his past life, to feel a surge of excitement and admiration. The Goblin race truly lived up to their reputation as a mechanical race. This level of precision cutting alone was not something an ordinary person could achieve, especially considering they were using a newly assembled machine for the first time. Even veteran masters with countless hours of practical experience wouldn't dare guarantee a perfect first attempt, yet Robinette and Nilai had done it. Good. Did you see that? This is our Goblin race's synchronized breathing operation method. Whether it's a straight line or a curve, we can operate it perfectly. With a burst of applause, Alexander Bartuk stepped forward to congratulate the two. The mages in the back watched the goblins cheering and rolled their eyes or curled their lips. Though they couldn't argue back verbally, their eyes were full of defiance. Shut down. Measurement. Robinette's eyes remained as calm as a deep well. As an old craftsman, his mental fortitude was rock solid. He ordered the machine shut down and had Nilai remove the workpiece for data measurement. Immediately, several goblin assistants brought out precision measuring tools to compare and record the data of the workpiece and the milling cutter. Seeing their serious expressions, Alexander Bartuk smiled knowingly. They were all STEM guys, all data-driven. He took a moment to look back at Mage Randavari and the other mages. Some were craning their necks, some were looking askance, some were clenching their fists, and others were whispering in pairs. Rand, however, met his gaze with shifting eyes. He seemed to want to say something, but after glancing at the excited dwarves and goblins, he hesitated and swallowed his words. Your Highness, the measurement results are good. There is no air on the milling cutter edge. The machine's feeding precision is qualified, and the stability is qualified. The workpiece processing precision is within range, and the milled surface is also qualified, completely meeting the standards you gave. Your Highness, we can officially begin operations. Robinette finally breathed a sigh of relief while holding the data records. Well done. Taking the data, Alexander Bartuk nodded deeply. Next would be the moment to witness history. Great Elder, let's still start with the 2-star materials. Your Highness and I are of the same mind. The 2-star materials and the ice magic array are all ready. Once successful, we can add cooling to the workshop. It's getting hotter and hotter. If we can mass produce these in the future and install them throughout the territory, or even sell them to other territories, it will surely be profitable. Robinette knew the moment to prove the goblin race's status in Kessilai had arrived. He scanned his clansmen, and their morale instantly surged. Begin. With the order given, Nilai took a deep breath. He first embedded a spirit awakening magic crystal into the enchantment array on the machining center's spindle before returning to his position. Carving a magic array was not a simple matter of milling grooves. While carving the array's patterns, one also had to draw the magic elements from the world into the array, activating its spirituality. It was like nurturing a seed so that it could operate on its own once the carving was complete. Buzz. The enchantment array activated. Strands of magic power extended downward like vines, wrapping around the milling cutter with a crystalline glow. Next, Robinette clamped a piece of 2-star black steel, 15 centimeters square and 2 centimeters thick, onto the workbench. He slightly adjusted the initial feed angle before Nilai pressed the start button on the machining center. The milling cutter, wrapped in magic threads, emitted a high-speed hum. As Nilai coordinated with Robinette to feed the workbench, the blade cut through the steel like a hot knife through butter. Without a sound or a tremor, it rapidly shaved off flakes of iron, carefully advancing according to the array patterns drawn on the workpiece. The ice magic array was one that Alexander Bartuk had fine-tuned. Although he had adjusted many of the copied patterns, there were still some magic nodes that could not be avoided. For instance, the magic array patterns were not entirely flat grooves of the same dimension. Instead, the interior of the grooves followed a 3-dimensional path of varying heights. Completing such a feed required the operator's supreme experience and skill. The watching mages understood this best of all, so they all held their breath, waiting to see the show. Position 1. Descend 0.3, maintain for 3 breaths, then return to level height. Robinette's voice rang out quietly, sounding mechanical and rigid. This was the result of countless simulated operations over the past few days. Chapter 178. The magic array is completed. Cheat sheet. Seeing the milling cutter just barely enter the position of point 1 marked on the workpiece, Nilai's pupils contracted slightly. His left hand steadily pressed down the spindle feed by 3 scales. A slight resistance feedback caused a noticeable change in the thickness of the iron shavings flying off the surface of the workpiece. At the same time, the speed at which Robinette and Nilai moved the workbench also slowed down significantly. Impressive. Unlike others who observed with their eyes, under the shroud of Alexander's psychic power, the tacit and varied operation of the two made his eyes light up. He could clearly sense the smooth sliding feeling of the milling cutter as it changed depth. The cutting uniformity was very smooth. This kind of coordination was truly no worse than a CNC machine. This level of control was perhaps the signature skill that allowed the gnome race to become masters of precision machinery. SSS. Behind them, the group of mages led by Mage Randavari all sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt that the outcome they had just been hoping for was likely ruined. However, in an instant, the way they looked at Robinette and Nilai underwent a subtle change. They were no longer as resistant as before. As mages, no one understood the difficulty of inscribing magic formations better than they did. Which mage hadn't experienced thousands upon thousands of failures. Yet these lowly gnome race, whom they had previously looked down upon, were now able to inscribe such an effect using only mechanical coordination through a cold machine. Putting aside whether this workpiece would ultimately succeed, at the very least, such steady operation had won a bit of their respect. They understood that Robinette and Nilai's tacit coordination was by no means a miracle, but rather, like them, it was forged through countless failures. And such tempering must have been several times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more than what these mages had undergone. Position of point 2, 45-degree arc, 1 breath per interval. Watch the feed speed. The two were fully concentrated, as if the entire world in their eyes consisted only of the machine and the workpiece. It seemed their entire bodies and minds had merged with the machine. After all, simulated operation was only based on imagination. Now, actual operation would involve subtle changes. For example, the resistance between the tool and the workpiece, and the fluctuating torque of the milling cutter as the depth changed. The feed speed had to be manually fine-tuned to meet the smoothness requirements of the workpiece surface. This was only the basic operation, but even such a test made the two feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They had to utilize all their adaptability and experience to complete the task without making a mistake. The scene was pin-drop silent. In the vast cavern, only the low hum of the magic-powered machining center's wind swirl power spindle could be heard. Everyone held their breath, staring at that steel rod as thin as a pinky finger as it slowly advanced, sometimes rising and falling, sometimes swaying left and right, and sometimes carving arcs like a curved blade. Although the movements appeared extremely slight and gentle, every time the small steel rod changed angles, it caused the people around to sway their bodies, like marionettes with their limbs controlled, or like a small boat of the soul tossing and turning in the surging waves. Nulai, blow away the iron shavings. It's the last section. Don't make a mistake. Yes, Great Elder. The machining center was not equipped with an automatic coolant or chip-blowing device because they were inscribing a magic formation. No one knew if adding extra elemental force would affect the final formation's completion. Nilai skillfully grabbed the pneumatic gun hanging next to the machine during a straight-line feed segment, pressed the Spirit Awakening magic crystal, and aimed at the back half of the workpiece. The poo-poo-poo airflow instantly cleared the impurities from the surface of the workpiece. Final position node. Continuous polyline. Finish at the 6 o'clock position in about 7 breaths. The Great Elder steadily fed the workbench and issued continuous orders. Nilai quickly put away the pneumatic gun, making preparations for the final sprint. At this moment, everyone around clenched their fists, especially Rand and the others. Their necks were stretched long, and the short two ones were even standing on their tiptoes. What's that smell? Is something on fire? Suddenly, a demi-human of the Mastiff clan twitched his nose, breaking the silence. Everyone soon smelled a scent similar to burnt oil, and their eyes involuntarily searched the interior of the machining center. Look! The workpiece is overheating. Chi. As another sharp-eyed person pointed it out, strands of crimson iron shavings fell from the workpiece, turning blue in an instant. The milling cutter had been working for a long time, and the blade had clearly generated high heat. However, because the material was one grade higher than the workpiece, it could cut through in one go. This was also why Alexander and Robinette both wanted to start with a 2-star magic formation. Great Elder, should we shut up? Stay steady. Robinette's eyes widened as he interrupted Nilai, shouting, slow down the feed speed. Complete the closure in 14 breaths. Adjusting the feed speed on the fly was very dangerous, especially without experience in inscribing magic formations. It was a complete gamble, and the reason Robinette dared to make such a judgment was purely based on a goblin's intuition for mechanical manufacturing. Wisps of blue smoke rose from the workpiece. Even though the feed speed had been reduced, the entire workpiece had already reached its critical point under the high-speed friction of the milling cutter. At this moment, blue smoke shrouded the milling cutter's edge, making it impossible to see clearly. Is it going to fail? The hearts of those around sank, and even Alexander's brow furrowed slightly. On the contrary, the eyes of Rand and the group of mages lit up. While they weren't exactly gloating, thinking that their own value could be preserved made them feel happy. This little bit of smoke can't block a goblin's vision. Their big eyes were born to see scales clearly in the dark. Barnum, who hadn't spoken the entire time, suddenly let out a light snort. He dispelled everyone's worries while also dealing a blow to Rand and the others. Chi. Ding. It's done. It's done. Ha ha ha. It's complete, Your Highness. The wind swirl power spindle slowly rose. Robinette carefully removed the workpiece and, with his large eyes wide, excitedly held it up before Alexander. Looking at the workpiece, which was as reflective as a mirror, a profound and ancient circular magic formation with lines carrying a chilly aura was clearly carved onto it. Under the shroud of Alexander's psychic power, the patterns of the magic formation were nearly perfect, whether in the smoothness of the lines, the height and depth of each node, or the various corners and turns after fine-tuning. The overall appearance, in particular, was 100 times more visually impactful than it had been on the blueprints only. For some reason, Alexander always felt that something was missing in the feedback from his psychic power. Your Highness, this magic formation is a failure. While everyone was gathered around admiring the completion of this ice magic array, Rand's voice quietly rang out from behind. Everyone immediately turned their gaze over, and the eyes of the gnome race were filled with anger. Ahem, if you don't believe me, you can try putting in a magic crystal. Rand didn't care about the gnome race looks, he just shrugged at Alexander. Right, let's try putting in a magic crystal. Alexander nodded, unable to help but take a deep look at Rand. This fellow seemed to have wanted to say something to him from the very beginning. But what was it? Kada, a Spirit Awakening magic crystal was embedded into the core of the ice magic array. A faint magical glow swirled around the magic crystal, but there was no sign of it merging into the patterns of the formation. The cold grooves were orderly and neat. The lines were sharp and smooth, and the whole thing was full of mechanical beauty, yet the magic elements were completely indifferent to the grooves. Chapter 179 Divine Grace. Is this really not working? The scene erupted in an uproar. The expressions of the goblin race stiffened. Nilai the goblin snatched the workpiece and checked it over and over again. Yet there were no flaws in any of the details, regardless of the forward deduction, reverse deduction, precision, or technique. Everything was perfect, but it just wouldn't activate the magic array to function. A machine is a machine after all. Mages cannot be replaced. The tall mage in the mage group let out a sigh of relief, exchanged glances with the companions around him, and a relaxed smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Your Highness, this. Robinette's expression seemed to age instantly, his cloudy, old eyes looking somewhat at a loss. Your Highness, do you think it is a mismatch in materials, or perhaps a fine-tuning issue? Barnum pondered for a long time, then spoke bluntly. The magic array is fine, and there shouldn't be any issues with the materials or the operation. It's just, Alexander Bartuk was quite confident in the fine-tuned magic array drawn with the quill. This was the result of long-term practice. As for the materials and operation, he hadn't found any faults using his psychic power either. However, he always felt that something was missing somewhere. Suddenly, he looked up at Rand beside him, and sure enough, that guy's eyes darted away again. Mage Land, you are the one who understands magic arrays the best here. Do you have any suggestions? Rand looked at Alexander Bartuk, hesitated for a moment, then looked at the crowd. Realizing he had become the focus again, he adjusted his mage robes and said, Your Highness, based on my understanding of magic arrays, they are all gifts from the gods. Every magic array possesses life, but this magic array created by machinery actually had no sense of life from the very beginning, not a shred of spirituality. Therefore, I felt from the start that it would not succeed. That's right, we think so too. The tall mage and the small-eyed mage in the mage group spoke almost in unison, and the other mages nodded frequently in agreement. A gift from the gods, as expected. Magic still requires mages. The goblins, dwarves, and demi-humans present instantly lost the radiance in their eyes. They were disappointed and unwilling to accept the other side's argument, but facts speak louder than words. Looking at the exquisite mechanical object in Nilai the goblin's hand, they suddenly felt it was a great irony. Robinette wanted to say something, but after stammering for a long time, he couldn't get a word out. In the end, Barnum patted the old man's shoulder to encourage him. Is it just a lack of spirituality? However, unlike the reactions of the others, Alexander Bartuk raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and a flash of inspiration sparked in his mind. Nilai the goblin, give me the workpiece. Perhaps this workpiece is missing one final step to be truly complete. Your Highness, you don't need to comfort us. We know the gap. Obediently handing the workpiece to Alexander Bartuk, Nilai the goblin's eyes were full of frustration. His original ambition had been instantly shattered. Alexander Bartuk smiled without offering much explanation. Instead, he placed the workpiece on the workbench, then composed himself and began to channel his psychic power. The people around watched Alexander Bartuk's actions and subconsciously gathered around, full of curiosity. They didn't know what their lord wanted to do, but one thing they were certain of, wanting to make a mechanical product gain vitality out of thin air, even for a god, would be very difficult. Even if their lord was great, he was still just a great human. Deep down, they still didn't believe a human could create a miracle of life. 3-star spirit awakening. Hiss, hiss, hiss. His fingertips traced through the void, and a mysterious blue rune slowly condensed, blooming like a chrysanthemum. With a gentle guiding motion, it landed on the workpiece. With a hum, it vibrated. The mysterious blue rune rippled like water, and vine-like blue patterns instantly appeared on the smooth surface of the workpiece. A hazy, artistic conception quietly unfolded, as if whispering, or perhaps slowly awakening from a deep slumber. Hum, woo woo woo. A chill abruptly swirled from the workpiece, and a faint white frost spread out. From the core of the workpiece, it covered the entire surface. The originally stiff and lifeless ice magic array now seemed to have had its soul awakened, and a low sound of flowing water even came from within the rune grooves. That was the magic element surging from the spirit awakening magic crystal at the core, like spring water irrigating the land. In less than a breath, it filled all the dried up rune grooves. In an instant, a magic halo lit up above the workpiece, and gusts of pure white cold air gushed out, making the originally stuffy cave cool down immediately. Fortunately, this was a fine-tuned ice magic array, with its main function similar to central air conditioning. Otherwise, the entire cave would have erupted with ice spikes and ice missiles at this moment. It succeeded. How is that possible? The magic array actually lit up. Gods above. Your Highness, what exactly did you do? Is this a miracle? Robinette's withered claws grabbed Alexander Bartuk's wrist, unable to contain his excitement, his whole body trembling non-stop. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Ha ha ha. Barnum also vented the frustration suppressed in his chest, his eyes full of pride. Roar, we succeeded. We succeeded. In an instant, the surrounding goblins, dwarves, and demi-humans finally erupted into thunderous cheers. They had rewritten history. It's over, Mage Land. We're going to be unemployed. The tall mage in the mage group looked dejected, and the other mages also hung their heads like defeated roosters. Rand's eyes flickered with complex emotions. He wasn't as dejected as the other mages, but instead looked at Alexander Bartuk, lost in deep thought for a long time. A seemingly simple operation had actually given life to an inanimate object. This was an operation that completely defied common sense and did not fit his understanding at all. But thinking back on the many magical changes he had seen over the past few months, it seemed this young prince often did incredible things. Could it really be as the demi-humans rumored and flattered, that Alexander Bartuk was a messenger of the gods, that he had truly received revelations from the gods? Your Highness. Rand took a deep breath, squeezed through the crowd, came before Alexander Bartuk, and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, I have always had a doubt in my heart. I would like to ask, have you truly received revelations from the gods? The cave went quiet in an instant. Everyone's gaze was fixed on this side. If this question had been asked before, everyone might have just said it out of respect. But at this moment, the situation was completely different. Alexander Bartuk's psychic power enveloped everyone, and he could clearly perceive everyone's state of mind at this moment. He didn't know if there were gods in this world, but there was one thing he could confirm, that something incredible really existed in his head, a magical quill. Perhaps it could also be called a gift from the heavens. I have never seen what the gods look like. Alexander Bartuk's voice was indifferent and calm, yet very sincere. His gaze was deep as he said, I also cannot judge what constitutes a revelation from the gods. However, I have indeed received some gifts. I don't know if that counts as a revelation from the gods, but I know it can help us all live a better life. That is all. A gift. Rand stared blankly at Alexander Bartuk. He really wanted to see what kind of gift Alexander Bartuk had received, but suddenly, he extinguished his own thought because that would be blasphemy against the gods. As a former professional mage, he had a different understanding of the gifts of the gods than others. For example, only the most loyal 3-star Grand Mage was qualified to go to the Mage Tower Sanctuary to receive the blessings of the gods, and only the most devout 5-star Grand Mage had the opportunity to go to the Diga Kingdom Mage Tower Temple to receive the gifts of the gods. Therefore, in his understanding, the gods were real, and the gifts were also real. It was just unclear why the gods would choose a prince who could not practice magic, overturn the status of mages, and even bestow such an incredible gift. Chapter 180 Envisioning the Future. Is there anything else you want to know? Alexander looked at Rand's dazed expression and couldn't help but ask. No, Your Highness, this is enough. From now on, I, Mage Rand Avery, will follow you forever and pledge my life in loyalty. Once Rand snapped out of it, he knew better than to ask what shouldn't be asked, especially concerning the gods. The more one knew, the faster they died. Now that he knew Alexander was chosen by the gods, that was enough. Good. Mage Land, I accept your loyalty. Alexander smiled and patted Rand on the shoulder as a simple ceremony. HMPH, bootlicker. To think he'd pull such a move. No wonder Captain Kitschy looks down on you. The tall mage felt 100 times more annoyed when he saw Rand beating him to the punch in declaring loyalty. In fact, the other mages were also secretly jealous. Now that machines could engrave magic formations, their livelihoods as mages were at risk. They hadn't expected Rand to be the first to kneel, and even more, that Alexander would actually fall for it and accept him immediately. How were they, these outdated mages, supposed to feel? Long live your highness, long live your highness. The surrounding goblins, dwarves, and demi-humans received personal confirmation from Alexander coupled with the actual demonstration of the spirit attachment effect. Everyone was uncontrollably excited. They knelt down one after another to worship him, and clumps of golden power of faith surged into the space between Alexander's brows like a tide. Your Highness, this truly is a miracle. You have created this miracle. Robinette looked at Alexander now, his eyes filled with respect. He knew that from this moment on, the goblin race would be etched into the history books, as the great elder and the one who personally operated the machine. He would be revered by future generations. And all of this was thanks to Alexander. No, Great Elder. Alexander smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, this isn't my credit alone. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. Without the smelting and forging of the dwarves, the mechanical technology of the goblins, the guidance from Mage Land's team, and the day and night work of everyone present, I couldn't have completed this by myself. So, the credit belongs to everyone. Alexander made eye contact with everyone one by one and nodded. Having created a historic moment, he was equally excited in his heart, but he understood even better that he was just a mechanical dog forced into a role beyond his depth. If it weren't for a divine artifact like the quill, the masters of forging and mechanics, the dwarves and goblins, and the mages proficient in magic, he would never have been able to complete this era-defining task with his own abilities alone. A person's worth lies in self-awareness. Looking at these simple and loyal subjects before him, he suddenly felt an obligation to ensure they all lived good lives. Your Highness, you are too modest. Long live your Highness. Your Highness is wise. Everyone cheered again, making the cave hum with echoes. If not for the gap in their statuses, they would have wanted to lift Alexander up and toss him in the air a few times to celebrate. However, Alexander felt ashamed in his heart. As a lord and an imperial prince, with the empire in turmoil, he lacked the power to protect his subjects and citizens from the flames of war. Even with the help of a divine artifact like the quill, he had only managed to provide his subjects with basic food and shelter. He felt the burden on his shoulders grow heavier. The more his subjects loved and respected him, the more guilty he felt. Phew. If you want to hold happiness in your own hands, you must work hard to improve your skills and create a beautiful future. No matter how difficult the challenges, no matter how fierce the storms ahead, you must press forward because the pace of the era won't stop and wait for you just because you fall. Keep at it. Mechanical Dog. Uncle Barnum, Great Elder Robinette, Mage Land. Now that the 2-star formation has been successfully tested, next is the trial production of the 3-star formation. If successful, we can start small-scale production. However, with my current ability, I can activate at most 200 2-star formations a day, and I estimate no more than 50 for the 3-star formations. After giving himself a silent pep talk and waiting for everyone to calm down, Alexander called the 3 of them to the workbench to arrange the future plans. Your Highness, actually, with our current technical personnel, we can't even produce 100 formations in a day. Robinette hesitated for a moment and said, after all, there are no more than 3 groups whose technical coordination can reach the level of Nilai and me, and at most 20 groups that are slightly worse. This also involves energy. High-intensity operations make it impossible to maintain mental concentration for long periods. So, in terms of output, I estimate it won't exceed 50. That is to say, each group can produce at most 2 formations per day on average. And that's not even counting the materials wasted due to mistakes. That's right, Your Highness. Then Barnum added, even in terms of refining materials, with Mageland and the others operating the alchemy formations to save time, we dwarves still can't exceed 200 pieces pieces of material per day. Well, the situation is mostly as I understood it, but there will be improvements in the future. Alexander nodded. The current production level was already at its limit, but it would get better because the machine tools would become more and more precise. Once they had the mirror formation, everything would move up a level. Alright, everyone take a break. Then we'll perform a 3-star quicksand formation engraving. Everyone, get ready. Alright. Everyone responded, but none were willing to rest. At this moment, they felt full of energy. The moonlight was deep, like flowing fluorescence. It spread across the entire territory. Alexander walked along the town streets under the moonlight, feeling very comfortable. His steps were light, although there were a few spots of oil and iron filings on his clothes. His expression was very joyful. With a slight nudge of his psychic power, a formation module suspended high above his head flew down and circled around him twice. This was the only 3-star quicksand formation module completed after everyone worked hard from last night until tonight. After Spirit Awakening, it could perfectly activate the quicksand formation. He planned to give it to Alva tomorrow and have him organize some city defense forces to work with Harak to install the quicksand formations on the city walls. By installing several more around the walls, the territory's defensive power would surely leap to a new level. This is a good start, although it's more difficult than imagined. On the street, patrolling city defense soldiers would occasionally come over to salute, and Alexander smiled and returned each salute. At this time, most of the people in the territory were already asleep, with only a few workers still fighting at their posts. 2/3 of the magic street lamps were extinguished, leaving a few to light the way home for those on the night shift. In the quiet night, the air was very clear, without the clamor of traffic or the mixed smells of oily smoke and powder from his previous life. On both sides of the spacious streets, there were more and more uniform brick and cement houses, and a few even had shop signs hanging in front of their doors. Fortunately, these shops were almost all handicraft workshops and small food stores. As for things like alcohol, Alexander had once ordered that only the government could sell it, and in limited quantities. First, brewing was a luxury that consumed food. Second, people's self-control regarding alcohol was too poor, especially for the beastmen. Once drunk, they would cause trouble for the town's security. And most importantly, the third point, drinking would affect intelligence and lead the territory's atmosphere astray, especially influencing the children. I am the Lord now. I must be responsible for the lives of tens of thousands of subjects, and perhaps hundreds of thousands or millions in the future. This morning, Andrew sent a messenger saying that a diplomatic mission would be sent to Kessilai in 3 days for exchange and trade, led by Belkali. Normally, yesterday's sudden exercise caused quite a stir. However, Andrew had no excessive reaction and even waited an entire night before sending a messenger this morning. It really didn't make sense. Although he didn't know Andrew well, as someone with the ambition to be king, to endure such a great grievance and only send an envoy for trade exchange clearly indicated a problem. As for saying Andrew was frightened by the barbarian destruction, that was impossible. Not to mention the support from the Mage Tower, even without it. With Andrew's ability from decades of guarding the north and his countless fierce generals, he wouldn't take the barbarian seriously. Even if the barbarian now had epoch-making weapons, he wouldn't be so timid, unless he had misgivings. And misgivings that would affect his current position. Or rather, if he really went to war with Kessilai, Andrew might not even be able to keep his current position. In other words, there might be a rift between Andrew and the Major Tower. Perhaps I can take advantage of this gap. However, we still need to improve the overall strength of our personnel. Otherwise, opposing the Mage Tower in the future will also be a problem. Your Highness, you're back. Just as he entered the mansion, Nui, who was on the night shift, came out to greet him. Nui had been training very hard these days. Looking at the sparkle in his eyes, he should have already reached the threshold for a breakthrough. Chapter 181 Your Highness, I can handle it. You've made great progress these past few days. Alexander patted Nui's shoulder and looked at him with a grin, feeling a warmth in his heart. How had he been so fortunate to receive such devotion and loyal protection from so many people? He couldn't help but offer encouragement. Keep working hard. There might be missions coming up soon. Only 3-star strength can guarantee your safety. Yes, sir. Hearing this, Nui's ears perked up, and a fanatical light burst from his eyes. By the way, how is Auntie Boleman? I heard this morning she had a bit of a cold, but I really couldn't get away. It's getting a bit late now. Alexander walked into the manor's corridor and activated the cleaning magic array. As the light enveloped him, the stains on his clothes vanished instantly, making him feel refreshed and much more relaxed. Rest assured, Your Highness. Lady Barrowman was cured with just a 2-star healing magic array. She also sent word not to let her disturb your work. Nui stepped forward to open the door for Alexander, then twitched his nose to ensure there was nothing unusual inside before stepping aside to let Alexander enter. Alright, I'll go check on her tomorrow morning. You should head back too. There's nothing else to do here. Entering the room, Alexander hung his coat on the rack, walked over to the weapon rack, pulled out a great broadsword, and began his routine swings. Nui didn't leave as usual but instead watched Alexander practice his swordplay, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Did you and Sarah have a fight? Adjusting his breathing and striking out sword after sword, Alexander's psychic power allowed him to see Nui's expression clearly. We're fine. I was just thinking, Your Highness, could you give me some pointers? Nui coughed, looking a bit bashful. Me? Give you pointers? Alexander was stunned. He turned and asked curiously, if you've hit a bottleneck, wouldn't it be more effective to ask Captain Longby? Yes, I thought so at first too. Nui shrugged and said, but you don't know. His method is just sparring. He says life and death combat is the fastest way to break through a bottleneck. So, the magic crystals at home are almost all used up. Alexander rolled his eyes. So it turned out he couldn't afford a healing magic array and came here to sponge off me for free. Finally stopping his strikes, Alexander turned around with a great broadsword in hand, his psychic power enveloping the large man who was now tense and avoiding eye contact. From the feedback of the other's aura, his chi and blood were extremely robust, even more vigorous than Captain Longbai's. This was the benefit of being young. However, this surging chi and blood, which came in waves like a tide, was blocked by a barrier. It couldn't achieve that unstoppable storm-like state of explosive power that Captain Longbai showed when he activated 3-star blood burning. What did your father say? I don't know much about blood-burning breakthroughs. Alexander approached, patted Nui's shoulder, and smiled to signal him to relax, then pointed toward the courtyard outside. Nui's spirit lifted, and he gratefully led away while saying, Your Highness, my father says I'm just missing an opportunity, a bit of pressure and stimulation. Most of us in the Mastiff clan break through during missions. This has always been the heritage of our Mastiff clan. Breaking through during missions, life and death tempering. Alexander's mind raced. Can you give me some examples? Like similar missions, environments, personnel, and so on. Well, they're all pretty much like that. I can't really explain it. In short, they all broke through at a critical moment of life and death. Nui froze for a moment and shook his head, not quite understanding Alexander's meaning. By now, the two had reached the courtyard. Nui took a deep breath, stood firm, and prepared himself for a beating. Come on, Your Highness, I can take it. You really are straightforward. Alexander smirked and grumbled inwardly. After a slight hesitation, he decided to satisfy the other's request first. After all, only by actually fighting could he better observe the characteristics of Nui's cultivation technique. Although he was only half-baked himself, he at least had his psychic power to rely on. He could clearly perceive the key points of force exertion, which would allow him to create a more targeted training plan. I'm coming at you. Yeah, come on. Whoosh. As soon as he spoke, Nui felt his vision blur. Alexander's figure vanished from before his eyes, and then he felt a wind behind his head as a surging, heavy pressure bore down. Your Highness, aren't you being a bit too fierce? Bang. At the same time, on the roof of a house not far from the Lord's manor, a tall figure stood on the ridge, looking over with a clairvoyance mirror. Seeing the great broadsword land solidly on Nui's back, the tall figure couldn't help but shudder. His fingers trembled, and the corners of his mouth twitched. I say, Captain Longbai, if you have the guts, go watch from the Lord's manor. Sneaking around here like a prowler, aren't you afraid of being a laughingstock? Under the moonlight, Natalia stepped out slowly, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly as she looked at the figure on the roof with an air of natural authority. Ahem, keep your voice down. It's not that I don't dare to go, it's just that your son is so thick-headed he can't break through, and I'm afraid His Highness won't want him anymore. Longbai shrunk his neck, his deep eyes darting around shiftily. Seeing that he hadn't alerted anyone else, he breathed a sigh of relief, turned back to his old wife, and both smiled apologetically and waved his hands to stop her. Don't give me that. He's from the Mastiff clan, not the Fox clan. Don't you have any idea how foolish he is? Natalia rolled her eyes, leapt lightly, and stood beside Captain Longbai. Be careful. Longbai hurried over to support her, but Natalia brushed his hand away, snatched the clairvoyance mirror, and looked toward the Lord's manor. Longbai felt a bit awkward and shrugged self-deprecatingly, but he still stayed close to protect her. The gap is too large. Will this bad idea of yours crush our son's self-esteem? After just one look, Natalia reached a conclusion. She frowned, shoved the clairvoyance mirror back into Longbai's hands, and made a move to jump down. Where are you going? Seeing his wife's movement, Longbai's eyes narrowed. Seeming to guess something, he grabbed her. Let go. I'm going to call our son back. It's embarrassing enough as it is. Why does he have to go to His Highness's place to make a fool of himself? Natalia said crossly. You're not allowed to go. Longbai didn't let go but instead held on tighter. If you go now, our son will lose even more face in front of His Highness. He won't die or get seriously injured, at most. He'll be tossed around a few times. He's a grown man. A bit of suffering won't hurt him. HMPH. Then why don't you go suffer? Break through to a 4-star berserker for me to see. If you did, His Highness might even make you an Imperial Marshal. I'd like to. Longbai curled his lip, and the clairvoyance mirror was snatched away by Natalia again. Wait, His Highness seems to have stopped. Did he discover something? Really? Let me see. Watching Nui determinedly walk out of the healing magic array once more, Alexander fell into deep thought. He had just tested Nui from several aspects. Front, back, sides, speed, strength, and so on. Using confrontation and reaction tests, he had applied pressure, used sneak attacks, and engaged in direct clashes, all in an attempt to trigger the other's potential. But through the feedback from his psychic power, these measures didn't have much effect. Although some sneak attacks had caused Nui to have a reflexive instantaneous burst of power, every time the force reached a critical point, a barrier would appear, making it impossible to break through. Even though Nui was very resilient, simply enduring it blindly without finding the right path was not a good solution. Your Highness, I'm slow, but I'm not afraid of death. Please, just do it. Don't hold back. Nui took a deep breath with a determined look, preparing himself once more. Chapter 182 Nui advances. Hold on a second, let's analyze this properly. Alexander waved his hand, took out a bottle of magic potion from his ring and threw it to Nui. Then, he pointed to a nearby stone stool and sat down, saying, Tell me, what kind of missions does your Mastiff clan usually take? And in which of those missions do you often see breakthroughs? Nui caught the potion and, without hesitation, tilted his head back and drained it. After thinking for a moment, he said, most of our Mastiff clan's missions are escort tasks, like guarding merchant caravans, watching over homes and courtyards, city defense patrols, and so on. Breakthroughs almost always happen during these missions. There's nothing particularly special about it. Escorting? Alexander was momentarily stunned, looking at Nui's long, mixed gold and red hair and the loyal gaze unique to the Mastiff clan. He suddenly thought of something. The Mastiff clan was naturally famous for their protective nature and loyalty. This was the foundation upon which they stood. To stimulate their bloodline, it was most logical to start from this point and and to trigger the instinct of protective loyalty. Alexander couldn't help but recall a classic line from an anime in his previous life: think of the thing you cherish most. Niue, is there anyone or anything you want to protect the most? Yes, your highness, and my family. Niue didn't understand what Alexander meant, but the answer blurted out instinctively. Good. Then if someone wanted to harm them or try to snatch something from your hands, what would you do? I'd beat him up and not let him have his way. Niue's hair involuntarily bristled. Very good. Seeing this, Alexander's eyes lit up. Niue, maintain this state. Treat me as a villain who wants to harm your family and steal your things. Attack me. Roar. Your highness, is this right? Niue glared and roared, jumping up from his seat, but his momentum clearly weakened. After all, Alexander wasn't a real enemy. Niue, do you know? Alexander thought for a moment and then said seriously, in 2 days, Andrew will send a diplomatic mission to visit. It's very likely that assassins will be hidden within the delegation to kill me. At that time, I won't have any experts by my side to protect me. If I die, your Mastiff clan will likely have to go back to that life of wandering and displacement. Are you willing to let that happen? No, Niue answered decisively, his pupils slowly narrowing into slits and his expression turning solemn. Niue, Andrew just suffered a huge loss in Buckwheat Town. It's impossible for him not to take action. Don't you agree? Alexander continued. Huff, huff. Niue's breathing became slightly hurried. He could sense that Alexander wasn't just trying to scare him. He was telling the truth. As a guard, from the moment he was rescued from the river by Alexander and his daughter was healed, he had sworn to give his life to Alexander and protect him forever. But with his current strength, not only was he unable to serve as a qualified guard, but even when he knew the enemy would soon be walking boldly toward them, he was powerless. This kind of frustration was unacceptable to a loyal member of the Mastiff clan. Moreover, if something really happened to Alexander, his clan would once again live a life of wandering. Thinking of his daughter and his wife, he could never accept such a reality. Even if it meant death, he could not accept it. Huff, huff, roar. A fierce light gradually flickered in Niue's eyes. The muscles on both sides of his nose twitched, forming menacing folds. His fangs were bared, and a low, canine-like growl issued from his throat. I will never let anyone harm your highness, not even if I die. Come then, Niue. I am the assassin. I am the one who will kill Alexander and destroy Kesuli. I'll make sure everyone here is finished. Ha ha ha. Alexander let out a sinister laugh. Seizing the right moment, he leapt up, his great broadsword whistling with the sound of wind and thunder as it slammed down toward Niue's forehead. A woo-oo roar. Powerful wind pressure hit Niue's face, blowing the golden hair on his forehead back and making it hard to keep his eyes open. But vaguely, 2 crimson pinpoints of light quietly lit up deep within Niue's pupils. He stared at the great broadsword without a trace of fear. His entire body tensed like a heavy iron bow pulled to its limit. With a roar, he kicked off the ground with force and lunged at Alexander. He had no intention of avoiding the great broadsword at all. He was fighting with a completely life-for-life style. At that moment, the sound of a very slight crack was fed back to Alexander's ears through the coverage of his psychic power. The valve blocking the surge of the bloodline had loosened. There was a thunderous boom. Alexander adjusted the angle of the great broadsword's strike, heavily clashing against Niue's sharp claws. Sparks flew and an explosive air current surged, swirling the sand and dust in the courtyard into the sky, mixed with fragments of broken claws and nails. Boom, crash, roar. Suddenly, at that very instant, Niue let out a violent roar. His whole body trembled violently, and then a mass of golden red flames erupted around him like a sun in the dark night. Fierce, explosive, and crackling, a nearby stone stool turned to dust the moment it made slight contact. It's done. 3-star blood burning. Ha ha ha. Alexander leapt back to create distance, his eyes full of excitement. He was happy for Niue and thrilled that his personal guidance had been successful. Your highness, I succeeded. Huff, huff, huff. Niue looked at his hands and felt the explosive power within his body. He was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Niue, congratulations. Alexander stepped forward at this time with sincere praise. Your highness, this is all thanks to you. Niue slowly suppressed his state, so moved that he wanted to kneel. Alexander hurried forward a step to grab Niue's arm, shook his head, and said gently, don't always kneel to me. Actually, I'm the one who should say thank you. Thank you, Niue. Your loyalty touches me. Compared to his previous life, where only his parents would guard him so willingly, he had never again felt this sensation of being protected with someone's life. Just after transmigrating, he hadn't dared to hope for it, but Madame Barriman, Uxiu, and Niue had all shown him through their very real actions that there were still people who wanted to protect him. Your highness. Having received Alexander's recognition, Niue's eyes instantly moistened. He didn't know what to say. For a member of the Mastiff clan, being able to follow a master who truly understood them was the greatest fortune of a lifetime. But he was clumsy with words and didn't know what to say, only nodding repeatedly in excitement. Ha ha ha. Do you want to spar with me for a while longer to get used to your new power? Alexander patted Niue's arm and gave a hearty laugh. Really? Then your highness, it won't delay your rest, will it? Ha ha ha. Come on. My healing magic array here is 3-star. And there are plenty of magic crystals. Good. Your highness, please go ahead. I can take it. Niue was in high spirits now, his gratitude toward Alexander beyond words. He wasn't good at expressing it, but he swore in his heart that in this life, he would only recognize Alexander as his master. Clusters of incredibly pure golden power of faith poured into the space between Alexander's brows, giving him much to feel. Niue, tomorrow, tell this good news to Gargadon and Lisa as well. Let them be happy for you too. Good. They will definitely smile very happily. He cough, cough. That bastard Niue. Look at him showing off. Old bull. We've got to get our pride back, right? In a corner under the eaves, Lisa peered into the courtyard at Alexander and Niue with a face full of jealousy. Beside him, Gargadon remained silent. In truth, with such a large commotion in the Lord's manor, it would be strange if those two didn't know about it. But seeing Niue break through to 3-star, Both of them still felt a bit of jealousy in their hearts. HMPH, the two of us can't beat him right now. Gargadon snorted, then turned and jumped off the roof, preparing to leave. Where are you going? Lisa felt a bit dejected upon hearing that. To train. Didn't you hear His Highness say Andrew will send envoys in a few days? I don't want His Highness to have only Nui by his side. Gargadon left without looking back after finishing his sentence. HMPH, stubborn bull. I saw the trick His Highness used to guide Nui's breakthrough. It's the nature of beastmen. Seeing you like this, I can't be bothered to share it with you. When the time comes, having me and the kid Nui by His Highness's side will be enough. The nature of beastmen? I heard that. From a corner not far away, Gargadon's voice suddenly drifted over. My barbarian bull clan is known for being simple and hardworking. Great skill appears clumsy. We are good at concentrating power into a single point. The more steady and plain the exertion of force, the easier it is to break through. Thanks. Lisa froze, his mouth twitching. He cursed himself for having a big mouth and gave himself a light slap. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared from the spot. At the same time, on the other side, in the Mastiff clan's residential area, Chapter 183 breakfast. As expected of my son, 3-star blood burning. He actually did it. Captain Longby waved his fists excitedly, his beard and hair bristling. If he hadn't been on the roof, he likely would have stomped his feet in excitement. Give it here, let me see. Natalia snatched the clairvoyance mirror with a quick glance. A smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. She then turned to look at her excited husband and teased him on purpose. You just said your son was an idiot. Why don't you think so anymore? He's an idiot all right, but only half of one. Doesn't he still have half of my intelligent bloodline? HMPH, I suppose you have a point. Let's go down. As you wish. Let me help you. The next morning, Alexander finished washing up early and rushed to the Barrowman residence. As luck would have it, Urxiu was there having breakfast. Mrs. Barrowman looked to be in high spirits as she busily toasted bread. She was delighted to see Alexander, and upon hearing he hadn't eaten yet, she quickly invited him to join them. Coming empty-handed just to scrounge a meal. Are we? Urxiu looked up and teased him intentionally. What are you saying? Before Alexander could speak, Mrs. Barrowman raised her hand and smacked the back of Urxiu's head, grumbling. Alexander is busy all day long. Does he need to bring gifts just to visit me and have breakfast? Do you still want to eat? If you're going to say useless things, then stop eating and get to work. Urxiu rubbed his head with a look of resentment, complaining in his heart whether he was actually her biological son. Wasn't he just making a joke? But he didn't dare say it out loud. He only increased the speed at which he stuffed bread into his mouth. Save two for me. Seeing this scene, Alexander's heart warmed, and all his pretenses vanished. He plopped down next to Urxiu and, almost instinctively, like when they were kids, grabbed a piece of bread from the plate and chewed. The taste of freshly fermented wheat flour mixed with a hint of sweetness made his eyes light up. Delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. Mrs. Barrowman smiled tenderly. Watching the two children eat, she couldn't help but recall the scenes of them fighting over food as children, and a long-absent warmth rose in her heart. Hey, isn't Andrew's diplomatic mission coming in a couple of days? You'd better have your defenses ready. Urxiu suddenly spoke while eating. Yeah, I know. Over the next 2 days, I'll have Captain Alva lead men to install quicksand magic arrays, and we'll install a few more detection modules in the city. I'm talking about you. Stay safe. Me? Alexander was taken aback, then smiled. Don't worry, I can fly. Besides, Nui broke through to 3-star blood burning yesterday. I gave him some pointers. Pretty impressive, right? HMPH, I already knew that. How big do you think Kesiula is? If you're so capable, give me some pointers. I want to become a Grand Major too. Urxiu curled his lip. I'm not good with magic. Alexander choked for a moment and shrugged. HMPH, I knew that already. Urxiu's mouth quirked as he changed the subject. Those ancient ruin metals you brought back from Holy Fire City are of very high grade. Although I've tried some alchemy research, I haven't made any headway. However, he paused and continued. Based on the metal parameters you gave me before, I've discovered an alloy ratio. If the research is successful, I think I can create an alloy material comparable to Quasi 3-star. Quasi 3-star? Are you sure? Can it support 3-star formations? Alexander's eyebrows shot up. Theoretically, it should. But it still needs testing. Urxiu nodded. Good. Let's go take a look in a bit. You're not going to supervise the work again, are you? Hearing this, Urxiu was a bit dumbfounded, thinking that he would have to partner with a workaholic again. The bread in his hand suddenly didn't taste so good anymore. What? You're not willing? Alexander put on a stern face and glared. Urxiu was truly unwilling, but he didn't dare say it plainly. It wasn't that he was afraid of Alexander being unhappy, but rather that he caught a glimpse of his mother nearby out of the corner of his eye. The spatula in her hand already showed a tendency to swing upward. Clang, clang, clang. Pardon the intrusion, Your Highness. There is an urgent secret letter from Chief Vaughn. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and a messenger ran in frantically, handing Alexander a red sealed letter with 3 feathers stuck in it. Seeing the 3 feathers, Alexander's expression turned serious. He quickly opened and read it, his face gradually darkening. Did something happen? From Alexander's expression, Urxiu clearly felt an unusual sense of oppression. The Boar-Inia territory is in chaos. Alexander took a deep breath and handed the letter to Urxiu, saying, Bernard received news that Prince Huosi was trapped in Luoju Valley and sent Natalia to lead troops to the rescue, but they were ambushed by a group of mysterious black-cloaked figures near Crystal City. While Natalia was retreating to the territory, the Mage Tower within the Boar-Inia territory rebelled. Bernard was unable to hold them off. In the end, if Natalia hadn't personally rushed back alone and fought her way through the encirclement to rescue Bernard's family, old Baker would probably be gone by now. HMPH. This is clearly the Major Tower's tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Uxiu slammed the letter onto the table and said indignantly, but with Bernard's wisdom, how could he fall for such a trick? Sending Natalia on an expedition was essentially walking into a trap. Doesn't he know that rebellions are breaking out in all the territories now? It wasn't Bernard who fell for the trick. Alexander shook his head. You didn't see the end of the letter. It was our eldest Miss Atana who acted impulsively, taking it upon herself to rescue Prince Huosi. Bernard, fearing for his daughter's safety, had no choice but to have Natalia follow and protect her. He didn't expect Natalia to be defeated. Then his own backyard caught fire. This is a lesson learned. I didn't read it closely. Uxiu shrugged. So, now that most of the Borealia territory is controlled by the Mage Tower, the surrounding lords certainly won't let the Mage Tower keep the spoils for themselves. It will surely turn into a pack of wolves fighting over food, and refugees will be everywhere. What's your plan? Are you going to send troops? Alexander shook his head and remained silent for a moment before saying, I don't trust Andrew. I'll have Commander Augusta make a trip not to reclaim lost land, but because I want the population and trade routes at the appropriate time. We'll slightly demonstrate our logistics and transport capabilities to give them a reminder. Subduing the enemy without fighting. If you pull that big train of yours over there, it might work. Otherwise, just a few alchemy cars might lack momentum. Uxiu didn't quite agree with Alexander's approach. The train hasn't been officially tested yet, and it can't run without tracks. What we lack right now is time. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Alexander stood up to say goodbye to Mrs. Barrowman, and then pulled a reluctant Uxiu hurriedly out the door. Giant Axe Fortress secret training ground. The chief knight, a bald man named Barton with a body like a storm bear, was practicing with the 3-star whirlwind greatsword he had just spent a fortune to have forged. The failure at Kessilai had cost him a lot. The Duke's trust, the respect of his subordinates, and his inviolable knightly dignity. All of it had been trampled underfoot the day he was captured by a woman with a fishing net. This resentment had been accumulating in his chest until yesterday, when he received the mission to guard the diplomatic mission. He knew that his chance to prove himself had finally come. Looking at the 3-star whirlwind greatsword in his hand, for which he had sold his house and land and begged others to forge, the flames of revenge in Barton's heart rose again. What diplomatic mission? When the time comes, as long as he captures the little Prince Alexander in one go, everything will have to submit beneath his feet. Then the Duke would surely trust him again, and his subordinates would respect him once more. At that time, he would certainly be below only one person and above 10,000 HMPH, with a 3-star weapon. Even if I face that old guy long by, I'll have the certainty of a one-hit kill. I'll make their jaws drop. Tightening his grip on the non-slip handle of the great sword and feeling the dragon-like whirlwind power hidden within the blade's inscriptions, Barton felt confident, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. Chapter 184 A Show of Force. 2 days passed in a flash, and the morning sun once again climbed over the peaks of Catclaw Ridge. Kessilai finally welcomed the grand diplomatic mission from Giant Axe Fortress. Looking down from a high vantage point, from the leading cavalry scouts to the armed alchemy carriages bringing up the rear, along with the trade caravans in the middle, the entire procession stretched sparsely for half a mile, totaling at least 600 to 700 people. Leading the mission was Chief Steward Belcully, seated in a luxurious carriage at the front of the caravan, while beside his carriage was the man responsible for the escort mission, the 3-star Silver Temple Knight, Barton. Currently, he was clad in golden steel armor and a bright red cape, riding a flame beast with a 3-star whirlwind greatsword resting across his saddle. His eyes flickered between a fierce glint and hidden vigilance, but most of the time, they radiated an insufferable arrogance as he looked back at the procession. Having received Andrew's instructions and the support of the Mage Tower, Barton was fully prepared. The magic team following him included 10 alchemy transport wagons, while among the remaining 8 vehicles, 5 were siege engines, and the final 3 were heavy alchemy carriages equipped with magic ballistae, each overseen by a grand mage. Looking at these 18 alchemy vehicles and the 300 elite death-sworn warriors he had personally selected, he was brimming with confidence that he would surely reclaim the dignity he had lost before. Slowly, the caravan entered the main road leading to the town from the northern foothills of Catclaw Ridge. Before them lay vast stretches of fertile farmland, and the faint outline of the town walls was already visible in the distance. Knight Commander Barton, the Duke's objective this time is to prioritize peace. We must be patient in all things. Bell, in the carriage beside him, had seen through Barton's thoughts from the moment they set out. Now, seeing they were nearing Kessilai town, he couldn't help but offer a well-meaning reminder. HMPH, Steward Bell, just tell me, with the strength of our team, could we take down Kessilai in an instant? I, for one, am confident we could. Barton gave a heavy snort, looking toward the distant walls of Kessilai, eager to give it a try. Bell choked on his words, his expression turning somewhat sour. In fact, many others shared Barton's sentiment, looking at the mages driving the alchemy vehicles behind them. Most were from their Major Tower. Their ultimate objective had originally been to destroy Kessilai and capture Alexander Bartuk. Now, at their first encounter, everyone wanted to claim the top merit. But would it really be that easy? Can you really not see it at all? Bell held back for a moment but eventually couldn't resist speaking up, pointing at the fields ahead. Look at these fields. Without the help of mages, could they have finished clearing land, sowing seeds, and reaching such a bountiful harvest in just a few short months? Do you think anyone in the entire Lance Empire, or even the Noah continent, could make mages willingly work the fields? HMPH, I don't need to care about that. I only believe in my fists and the weapon in my hand. Barton tightened his grip on his great sword, his eyes burning with fire. Foolish. Seeing the other's reaction, Bell didn't bother saying more. He was about to lower the carriage curtain when a cavalryman came rushing over from the front, reporting, "Lord Steward, Lord Knight Commander, there is a checkpoint ahead. They say passage is currently blocked and we must wait 15 minutes to pass." "What checkpoint? There wasn't one the last time I came." "Did you not tell them we are the Duke's diplomatic mission?" Bell asked in confusion. "My lord, I did, but they said it was Prince Alexander's arrangement, claiming it's for our safety." "Nonsense. It's clearly an attempt to give us a show of strength." As soon as the cavalryman finished speaking, Barton barked an angry command. "Go. Clear the way for me. I want to see who dares to block the Duke's cavalry." "Exactly, Lord Knight Commander. Let us use our shells to show them what safety really means." At that moment, two alchemy vehicles drove up from behind. The drivers were none other than White and Hunter, two of the mages who had been captured while hunting with Barton previously. "Don't worry, Lord Knight Commander. This time we will surely restore our reputation once we reach the town. Hunter and I will give them a show of strength first," the bloated White said with absolute certainty. "Ha ha ha, good. Then let them witness our alchemy burlesty first." Barton's lips curled into a grin, and with a sinister laugh, he turned his horse around, prepared to lead the charge. But just then, woo, 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 boom clack, boom clack, boom clack, woo ooh ooh tilde. Suddenly, just as Barton was in high spirits and preparing to charge the checkpoint, a deafening whistle echoed from the valley of Catclaw Ridge to their side. Everyone turned to look as a large flock of birds and small beasts were startled out of the valley, as if some terrifying entity were rushing out. Boom clack, boom clack, boom clack, boom clack. Following that, the ground trembled. It was only then that people noticed two curved, dark steel tracks extending from the valley, passing by a riverbank in front of them, and then wending toward the northern mountains of Kesiali like two coiling dragons roaming the earth. Heavens, what is that? Suddenly, an enormous metal locomotive emerged from the valley. Its front was encased in a heavy black steel shield resembling a knight's visor. The body behind it was pitch black, over 100 meters long and 15 meters high. From a distance, it looked like a mobile steel wall equipped with arrow towers and ballistae. The cannon barrels were densely distributed, and each giant cannon turret had a rotating, bun-shaped shield covered in defensive array patterns and other enchantment circles. Even from a distance, everyone could feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from this behemoth. The trees around the valley seemed like subordinates to the massive metal vehicle at this moment. As the metal vehicle roared with its whistle and rumbled along, the surrounding trees shook their branches and leaves as if trembling in fear. Gods above, what kind of monster is that? The procession that had been about to charge forward was now as if under a freezing spell. Everyone's eyes were wide, and their mouths were agape. Is this massive alchemy vehicle designed for barbarians? And those 2-star flame ballistae, 2-star ice soul ballistae, 2-star durability enchantments, and 2-star impact defense arrays. Even the rivets are forged with 2-star inscription techniques. Is this the dwarven god of war rammers? It's armed like a hedgehog. No, this is a goblin masterpiece. Look at the design of those wheel hub-driven mechanics. That level of precision is definitely the work of goblins. The entire diplomatic mission was in a panic, especially the horses and mounts of the merchants. If not for the mages casting spells and the alchemy carriages surrounding them, they might have started bolting by now. Heavens, it's heading toward us. Lord Steward, should we? Everyone, calm down. We are a diplomatic mission here for a visit, not to start a war. Bell's expression was incredibly serious. While he comforted the crowd, his heart was in his throat. Furthermore, he had the vengeful, bald Barton by his side. However, glancing at Barton, who had just been shouting about charging and killing, he had now somehow quietly sheathed his great sword. With downcast eyes and tightly pressed lips, he looked as if none of this had anything to do with him. This sight nearly made Bell's nose crooked with anger. This was the tough guy who had just been defying heaven and earth, believing only in his fists and a weapon in his hand. So, if the opponent's fists and weapons were stronger, he believed in that too and just backed down. If a war really broke out, could they even count on his protection? Even more infuriating were the mages who had been cheering and sucking up earlier, especially the boastful White and Hunter. Right now, they were like two turtles shrinking into their shells, hiding inside their alchemy vehicles and not even daring to show their heads. Chapter 185 Strike. Tell the vanguard to follow Prince Liming's arrangements. The cavalry at the back should maintain order in the diplomatic mission. Don't let things get messy. Belcally gave the order to the previous messenger rider and then instructed Knight Commander Barton as well. This time, Knight Commander Barton didn't snap back. He even deliberately avoided Belcally's gaze, turning his horse around to obediently maintain order at the back of the line. Rumble, 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 rumble. Soon, the giant alchemy vehicle drove to the riverbank in front of the diplomatic mission. The shadow that blotted out the sun felt even more oppressive up close. The long chassis sped past with a howling roar, its speed no less than that of a flame beast. The earth shook even more violently, like 10,000 galloping horses, causing the water in the river to dance and surge. Although they couldn't see who was driving inside the cabin, the way the cannons were occasionally rotated to point at the diplomatic mission showed that the people inside were constantly on guard. Knight Commander Barton, why don't you order a couple of shots just to try? There might be a surprise. Seeing Knight Commander Barton return after arranging the order, Belcally couldn't help but tease him. Feeling the strong wind kicked up by the behemoth passing before him, Knight Commander Barton's neck stiffened, and the veins on his head throbbed. He snorted and didn't answer, pretending not to hear, but he couldn't help grumbling in his heart. Fire now? Was he stupid? Facing such thick barrels of the behemoth at such close range, if he dared to provoke them, the other side could definitely blast him into dust. Looking at the 18 arrogant alchemy vehicles following behind them, they were now like small turtles lying in front of a giant crocodile. not daring to move. The arrogance they had when they first arrived had long since vanished. Subconsciously, he touched his last remaining possession at his waist, the 3-star whirlwind greatsword. Knight Commander Barton wouldn't want to be captured by them again for anything. Rumble, rumble, rumble. New and Tilda. Soon, the steel behemoth swept past them and continued along the tracks toward the northern mountains. Everyone felt the pressure lift, and their tense bodies relaxed. Report. Chief Manager. The checkpoint ahead has cleared us. Shall we proceed? The Vanguard rider ran over again to deliver the message. Belcally looked at the checkpoint on the riverbank ahead, thought for a moment, and said, "Go and ask if there's an escort team from Prince Liming to lead us the rest of the way. Tell them our merchant group is visiting for the first time, so it would be best to have a guide." The messenger rider was stunned. The chief manager had just said he'd been here before. Why didn't he know the way now? However, he didn't dare to ask more and simply obeyed the order and left. Knight Commander Barton's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything, clearly acquiescing to Belcley's approach. Soon, a small squad of Kessilai patrol cavalry rushed over. The two leading them were actually the thin-browed and long-eyed Carl Rand and the mustached personal guard Henry Fagan. Both of them had unnatural smiles on their faces, and even the personal guards behind them were familiar faces from before. "Carl, Henry, why is it you two?" When he first saw their faces and the Imperial Royal Banner insignia they had changed into on their chests, Belcley's expression changed slightly. He initially wanted to question if they had betrayed the Duke, but he suddenly realized the occasion was inappropriate. "Chief Manager, please don't misunderstand." Seeing Belcley's gaze, Carl Rand guessed what he was thinking. He performed a knight's salute on his saddle with a neither humble nor arrogant demeanor and explained, "Our ransoms haven't been fully paid yet. For the sake of redemption, we had to take employment under Prince Liming as temporary guards. Of course, this is all for the service of the Empire. You should understand what I mean. Besides, didn't the Duke send you here for peaceful coexistence as well?" Well, hearing this, Belcley's expression gradually softened. He felt a hint of sympathy for Carl Rand. After all, as fellow cavalry captains, looking at Knight Commander Barton beside him who could easily produce a large amount of ransom, while Carl Rand had to sell himself into service. Moreover, for the personal guards who had gone through life and death with Carl Rand, perhaps this current method was the only way out. "Humphrey, Carl Rand, it seems Prince Liming is paying you quite well. Your fawning behavior is truly loyal." The discordant voice came from Knight Commander Barton. Having just lost face in front of everyone, now was the time to step on those he deemed weak. "Hey!" Knight Commander Barton really hit the nail on the head. "Henry, why don't you tell Knight Commander Barton about our current pay and benefits?" Looking up at Knight Commander Barton, although Carl Rand had long prepared himself to be ridiculed by his colleagues, he still wouldn't take it lying down from Barton. After all, if it hadn't been for Barton's self-righteousness, underestimating the enemy, and falling into Captain Longbuy's trap, he wouldn't have ended up in such a passive position. All right, I'll say it." Henry Fagan chuckled and looked back at the brothers behind him, the personal guards, who were originally a bit embarrassed. Now all raised their heads, their eyes shining with confidence. "Ahem, for soldiers in Kessilai, Prince Liming has clearly defined regulations." Henry Fagan cleared his throat and said loudly, "Besides getting eggs, milk, and bread for all 3 meals a day, each person can receive 12 silver coins per month. There's also a 10 copper coin allowance for each day out on patrol. All in all, one can get about 15 silver coins a month." "What? 15 silver coins? So many? I only get 5 silver coins a month." The soldiers of Giant Axe Fortress looked at each other. After all, they only got 7 or 8 silver coins even when risking their lives every month, and that was the pay for a somewhat capable 2-star bronze knight. Low-level ones were lucky to get 4 or 5 silver coins a month. Looking at Belcley, his eyes also flickered with a hidden light. Even the chief manager of Giant Axe Fortress only earned 15 silver coins a month. Of course, 15 silver coins is just the base. That doesn't include rewards for meritorious service. Those are issued separately. If the contribution is large enough, one can even obtain land. What? Obtain land? How is that possible? As soon as Henry Fagan finished speaking, there was an uproar. Gold and silver coin rewards were one thing, but to have land as a reward, this was to the point of making them feel envious and resentful. One must know that in the perception of this world, land was something far more precious than gold or mana crystals. It was the foundation of survival. If Kessilai could reward its subjects with land, then the conditions were simply too generous. Don't listen to his deceptions. Granting land is impossible. That's a benefit only nobles and mages can have. Commoners cannot enjoy it. Seeing the morale wavering, Knight Commander Barton immediately barked. Knight Commander Barton, I'm really not deceiving anyone. Because of our active redemption these days and bringing many talents to Kessilai, Prince Liming personally issued land contracts to us. Every soldier here has one, though the area varies, distributed according to labor. If you don't believe it, you can look at this. Saying this, Henry Fagan took out a magic contract from his breast pocket and displayed it before everyone. For a moment, everyone craned their necks. Even though Barton repeatedly shouted at them, no one listened. The knights had good eyesight, and everyone could clearly see Prince Liming's personal signature and the magical imprint on the contract. Land use rights, 70 years. Although it was only for 70 years and not permanent, calculated by an average person's lifespan of 100 years, it was almost a lifetime. This is real. Heavens, the treatment in Kessilai is actually like this. Even ordinary soldiers can get it. The scene was in an uproar again, looking as if it might spiral out of control. Ahem, Captain Carl, how much does the finance minister of Kessilai receive each month? At this moment, Belcally couldn't help but ask. Well, Chief Manager Vaughan's monthly base salary should be 30 silver coins. I don't know about the rest, but it's definitely more than that. Carl Rand shrugged, then glanced at Knight Commander Barton, whose face was ashen as if he were constipated. Their current Legion commander's pay is about the same. Chief Manager, shall we set off? All right. Then please lead the way. Belcally replied casually, but his mind was stuck on the 30 silver coins. That was exactly double his salary. This was indeed quite a blow. Henry, clear the way ahead and escort the diplomatic mission to the town. His Highness said that upon completing the mission, everyone can receive a jar of ale. Hooray! Long live His Highness! The eyes of the giant axe fortress soldiers were practically spitting fire at this moment. Chapter 186. A great blow. The tall city walls stood tall and imposing under the radiance of the morning sun. They looked as if they were clad in golden armor, their aura fierce and solemn. Along the way, Bell quietly asked Carl about the tracked metal behemoth from before, but only received 3 pieces of information. First, its name was the armored train, and it could transport massive amounts of supplies. Second, it was extremely powerful, like a mobile fortress. Third, the train was fast, but it was limited by terrain and required tracks to be laid before it could be used. Bell took mental note of this and looked through the carriage window at the city walls ahead. He couldn't help but exchange another look with Barton, who was on horseback beside him. A trace of vigilance and unease flickered in both their eyes. Clearly, the town's current walls were even taller and more steep than what they had seen before. What unsettled them most was that a 3-star Grand Mage was currently on one side of the wall, commanding a group of soldiers to hoist massive metal modules. Although they were still far away, the dense magical aura could not be hidden. Those massive metal modules were clearly powerful magic formation bases. 3-star. This level of defense has already caught up with Giant Axe Fortress. It's only been a few months. Going from nothing to this, Bell's mind raced, worrying that this diplomatic mission might not go as Andrew hoped. It seemed Prince Liming might truly have received a divine revelation. The diplomatic mission entered in single file. Barton appeared quite well behaved, though he was secretly noting the guards, hidden sentries, and weaponry everywhere. He showed no unusual behavior on the surface. The alchemy convoy behind them seemed even quieter, like a string of well-behaved scarabs, crawling orderly under the gatehouse and into the city. In truth, the mages inside the carriages could sense things more clearly than Bell and the others. The 3-star quicksand formation and detection devices had locked onto them the moment they came within 500 meters of the wall, though the others simply couldn't perceive it. Compared to the cavalry and the mage corps, the merchant caravan in the middle of the mission seemed to have found a new lease on life. As early as the city gates, they had seen vehicles shuttling back and forth between the fields and the town, laden with high-quality grain, horse-drawn carriages, ox carts, beast-drawn wagons, a few alchemy tractors, and of course, wheelbarrows used by smaller households. They came in an endless stream, like a long dragon. These are all gold coins. Now that the Empire was at war and various territories were invading each other, grain was the most important strategic resource. Looking at the smiles on the faces of Kessilai's subjects, any merchant with even a bit of experience knew their opportunity had arrived. Old Bill with the goatee and the short, stout middle-aged Maneoba, the 2 outside merchants who had temporarily joined the Giant Axe Fortress caravan, were already calculating how to gain a foothold in Kessilai. Ideally, they wanted fixed assets, like the land Henry had mentioned before. Passing through the city gates, the mission entered the town's main street. The wide avenue and the uniform cement houses on both sides were a true eye-opener for everyone. The wide avenue, which could fit 8 carriages side by side, was clean and unobstructed. Green belts with trees and grass lined the road, and the people passing by were full of vitality, chatting and laughing. Their spirit was completely different from the apathy found in Giant Axe Fortress. What are those children doing? Why are they all in groups and carrying little satchels? From inside the carriage, Bell had been quietly observing the changes in Kessilai, especially regarding the people's livelihood. As a manager, the daily lives of the subjects were his responsibility. Although as a noble he only needed to be accountable to Andrew, how could he harvest the leeks if he didn't give the commoners some benefits in their daily lives? Thus, he was quite interested in Alexander's methods of governance. Captain Carl, are those children going to work too? How much do they earn a day? Bell leaned out of the carriage window and asked Carl, who was accompanying them. Work? No, Lord Manager. Those children are going to school. Hearing this, Carl seemed to guess what Bell would ask next and explained, His Highness Liming places great importance on the education of the next generation. Any child who has reached the age of 3 can attend school for free, regardless of race or status. Even former slaves, as long as they have obtained subject status in Kessilai, their children can enjoy the same treatment as noble children. What kind of classes are they? Bell pondered for a moment and sat up straight, his mind harboring a faint suspicion. Carl thought for a bit and said, there are many courses, almost everything, literacy, various life skills, and even knight and magic training. As long as they have the talent and interest, they can choose. Even the children of slaves can learn magic for free. Bell was truly shaken this time. The word talent immediately sprang to mind. Prince Liming was stockpiling talent. Not only was he cultivating talent himself, but this method would surely attract a large amount of talent from the outside. No one could resist such a temptation. Bell felt as if he were seeing a foundation built of talent rapidly rising. Prince Liming's ambition was immense. Lord Manager, look, that 2-story building ahead is my current home. If you have time, you are welcome to visit. At that moment, Carl suddenly pointed to a 2-story building by the roadside that wasn't particularly grand and introduced it. A bronze sign reading Dillon Bakery hung at the entrance. Through the bright windows, a young woman could be seen busy by the oven, placing trays of freshly baked, soft white bread into a transparent display case by the door for customers to browse and buy. Is that your wife? Lisa? Belle asked. Yes, Lisa is very busy every day, taking care of the children while making bread. I suggested hiring an assistant, but she always says she can manage on her own. Carl's eyes were full of affection. Belle blinked. Seeing Carl's expression, he had originally wanted to ask how business was, but hearing about the idea of hiring an assistant, he tactfully shut his mouth, unable to help grumbling in his heart about the man's blatant showing off. My lord, look, the building next to it is Henry's home. We are neighbors, eh? It's Miss Alice. Shouldn't she be at the recruitment office right now, processing the incoming personnel? Carl was slightly taken aback as he watched a fox-kin girl walking toward them. He then glanced at Henry ahead, and sure enough, Henry had stopped. Henry, I need to talk to you. Come to my house for dinner after work tonight. My parents want to meet you. Alice blinked her large eyes with poise. To your house? Yes, yes, yes. I'll definitely be there. I'll bring lots of gifts. He. Henry was stunned for a moment. Then his face flushed with excitement as he nodded repeatedly with a silly grin. All right then, I'll wait for you tonight. I'm off to work. Be careful on the way. Henry waved vigorously, then turned back and pumped his fist at Carl. Carl was happy for him too, and the companions nearby teased him about treating them. In contrast, the soldiers from Giant Axe Fortress who witnessed this scene were filled with woe. It was too heartbreaking. Even the mustached Henry had a girlfriend. How could they, proud ducal knights, accept this? Their previous arrogance vanished, replaced by the dark flames of jealousy. Consequently, the rest of the journey was quite silent. The Giant Axe Fortress mission members all walked with their heads hanging low, their spirits dampened. However, the accompanying merchant caravan was acting quite differently. They were all grinning from ear to ear, their eyes flashing with greed. Everything they saw seemed to excite them. Everything looked like the color of gold coins. It was as if this town were a treasure trove waiting to be developed. Some merchants were even impatiently hanging their goods on the sides of their horses and shouting loudly to attract passers-by. For a time, the other merchants in the mission followed suit, and their progress was immediately delayed. In the end, if Bell hadn't ordered the caravan to disperse and move freely, it might have been dark by the time they reached the city hall. Lord Bell, the city hall is just ahead. Look, His Highness Liming is personally welcoming you at the entrance. Oh, hearing Carl's words, Bell's expression jolted. His fingers, which had been rubbing his aching temples, finally stopped as he hurriedly leaned out of the window to look ahead. Sure enough, at the entrance of the city hall, a group of officials stood waiting, led by the handsome and extraordinary young prince in military uniform, Alexander Bartuk. Chapter 187 Deliberation. Bell was quite surprised that Alexander would personally come out to welcome him. After all, the other party was a prince, and currently, both sides were in a delicate state. To welcome him personally, what kind of signal was he sending? Quicken your pace. Do not keep His Highness waiting. Also, give me the gift. I want to present it to His Highness personally. Bell hurriedly adjusted his appearance using the crystal copper mirror in the carriage, and even specifically called the accompanying major to cast 3 cleaning magic spells on him. Soon, the carriage stopped before the city hall gates. Bell couldn't wait to open the door himself and jumped down. Straightening his clothes with a face full of smiles, he walked quickly toward Alexander. Honorable Prince, the financial manager of Giant Axe Fortress. Belcurly sends his greetings. Setting the right attitude was very important. Belcurly had thought it through clearly. Courtesy before force. To achieve his goal, he first had to make the opponent lower their guard, and then proceed step by step. Welcome, Manager Bell. You've had a long journey. We're old friends. There's no need for so much ceremony. Alexander signaled the guards beside him to take the gift, then enthusiastically took Bell's hand and walked toward the city hall. Speaking of old friends, actually, 2 other old friends arrived before you. They are inside right now. Oh, Bell was taken aback. Then he noticed several luxury carriages in the city hall courtyard, bearing the crests of the Tulip territory and the Golden Sands territory. Hey, it seems the Duke really made multiple preparations. He's uniting Tulip and Golden Sands to pressure Alexander together. It seems after that exercise, they can't sit still either. Bell chuckled inwardly, but on the surface, he looked enlightened. Your Highness, could the visitors be Magi Cluckian Divinagas? Exactly. They are here to deliver the final payment for the last project and to reorder the next batch of works. Sensing the fluctuations in Bell's thoughts, Alexander smiled knowingly. He understood the intentions of the various lords very well. Although he didn't understand politics or military affairs, there was one bottom line he had to protect. Making the people of his territory happy was his bottom line. No one wanted to start a war, and as a transmigrator, he felt this even more strongly. Furthermore, the terrifying soul vortex he had encountered at the gravel pond previously still left him with lingering fears. Before, he couldn't perceive it, but now he increasingly felt that the consequences of starting a war were likely beyond his prediction and completely beyond his imagination. Moreover, after inquiring around, he found that he was currently the only one with this perception. I haven't seen them for quite some time either. I've missed them. This is a perfect chance to catch up. Bell let out a loud laugh, then looked back at Barton and the 2 personal mages, White and Hunter, who were guarding him. As for the other cavalry units and mage groups brought by Barton, they had already been taken by Alva, the city defense captain of Kessilai, to be settled in the guest house. The moment Barton dismounted, his whole body tensed up and his hand pressed against his sword hilt. His original plan of a one-hit kill was abandoned the moment he first saw Alexander. It wasn't just that Alexander was surrounded by a squad of fully armed boar warriors. Captain Longby, a 3-star blood-burning warrior, was also by his side. Furthermore, Captain Longby's son, New, felt like he also had the aura of a 3-star blood-burning warrior, which made Barton extremely surprised and wary. However, these weren't the real reasons he abandoned the plan. The reason he gave up was that he felt Alexander's presence was unfathomable, even carrying an extremely dangerous aura more terrifying than a 3-star blood-burning warrior. He felt that every time he was about to strike, Alexander's eyes would seemingly inadvertently sweep over him first, as if his vital points were completely locked on. In fact, if his eyes could see through the air above, he would see a steel needle hovering there. Manager Bell, how was your journey here? As the group entered the main hall corridor, an attendant activated a cleaning magic array to clean everyone. In fact, they also passed through the scan of a detection ray in the shadows. Your Highness, the town's development is astonishing. Bell gave a thumbs up and said, and on the way, I saw many children attending school. I even heard they can learn magic for free. I wonder if that's true. Of course, not just locals, children from outside can also learn if they pass certain screenings. Sensing the subtle fluctuations in Bell's emotions, Alexander said seemingly casually, the development of the territory requires a lot of talent. I welcome everyone and prioritize those with experience. The remuneration and benefits will definitely be satisfactory. Furthermore, if someone can recommend talent for the territory, the middleman will also receive a reward. Just like Carl and Henry? A faint glint flashed in Bell's eyes. Exactly. Alexander smiled and nodded. Bell nodded silently. Of course, it wasn't that he wanted to switch sides, but his family. After all, he could stick with Andrew for his whole life. But what about his descendants? If Andrew had an heir, it might be better. But Andrew had no children. This meant that Giant Axe Fortress would have at most 200 years of glory before falling apart. At that time, the various nobles holding military power would surely rise in rebellion. Although he had some strength, he was ultimately weak. Currently, Alexander was young, and based on his strength, he would have at least a 300-year lifespan with huge potential for development. It was better to make plans early. Manager Bell, this way please. While talking, the group arrived at the conference hall, pushing the door open. The bright light made everything clear. A space of 300 square meters with high ceilings and large windows. A hall that wouldn't feel crowded even with 200 one-eyed barbarians sitting in it, making one feel broad-minded. Bell knew this was a newly renovated hall, as he hadn't been here before. At this moment, several nobles standing by the long table in the hall were whispering to each other. They seemed startled by the sound of the door opening and turned their gazes over one after another. The two leaders among them were the fat manager and chief mage of the Tulip territory, Mage Iklaki, and the younger brother of the Golden Sands Lord, the black-haired and brown-eyed Vanagas. Ha ha ha, Manager Bell, my old friend, we meet here again. It's truly fate. Ike, dressed in battle mage attire, thumped his staff. With a face full of smiles, he sent a free blessing incantation to Bell's feet, making Bell instantly look radiant. Manager Bell, I hope you've been well. Ivan, also wearing 2-star inscribed armor, respectfully performed a standard knight's salute. Old friend Ike, Knight Ivan, it's been a long time. I've missed you both. Bell saw the attire of the two and knew what it meant. He quickly stepped forward to embrace them warmly, while they secretly exchanged glances to roughly unify their front. Everyone, why don't we have some refreshments and talk slowly? Looking at the three of them, Alexander smiled faintly and ordered the attendants to prepare refreshments. Everyone took their seats as hosts and guests. Alexander scanned the seated guests with his psychic power again. On the right were Belcully, Barton, White, and Hunter, followed by Captain Longby and Silic. On the left were Mage Iklaki and Divanagas, followed by Uncle and Mage Rand Avery. I have a general understanding of everyone's purpose for coming. First, I want to thank the various lords for their care and recognition. Then, regarding the matters everyone is worried about, I can clearly tell you that the chance of them happening is minuscule. Alexander looked firmly into everyone's eyes as he spoke slowly. First of all the lords are pillars of the state who followed my father, Emperor Wood. They have all made great contributions to the empire to receive their current territories and titles. Without His Majesty's decree, I believe no one would lay a finger on other territories, unless they intend to rebel. Alexander paused, making eye contact with everyone again, and then said, furthermore, I personally have no intention of annexing the north. I can share some news with you. Some time ago in Holy Fire City, I signed an agreement with Prince Harvey. The entire Urakiuk region east of the Howling Sand Sea has been transferred to me. This area is enough for me to develop for a long time, so you needn't worry about me having the energy to expand my territory further. Chapter 188 Declaration of War. What? The entire Urakiuk region? As soon as Alexander finished speaking, a huge commotion broke out. The allocation of the Urakiuk region represented such massive interests that it was far more practical than simply obeying the Emperor's decree. In particular, considering Urakiuk's area and geographical location, though it appeared to be desert on the surface, its strategic position and economic resources could not be ignored. In other words, it was a natural reserve warehouse, and an undeveloped one at that. Everyone knew that with Alexander's current technological transformation capabilities, what kind of place this desert would become. This was essentially giving Alexander a massive backyard garden. Looking at the rapid development of the once destitute Kessilai town, one could imagine the future of the Urakiuk region. That territory, even if Giant Axe Fortress, Tulip territory, and Golden Sands territory were combined, wouldn't even be a third the size of Urakiuk. As for desertification being difficult to manage, in the face of magic, it wasn't an issue at all. At most, it was just a matter of manpower and time. Your Highness, we have long heard of the agreement between you and Prince Harvey of Holy Fire City regarding Urakiuk. My Golden Sands territory offers its congratulations. However, due to the recent chaos in the surrounding lands, my elder brother has reached an agreement with Tulip territory to conduct joint patrols in the near future. We hope your Highness will not misunderstand when the time comes. As the representative of Golden Sands territory, which primarily exported pack animals for transport and sand casting raw materials to Kessilai, Oven was the first who couldn't help but speak up. If Kessilai implemented transformations in Urakiuk, the first to be impacted would inevitably be Golden Sands territory. After all, similar reserves of sand casting raw materials above 2-star grade had long been discovered in the Howling Sand Sea, and the reserves were enormous. Once Alexander began mining them, Golden Sands territory's exports of sand casting raw materials would shrink severely. Furthermore, with Kesuli expanding into such a large territory, Golden Sands territory, as a neighbor on a tiny patch of land, would only become more uneasy. Your Highness, I have also recently heard that some dwarven craftsmen are attempting to use a new type of oil as a quenching medium. May I be so bold as to ask if the Howling Sand Sea has reserves of this oil? Additionally, there is another matter to discuss. My Tulip territory recently wishes to expand its water transport trade routes. To maintain the safety of these routes, we need to use the waterways for military training. We hope your Highness will provide some convenience regarding the Rolling Dragon River Channel. Seeing of and speak, Mage Ike no longer remained silent. Among the medicinal potions currently sold in Kesuli, the best-selling one was the quenching potion. Kesuli town was currently in a state of booming development, and demand would inevitably surge in the future. If the news he received was true, the quenching potion would definitely be impacted, which would cut off his source of wealth. Hearing the words of the two, Alexander raised an eyebrow. This was clearly a threat. His gaze couldn't help but turn toward Belkley as he said coldly, I wonder what the Duke's side plans to do? Do you also intend to increase patrols and military training? This. Belkley looked into Alexander's golden eyes and his heart skipped a beat. He gave a couple of dry laughs and said, Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. The Duke hopes to coexist peacefully with the Prince. He paused, then continued, however, according to some rumors I've heard, the Major Tower might organize a group of new magic apprentices in the near future for a trial assessment to be promoted to mages. I don't know the specific details of the trial project yet. Is that so? In that case, why don't I join in the fun as well? Alexander let out a loud laugh toward the sky, then suddenly turned to look at Captain Longby and said solemnly, Commander Longby, organize your legion's soldiers along with the Northern Legion to be on standby at all times for a sudden military exercise. The goal is to eliminate all invading enemies. Codename, Sharp Blade. Yes, Your Highness. The Western Legion guarantees the completion of the mission. Receiving the sudden order, Captain Longby was not alarmed but rather extremely excited. His eyes were deep as an abyss as he stood up and snapped a military salute. He then gave the three envoys a deep look before striding out of the hall to return to the Western Legion to organize the drill. For a moment, the hall fell silent, and the atmosphere became oppressive and tense. None of the three envoys expected that while the third prince had initially hinted he didn't want to start a war and only wanted peaceful coexistence, he had suddenly begun war preparations with such a hardened attitude. It was truly difficult to process. Envoys, the hour is late, and I still have to deploy the drill matters. If there is nothing else, please take your leave. Remember to bring word to the three lords. I, Alexander Bartuk, in the name of the third prince of the Bartuk royal family, will exercise the right to reclaim imperial territory at any time. What? Hearing Alexander issue the order to leave, the three didn't react much at first, but hearing that he would reclaim imperial territory in the name of the royal family at any time, not only did Belkley's face change drastically, but everyone present was so shocked they were speechless. Exercising the right to reclaim imperial territory at any time, wasn't that just a declaration of war? No, Your Highness, have you misunderstood something? Cold sweat had already broken out on Belkley's palms. He had completely failed to anticipate such a sudden turn of events. His purpose in coming was to test Alexander's stance and simultaneously stabilize him. But now, not only had things gone against his wishes, he had even received a warning of imminent war. Their giant tax fortress was not prepared at all. Subconsciously, Belkley looked at Evan and Mage Ike with an unfriendly gaze. At this moment, Evan's face was also very unsightly. He had only followed the agreement the three had secretly reached earlier. After sensing Alexander's conciliatory tone, he had said some probing words. This was entirely in line with the interests of the three present. But who could have imagined that this prince didn't play by the rules at all? His temperament was like a fireball spell, exploding at the slightest touch. Reclaiming territory, a direct declaration of war. Their Golden Sands territory was not prepared to face a war at all. They only wanted to use the tiger's skin to scare the other party. In fact, it wasn't just Golden Sands territory. Even Tulip territory and Giant Axe Fortress were not prepared to counter the kind of explosive weapons that had been used against the barbarians. They were merely putting up a front. Ahem, Your Highness, you might have misunderstood. Under Belkley's piercing stare, Oven had no choice but to speak up. Did I say something wrong just now that caused a misunderstanding? I apologize. What I meant just now was only to conduct patrols between our Golden Sands territory and Tulip territory. It won't affect the surroundings of Kesuli. I was just afraid Your Highness would misunderstand our operations, so I informed Your Highness in advance. I had no other meaning at all. Oh? So it's not a massive military build-up at the border. Alexander narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Your Highness, you must be joking. At this time, Mage Ike wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and also spoke up. Our Tulip territory has always loved peace. How could we do anything out of line? As for the drill in the Rolling Dragon River Channel, it's also just supply and escort patrols in the newly excavated branch. I was also afraid you would misunderstand at that time, so I mentioned it in advance. Is that so? A faint, ambiguous smile played on the corners of Alexander's mouth. Absolutely true. Oven and Mage Ike looked at each other, reached a silent understanding, and nodded heavily. Your Highness, that is exactly what I heard just now. Perhaps you have indeed misunderstood. Belkley also hurriedly joined in to smooth things over. Only his heart was still in his throat, not knowing how Alexander would respond. Alexander remained silent, merely narrowing his eyes as he scanned the three of them and the members of the envoy escort teams present. Everyone nodded earnestly. Even someone like Barton didn't dare to meet his gaze, even lowering his head deeply into his chest. It seems I really did misunderstand. I thought your three great territories were going to unite in rebellion. Alexander's tone grew heavy. Chapter 189 Are trains for sale? Cough, cough. Your Highness, You're overstating things. This is truly a massive misunderstanding. How could we possibly rebel? Hearing the word rebellion, Bell was startled and quickly changed the subject, his tone softening a bit. We are all here wishing to cooperate with your highness. You see, the Urakyuk region is so vast, it will inevitably require a massive investment of manpower and resources. Moreover, desert transport is inconvenient. We are just a bit worried about how we can better cooperate with your highness. Yes, your highness. The Urakyuk region is mostly desert, and our Golden Sands territories pack beasts are the most suitable for transport. Just tell us how many you need, and we can provide them. Oven quickly interjected. Your highness, Knight Oven is right. Pack beasts are indeed powerful in desert transport. While our Tulip territory can recommend a group of magic apprentices to serve as a security force. Magi chimed in. He. Alexander took a sip of barley tea and said calmly, are you worried about the transport of personnel and supplies? I wonder if you saw our territory's new mode of transport when you arrived. The train? Is your highness referring to that steel alchemical mechanical vehicle? Oven was the most sensitive to transport matters, especially such a majestic alchemical machine. Following Ivan's words, the other attendees all turned their gaze toward Alexander. The first impression of seeing the train was simply too shocking. That sense of pressure, as if facing an ancient magical beast, was truly unforgettable for everyone present. Exactly, the alchemical train. Alexander put down his teacup, having already gotten his answer from their expressions. It seemed rabbits had been testing the train on the tracks quite often. He nodded and said, although it's currently just the locomotive, the carriages will be assembled soon. We initially planned to install 60 sections. 60 sections? Could your highness be more specific? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. According to common knowledge, whether it was a horse carriage or a beast carriage, they only had one trailer. Even airships and alchemical vehicles at most just expanded some storage space, but that required inscribing space arrays, the cost of which was astronomical. Therefore, when Alexander proposed the new term 60-section train body, the envoys present didn't quite understand the true meaning. It's actually exactly what it sounds like. Seeing that they still didn't quite understand, Alexander thought for a moment and said, how about this? Words aren't intuitive enough. After we finish our refreshments, I'll have rabbits attach a few carriages for you all to see. I think you'll understand what I mean then. Great. Then we shall humbly accept your offer. Seeing that Alexander was finally no longer dwelling on the matter of declaring war, Bell's heart finally settled. He glanced secretly at Magi Kendovan, and their eyes also showed a sense of quiet relief. However, they still held a skeptical attitude toward that alchemical train. Although its size was indeed massive, no matter how large it was, there had to be a limit to how much cargo it could pull. Based on common sense, they estimated that the train's trailer would at most be 3 to 5 times the size of the locomotive. Thus, they still had some doubts about Alexander's intention to use the alchemical vehicle to achieve transport in Urakyuk. Woo-tilda. Clank clank, clank clank, clank clank, woo-tilda. On the straight steel rails, the heavy and fierce alchemical train once again passed in front of the town's river. This time, behind the massive locomotive was a long steel dragon. Although there were only a dozen or so sections, the continuous visual impact of the metal still gave the illusion of a divine dragon swinging its tail. This is the body of the alchemical train, 60 sections. So it's like this. Seeing the train's appearance for the first time, not only the 3 envoys including Bell, but even the officials beside Alexander and the people of Kessilai town couldn't hide their astonishment. The first 3 carriages of the train were passenger cabins, containing dwarves, goblin craftsmen, barbarian guards, and mine workers. They were invited for an initial experience. On one hand, they could familiarize themselves with the new transportation tool. On the other, their feedback on various aspects of the train's performance would be used for a technical summary to facilitate future improvements and research. Behind the passenger cabins were the cargo containers and trailers. For a more intuitive experience, the doors of the cargo containers were open, showing preloaded supplies such as grain, fruits, vegetables, weapons, and equipment. The trailers behind them were filled with ore and sand. Your highness, do you intend to sell this train? This time, without waiting for Ivan, who was familiar with transport, to ask, Bell couldn't help but speak up. He looked somewhat excited. Although he tried his best to control his hands, they still trembled slightly within his sleeves. As the Grand Steward of Giant Axe Fortress, the moment he saw the train's trailers, he knew that the livelihood and economy of Giant Axe Fortress would be completely suppressed by Kessilai. Transportation is like the main artery within a territory. The exchange of livelihoods between various towns and districts is the nutrient output of the territory. The speed and quantity of this nutrient output would directly affect the development of the territory in all aspects. With the alchemical train, as long as tracks were laid in every town and district, rapid circulation of personnel and materials could be achieved. This was pure gold. As the Grand Steward, Bell seemed to see the rise of Kessilai. Your Highness, my Golden Sands territory is willing to cooperate with your Highness to develop the Urakyuk region, but on one condition, that your Highness can help my Golden Sands territory lay down train tracks. Ivan watched the trailers passing by one and finally couldn't help but make a decision on behalf of his brother. Your Highness, my Tulip territory has the same intention. Magi could already secretly cast Eye of Detection 7 or 8 times. Rather than the train's transport capacity, he was more focused on its alchemical technology, for no other reason than the old mage had seen the potential Kessilai possessed through the material technology of this train. Although the Tulip territory had been incited by Duke Andrew to come and apply pressure, seeing the town's rapid development and the magical alchemy of this train, he knew it was impossible for Andrew to suppress Prince Liming. Even with other territories joined in, they wouldn't gain any advantage. Moreover, Kessilai's development was simply too fast. Perhaps waking up tomorrow morning, Kessilai's airships would be everywhere like bees gathering nectar. The ideas of you three coincide with mine. However, manufacturing a train is quite complex, and laying the guide rails requires on-site surveys before a plan can be formulated. Seeing the three of them like this, Alexander was secretly delighted. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Of course, he also wanted to seek the maximum benefit for his territory. If your highness agrees, Giant Axe Fortress can help with the craftsmen and manpower for developing the Urakiak region. Bell's eyes darted around. Currently, refugees were appearing everywhere in various territories, and the least valuable thing was people. Your highness, although the load capacity of Golden Sands territory's pack beasts can't compare to the train, they can traverse places where the train cannot, as if on level ground. Oven had also long since made his calculations. They would provide transport pack beasts and charge a fee, making a fortune all the same. Your highness, I don't know much about transport, but I still want to ask, how will the magical beasts in the Urakiak region be dealt with? After all, the manpower of each territory is currently occupied with their own duties. Mage Ike turned back to look at Alexander and the boar warriors following behind him. Relying on individual strength, they were indeed powerful, but for the development of the entire Urakiak region, this small number of people was like a drop in the ocean, and magical beasts had been breeding there for tens of thousands of years. So he hinted to Alexander that their tulip territory could provide protection from mages. Mage Ike, there's no need to worry about protection. Alexander looked at each of the three in turn and said with certainty, I plan to hold another military exercise in a few days. I hope you all will come to observe and see if our strength can protect the developers. That way, everyone will feel reassured. Hearing this, the three felt their hearts tighten again, but they more or less understood Alexander's meaning. In truth, everyone knew the purpose of their visit today. Now that Alexander mentioned a military exercise, on the surface, it was to ensure the safety of developing Urakiak, but secretly, it was to tell everyone to see Kessilai's strength. If they wanted to cooperate, they were welcome. If they wanted to harbor ill intentions, they had better think twice. Your highness's proposal is excellent. We shall humbly accept. Good. Then at that time, we will discuss the introduction of the train in more detail. Chapter 190 Aircraft. Over the course of the day, the three envoys spent another half-day sightseeing in Kessilai, signing some engineering orders and contracts for the leasing and purchase of alchemical machinery. Afterward, they were settled into their accommodations, waiting to return home the next day. During this time, the three envoys intentionally or unintentionally tried to purchase some weaponry, but they were all refused by Alexander. Early the next morning, after sending off the envoys, Alexander took the newly improved aircraft blueprints from the previous night and headed to the North District Military Factory. To develop the Urakiak region and intimidate neighboring lords, aircraft must be put into production as soon as possible. By then, whether for transporting personnel and supplies, conducting close-range reconnaissance, or even mounting gunpowder aerial bombs, they would be highly effective while simultaneously serving as a deterrent to enemies. To protect the territory's safety and ensure the people's happy development, logistics, transportation and military armament must keep pace. The fact that people from Giant Axe Fortress, Golden Sands territory, and Tulip territory arrived simultaneously indicates that the three major lords are acting in concert regarding offense and defense. After all, they are backed by the Major Tower. Now that they know he does not want to start a war, while it may lower the crisis level felt by the three major lords, he cannot guarantee that their ambitions won't swell as a result, especially with the incitement and guidance of the Major Tower. After all, the reason the Mage Tower hasn't made a move against him for so long isn't because they truly fear his magic immunity. It is because the higher-ups of the Mage Tower have currently placed their focus on Dragon Mountain, and at most, they are just controlling the situation and applying pressure here. Once the Dragon Mountain issue is resolved and they are free, the situation will be hard to predict. Therefore, the military exercise is currently just a show of strength to counter pressure. To truly protect himself, he must fundamentally improve the strength of his territory. Flying on his sword along the way, he watched the townspeople busy below, pushing carts or hiring beast-drawn wagons, hauling fully loaded grain, their faces beaming with smiles as they went to the granary to pay their taxes. In recent days, Bradman, who manages the granary, had worked through the night to double the storage capacity. The territory's residents were full of enthusiasm, their psychic power sublimation pouring into his sea of consciousness like a tide every day, and the golden power of faith was also increasing day by day. This is the sentiment of the people, feeling the constant baptism of the golden power of faith. Alexander felt warm and happy inside, while also faintly sensing the pressure of responsibility. If there were no outside disturbances, he would truly hope for the town to continue developing quietly like this, but things often go against one's wishes. Just like the era of warlords in his previous life, only strength can deter those of ill intent. Soon, he arrived at the North District. Alexander entered the military factory directly and headed to the secret equipment room in the depths of the cave. That 3-star small airship was currently suspended in the middle of the cave. Barnum, along with several capable assistants and the 3-star Grand Mage Harak, was once again examining the various structural parts of the airship. At this moment, a subordinate ran over to tell Barnum that His Highness had arrived, but Barnum did not move, only frowning as he looked at the guardrails on both sides of the airship deck, nodding to indicate he understood. Uncle Barnum, Mage Harak, have you encountered any difficulties? Alexander approached, his gaze sweeping over the scene. Several dwarf craftsmen and magic apprentices were measuring and drawing around the airship deck, with the guardrails being measured with the most care. Your Highness, you have arrived. We encountered some problems dismantling the guardrails. The 3-star magic array is indeed different from the 2-star ones, and the inscription techniques for these arrays are somewhat unique. I lack the experience. Last night, Barnum had handed over the train project entirely to the Great Elder Robinet and had come over to prepare to dismantle the decorative parts of the airship. However, when he prepared to dismantle the materials, he discovered that this 3-star airship was quite different from ordinary 3-star artifacts. For example, this seemingly simple guardrail, once the outer layer was removed, actually contained the magic power transmission system for the flight deck inside. It not only directly affected the defensive magic array but also connected to the levitation array below, and even the thunder crossbow cannon on the deck relied on this guardrail to transmit magic power. This caused the dismantling work to fall into a predicament. Even Harak, who was acting as a consultant, could not think of a good method. Mage Harak. Alexander looked at Harak. Harak coughed lightly and spread his hands, saying, "Your Highness, the design and refining of this 3-star airship are the work of Master Uraka. The layout of these arrays uses unique techniques and they are tightly interconnected. With my current level, to dismantle it, I can only use violent means. But once that happens, it will inevitably destroy the internal structure of the magic array." Alexander frowned upon hearing this. Destroying the magic array would inevitably damage the 3-star materials of the airship, and it would then be equivalent to a pile of scrap metal. This was currently the only aerial combat force in the territory, so destroying it was definitely out of the question. But if he didn't destroy it, what was he to do about his aircraft? Although he could now inscribe all the magic arrays on the airship, without materials. Even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Uncle Barnum, let them stop for now. Take a look at the newly improved aircraft blueprints I made last night and see if we can first use 2-star materials to create the aircraft frame, and reserve the space for the flight magic array module. Alexander handed the blueprints to Barnum. Time was truly pressing. He wanted to build at least 4 aircraft within a week, so he had to find another way. Barnum opened the blueprints and took a look, then called everyone to stop working for the time being and accompanied Alexander to the workbench. "Your Highness, looking at the structural design of this aircraft, it should be feasible. However, there is one point. Using 2 types of materials will definitely affect the aircraft's stability and speed. If extreme conditions are encountered, such as these connection points between the 2-star and 3-star materials, they would be most prone to fracturing." Barnum pointed to the connection point for the 3-star levitation array module reserved near the tail end of the Delta Wing aircraft and gave his suggestion. "Your Highness, Brother Barnum is right." Harak, who was following closely behind Alexander on the other side, also spoke up at this moment. "If the materials used for the aircraft are different, the consumption rate of the magic array will inevitably be faster, and the flight distance will be shortened. Although the cost is lower, the cost-performance ratio will be correspondingly lower. After all, the function of an aircraft is to fly far, have low consumption, and be fast and stable." Alexander pondered slightly. Barnum and Harak were right, but under the current circumstances, he had to make a compromise. "You are right. When I initially designed this type of aircraft, I considered using 3-star materials throughout, but now I have to settle for the next best thing. As long as some advantages can be retained, that will do. Low cost, capable of short-distance flight, easy to operate, and can be popularized." This. Barnum and Harak looked at each other, thought for a moment, and then nodded, saying, "If that is your Highness's requirement, I can try to build one for you to see." "Good. Then I will have to trouble you." After giving his instructions, Alexander walked around the factory for a bit, then headed to Urxiu's alchemy laboratory. He wanted to see if the alloy Urxiu had mentioned earlier could really support a 3-star magic array. Meanwhile, having received the news sent back by Belkali yesterday and understanding Alexander's intention not to start a war, Duke Andrew was currently meeting with the Tulip Territory Lord, the Golden Sands Territory Lord, and several small lords from the surrounding area. He had long been prepared for battle, but after receiving the news yesterday, he did not send out troops and had spent the entire night thinking about his next plan. In the secret chamber, Andrew looked around at the various lords present and said in a low voice, "Everyone, I would like to hear your opinions. Now that the little prince has no intention of starting a war, what should our next step be?" The people present whispered among themselves. "My lord, in my opinion, Prince Liming's proposal to develop the Urakiak region is beneficial to all of us." The Tulip Territory Lord, Count Ionix, pondered slightly and spoke up. "Is that so?" Andrew narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable. "Duke, Count Ix, if you ask me, this is a great opportunity. We should immediately send troops to catch him off guard. By then, Kessilai and Urakiak will all be ours." A small lord with a thick beard sitting nearby had an aggressive look in his eyes, making it obvious at a glance that he was a warmonger. Chapter 191 Quasi 3-star Materials. "Oh? Viscount Morgan's idea sounds like it would be more beneficial for everyone." Andrew's eyebrows quirked slightly, and he gave the bearded man a faint smile. "Lord Duke, please do not be misled by Viscount Morgan. Prince Liming's strength should not be underestimated. Now that he has transportation equipment like the alchemy train, we must be cautious." Count Albertagas, the Lord of the Golden Sands Territory, glared at Morgan before secretly exchanging a look with Count Ionix. They hadn't had any direct conflict with Liming. If Liming didn't want to start a war, they didn't want to be the first to stick their necks out. After all, the example of Buckwheat Town had happened only yesterday. HMPH, cautious, I think it's foolish. Andrew slammed the table with a bang, his eyes sharp as he said, "Do you think if we cooperate to develop Urakiak, Alexander Bartuk will disband his army and destroy those alchemy weapons? I fear he will only develop even more recklessly. The more time we give him, the stronger his military power will become, and then we might be forced to live at his mercy and depend on his whims." This. Andrew's words immediately silenced all the lords present. In truth, none of them were fools, they just didn't want to be the first to confront Liming directly. After all, they lacked a legitimate reason, and with Liming's current strength, they simply couldn't defeat him. "Ahem, Lord Duke, then in your opinion, What should we do? Count Enix coughed and asked, bracing himself. Prepare for war. Andrew said firmly, isn't he trying to intimidate us with a military exercise? Then we might as well hold a joint military exercise of our own. At the very least, we shouldn't be outdone in terms of momentum. That way, even if we cooperate in developing Uratyuk, we can increase our bargaining power. A brilliant plan, Lord Duke. If that's the case, we should bring in more allies. With such a massive show of force, we might even be able to make the little prince yield. Viscount Morgan's eyes lit up, and he was the first to agree. Viscount Morgan, bring in more people? Does that mean when it's time to share the profits, you'll give your share to others? Albert looked at Morgan mockingly, while also addressing everyone present. Everyone understood the principle of too many wolves and too little meat. Lord Duke, I believe the combined strength of the lords here already represents 80% of the northern border's power. Adding others would be redundant. Count Enix already understood Andrew's intentions, since they couldn't avoid it. They had to secure maximum benefit. Correct. Count X's analysis is spot on. Everyone here already represents 80% of the northern border's power and is closest to me. Naturally, we should share the benefits together. Others are not my friends. Ha ha ha, the Lord Duke is right. We shall follow your lead, Lord Duke. Yes, we will follow your arrangements, Lord Duke. The crowd chimed in agreement. Ha ha ha, good. In that case, I will inform the little prince immediately and invite him to observe. Doesn't he lack airships? Then we shall display our aerial power. Seeing that everyone had reached a consensus, Andrew laughed heartily. He could not tolerate Liming wanting a truce to develop his territory. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot hold two tigers. If he turned a blind eye to Kesiali's development of Uratyuk, he would eventually fall from being the leader of the northern border to second place, or even be used as the sacrificial lamb to warn the surrounding lords. Liming left the military factory and headed straight to the underground alchemy laboratory for the convenience of testing new materials. The alchemy laboratory and the military factory were in the same mountain valley, though one was at the east end and the other at the west. After greeting the laboratory guards, Liming walked down the stairs. The magic crystals and ventilation arrays on the walls kept the area bright and the air fresh. Along the way, he occasionally encountered mages from the laboratory who came over to salute him. It seems there are a few more tunnels now. At a fork ahead, Liming's psychic power swept through, and he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He was somewhat speechless at the Ratgindami human's natural instinct for digging holes. After identifying the direction, he followed a familiar tunnel and soon arrived at Urxiu's private laboratory. What's wrong? You look so troubled. Seeing Liming's sudden visit, Urxiu guessed the answer from the look on his face. The airship cannot be dismantled. Now it all depends on your quasi 3-star materials. Liming's gaze fell on a palm-sized square of silver-white synthetic metal on the alchemy platform, and he walked over. I knew it. Urxiu shrugged. You mean this, right? It looks quite interesting. Liming picked up the silver-white metal. It was smooth and delicate, very light, and seemed to be wrapped in a hazy glow under the light. Its hardness exceeded that of 2-star materials, and under psychic power detection, the silver-white metal also possessed an indescribable toughness. Have you tried the arrays? Liming looked up at Urxiu. 2-star arrays are no problem, but I haven't tested 3-star arrays yet. Urxiu took a logbook from the workbench, which recorded various experimental data for the metal. Perfect, I'll try it myself. Liming glanced at the experimental data, took a deep breath, placed the silver-white alloy on the workbench, and then took a spirit awakening magic crystal from his ring. Hey, let's get this straight beforehand. Don't blame me if it doesn't work. Urxiu was also looking forward to it, but he still gave a warning in advance. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Liming focused his mind and used his psychic power to manipulate the mana within the spirit awakening magic crystal. A faint blue glow appeared on the metal material as curved magical energy converged into threads, outlining a levitation array. With a low hum, the energy lines closed. The 3-star levitation array seemed to have been breathed with life. Its magical glow expanding and contracting rhythmically. Go. Liming's gaze sharpened. Guided by his psychic power, the array trembled slightly before being branded onto the metal material. Sizzle, sizzle. Like a red-hot iron pressed onto butter, the metal material made a warping sound as the array's patterns gradually permeated it. The energy threads emanating from the array extended into the interior of the metal like capillaries, as if to envelop the entire piece. So this is what a 3-star array looks like. No wonder the airship can't be dismantled. These energy threads leave one with no place to start. Seeing the levitation ray combine with the metal material, not only did Liming have a realization, but Urxiu, standing nearby, also widened his eyes. It's working. At that moment, the silver-white metal actually trembled a few times, and one corner slowly lifted, as if pulled by invisible threads, giving a faint sense of levitation. Bang! However, just as the two thought the array was about to finish being inscribed and the metal would float into the air, a sudden explosion sounded from within the material. Then, a puff of magical smoke rose from the metal, and with a series of cracks, the material disintegrated into countless fragments and particles. What happened? Urxiu rushed forward, staring at the shattered metal, his brows furrowed deeply. Liming's expression was also a bit grim. He was only one step away from solving his aircraft problem, but he hadn't expected it to fail. It seems the quality is still a bit lacking. Liming thought to himself and patted Urxiu's shoulder to comfort him. It's okay. At least it looks promising, doesn't it? But Urxiu was unwilling to give up. Although he had sounded casual before, he had been very serious in his heart. It's fine. Although this material can't hold a 3-star array, its quality is definitely quasi 3-star. Using it to build the aircraft frame will be much better than 2-star materials. You've done me a huge favor this time, Liming nodded to Uxie with certainty. Really? Hearing this, Uxie's expression relaxed a bit. Would I joke about this? Liming said seriously. Now, I'm giving you a task. Hurry up and refine a batch of this metal for me. I'm going to inform Uncle Barnum right now to stop using 2-star materials. You must hurry. Don't delay my aircraft. Don't worry, I've recorded the data for this material clearly. I guarantee the task will be completed. Uxie finally breathed a sigh of relief and said solemnly, good. Liming nodded and didn't linger. He ordered the guards to convey his instructions to Barnum, while he returned to City Hall to research the matter of 3-star materials. Although the aircraft frame was settled, the core module still needed more work. Perhaps I should send a letter to Vaughn. If all else fails, I can also contact Jaiqi and Harvey. Chapter 192 The Inevitable Trend. On the outskirts of the ancient castle city in Boynia territory, Augusta sat on a tracked chariot, stroking the alchemical gloves Alexander had given him before departure, his eyes scanning the assembled troops like lightning. This was the first mission the Southern Legion had received since its formation. It wasn't a combat mission, but a long-range peacekeeping and rescue mission. However, such a task was not to be underestimated, as it involved venturing deep into the battlefields of various territories' disputes. He looked at the tall and sturdy Boer warriors and massive clan soldiers before him, as well as the wide-tracked tractor transport vehicles. He attached great importance to this mission, and he also knew that the goal was not just rescue, but deterrence. But this added difficulty to the mission. After all, charging in with a large blade and hacking away would be easy, and he was confident in that. But using rescue as a means to achieve the goal of signaling to the surrounding territories required careful deployment. For example, demonstrating the speed of the rescue, the ability to handle emergencies, and how to quickly resolve conflicts to establish authority when encountering those who were blind to the situation. This made the battle-hardened old mastiff not dare to be the least bit careless. Warriors. Augusta scanned the field and shouted, our Southern Legion must make a name for itself this time. I don't ask to strike terror into the enemy's hearts, but I want them to know that in the northern frontier, His Highness Alexander is the true king. Roar. Long live His Highness Alexander. Long live His Highness. The soldiers' morale was high, their shouts shaking the heavens. Good. Everyone has done a fine job with the rescue missions over the past 2 days, but news arrived yesterday that the surrounding territories will compete for the 3-star mining area in the south of Boynia territory today. We cannot sit idly by and watch such resources fall into the hands of petty people, especially the Major Tower. As an emergency, I am now issuing combat orders. Bickham, you will still lead the 1st squad and be responsible for scouting. Remember not to act rashly. Report information promptly. Do not easily join the melee and add unnecessary casualties. We must wait for the right opportunity. Yes. The lean mastiff clan warrior held his steel spear and spoke with a powerful voice. Lata, you are in charge of logistics, supplies, and treating the wounded. When the various factions clash, there will surely be many deserters and wounded soldiers. We will help those who are abandoned. This is His Highness's original intention. As you wish, Commander. The sturdy and simple Boer warrior stood at attention and saluted. Rabats will lead the 3rd squad, responsible for emergency rescue and ready to support any squad at any time. Yes, good. I will personally lead the main force to establish a camp and provide support for you all. Report. Speak. If we are threatened, can we open fire immediately? You can. Understood. The 3-star mining area in the south of Boynia territory was located beneath a large mound. At this moment, the open ground in front of the large mound was already filled with the thunderous sounds of battle. Squads of cavalry charged and slaughtered each other, their runic armor and weapons shining brightly. Severed limbs were everywhere. Some mounts that had lost their masters wandered around, ignored by everyone. Kill them. Commander, things aren't looking good. We just captured a scout squad leader. He said that Lord Lyre of Sunset Mountain and Knight Lannon of Sacredwood Lake have gathered their cavalry units and are attacking our position. Inside the tent, Bickham stood before Augusta and reported earnestly. Sunset Mountain and Sacredwood Lake? A sharp light flickered in Augusta's eyes as he pondered for a moment. After these few days of rescue and scouting, he was no stranger to these 2 territories, because Lord Lyre of Sunset Mountain was a 3-star Grand Mage and Knight Lannon of Sacredwood Lake was a 3-star Silver Temple Knight. These 2 territories had become the leaders on the Boynia territory battlefield. Essentially, as long as these 2 major territories didn't fight each other, they had stabilized the surrounding areas. But why did they suddenly turn their spears toward him? And in a joint operation? Have you discovered their intentions? Augusta asked. Commander, after my squad and I captured the enemy, we infiltrated their camp. Their intentions are basically clear now. Bickham nodded and then said with a solemn expression, the reason they've united against us is that they both received news that Giant Axe Fortress has joined forces with Tulip Territory and Golden Sands Territory to pressure Kesialai. They guess that His Highness will inevitably bow and submit this time, so they want to take the opportunity to curry favor with Giant Axe Fortress by kicking us while we're down. On one hand, they want to weaken Kesialai's forces, and on the other, they can obtain our equipment and resources like the healing magic arrays. Hey, ridiculous. They really take me, Augusta, for some green recruit who's never seen a battle. Augusta sneered. They're afraid we'll reap the benefits while they fight. So they reached a tacit understanding to strike first. Commander, if that's the case, I suspect they've already sent spies to infiltrate our ranks, especially among the wounded. They'll likely strike from within and without to catch us off guard. Bickham lowered his voice and warned. I've already thought of that. Don't worry. There are specific people watching them. Augusta nodded at Bickham with appreciation and said, go on. Take your squad and continue scouting. I'll credit you for this today. Yes. Hearing this, Bickham's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. He saluted and left excitedly. Watching Bickham leave, Augusta also stepped out of the tent. He gazed at the battle gradually subsiding in front of the large mound in the distance, his face solemn. It seems they are in a hurry to send a grand gift to His Highness. Sunset Mountain, Sacred Wood Lake, and Boynia Territory. His Highness originally had no intention of annexing you, but now, It seems this is the general trend, and I have no choice but to take you for him. With that thought, Augusta's gaze hardened, and he barked an order to the guards behind him. Someone, pass down the order, prepare for battle. The open ground in front of the large mound. The shouts of battle gradually quieted down. Of the forces originally gathered from several territories, only two powerful factions remained. Liar, thin and dressed in a white magic robe with gold trim, looked coldly at the soldiers wailing in pain around him, without the slightest intention of using healing magic. He looked toward Lord Lannon of Sacred Wood Lake, who was slowly approaching from the opposite side. Dark red blood stained Lannon's black runic armor, and a cold smile played on his lips. Is it time to implement the plan? Liar's cold voice was like blades of ice and snow. Ha ha ha, I was thinking the same thing. I've long wanted to see Kesilay's so-called alchemical muskets. Knight Lannon laughed arrogantly, glancing at the magic unit within the cavalry behind Lord Liar, also feeling secretly wary. A team of 52 star mages was not exactly rare, but to have them cooperate as seamlessly as cavalry under Lord Liar's unified command was a terrifying force. No one knew how Lord Liar had trained them. It was said that Sunset Mountain had achieved its current stability because this team had defeated the giant axe fortress's wolf cavalry. HMPH, mere exaggeration. The people I sent back reported that the so-called musketeers are just a group of ordinary people who know a bit of magic. You should know that when it comes to magic, professionals are required. Lord Liar gave a contemptuous smile, while also sizing up the cavalry unit behind Knight Lannon. The 500-man unit all wore 2-star inscriptions, and their leader was a 3-star silver knight just like Knight Lannon. No wonder he could stand as an equal in this battle for Boar-Inia territory. His strength was indeed not to be underestimated. In that case, let's pin them in a pincer movement from the left and right. Then, we'll split the spoils as we discussed before. Knight Lannon suggested. Agreed. Lord Liar nodded. Very well. While they haven't reacted yet, we'll catch them off guard. Hee, exactly what I had in mind. Let's go. Seeing Lord Liar's sinister smile, Knight Lannon also grinned. The two of them gestured to their respective soldiers and circled out, rushing toward Augusta's camp in a pincer formation. Chapter 193 Clash. The sun was high in the sky. Inside the medical tent of Augusta's camp, wounded soldiers and abandoned troops were still being transported in a flurry of activity. Most of them were serfs in rags, followed by unarmored wounded soldiers and a few cavalrymen. Although Augusta had arranged for the healing magic array to treat everyone, he hadn't ordered their complete recovery. Instead, he restricted the treatment to only keeping them alive. This wasn't Augusta feigning compliance with Alexander's orders. It was simply because there were too many casualties, and the healing magic arrays and mana crystals were limited. This life-preserving restriction allowed the limited arrays to save more lives quickly while preventing ill-intentioned individuals from inciting the crowds to riot. After all, this group of combat-incapable outcasts and serfs was currently filled with gratitude toward Kesilay's Prince Liming. Hearing that Kesilay was recruiting, the vast majority of them signed up almost without a second thought. By one, we just received the Lord's signal. The cavalry is on its way. What should we do? In a corner of the medical tent, over a dozen wounded soldiers lying on wooden boards huddled together inconspicuously. One of them, a cavalryman with a bandaged head, whispered to a short man dressed as a serf beside him. The short man called by one rolled his eyes nimbly, observed the surroundings, listened to the sounds outside the tent, and whispered, "Bading, we still need to wait for the right moment." Although this Augusta isn't well known in our northern region, he must have some skill to be heavily relied upon by Prince Liming. Just look at his current treatment method, and you should know his plan. We can't rush. We have to wait until the battle outside reaches a stalemate and no one is paying attention to us before we suddenly strike. Then, we will be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Understand? Brilliant. Bading gave a thumbs up, then passed the message to his companions. Each of them excitedly pricked up their ears, listening to the commotion outside, waiting for the moment the battle reached a stalemate. Commander, our negotiators have been driven back. Sunset Mountain and Sacred Wood Lake are currently attacking from the north and south. Augusta stood on the watchtower as a guard beside him reported the news from the front. Augusta slowly lowered the clairvoyance mirror. Billowing dust rose from the north and south, and the figures of heavy cavalry could be vaguely seen rapidly converging on this location. HMPH. Does our Mastiff clan fear a pincer attack? Pass down the order, activate the defense shields and fire as soon as they're in range. These fellows who refuse the easy way will have to take the hard way. Augusta stomped down the watchtower, inspected the soldiers in the defensive works, and then gave a secret order to the alchemical chariot squad. Finally, he returned to the main command tent to oversee operations, aggregate information, and personally keep an eye on the medical tent. Let these guys see what Fang's tactics are all about. Augusta's eyes narrowed, waiting for the moment the war erupted. After a period of training, the Southern Legion had now mastered the muskets in their hands. Although they hadn't reached the level of 3-star weapons, they were almost equivalent to the magic of a quasi 3-star mage. Whether in terms of range, rate of fire, or power, after Alexander's fine-tuning, every aspect surpassed 2-star levels, though they couldn't quite cross the 3-star threshold. Facing a large number of cavalry now, Augusta didn't care about their numbers or speed alone. After all, the levels and numbers of the enemy's mages and temple knights were there, and they couldn't be compared to their own numbers. Moreover, in a war of attrition, they held an overwhelming advantage. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, two powerful energy surges swept in from the north and south like tides. Foot-long ice spikes and a swarm of half-moon battle chi slashes swept toward the camp, blotting out the sky. With ice crystals shining across the sky, one could see the distorted water vapor in the air from afar. The cold was like tentacles, leaving a layer of white frost on the ground wherever it passed. The locust-like battle chi slashes let out a buzzing roar that vibrated the air, seemingly possessing the power to tear through space. They blocked out the light as they passed, and the ground was shaved flat like a head being shorn. Fire. Estimating the range, a sharp shout came from within the defensive works. The enemy was clearly testing the firing distance, and they had to respond in kind. Rat-tat-tat. Boom, 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 boom. Instantly, the autocannons and assault muskets within the works fired in unison. Magic bullets of various colors mixed together, streaking toward the cavalry 800 meters away like meteors chasing the moon. Break formation. Heavy shields to the front. Speed up. We're going for melee. To the south, Lord Lannon of Sacredwood Lake saw the return fire from the camp and his expression changed. It was clear that the enemy's rate of fire and range were superior to their battle chi slashes. Therefore, their advantage lay in close combat. Third squad, create magic cover. First and second squads, alternate using attack magic to save stamina. Fourth squad, provide timely healing and recovery. Fifth squad, be ready at all times. To the north, following the orders of Lord Lyre of Sunset Mountain, magic stone walls and metal walls rose from the ground one after another, providing alternating cover simultaneously. 50 mages coordinated perfectly, advancing steadily, especially the fifth squad of mages at the very back. They were all poised and eager to strike. Boom, boom, boom. Magic bullets exploded on the cover and heavy shields like brilliant fireworks, and the powerful magical fluctuations caused phantom distortions in the surrounding space. However, while it looked formidable, it didn't cause any substantial damage to the enemy. Ha ha ha, it's just as I thought. Knights, do you see? Alchemical muskets are nothing to fear. Kill, kill, charge. Inside the medical camp's defensive works. Change ammunition. Use special magic bullets. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Yes, sir. Clack, clack, clack. At the order, the soldiers guarding the southern defense zone swapped their magic modules and pulled their triggers at the charging cavalry. Bang, bang, bang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the Sacredwood Lake cavalry was advancing rapidly, the magic barrage from the opposite camp swept in again. Only this time, the target wasn't the people, but the path the mounts were taking. Instantly, light flashed on the ground as magic circles lit up, and metal walls and magic rocks rose from the earth. The cavalry, who were already charging at high speed, were so startled they nearly fell off their horses and had to veer their mounts to avoid them. However, in doing so, the momentum of the cavalry's charge was immediately halved. Damn it, don't dodge. Change to arrow formation and follow me. Breakthrough. Lannon's eyebrows shot up. He exchanged a look with the cavalry commander beside him, who was also a 3-star Silver Temple Knight. Then, acting as the tip of the formation, he charged forward, completely disregarding his stamina consumption. Hey hey hey, it seems these alchemical muskets are quite interesting. They've actually managed to pull off some mage-like tricks. To the north, Lyre, who had been observing the battlefield's changes, let out a mocking sneer at the camp's operations. But just then, boom, boom, boom. Lord, this is bad. Enemy alchemical chariots have been spotted at our rear and flanks. They are firing at us. What? On a distant large mound and in the woods to the north, several black dots could be vaguely seen maneuvering. Magic flashes flickered continuously from the front of the black dots, and with each flash, a massive magic shell would slam into the defense shield they had raised. Since most of the magical power was concentrated at the front of the shield, the mana at the rear and flanks was relatively thin. After 2 rounds of clacking bombardment, cracks appeared in the defense shield, making it teeter on the verge of collapse. Chapter 194. Either submit. A similar scene was unfolding to the south. However, because Knight Lannon's cavalry forces were all concentrated at the front, their rear defense was extremely weak and had already been decimated by artillery fire. Damn it, everyone, charge with me. Kill. Knight Lannon's cavalrymen all had bloodshot eyes. Their mounts let out bursts of neighing as their speed increased, yet another notch in a complete all-or-nothing gamble. On the other side, Lord Lyre in the north also saw Knight Lannon's actions. He did not approve of this tactic of inflicting 1,000 points of damage on the enemy at the cost of 800 of one's own. As for providing aid, that was even more impossible. By letting the other side be consumed, he would become the sole power here, so why wouldn't he be happy to let it happen? Fifth squad, it's time for you to act. Lord Lyre's eyes narrowed slightly. The fifth squad was his trump card. He hadn't originally wanted to play it so early, but now he had no choice but to use it ahead of schedule. Rest assured, my lord. Dealing with these ants is just a matter of minutes. The captain of the fifth squad rubbed his hooked nose and bowed slightly. Then, he and his squad members began casting magic, opening their respective magic spaces. Reporting, Commander. The enemy's mage corps has deployed a flying magical beast squad. They are less than 500 meters from our camp, at an altitude of over 1,000 meters. A messenger rushed into the camp's main tent and reported anxiously to Augusta. Flying magical beasts. Augusta's gaze hardened. He stood up from his seat and dashed outside. When he reached the camp's defensive fortifications and looked up at the sky, sure enough, 10 black dots had appeared in a triangular formation, moving rapidly toward them. It seems some people are just that foolish. They could have been friends, yet they insist on forcing others to become enemies. Augusta took a deep breath and barked an order. Pass the word down. Everyone into the shelters. Move the severely wounded from the medical area quickly. Take all those with light injuries into custody. Execute any troublemakers on the spot. Yes, sir. Watching the messenger leave, Augusta narrowed his eyes and slowly took out several spirit awakening magic crystals from his pocket, embedding them one by one into the slots of his alchemy glove. Click, click, click. Buzz. The magic circle modules on the alchemy glove lit up one by one, representing sharpness enchantment, explosive impact, defensive light shield, and wind movement magic. It looks like I'll have to capture the leader to defeat the followers. Whoosh. As August adjusted his breathing, his pupils suddenly turned blood red, his aura surged, and a mass of blood-colored flames burnt forth from his pores. His long golden hair stood up like a lion's mane. With a low growl, his figure turned into a red light, charging toward the Sunset Mountain Mage Corps. The commander is showing his power. The Golden Lion. We're finally seeing the commander's combat form again. So strong. Some old subordinates from the Mastiff clan hadn't seen Augustus' full combat form since he became one-armed. But now the Golden Lion was back. Boom, boom, boom. With the power of a blood-burning warrior, every step he took carried the weight of 1,000 catties. The distance of less than 500 meters was crossed almost in the blink of an eye. Along the way, sand, stones, flowers, and grass were blasted apart by his scorching, powerful aura, forming a charred trench. Even the pebbles showed signs of melting. Liar, come out and meet your death. Charging to the front of the Mage Corps in just a few steps, Augusta gave a great shout, his gaze locking onto the Sunset Mountain Lord Liar at the core of the group. Originally, Lord Liar had wanted to give a gentlemanly greeting and exchange names to show his refinement, but Augusta completely ignored this. What needed to be said had been said long ago. Talking nonsense now was just a waste of time. This was the moment to see whose fist was bigger. Golden Lion's roar. Buzz. With a low growl, Augusta's foot violently cracked the ground, his torso coiled like a drawn bow before he pounced like a hunting lion. His alchemy glove was triggered simultaneously, activating the wind movement magic. Shoom. His already fierce pouncing movement instantly gained even more momentum with the addition of the wind movement magic. Sand and stones flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Augusta's face and his fist, the size of a wine jar, rapidly enlarged in Lord Liar's vision. His golden hair bristled like steel needles, and everyone could faintly hear the roar of a lion in their ears. Defend. Lord Liar, who was in the center of the Mage Corps, had still wanted to preach a few words, but in an instant, Augusta's fist had already shattered the defensive light barrier. The fierce fist wind and blood flames rushed at his face. His facial muscles were blown inward, and he couldn't even draw a breath. Lord Liar inwardly cried out in alarm, his heart beginning to panic. Although they were both 3-star rank, and even though he knew the opponent was a blood-burning warrior, there had never been a figure like August in the northern region. Therefore, he had thought he had some certainty in controlling the situation. However, he never expected that the opponent's fighting style wasn't the conventional beastman blood-burning style, but a blood-burning style enhanced by magic. This proved the saying, a blood-burning warrior might not be terrifying, but a blood-burning warrior who can use magic is truly distressing. And it was extremely distressing. It was as if he was originally facing an ordinary lion, but suddenly that lion turned into a magical beast. Lord Liar, watch out. Crystal barrier. The surrounding Mage Corps members were also caught off guard, but they still instinctively made defensive moves. Transparent magical barriers appeared one after another in front of Lord Liar. Although most were just magic fluctuations that didn't have time to condense into a crystal barrier, they still caused Augustus' figure to pause for a fraction of a second. And that fraction of a second saved Lord Liar's life. With an undignified roll on the ground, Lord Liar barely managed to dodge the explosive punch. With a thunderous boom, the wind pressure knocked the surrounding people over. A 1-meter-deep crater appeared where Lord Liar had been standing. Charred smoke hissed, and cracks radiated outward from the center of the crater like a spider web. Where do you think you're running? Before Lord Liar could even catch his breath, Augustus spread his arms like a soaring eagle. The alchemy glove activated the sharpness enchantment, and his steel hook-like claws snatched at Lord Liar's throat. Lord Liar wanted to curse, but his body instinctively performed another undignified roll. There was no other way, at such close range. He had no way to use high-level magic. Melee combat was the Achilles heel of mages, especially when facing a 3-star blood-burning beastman warrior. The surrounding mages also had grievances they couldn't voice. They didn't dare to use magic lightly either. It was simply that Augusta's movements were too fast, and the charging time for them to cast magic was too long. Even some instant-cast low-level spells couldn't keep up with the blood-burning warrior's speed. And even if they did, they couldn't cause effective damage. Because right now, this blood-burning warrior was also wrapped in a layer of defensive light shielding. Shameless. Despicable. This is simply lacking in gentlemanly grace. This is cheating. Can we still play together properly? The Mage Corps had fallen into chaos. Although they were all gathering power in their hands, everyone felt like they were constipated. They couldn't release it. That stifling, uncomfortable feeling could only be vented through their mouths. Stop. I surrender. Stop fighting. I agree to the terms of peaceful coexistence you proposed earlier. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Lord Liar made a prompt decision. As a noble mage and lord, being like this in front of his subordinates was very humiliating. Surrender. HMPH. It's too late. The conditions have changed. Either submit, or die. Augusta grabbed Lord Liar by the neck, lifting him up as he sneered with disdain in his eyes. Chapter 195 Annexation. I agree, pant. I agree to submit to Prince Liming. Feeling his throat tighten and his breathing become increasingly difficult, Liar's legs kicked repeatedly as the veins on his neck bulged. He no longer hesitated and chose to submit. Good. First, have your flying magical beasts return, and then we will sign the contract. Augusta slightly loosened his grip but did not let him down. Yes. Send the signal. Tell them to come back. Thus, amidst Liar's hurried shouts, the Magic Corps fell into a flurry of activity, sending out the signal to withdraw. Afterward, the contract of submission was signed. At this moment, in the area where the lightly wounded were gathered in the camp, several spies looking to cause trouble, who were being guarded by a small squad of musket soldiers, saw the flying magical beasts in the sky and excitedly rubbed their hands together. They whispered among themselves that the moment for the general offensive was near. It was time for them to earn merit. As long as they caused some chaos, rewards would surely follow. However, just as they were poised for action, the flying magical beasts in the sky, which were about to dive, suddenly pulled up, turned around, and returned the way they came. What's going on? What are they doing? The men blinked, staring blankly at the sky, their thoughts scattered in the wind. By one, I have something to say, though I don't know if I should. Baling held it in as long as he could before finally speaking up. What is it? By one felt very depressed at the moment. Have we been abandoned? Baling asked. By one's eyes flickered, and his lips twitched, but he didn't know how to answer. Roar. Victory. They've surrendered. Victory. While By one was agonizing, a cheer rose from the front lines. Then, two dejected groups were seen approaching from the distance. They were the Sunset Mountain Magic Corps and the Sacred Wood Lake Cavalry, both flying white flags. After Sunset Mountain surrendered, Sacred Wood Lake very decisively chose to submit as well. They had no choice. They were surrounded on all sides by magic shells. Nightlandon wanted to curse out loud, but the words wouldn't come. When he saw Lyre standing beside Augusta, looking as dejected as a defeated rooster with his head hanging low, he felt relieved. Men, send word to His Highness. Say that the Borneo territory, Sunset Mountain, Sacred Wood Lake, and all surrounding territories have declared their allegiance to Kessulai, and await His Highness's decision. Augusta was in high spirits. He immediately sent word to Prince Liming, then began counting battle losses and spoils. He also dispatched an elite squad to quickly garrison the 3-star mining area. Although there were many wounded in this battle, there was no need to worry with the healing magic array. On the contrary, having incorporated 3 major territories all at once made Augusta so excited he could hardly contain himself. Moreover, he knew that what Prince Liming lacked most right now was 3-star ore. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled all the way to Holy Fire City to buy a luxury small airship. Now that they had a 3-star mithril mine, he naturally had to report it immediately. Good. Excellent. Ha ha ha, a 3-star mithril mine. That's just wonderful. Men, prepare the airship. We're going to Borneo to haul ore. Prince Liming had just returned to the city hall from the underground alchemy lab with a worried expression, only to receive the good news that Augusta had secured the 3-star mining area. It was truly a case of someone bringing a pillow just as he was getting sleepy. Furthermore, he had annexed the Borneo territory, Sunset Mountain, and Sacred Wood Lake in the northwest. These 3 territories were located to the west of Giant Axe Fortress, the Tulip territory, and the Golden Sands territory, making their strategic position extremely important. The reason Bernard had insisted on returning to the Borneo territory was to use its geography to contain Giant Axe Fortress. Now that the Borneo territory had directly entered his domain, the strategic significance was obvious. Perhaps this is the trend of the times. Submitting to Kessulai can at least ensure more people are fed, clothed, and have work to do. Prince Liming sighed softly and said to Silic, who was standing nearby, Silic, go prepare some grain and military supplies. I'll write a letter shortly for you to take to the Borneo territory and give to Commander Augusta. Be sure to convey my gratitude. The Southern Legion is awarded 1 special class merit. Yes, Your Highness. Silic's spirits rose upon hearing this. Now that Vaughn was not in the territory, he knew this mission was a heavy responsibility. Prince Liming thought for a moment and picked up his pen. Since he was currently short-handed to control 3 territories at once, he had to use contracts to let the other parties implement self-governance. Then there were 4 key matters. First, grain and medicine to stabilize the populace. Second, the liberation of serfs and the selection of soldiers from among them to quickly form a new force. Third, the weakening and reorganization of existing noble armed forces to be integrated back into the army. Fourth, stabilizing the nobles by granting small favors, and then using the degree of grace to dismantle the noble system bit by bit. Yes, this should generally stabilize the current situation. Let Augusta stay in Borneo for now. I also need to strengthen defenses against Andrew, lest he does something desperate like a cornered dog. Prince Liming handed a letter to Silic and then headed excitedly toward the military factory. At the same time, in Giant Axe Fortress, Andrew slammed his large hand onto the parchment map on the table and roared, bastard. How did Borneo, Sunset Mountain, and Sacred Wood Lake fall into Prince Liming's hands? That cunning little prince actually pulled a feint on me. The surrounding subordinates were as quiet as cicadas in winter, not even daring to breathe loudly. Now, Giant Axe Fortress, the Golden Sands territory, and the Tulip territory were completely surrounded by Kessulai, Borneo, Sunset Mountain, and Sacred Wood Lake. Once Prince Liming's troops completed their integration and deployment, Giant Axe Fortress, the Golden Sands territory, and the Tulip territory would be like turtles in a jar. My lord, according to the reliable information I've received, this incident was an accident. Originally, Prince Liming had no intention of interfering with the Borneo territory, but later, shut up. Belcally had wanted to offer some comfort, but Andrew glared and shouted, what accident? We are already surrounded. Is there any point in discussing whether it was an accident? What I want now is a solution. How can we destroy that bastard Liming? Yes, what my lord says is true. Bell's forehead broke into a sweat. He still wanted to move his wife and children to Kessulai to live. If war broke out now, no one would have a peaceful life. After all, the military power Kessulai had displayed showed they were no soft target. Moreover, unlike Andrew, he had descendants. Lord Duke. Actually, one shouldn't only look at one side of the matter. At this moment, Harold, who was standing to the side, suddenly gave a chuckle. What? Seeing that it was the chief mage speaking, Andrew suppressed his anger, though his face remained grim. My lord, since we all feel this happened suddenly, Prince Liming will likely be overwhelmed taking over 3 major territories at once. After all, he has limited manpower, and he has extended his reach so far recently, so. Having said this, Harold did not continue but squinted at Andrew. Sure enough, hearing this, Andrew's breath hitched. His eyes flickered as he looked at Harold, his tone softening slightly. You mean Prince Liming's current forces are scattered like loose sand? Exactly, my lord. Harold nodded. So you're saying we can launch a surprise attack on Kesialai now? Andrew said, narrowing his eyes. The armored knights around him suddenly straightened their postures. He, my lord, not us, but they will help us. Harold gave a sinister smile and leaned over the table, pointing at the Bor-Inia territory, Sunset Mountain, and Sacred Wood Lake on the map. Andrew blinked. Yes, my lord. Harold bowed and said, my lord. Think about it. Although the lords of the Bor-Inia territory, Sunset Mountain, and Sacred Wood Lake have surrendered to Liming, there are other nobles in those territories. They must all want to be lords, right? For instance, Lord Beeston, and you hold the power of investiture. Now Prince Liming is short-handed. If you give them some benefits, they will surely help you wear down Liming's manpower. Meanwhile, on the surface, you can continue doing business with Kesialai while secretly weakening the opponent's strength. This will increase your income, and Liming won't be able to openly lash out at you. Don't you agree? Chapter 196 Gathering of People. Baron Beeston? A trace of wariness flashed in Andrew's eyes. After a slight hesitation, he finally nodded and said, as expected of my chief grand mage. Saying that, he turned to look at Belcally and said in a heavy voice, go and arrange for people to contact those nobles now. Then notify Prince Liming that we will also participate in his exercise. Once the Bor-Inia territory civil strife breaks out and Liming mobilizes his troops, we can take advantage of the opportunity to strike. My lord, I fear this matter is somewhat inappropriate. After hearing the plan of the two, Belcley's heart sank. He braced himself to stop them, saying, do you feel that the Mage Tower is more trustworthy than Prince Liming? If we raise troops, the entire north will inevitably fall into internal strife, and the only one who will benefit in the end is the Mage Tower. What do you mean? Belcley had already dissuaded him twice today, which made Andrew very annoyed. He was certainly no fool, and he understood what Belcley meant. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman catches both. But what did he have to worry about? It was merely a question of whom to submit to. Moreover, he had no heirs. After 100 years, he would turn to dust. How could he care about anything else? As for the Mage Tower's poor character and Prince Liming's relative benevolence, it didn't have much to do with the benefits he would gain. There's no question of trust or lack thereof. The result is much the same. Andrew looked at Belcally coldly. My lord, the results are actually very different. Belcally suddenly spoke with a serious expression. My lord, with your wisdom and erudition, you must have heard the proverb, when the birds are gone, the bow is stored. When the hares are killed, the hounds are cooked. Currently, the Mage Tower has committed its main forces to Dragon Mountain and cannot spare any attention for Prince Liming, which is why they are relying on your strength. Given the Mage Tower's character, once you eliminate Prince Liming and exhaust your own forces, and they resolve the Dragon Mountain issue, how will they deal with you when they return? Will they let you become the Master of the North or let you be crowned king? Andrew was stunned, his eyes flickering. The other officers present also pricked up their ears, as this also concerned their future interests. They had leaned toward Andrew's thinking, but now they were also beginning to hesitate. My lord, there is actually another matter that you might have overlooked due to excessive interference from the Mage Tower. Seeing Andrew's hesitation, Belcally decided to strike while the iron was hot. So far, we have not received any confirmed news that Wood and Prince Huosi are dead. Suddenly, Andrew's pupils constricted. The officers present also broke into an uproar. Harold narrowed his eyes as he saw everyone's expressions, swallowing the words he had intended to say and choosing to remain silent. During this time, their attention had been entirely on Liming and the Mage Tower, and they really had somewhat neglected news of Wood and Prince Huosi. It could also be said that they subconsciously leaned toward the illusion that Wood and Prince Huosi had already been eliminated. But that was only an assumption, not a fact. Now that Belcally had mentioned it again, everyone suddenly woke up. Groundless speculation was a major taboo in military affairs. Andrew's face was particularly grim. He sat in his seat, his brow tightly furrowed. He didn't know Prince Huosi well, but he knew Wood very well. He was a cunning tiger who loved to hide in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to hunt. If that were the case, and he launched an offensive so quickly to exhaust himself against Liming, the consequences wouldn't just benefit the Mage Tower. If Wood wasn't dead but was observing from the shadows, the consequences. Hiss. Andrew sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill down his spine. My lord, I believe it would be better not to act rashly. After all, the Mage Tower hasn't given any mandatory instructions, and Prince Liming might not be insincere about cooperating. Why don't we arrange for some refugees to be sent to Kesialai in 2 days? Using the cooperation as an excuse, we can further test their intentions. Seeing the change in Andrew, Belcally felt relieved in his heart. Deep communication with Kesialai would be most beneficial for a frequent visitor like him. That works. However, we should still prepare for both possibilities. Contact those nobles as well, but not to raise troops, just to feel them out and prepare a response. In case Liming has ill intentions, we won't be caught off guard. Andrew nodded in agreement. Your lordship is very thorough. Belcally took the opportunity to flatter him. Everyone around also followed suit with compliments. Andrew's expression finally softened slightly. Only Harold had a strange glint flash in his eyes, unnoticed by the others. The next day, far away in the Sunset Mountain territory, within the Sunset Manor surrounded by a vast graveyard, was a dark secret chamber. Sharp screams pierced through the sealed basement. Even the cold water droplets on the walls of the dark corridor seemed to tremble. The light inside the secret chamber flickered. Lord Lyra and Knight Landon knelt with distorted faces before a giant statue in a black cloak. 2 pitch-black vortices hovered above their heads, and strands of a substance resembling transparent souls were being pulled from their skulls by the vortices, only to be spat back in. The 2 of them were now like exhausted drowning dogs, slumped on the ground. However, they still looked with gratitude toward a lean old man standing before them. He wore a double-breasted red military uniform, had golden curly hair, steady eyes, and a solemn expression. Baron Beeston, the flying magic core is yours. Lord Baron, from now on, Lannon will be at your beck and call. Very good. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Beeston's mouth. He then straightened his collar and bowed respectfully to the mysterious statue, saying, Lord Sovereign, thank you for your assistance. Your most loyal servant, Beeston, will complete your orders very soon. With a chee sound, a trace of dark power was sent into Beeston's brow, and then the hovering black vortices vanished. After a moment of enjoyment as his whole body trembled from absorbing the dark power, Beeston looked at Lord Lyra and Knight Lannon again, his aura becoming overbearing. Get up. Your soul contracts have been stripped. Lyman can no longer do anything to you. However, from now on, you must listen to me. Yes, my lord. Lord Lyra and Knight Lannon secretly exchanged a glance. Although they were unwilling, they accepted their fate. Although the two were respectively the lords of Sunset Mountain and Sacred Wood Lake, the one who actually controlled the two territories, or rather, the Dark Boss of the North, was not them, but the ancient noble before them. Although this noble had no surname, no heirs, and had only ever had one clan leader from before the Lance Empire was founded until now, everyone knew that this old noble had a very long lifespan and great strength, and he was the mysterious master of this Sunset Manor. Baron Beeston, go wait in the hall first. Those young fellows should have arrived as well. Beeston waved them away and signaled a black-armored masked guard to lead them out. Soon, after leaving the underground, the two passed by an open lawn in front of the hall where over 100 hideous statues stood. A dozen cold guards, also in black armor and masks, were on patrol. Almost every time Lord Lyra and Knight Lannon came here, they felt a tremor from the bottom of their hearts. They quickened their pace and entered the hall. Red carpet covered the floor, and many people were already seated at a long teak table. Almost all of them were powerful nobles from the three major territories. The head of the long table was currently empty. Lord Lyra and Knight Lannon breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the people present, they finally relaxed a bit. Facing Beeston alone was simply too much pressure. The guard led them to their seats and then left. Lord Lyra and Knight Lannon smiled and nodded like gentlemen to those around them, but had no intention of conversing. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, there were currently puppets restricted by contracts, and this gathering today was clearly related to the orders Liming had issued yesterday. The one the nobles present resisted the most was the degree of grace. This was also why Lord Lyra and Knight Lannon were willing to risk being enslaved by Beeston to seek his help. They truly value the assets and power in their hands more than their own lives. Baron Legion, aren't you afraid your brother will report your whereabouts to that Mastiff clan commander for coming here so openly? A noble dressed as a knight said to a middle-aged baron beside him. Hey, Arthur, so what if he reports it? I haven't rebelled. Besides, those orcs are all busy digging rocks right now and don't have time to bother with me. The middle-aged baron shrugged. True. Now Boar-Inia territory, Sunset Mountain, and Sacred Wood Lake have all fallen into Prince Liming's hands. If this continues, I see Giant Axe Fortress, Tulip, and Golden Sands territory following suit. By then, this entire northern region, stretching thousands of kilometers, with a population of tens of millions, over 300 mining areas, and endless resources, will all belong to the little prince. With this degree of grace, given he's only 18, by the time he reaches our age, I'm afraid there will be nothing left for us in this northern region. Hey, what can you do? Fight a battle? As they spoke, the two intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Lord Lyra and Knight Lannon. Chapter 197 Black Magic. Baron Beeston has arrived. Just then, the side door of the hall opened, and the stern old Baron Beeston, flanked by 4 black-armored guards, stepped into the hall and walked toward the main seat. Everyone has waited a long time. Beeston swept his gaze coolly over the crowd, lingering slightly on the middle-aged knight, before taking his seat at the head of the table. Greetings, Lord Baron. Respected Lord Baron, your old subordinate Arthur pays his respects to you. Everyone present stood up to pay their respects. Beeston nodded and motioned for everyone to sit down. I have called you all here today, and I think everyone understands my meaning. Beeston looked at the crowd again and said, last night, I sent a secret letter to Duke Andrew's chief grand mage, Harold, to join forces with the Duke to wipe out Prince Liming's forces and maintain our previous order in the northern region. I wonder what your intentions are. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, their eyes instinctively turning toward Lord Lyra and Knight Lannon. Although everyone understood Beeston's intention in convening them, it was quite awkward to say it out loud in front of two people bound by a soul contract. Lord Baron, Arthur follows your lead. The crowd remained silent, only Arthur turned slightly and spoke respectfully to Beeston. HMPH, a bunch of weak cowards. Seeing only his old subordinate speak, Beeston's face darkened, and he barked. The two of them are only under an agreement contract, not a slavery contract. As long as they don't betray us, there are no other restrictions. Lord Baron, I would like to take the liberty of asking, with the Duke's military strength, can he not even take down a Kessulai? Baron Legion pondered slightly and asked tentatively with a dry laugh. In fact, no one present was a fool. If Andrew had the ability to destroy Kessulai, why would he need to unite with them? And uniting with them likely meant using them as cannon fodder. But who would be willing to be cannon fodder? Baron Legion asks a valid point. Although we all hope to oppose Prince Liming under your leadership, we are ultimately smaller and weak in power. We ask for your understanding of our difficulties. Other nobles also voiced their concerns. Beeston's eyes narrowed slightly, black magic power flickering in the palm of his hand as he said coolly, the little Prince Liming's advantage is nothing more than alchemical muskets, and his weakness lies in the air. Right now, it's not that Duke Andrew doesn't want to act, but that there is no definitive news from Dragon Mountain yet. He paused and said, if we follow Duke Andrew to clear out Kessulai, on the one hand, we can maintain the previous interests of everyone here. On the other hand, Duke Andrew has the intention of going a step further. If everyone follows him, by then, You will all have the merit of supporting a new ruler. Think about it. Hearing about the merit of supporting a new ruler, everyone's spirits were jolted, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. My lord, if we remain neutral. Death. Baron Legion had wanted to test the other's bottom line again, but before he could finish, Beeston had long since lost his patience and instantly fired a black light bullet from his palm. With almost no time to react, Baron Legion didn't even let out a scream before being enveloped by the black light. His entire body disintegrated with a puff, turning into flying ash. Everyone was instantly stunned. Then they all jumped up from their seats and said in unison respectfully, "My lord, we all follow your lead." Only now did everyone remember that this old baron before them was an old noble who had lived for a long time, possessed great strength, and relied on the resale of the strategic material, magic crystals. Everyone present was as quiet as a cicada in winter, not daring to look into Beeston's eyes, or even breathe loudly. "If you had done this earlier, why would my floor have been dirtied?" Beeston said coldly. "Arthur, Legion's territory is yours now." "Thank you, my lord." Arthur was secretly delighted. "Everyone go back and prepare. There are about 15 days left. Wait for orders to act then." Yes. Time flew by. 3 days later. Woo clank clack, clank clack, clank clack. The iron rails of Kessilai town finally completed their final closure. It could be said that with a single order from the city hall, the alchemical train could reach any location in Kessilai within an hour. In the future, transporting materials and personnel would become relatively simple, and the town's economy and the happiness index of the subjects would receive a qualitative leap. Liming sat inside the train carriage at this moment, looking through the window at the vast stretches of fertile but uncultivated land at the border between the town and the Duke's territory, falling into deep thought. Originally, it was to celebrate the completion of the train track laying and to test the train's performance. But just as he was about to board, Captain Longby had rushed over with urgent news. At this moment, Captain Longby was sitting next to him, his deep gaze making one not dare to look for long. "Commander Augusta sent this Wade Legion here in secret. Did he not have any other important matters to convey?" Liming tapped the table lightly, his gaze already falling on the sentries patrolling the distant border. "No. He has always been like this." Captain Longby shook his head, but after a slight hesitation, he repeated the original words again. "When he sent the man over, he only said that this person is the younger brother of the head of the Legion family in the Bor-Inia territory, and Baron Legion disappeared after being invited to a noble social gathering 2 days ago. And according to this Wade's account, his brother Baron Legion was murdered by the gathering's organizer, Baron Beeston, on the grounds that his brother wanted to prevent Baron Beeston from conspiring with Andrew to revolt." Liming turned his gaze to look at Captain Longby, then turned back to continue watching the shadows of the trees flying past the window, saying coolly, "Do you believe it? I heard Lord Lyra and Knight Lannon were also present at the gathering. This, your highness, the people we planted in Giant Axe Fortress have not sent back news yet." But as Captain Longby spoke, his expression suddenly became solemn, and he said seriously, "This Wade said his brother was against Beeston joining Andrew to revolt. I might not quite believe that, but if Lord Lyra and Knight Lannon were present and could disregard the contract, I am somewhat worried." "Oh?" Liming raised an eyebrow, stopped his finger from tapping the table, and looked at Captain Longby, saying, "Is there a way in this world to break a soul contract?" "Yes, your highness. I have seen it with my own eyes." Captain Longby nodded solemnly. "Dark magic. It can also be called necromancy, a cruel magic not recognized by the Mage Tower. They focus on the magical study of corpses and souls. I once saw with my own eyes a dark mage use soul extraction to erase the contract brand on it." Liming's heart skipped a beat, his eyes flickering. He was still too young. He tended to take everything for granted. All the peaceful conditions he previously thought could be achieved through contracts were now basically void because of this variable of dark magic. In other words, the peace agreements he fantasized about reaching with Giant Axe Fortress, Golden Sands territory, and Tulip territory through cooperation were now equivalent to waste paper. Even Prince Jaiqui and Harvey, whom he had allowed to leave before, if the contracts no longer had any binding force, then his Kessilai's current situation was quite bad. "Your highness, our current situation is very dangerous." Captain Longby leaned forward, his voice low, but seemingly suppressing a hint of longing. "Has there been any news from Dragon Mountain and Crystal City in the last 2 days?" Liming lowered his gaze slightly, avoiding Captain Longby's eyes. The feedback from his psychic power clearly told him that this old mastiff man before him was radiating a desire for battle, but he knew that once war broke out, too many things would be involved, especially since human lives were like grass. He was just a mechanical engineer who liked reading Lord-themed farming novels, not another worldly prince who was indifferent to the life and death of his subjects. He wanted every subject in his territory to live a happy and joyful life, not to drive these subjects to conquer territories for him. Chapter 198 Military Strategy. "Your highness, forgive this old official for being blunt." Captain Longby hesitated for a moment, then sat up straight and said, "The situation at Dragon Mountain is actually no longer that important. What you should be concerned about right now is that once the Mage Tower frees up its hands, it will inevitably target Kessilai first. At that time, we truly won't have a chance to turn things around. But now is the best opportunity. Andrew's deliberate rebellion gives you the perfect reason to unify the North. Once successful, we can open up the path to Crystal City and form a situation of confrontation between the North and the South against the Royal City. This will win you a vast amount of time for development. Your highness." He paused and observed that Alexander's expression hadn't changed significantly, then continued, "The king and the prince originally sent you to the north to develop, likely with the purpose of having you recover the territory. You cannot afford to be soft-hearted. Unifying the north with our military strength, are you 100% certain?" Alexander asked with a sharp gaze. "Well, Your Highness, although the enemy outnumbers us 10 to 1, I have confidence. Captain Longby grinned. Hearing this, Alexander rolled his eyes and fell into silence once more. The current situation in Kessulai was different from when he had first arrived. Back then, he could be unscrupulous, having nothing to lose. But now, he had the town and 30,000 subjects to worry about, plus the 3-star mining area of the Bor-Inia territory. With such a large area to defend, his current military strength was simply not enough. Even if their weapons were advanced, they weren't without weaknesses. After all, the territory was too vast, and the terrain wasn't filled with natural strongholds. With Andrew's battle-hardened experience, he would surely launch multi-pronged attacks to tear open the defensive gaps in Kessulai. At that point, Andrew could fully utilize high-level mages and knights to conduct large-scale harassment. This would be a definite disadvantage for Kessulai's civilian army, which relied solely on muskets and cannons. Moreover, the opponent could ignore casualties and replenish troops infinitely, while his own weakness was his reluctance to let his subjects die in vain. So, in terms of the overall situation, they were at a disadvantage. Ahem, Your Highness. Seeing Alexander remain silent again, Captain Longby felt conflicted. His eyes darted around as he said, according to my correspondence with August over the past few days, the people of the Bor-Inia territory, Sunset Mountain, and Sacred Wood Lake are all very willing to join Kessulai and accept your rule. This is the effect of Kessulai's development recently. The people of the North long for your administration. So, you are not doing this for yourself, but for all the people of the North, to prevent the Empire's territory from falling into the hands of wicked men. These people all long to live the same happy life as those in Kessulai. Your Highness, for the people of the North and for our home in Kessulai, we have reasons that compel us to deploy troops. Captain Longby looked at Alexander with burning eyes. Alexander's eyes narrowed, and his fingers began tapping the tabletop again. He said meaningfully, starting a war will result in many deaths. Your Highness, it is a soldier's duty to fight. Sacrifices are inevitable. Hearing Alexander's tone soften, Captain Longby's spirits lifted. His voice immediately rose several decibels as he declared loudly, Your Highness, to fight for you, including myself, we were prepared for sacrifice from the very first day we swore fealty to you. This is a soldier's honor. You need not doubt or feel guilty about this. Everyone knows of Your Highness's benevolence, but as soldiers, we desire even more to fight on the battlefield for Your Highness and die without regrets. Looking at the resolute face of old Captain Longby, Alexander's fingers paused again. He understood that the consequence of not deploying troops was being eliminated by the enemy, but to use troops, he needed to have enough of them. Arrange a squad of soldiers for me. I will personally head to the Giant Axe Fortress in the coming days to meet this Andrew and see if he truly intends to rebel. Alexander said slowly. What? Your Highness, you must absolutely not put yourself at risk. Hearing this, Captain Longby was shocked. He jumped up from his seat and said urgently, Your Highness, to deal with Andrew, you only need to deploy troops from 3 directions. I have already scouted the 3 locations where Andrew's forces are concentrated. We will surely catch him off guard while deterring the small fries in the surrounding areas. There is no need for Your Highness to take risks to settle this once and for all. Once and for all? Do you want me to be a butcher who slaughters the innocent? Alexander suddenly looked at Captain Longby with a cold sneer and said, have you considered that we aren't even certain if Andrew is truly rebelling yet? If we just charge in like that, the Giant Axe Fortress and the surrounding territories will surely harbor resentment, saying we provoked a war without cause. At that time, they will unite as one to oppose us. Even if we manage to win by luck, let me ask you, if the North is unified in such a way, who would still be willing to follow me? Who could trust a lord who kills on a whim without distinguishing right from wrong? Who would help me manage such a vast land in the North? Am I supposed to manage it all by myself? This, Your Highness, in our orc race, we have always followed the rule of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. The one with the biggest fist makes the rules. There's no such thing as a reason for war, as long as you can take down the opponent. You are in the right, and everyone else will submit. Captain Longby blinked and spoke with an air of seriousness. Alexander was stunned, looking at the righteous expression in Captain Longby's eyes. He didn't know what to say for a moment. This was the cultural difference. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said, Captain Longby, I am giving you 2 orders now. Yes, Your Highness. I await your instructions. Captain Longby stood at attention. First, arrange the personnel for the diplomatic mission to Giant Axe Fortress. I will personally go to see this Andrew in a few days. Second, step up war preparations. First, move the team that was opening up Urakik to the northwestern border of the Tulip territory to station there, coordinating with Captain Augustus' regiment. Then, send a letter to Crystal City, telling Vaughn and Chris to send 2 rapid response units to harass the southern border of Giant Axe Fortress by water and land respectively, to apply pressure. Furthermore, make a big show of contacting Giant Axe Fortress and other territories, saying we want to speed up the development of Urakik and that they must provide people and money. We will squeeze them. If they truly want to rebel, they won't want to alert us now and will surely satisfy our demands. This way, we can save some of the poor and solve some of our resource issues. Then, during recruitment, secretly contact the local people and tell them that anyone who wants to join Kessulai is welcome. If they are forced into the rebel army, those who surrender will not be killed. If they can organize forces to cooperate with us, whether by passing intelligence or other actions beneficial to us, those who contribute will receive land rewards. Finally, you will have full command over the military exercises while secretly preparing for war. Yes, Your Highness. Captain Longby snapped a military salute, looking high-spirited as if he had aged backward by 20 years. Oh, one more thing. Tell Uncle Harvey that the dam should start restricting flow from today to prepare for emergencies. The dam. Hearing this, Captain Longbuy's pupils suddenly constricted as if he had realized Alexander's intention, and he nodded heavily. Woo, clank 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 clank. An hour later, the train stopped at the town, and Alexander and the others disembarked. Captain Longby went directly back to the Western Legion to arrange the tasks. Alexander, escorted by Newitt, boarded a tracked combat vehicle and headed to the city lord's mansion. The deployment of military tasks had been fully handed over to Captain Longby. His main task now was to stabilize the people's hearts. This matter could be left to Bradman and Rabbits. Using military exercises as an excuse, they would step up the construction of air raid shelters, organize the people for evacuation drills, and stockpile daily necessities. Meanwhile, he had to find a way to plan the settlement of the Andrew matter. Knew it. Do you think Duke Andrew has any weaknesses? The tracked vehicle sped along the smooth, paved road. Upon entering the town's streets, the subjects they encountered one after another paid their respects to Alexander. Looking at these people whose faces were filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest, Alexander waved in return, though his heart felt heavy. Your Highness, I haven't fought Andrew before. I only know he is a 3-star Silver Temple Knight. Judging by that alone, his weakness should be his age. His combat endurance shouldn't be as good as mine, Newitt said with a firm nod. Hearing this, Alexander smiled faintly. Lifespan was indeed a weakness. After all, only by breaking through to the 4th star could one undergo a qualitative change in cultivation, gaining a long life that could last thousands of years. But that wasn't the kind of weakness he was asking about. Chapter 199. Are you talking about me? Your Highness, why must we win over Andrew? Seeing Alexander remain silent, Newitt realized what kind of answer Alexander wanted. Regarding this, he leaned more toward his father's view. If they don't comply, just fight. Alexander didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the green belts on both sides of the street, which had already branched out and were flourishing. He said indifferently, winning him over can spare the people of the Northland from the ravages of war, make the Mage Tower wary, and give us more time to develop. Your Highness, what can I do for you? Newitt fell silent, feeling a bit dejected as if he couldn't help with this matter. Alexander also felt Newitt's emotions and smiled slightly. Accompany me to Andrew's Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair, and let them see that the people of Kessilai are all heroes. Huh? Your Highness. Newitt was stunned. Then his face suddenly flushed red, and his gaze changed. With a low growl in his voice, he felt himself filled with strength once again, but he quickly calmed down and said, Your Highness, Captain Gargadon and Lisa should also be able to break through to 3-star in the next couple of days. Should they come along as well? Protecting Alexander was the top priority. It wasn't about being a hot-headed hero, but about taking more and safer necessary measures. Alexander smiled knowingly. The 2 plans he had previously proposed to Captain Longby were not actually all of his ideas. There was also a third option, a decapitation strike derived from the first plan, to exchange the minimum cost for the maximum benefit. The accompanying personnel had to be elites. Notify them when the time comes. Alexander nodded with a smile. Yes. The tracked chariot roared, driving directly into the Lord's manor and stopping in the back garden. Alexander got out of the vehicle and had Newitt stand guard outside the garden. He opened a secret passage inside a rockery in the garden. Now that the plan was being implemented, the key to whether there would be war or peace lay in Andrew's attitude. And the key to settling Andrew, Alexander felt, lay with the recently promoted Pang Bao. After all, given Andrew's current status, position, and wealth, it was truly not easy to tempt him or offer something better than what the Mage Tower could provide. However, Pang Bao had a new ability that might solve the other party's heartache. The issue of offspring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A scorching wind suddenly surged up from the secret passage entrance, carrying grit that stung the face. Looking at the dim staircase leading down the secret passage, Alexander hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath and walking down. To develop the desert regions of Uratyuk, Alexander had Harak and his team create a simulated desert environment a few days ago. At the same time, he convinced the recently promoted Pang Bao to research desert plants for him. The fat water ball, who had just promoted, was originally deeply grateful to him for providing the power of faith. But as soon as it upgraded, it was locked in a small dark room to do manual labor, causing Pang Bao to be full of resentment. So as Alexander walked through the corridor, looking at the huge space ahead that was gradually brightening, he felt quite conflicted. Woo, the wind and sand grew more and more violent. The light at the end of the corridor suddenly brightened significantly. Standing in this massive underground artificial space, one couldn't help but feel small. Driven by a magic crystal array, a massive 3-star magic fireball on the ceiling burst forth with scorching power. It scorched the fluid like yellow sand below, creating shimmering, distorted shadows. Dry, scorching, and sandy. This place simulated the scene of the howling sand sea. Chi-Chi. Stepping into the sand, he instantly felt that familiar heat wave surging from beneath his feet. Alexander was very satisfied with the environment built by Harak's team. However, when he saw a busy, spherical figure in the distance, a sense of guilt couldn't help but rise within him. The little guy seems to have lost weight. Stepping forward, a magical aura permeated the sandy ground. Around Pang Bao, small trenches had been dug in the sand, with a magic plant planted every foot. Pang Bao's unique rainbow aura enveloped the vegetation like a glowing shield, shimmering brightly. These plants were of many varieties, but they currently looked similar, only about a finger high, stretching out tender green leaves and growing tenaciously under the assault of wind and sand. Despite the protection of the rainbow shield, stems and leaves were still occasionally broken by the grit. Overall, however, they seemed to be growing well. Alexander had heard Pang Bao's introduction before. These plants were all suitable for desert planting, especially the demon mist flower, which could produce water vapor, and the demon thorn, which could change the texture of the sand. Using sand as nutrients, the decomposed sand would transform within their bodies to generate soil. Demon thorn. How dare you be disobedient? Behave yourself. If you dare to prick me, see if I don't teach you a lesson. Demon Mist Flower, you dare to give me attitude too? I'll make it so you can't even cry. As he approached, Pang Bao didn't turn around. Instead, it wiggled its body with its back turned, imperiously scolding the two tender green plants in front of it. It seemed to be talking to itself, but it was actually a veiled attack on someone else. This made Alexander smile. He knew that through telepathy. It had long since discovered his arrival. Putting on this act was clearly because it still harbored resentment. However, seeing that Pang Bao's figure had clearly thinned down, he felt a surge of pity. Thinking that he was about to ask for a favor again, he hesitated. Finally, he chose to silently walk to the side, exert his psychic power, and control a water source array at the end of the trenches to irrigate the furrows. Hey, don't touch anything. Pang Bao suddenly turned its head and looked at Alexander with a sour face. Alexander was taken aback, then shrugged and didn't argue. He shifted his gaze to the rainbow fertilizer on the side, preparing to fertilize. I told you not to touch anything, did you hear me? Pang Bao tilted its head back, staring with puffed out cheeks, wearing an accusatory expression. Alexander met its gaze briefly, then chose to endure again. He slowly stood up, went to a nearby open space, thought for a moment, and began using his psychic power to control the sand to build a castle. This instead made Pang Bao daze for a moment, unsure of what Alexander meant. Although it was putting on a stern face against Alexander, it knew in its heart that Alexander's development plan required its assistance. Having consumed so much power of faith, it definitely couldn't get away without working. It just had a little resentment, not actual hostility toward Alexander. But seeing Alexander remain silent and instead drawing circles on the side made it feel bewildered. It couldn't help but stretch its little head to peek over there. HMPH, I'm just looking. It doesn't mean I've forgiven you. Treating me like slave labor? No way. Pang Bao grumbled in its heart. But when it clearly saw a huge statue being erected in the center of the castle Alexander was building, its eyes suddenly widened. In the center of a square city, a massive spherical sculpture stood tall and conspicuous. Its round shape was clearly a model of Pang Bao. What should I name it? This is really difficult. This is the best way to collect the power of faith. After all, Alexander examined his work, pretending to mutter to himself, while his psychic power remained locked onto Pang Bao. Sure enough, at the mention of the power of faith, Pang Bao's little eyes perked up, and its body trembled involuntarily. Its gaze fell upon the blank nameplate beneath the statue, revealing longing. But in the end, it still restrained itself and didn't speak. Alexander wasn't in a hurry and continued indifferently. Forget it. I'll just pick any name. Harak is pretty good. A 3-star Grand Mage. By then, everyone will know that the development of Urakyuk was all thanks to him, and they'll know who to be grateful to. As he spoke, Alexander moved his psychic power, about to write on the blank nameplate. But just then, an indignant voice finally rang out beside him. Chapter 200 Elf Elixir. Gratitude to Harak. On what basis? Seeing that Alexander Bartyuk was actually going to write it, Pang Bao could no longer suppress its anger. This was a blatant attempt to steal its credit. One had to know that after upgrading, it had been locked in a dark room working day and night like a slave. That was all its blood, sweat, and tears. Now, with a single sentence, the credit was being given to someone else, and it was the power of faith it cared about most. How could it endure this? This was truly more than a bolt could bear. Alexander Bartyuk chuckled inwardly but kept his expression controlled. With an indifferent look, he turned to Pang Bao and said, ever since Harak followed me, he has worked hard without complaint. Since Holy Fire City, he has never disobeyed my orders. He does whatever I tell him to do, and he treats the subjects very well. I think he deserves to be respected by the people. But isn't he only doing that because he's listening to you? The one who deserves the most credit is you. Pang Bao argued its case. Why not erect a statue of yourself? That way you could obtain even more power of faith. When you break through to 4 stars, you could have a lifespan of 500 years. Me? Alexander Bartyuk pointed at his own nose and shook his head. His situation was a bit special. After all, the subsequent intermediate psychic power techniques depended on whether the quill would show him favor. Reaching the 3rd rank might be possible. He said, forget it. No matter how much power of faith I absorb, I'm just paving the way for others and having to endure resentment every day. Why go looking for trouble? Better to give it to Harak. It'll make him feel eternally grateful to me. Pang Bao choked up, its face instantly darkening. Alexander Bartyuk, are you talking about me? No, you're the best. Alexander Bartyuk quickly denied it, saying, look at this vegetation. The Urakyuk region will surely become the largest oasis in the north. By then, the population and economy will definitely flourish. All thanks to your contribution. It's just that, as for when this credit will be realized, that depends on whether Andrew is obedient. Andrew? What do you mean? Why are you talking in circles? Pang Bao's expression grew even more unsightly, the small water ball constantly expanding and contracting. Andrew might launch a rebellion. The development of Urakyuk has to be put on hold. I'm afraid we'll have to wait. Alexander Bartyuk shrugged frankly. Can't we just take him out? Pang Bao's eyes widened. Alexander Bartyuk didn't answer immediately. Instead, in a corner of the castle, he controlled the sand to manifest a troop of warhorses engaged in battle, then manifested warhorses from different factions from all directions to join the fray. Our military strength is low. Moreover, rashly killing Andrew would cause a chain reaction among the surrounding lords. If we can make him submit, the surrounding territories will surely follow suit. Do you know how many people in the north would surrender then? How many? Tens of millions. Watching Alexander Bartyuk continuously gather towns and territories around the sand, a dense, crowded mass, Pang Bao's eyes grew as wide as eggs. It instantly understood Alexander Bartyuk's subtext. Tens of millions of people meant tens of millions of units of power of faith. It admitted that this temptation was a bit too much for it. You have something to ask of me, don't you? Just be direct, don't beat around the bush. I'm busy. Pang Bao was swayed. Alexander Bartuk grinned, thinking to himself that they could finally communicate. Pang Bao, Andrew has no heirs. I know the ability you gained from your upgrade is the Elven Secret Medicine. You must have a way. Elven Secret Medicine. Pang Bao nearly jumped when it heard this, its voice sharp. Are you trying to squeeze me dry? One dose of Elven Secret Medicine requires 70% of my own energy. I might very well drop in rank again. I know. Alexander Bartuk nodded, looking at Pang Bao very seriously. He said solemnly, I don't have a better way. For the sake of Kesulai, I can only do my best. Can you see if you can extend the treatment cycle, just like when you treated the baldness? That I'm afraid it won't work. Pang Bao shook its head with a bitter smile. Elven Secret Medicine and channeling the power of faith are not the same concept. My current strength is insufficient. I can't do it. Pang Bao, achieving great things sometimes requires paying a price. Alexander Bartuk took a deep breath, looking like a grand strategist. I know this will hurt you greatly, but have you thought about it? If we cure Andrew, it will surely cause a chain reaction in the Empire's upper aristocratic circles. When fanatical followers appear, the power of faith will surely come like a tidal wave, and it will be very pure. Are you painting pictures for me again? Pang Bao smiled bitterly. It knew Alexander Bartuk was pulling it into another pit, but it just couldn't suppress the urge to jump. You're so smart. Would I need to do something stupid? Pang Bao struggled for a moment, then finally said fiercely, I'll do it. But before that, you have to provide me with more power of faith. No problem. Seeing Pang Bao's teeth gritting, do-or-die expression, Alexander Bartuk felt a wave of sighs in his heart. He wasn't joyful. Instead, he felt deep self-reproach. As a mechanical youth who dreamed of being a good lord, having to rely on sacrificing the interests of those close to him to stabilize the big picture felt truly pathetic. He wanted to become stronger. In this world, wanting to live the ideal happy life required absolute, crushing power to safeguard it. To raise the rank of the quill, obtain high-level psychic power cultivation methods, and break through to 3-star psychic power spirit attachment. He suddenly felt a longing he had never experienced before. Western Legion Command Center. A massive sand table spanned the center of the command post. Under the control of 4 2-star mages, it formed a miniature real-time representation of the North's environment. High mountains and forests, rivers and plains, cities and corridors, everything was constructed to scale based on field surveys. Under the effect of magic, even the barracks and warhorses of various territories were lifelike and could be used for combat simulations. Captain Longby now stared solemnly at the sand table, his brow furrowed at the airships and magic beast strike groups coming from the direction of Giant Axe Fortress and Sunset Mountain, as well as the Night Order's charge against the defensive line on the open ground hundreds of miles in front of Kesulai. Around the sand table, a group of generals watched the command, including Mogander and his group of barbarians from the Northern Legion, Alva Banz who was in charge of town security, Roy and Gerald who were in charge of the waters, as well as Harak's mage group in the air and Bradman who was in charge of logistics. Each of them was responsible for a unit, conducting anti-invasion drills. Captain Longby, you've lost. Just as the deduction reached a stalemate, Mage Rand Avery's team, acting as the antagonists, suddenly pulled up 2 forces from the direction of Crystal City and Sunset Mountain, a flying mage group and a black armored cavalry unit. Captain Longby's pupils narrowed slightly as he looked at Mageland and said in a heavy voice, Mageland, what is the meaning of this? Do you think the Mage Tower still has hidden forces to spare for the North and this black armored cavalry? You don't seriously think that old noble beaston would possess an entire cavalry regiment, do you? He. Captain Longby, do not look down on the Major Tower. Without a real confrontation, you will never know the terror of the Major Tower. If Giant Axe Fortress falls, it would shake the very foundations of the North. What countermeasures they would use, neither you nor I can guess. As Mageland spoke, he pointed to the black armored cavalry from Sunset Mountain. And this beaston, though I haven't fought a necromancer, I've heard of that error. Without some tricks up his sleeve, I don't believe he could have remained dormant in the North for so long. Haven't you noticed the scale of the major towers in the North? They've always been just a few small fry piss. Hearing Mageland's speculation, Captain Longby was suddenly jolted awake. In all his time in Kesulai, he had rarely heard news of the major towers in the surrounding towns being high and mighty. He had originally thought this was just normal for the North, but now that Mageland had mentioned it, he suddenly found it unusual. Necromancy, which the major tower dreaded most, had been dormant in the North for so long without being eliminated. Yet the mage tower itself had failed to develop. The fishiness within this was simply self-evident. Chapter 201 Strategic Planning. Mageland, it seems we need to change our strategy. Captain Longby spoke, his gaze sweeping seriously over the many generals before looking at the sand table. He decided to stop the defensive counterattack strategy, concentrate all forces in one place, cover the town's residents, and break out toward the Eternal Winter Mountains. However, in the simulation, the residents moved too slowly, and the enemies surrounding them on all sides devoured the ranks like a pack of wolves. The Kesulai forces could be seen visibly dwindling. Even after entering the Eternal Winter Mountains, they still continued to lose a third of their numbers, only finally stabilizing deep within the mountain forests. Seeing this, everyone remained silent for a long time, although they were unwilling to accept this outcome. Given the huge disparity in numbers and the inability to gauge the limits of the opponent's trump cards, this was likely the best possible result. I know this result is hard for everyone to accept. However, our Western Legion will remain to evacuate last, buying time for everyone and fighting to the last man. I hope you will all protect His Highness by then. Captain Longby's voice was low and extremely solemn. We will stay too. His Highness is the hope of our indigenous people. Alva immediately followed up, shouting, "Hey, don't be so dejected. Have you forgotten that we still have troops? Our one-eyed barbarians legion is not limited to just these people, and besides, there is also the dwarf leader Sama." At this moment, Moganda suddenly interrupted everyone. This made many people's eyes light up, but before anyone could speak, Captain Longby poured cold water on them. "No, I haven't forgotten them, but if we rashly mobilize troops on a large scale now, it will inevitably attract the attention of Holy Fire City. You must know that the relationship between His Highness and Holy Fire City is very delicate. Once they learn of the situation here, do you think Holy Fire City will help His Highness, or will they kick us while we're down?" This, Moganda was stunned. Looking at the direction of Holy Fire City on the sand table and thinking of Harvey's character, he immediately felt a wave of disdain in his heart. It seems we have no other choice, but establishing a defensive line all the way to the Eternal Winter Mountains within 7 days will not be easy, especially with the need to relocate the residents. 30,000 people is no small number. When the war breaks out, it will surely cause chaos. After all, a sand table simulation is not real combat. Perhaps by then, we will be forced to focus only on His Highness. Maidland voiced everyone's inner thoughts. In fact, war was a common occurrence for them, but protecting residents during wartime was not something a noble should typically have to consider. However, their lord, Alexander Bartuk, put this first. This posed a major problem for them. "Everyone, I think our simulation might have forgotten something. In fact, the relocation of 30,000 people can be much faster than what we just saw." Bradman, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted everyone's thoughts. "Minister Bradman, do you have a good solution?" Captain Longby's gaze was deep. Since Bradman was the most steady among Alexander Bartuk's 6 major dependents, his opinion could not be ignored. "It's not that I have a good solution, but that His Highness had already thought of a way for us. We just aren't used to using it yet and are still fighting according to old common sense," Bradman said, drawing a long railway line on the sand table. "Alchemy train?" Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. "That's right, the alchemy train." Bradman nodded and said, "We just need to organize the residents at multiple stations, and we can enter the Eternal Winter Mountains at 10 times the current speed. And if we manufacture more simple transport devices that can be placed on the tracks to pull people and cargo, and extend the tracks as far as possible into the Eternal Winter Mountains, I don't think transporting the residents will be that slow." This is simply a masterpiece of the gods. How did I not think of that? Ha ha ha. It seems our defensive focus just needs to center around the railway. The oppressive atmosphere among the group eased instantly, and they all looked at Captain Longby in unison. Captain Longby's eyes also flashed with brilliance at this moment, sweeping away the gloom from just before. After subconsciously simulating it a few times in his mind, he looked up at everyone, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corners of his mouth, and said slowly, "It seems we need to conduct a few more drills centered around train transport. Yes, rest assured, this train can also be equipped with quite a few weapons. There will be absolutely no problem with defense. Let's start. I can't wait." Under the glaring magic torchlight, Andrew, in full military uniform, stood before the huge sand table in the war room, watching Chief Knight Barton lead a group of fierce generals, with the cooperation of Harold's mage team, conducting a sand table simulation. Later in the evening, he received 2 confidential letters sent from Kesuli. One was that Alexander Bartuk would visit Giant Axe Fortress in 5 days to discuss matters of peaceful development in the north, and he said he would bring him a surprise. The other was to inform him of some matters regarding the Kesuli military exercise that might easily cause misunderstandings, telling him not to be overly nervous at that time. As for Alexander Bartuk's visit in 5 days, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, as a veteran duke, he was experienced in entertaining nobles. As for talking about development or bringing him surprises, given his current status and wealth, the only surprise he could imagine was just some empty promises from Alexander Bartuk. On the contrary, the layout of the Kesuli military exercise made him inexplicably nervous. Thus, he convened a war meeting overnight. "Duke, there are 2 current weaknesses of Prince Liming." After 3 simulations, Barton looked at Kesuli town on the sand table, which had been bombed into ruins by the airship's magic ballista, and an irrepressible sense of satisfaction at the thought of revenge rose in his heart. "Let's hear it." Andrew's expression was neither happy nor sad. Barton bowed slightly and said, "First, the lack of air power. Look at his layout for this military exercise, as well as the insider intelligence we received. It is clear that he is mostly mobilizing troops to harass from the periphery, but there is no mention of air units. This shows he lacks confidence and is deliberately ignoring it. Second, the lack of population. I have investigated the population of Kesuli. It definitely does not exceed 40,000, excluding the old, weak, sick, and disabled, and ignorant children. His military strength is at most 10,000, but this number of people, let alone fighting a war, even if he were to carry out a long-distance supply run, I fear he wouldn't be able to do it without air superiority. His supply lines will only become targets. Therefore, a protracted war is simply impossible. As for defense, that is even more impossible. Although his city defense uses a 3-star defensive magic array, the foundation is lacking after all. There are no strategic locations nearby to rely on either. As long as we concentrate our air power to carry out a wave of blanket strikes against him, and then cooperate with ground cavalry units to block the key passages of Catclaw Ridge and Rolling Dragon River, basically one charge will be enough to raise Kesuli to the ground. By then, without the protection of the city, no matter how powerful his ground troops are, they will be sitting ducks. Other than fleeing into the Eternal Winter Mountains, there is no other way out. When you were simulating, did you weaken the power of his alchemy weapons? Andrew was no fool. If Alexander Bartuk were so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have had to endure for so long. My lord, weapons need people to operate them. I just said that they cannot sustain a long war. On one hand, it is because of their supplies. And on the other hand, it is because their soldiers are mostly ordinary humans. In high-intensity confrontations, their endurance, recovery, and stamina are no match for our knights. No matter how good the weapons are, if the people have no strength to use them, they are just scrap metal. Moreover, we have countless lowly slaves to wear them down. Stupid. Andrew glared at him and interrupted. Those lowly slaves are my private property. If they throw away their lives for nothing, who will create wealth for me? He, my lord. I am of course not referring to the property of Giant Axe Fortress. Barton glanced out of the corner of his eye toward the vast territories surrounding Giant Axe Fortress. Duke, please think twice. At this moment, Belcully, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. My lord, have you forgotten that there were 9 barbarians have already submitted to His Highness Alexander Bartuk? What is currently in Kessulai is only a small portion. There is still a barbarian legion in Holy Fire City. Look in the direction of Holy Fire City. That area is all open ground. If we launch a large-scale attack and the one-eyed barbarians legion suddenly strikes from the flank, we will inevitably be attacked from both front and rear. Although we have air superiority, the combat power of the barbarians cannot be underestimated. Chapter 202 Departure. Andrew frowned when he heard this. Actually, he had considered this point too, but he wasn't sure what attitude Harvey from Holy Fire City would have at that time. After all, it was an external force, and he didn't believe Prince Liming wasn't on guard against Harvey. Therefore, easily mobilizing the troops of another country would only make the situation more chaotic. My lord, what General Manager Bell said is correct. On the other side, Harold also spoke up, though an unusual light flashed in his eyes as he said, My lord, don't forget, you must also pay attention to the missing wood. Hissed Hilda. Hearing the name wood, Andrew's expression trembled. This was the destabilizing factor he was most worried about. Does the Grand Mage have any thoughts? At this moment, everyone present looked at Harold in unison. Harold's wrinkled old face squeezed into a chrysanthemum, and he chuckled. My lord, in fact, there is a force that can completely handle any emergency, as long as you are willing to cooperate with them. Are you talking about Baron Beeston? Andrew narrowed his eyes and said, The Duke is wise. Harold nodded slightly. But if we do that, I'm afraid it won't be easy to explain to the Mage Tower, right? Andrew said with implication. My lord. Harold smiled slightly, as if he had long expected Andrew to have this question, and said, just like what General Manager Bell said earlier, if you eliminate Prince Liming, your value in front of the Major Tower will be diminished. But if you secretly foster Beeston, wouldn't your value be consolidated again? Andrew's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Eliminating one and fostering another seemingly didn't break the balance, but the initiative of fostering someone personally was in his own hands, which gave him a say in front of the Major Tower. This idea is not bad, my lord. You cannot do this. This is like asking a tiger for its skin. Bell hurriedly tried to stop him. Do you have a better idea? Andrew looked at Bell sideways. This. Bell choked and couldn't answer. HMPH, since you don't have a better idea, just do your job. Andrew snorted heavily and turned to look at Harold. Trouble the Grand Major to contact Baron Beeston and invite him to attend the meeting 5 days later. Isn't Prince Liming going to discuss the future development of the North? Then let everyone sit together and get to know each other. My lord is wise. I will contact Baron Beeston immediately. Harold was secretly happy, the corner of his mouth unable to suppress a smile. Barton, deploy according to the simulation, and at the same time, closely monitor the movements of Kessulai. Report immediately if there are any changes. Yes, my lord. Bell, make sure to do a good job in logistics support. Don't let me down. Just transfer Night Hand from Buckwheat Town to assist you. Night Hand? Bell's complexion changed slightly. If anyone could take over his position, perhaps the steady Night Hand was the most suitable. What? Do you have an objection? No, my lord. I will follow your arrangements in everything. All right, you may all leave. Andrew watched everyone leave, his eyes still fixed on the scarred Kessulai on the sand table. In 5 days, he would meet this Prince Liming. He wondered what kind of person the other party was. An 18-year-old prince who created the alchemical musket and established a foothold right under his nose in just a few short months. Such potential really made him uneasy. This thorn stuck in his flesh had to be removed, no matter the cost. In a dim secret room, Harold closed the door of the secret room, changed into a black mage robe, and activated the clairvoyance mirror on the wall. After a ripple on the mirror surface, Beeston's stern image appeared. He looked at Harold with a sidelong glance, a condescending posture. Harold hurriedly restrained his aura, stepped forward, bowed, and saluted. My lord envoy, Andrew has agreed to join forces and has invited you to attend the meeting 5 days later. Prince Liming will come in person by then. Oh, this is a good opportunity. Beeston raised his eyelids. Yes. Harold grinned and nodded. Once the prince dies in the Duke's mansion, no matter how Andrew explains it, it will be of no use. At that time, he will inevitably start a rebellion. We can then take the opportunity to harvest the fruits, and the master will certainly be happy. He, not bad. Once the master is overjoyed, both of us will have hope of breaking through to the 4-star level. Beeston finally smiled, straightened his body, and said, tell Andrew that I can lend him 3,000 elites to be at his disposal. At the same time, I will definitely be there in 5 days to help him. He, don't worry, my lord envoy. I will definitely convey it truthfully. Hearing that there was help for breaking through to the 4-star level, Harold's eyes shone brightly. It was a longing for longevity. He was now on the verge of death. If he used conventional means, it was impossible to break through to the 4-star level, so he had to take risks to live. He chose to fall into darkness. By the way, did you give Andrew the thing I prepared for him? Beeston suddenly narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, my lord. It is foolproof. Harold nodded, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. That's good. If he refuses at that time, I can give him a hand. He. Beeston gave a sinister laugh, then waved to turn off the clairvoyance mirror. 5 days passed in a flash. On the drill ground of the Kessilai Lord's mansion, Prince Liming was dressed in a blue double-breasted military uniform, reviewing the elite guards accompanying him previously. After receiving Andrew's reply mentioning that important nobles of the North like Beeston would attend, he readily agreed. He also wanted to meet these elites of the North. On the drill ground, flags were fluttering, and steel guns were shining. Gargadon, Lisa, and Nui had all advanced to 3-star, making them the strongest combat power of this team. Following them were 100 boar warriors led by the brothers Babcock and Bissell, 100 barbarians led by Nachor, and 100 Mastiff clan warriors led by Scylla, all the most loyal and elite soldiers from each of the town's legions. Their warriors of the original 6 dependents also wanted to join, but were ordered by Prince Liming to follow Bradman and Rabbats for more critical logistics preparation work. Under the rising sun, Prince Liming stroked the hilt of the great broadsword at his waist and walked slowly in front of the queue. Every soldier was equipped with brand new spirit attachment mechanical exoskeletons, with a cold luster, condensing a murderous aura. Even the warm morning sun felt a bit colder. Since the establishment of the 4 major legions, Prince Liming had been thinking about changing the soldiers into new equipment. It was just that because of the heavy investment in territory construction, Barnum and the dwarves were simply too busy to keep up. It wasn't until returning from Holy Fire City that the addition of new dwarves and the gnome race allowed a group of people to be assigned specifically to be responsible for the troops' outfitting. What the soldiers were wearing now were magic mechanical exoskeletons that he had modified and upgraded based on the mechanical exoskeletons of Special Operations Forces from his previous life, combined with the magic alchemy here, as well as spirit attachment assistance and batch milling array. Except for the 3-star exoskeletons specially made by Barnum for Gargadon, Lisa, and Nui, everyone else had 2-star or mixed 2-star alloy material exoskeletons and individual elemental cannons. In fact, according to common sense, these soldiers could not wear equipment higher than their own level. After all, there was a limit to physical strength, and ordinary soldiers could not bear the weight of high-level equipment. However, the principle of mechanical exoskeletons combined with the driving force of magic arrays perfectly solved this problem. Although they couldn't exceed too many levels, they could fully adapt to equipment 1 level higher. This brought a qualitative leap in the speed, strength, endurance, destructive power, and anti-magic ability of the troops. It was just that the equipment was currently limited. The 300-man team in front of him was basically all of it. Otherwise, Prince Liming wouldn't have been troubled by Andrew's clamoring. Soldiers. Prince Liming stood still in front of the queue, his eyes gleaming, his voice sonorous as he shouted, "I believe you all know the mission this time, and I believe you are also clear about the danger level of this trip. I will not repeat it here. I just want to ask, does anyone want to withdraw?" No. The soldiers were firm, each of them holding their necks high, eyes staring angrily forward, for fear of being seen with the slightest bit of cowardice, especially the 3 captains in front of the queue, Babcock, Nachor, and Scylla. They all knew that accompanying the Lord on this mission was extremely dangerous, but being able to travel with the Lord was supreme glory. It was the yearning of every warrior in the territory. Whoever could travel with the Lord was something they could show off for a lifetime. So this had become the subconscious of every soldier. What's more, they had obtained the quota for this selection after defeating countless opponents. To quit now would be like having their brains kicked by a donkey. No one would shrink back unless he was a fool. Very good. Looking at the spirit of the soldiers, Prince Liming nodded sincerely and said loudly, "Warriors, I will be with you on this trip. I hope you remember one thing. This trip to Giant Axe Fortress is for the future of our territory, for our families, our loved ones, and so that we can all live a happy life in the future. Therefore, we should be fearless. Loyalty, humility, bravery, honor, sacrifice." A deep and solemn shout rang out on the drill ground. Facing the rising sun, the blue lion flag of the Lance Empire royal family fluttered, and the armed alchemy mechanical vehicles drove out of the Lord's mansion like a long dragon, driving along the cement road straight to the Giant Axe Fortress. Chapter 203 Killing Intent. The morning sun leapt over the mountain peak, its rays enveloping the entire northern territory. Today was arguably the most unique occasion in the history of Giant Axe Fortress when it came to receiving a noble delegation. Look at the massive defensive barrier on the city walls, activated early. The magic ballistae were constantly charging, and 3 guard squads, each composed of 100 mages, were stationed on the ramparts, ready with ample food and magic crystals, rotating in 3 shifts. Airships kept watch from high above, while the city garrison remained fully armored, eyes wide open like light bulbs. The way they looked, it didn't seem like they were welcoming a prince's visit, it was more like they were facing a formidable enemy. On the main road outside the city, scouts on fast horses took turns delivering messages. They didn't come from just one direction, but from all sides, without stopping day or night. Carl and Henry were in charge of the welcoming honor guard today. This was arranged by Andrew, who had specifically recalled them. What the 2 of them had been doing during this time certainly couldn't escape Andrew's eyes. They also knew that Andrew was dissatisfied with them. But after all, they were doing this to buy their freedom, so they had a justifiable reason. Moreover, most of the original 500 elites were doing the same, so Andrew couldn't say anything too harsh, as he still had to maintain the image of a kind-hearted duke. Putting them in charge of the welcome was simply because their faces were familiar. Their task was to make the visitors disarm and dismount. Carl rode his flame beast, his gaze frequently drifting toward the extra squad of 100 black-armored, masked cavalry behind him, his brows furrowed deeply. This was the cavalry squad brought by Baron Beeston 2 days ago. After 2 days of contact, or rather, a lack thereof, the feeling they gave him was mysterious, cold, and unapproachable, because in these 2 days, he had never seen these people remove their masks, nor had he seen them eat or drink. He hadn't even seen them relieve themselves. but the pressure these people exerted on him was overwhelming even in front of the 3-star silver rank Barton. These people were not inferior in the slightest. Captain, I always feel that these people seem to harbor ill intentions toward His Highness Alexander, especially Baron Beeston. At this moment, Henry, who was beside him, rode closer and whispered, his gaze inadvertently glancing behind them. Keep your voice down. Don't bring trouble upon yourself, Carl warned, though his gaze looked toward the direction of Kessilai with some worry. I think His Highness Alexander is a good person. For the peaceful development of our northern territory, I think we need someone like His Highness Alexander. Henry shrugged, not taking Carl's warning to heart at all. So what? Do you want to truly betray the Duke and defect to Kessilai? Carl narrowed his eyes and asked. No. Henry grinned and said, I just want to protect the other party, facilitate peace talks, and ensure they aren't sabotaged by those with ulterior motives. Carl raised an eyebrow at this, subconsciously glanced at the black armored cavalry squad again, stroked his sword hilt, and pondered slightly. Do you think we have the ability to do that? No, but we can do what is within our power. A glint of cunning flashed in Henry's eyes. Carl looked at Henry, not knowing what this guy was planning. According to his duties, he should stop or even apprehend the other party, but he chose to say nothing and pretended not to hear. Do your job. It seems they are almost here. At this moment, trails of smoke appeared on the horizon. Then, armored alchemy cars were seen roaring toward them. The blocky, riveted heavy steel armored fronts looked like tigers descending a mountain, charging with a roar, kicking up sand and dust that filled the sky. As the convoy on the horizon drew closer, the defensive barrier of Giant Axe Fortress was powered up to its maximum, and the magic ballistae on the walls were fully charged, their points aimed. Whether it was the mages or the city garrison, everyone's expression was tense, holding their breath. Clang, clang, clang. Following that, a series of sounds of long swords being unsheathed came from the black-armored, masked cavalry. They each gripped their reins tightly, swords trailing behind, already prepared to charge at any moment. But that wasn't the most heart-palpitating part. What was truly unsettling was that the movements, even the breathing, of these black-armored cavalry seemed as one, perfectly synchronized, as if an invisible aura of slaughter had condensed into a mass, making everyone feel extremely oppressed. The Duke and the others have arrived too. At the same time, a luxurious procession of carriages drove out from under the city gate and stopped by the roadside. A group of nobles, dressed in finery and exuding an air of superiority, stepped down from their carriages with their heads held high. The person leading them was Duke Andrew. Accompanying him were Baron Beeston and Grand Mage Harold, followed by the lords of various territories. Baron Beeston, looking at this young prince's momentum, he is not to be underestimated. Duke Andrew lifted his chin slightly, sizing up the formation of Alexander's convoy and the momentum of the soldiers on the vehicles, secretly comparing them to his own cavalry. The momentum is indeed fierce, however, their individual strength is ultimately limited. They haven't been through great storms and are too sharp-edged. They won't amount to much. Baron Beeston replied indifferently. Andrew was slightly silent. He knew full well what Baron Beeston was planning. Over these past 2 days, Beeston had frequently tried to probe his attitude toward Alexander, all with hidden killing intent. In fact, he was also struggling with how to treat Alexander. Duke, the opposing convoy has entered range. Shall I give the order? At this moment, Harold, who was beside him, suddenly spoke, while subconsciously glancing at Baron Beeston. Duke, if necessary, you can fully command that 100-man Black Armor Guard to act as the vanguard. I guarantee their combat power will not disappoint you. Baron Beeston seized the opportunity to add, his tone full of implication. Andrew choked, then laughed dryly twice. Hey, I have seen the strength of these Black Armor Guards and believe they have the capability. However, the terrain here is open, and it would be bad if any accidents occurred. Furthermore, nobles have their own rules. If we greet them with artillery fire before even letting them enter, who would be willing to deal with Giant Axe Fortress in the future? Baron Beeston's expression darkened, and he immediately stopped speaking, though black light flickered from time to time in his lowered palm. Harold also wisely shut his mouth, a trace of mockery hidden deep in his eyes regarding Andrew's decision. The Duke is merciful. The Duke is wise. The many lords behind them praised Andrew one after another. They all understood in their hearts that today's visit was a huge trap. However, no one could guess whether the sharp-edged prince would fall into the trap in the end, or the cunning old Duke. But on 2 points, they still leaned toward Andrew. First, Andrew was deeply rooted in the Northern Territory and had the Mage Tower behind him. Second, he now had the support of Baron Beeston, which was like adding wings to a tiger. Compared to the rumored Alexander, although he had achieved remarkable results in the past few months, he was ultimately alone and unsupported. Even if his guns were good, he needed people to operate them. Having a reputation but no solid foundation, he would eventually be like duckweed without roots. Once Wood's death was confirmed, Alexander would inevitably become the target of public criticism. Here, someone, open the defensive barrier and let our prince in. At this moment, on the main road leading to Giant Axe Fortress, Alexander sat in the passenger seat of the combat vehicle, closing his eyes to rest, thinking about how he would persuade Andrew and the other various nobles when they met in a while. According to Andrew's letter, the attendees this time included Count Ianix of Tulip Territory, Count Albertagas of Golden Sands Territory, the newly appointed Lord of Gem Territory, Aorba, as well as several other minor lords and the oldest noble in the Northern Territory, Baron Beeston. Among these people, he had dealt with Tulip Territory, Golden Sands Territory, and even Gem Territory. Although he hadn't met the lords in person, The cooperation had been quite pleasant. It was this suddenly appearing Baron Beeston that he couldn't quite figure out. Necromancers, in the web novels of his past life, most were not good characters. According to Captain Longby's introduction, these mages were adept at manipulating souls and commanding the dead. Their methods were cruel and unscrupulous, basically synonymous with evil. Moreover, their strength was greater than mages of the same level. However, compared to his own methods, there was nothing to fear. With peak 3-star psychic power, he could control objects weighing 500 catties and detect everything within 500 meters. His golden finger, the quill, was also at peak 2-star, just a little bit away from breaking through to 3-star. He also had the golden power of faith. Although much had been consumed by Pang Bao, there was still a lake-like amount of golden fluid remaining in his sea of consciousness. Looking at the wording in Andrew's letter, he seems very wary of this Beeston. I cannot be careless either. Alexander slowly opened his eyes and looked at the approaching city of Giant Axe Fortress. The 30-meter-high grey stone walls stood towering and imposing, grey and gloomy. Even barbarians could not easily break through. Countless defensive magic arrays were carved on the walls, all of which were now activated, condensing into a hemispherical defensive barrier around the city. Through the battlements, the dark barrels of the magic ballistae protruded, with points of flowing light flickering within the dark tubes. A chilling sight. They are trying to give me a show of force, Alexander sneered in his heart, glancing at the 300 warriors behind him from the corner of his eye, feeling full of confidence. Chapter 204 Testing. Your Highness, it is Carl and Henry who have come to welcome us. Following news reminder, a troop of cavalry bearing welcoming banners and the Duke's flag galloped rapidly toward them. Upon reaching them, the cavalry dispersed to guard both sides of Alexander's convoy. The knights leading the troop were none other than Carl and Henry. Respected Prince, welcome to Giant Axe Fortress. Duke Andrew is waiting to receive you in person at the fortress gates. Carl spurred his horse forward. Although they were already quite familiar with each other, the formalities still had to be observed. Your Highness, Henry greets you. Henry followed closely behind and added, Your Highness, Duke Andrew has invited many nobles from the north this time, especially the powerful Baron Beeston. I hear he is a very powerful Grand Mage, but he has a bad temper, and the black armored cavalry he brought are so arrogant that they won't let anyone near them. I hope you two can cooperate pleasantly. As he spoke, he inadvertently winked at Alexander. Alexander was taken aback. Henry was giving him a hint. At the same time, his psychic power caught Carl, who was standing to the side, deliberately turning his head away and pretending not to hear, which immediately made him understand the situation. The mention of a powerful Grand Mage was telling him that the other party was dangerous, and the bad temper meant they could strike at any moment, warning him to be on his guard. Good grief. Henry is openly colluding with the enemy and betraying his master, and Carl is his accomplice. Alexander's mind raced. Looking at the two of them, a strange warmth rose in his heart. Although both sides had clashed and had friction before, through their recent contacts and trades, they had clearly developed a mutual understanding. This was a good thing. At the very least, it showed that the people of the North yearn for a happy life, not one of endless fighting and killing just to survive. Ha ha ha, Sir Henry, I have not only brought sincerity with me this time, but also over 300 of the most loyal warriors from Kesulai. Roar. Following Alexander's hearty laugh and resounding answer, the 300 warriors in the vehicles behind him roared like thunder, their momentum surging like a rainbow. Carl and Henry exchanged a glance and couldn't help but nod secretly. Soon, the convoy arrived at the gates of the fortress. Alexander sat steadily in the vehicle, spreading his psychic power out. At a glance, he saw the crowd standing at the city gate. In the lead was a middle-aged man wearing a cloak, with a graceful bearing, a hooked nose, and a bald head. Beside him was an elderly man dressed in a double-breasted red military uniform with a composed, intense gaze. There was no need to ask. This hooked-nosed, bald man must be Andrew, and the person beside him was most likely Baron Beeston. After all, among the welcoming party present, except for the bald Barton and that old mage with a face full of orange peel wrinkles who were at 3-star strength, only these two individuals had auras that reached the peak of 3-star. As for the other nobles, their strength was mostly at the peak of 2-star, the mediocre ones were only at 1-star. However, the troop of 100 masked, black-armored cavalry behind the welcoming party made Alexander narrow his eyes. With Henry's previous warning, he was extra cautious. This black-armored cavalry troop was indeed strange. They seemed to have no breath or heartbeat. This made Alexander subconsciously recall many descriptions of undead cavalry from web novels, and he became secretly vigilant. Just as Alexander was carefully scrutinizing Andrew and his group, Andrew and his party were also observing the young and handsome prince in the vehicle opposite them. His 1.88-meter frame, while not particularly burly, and showing no fluctuations of battle chi or magic, still gave people an indescribable sense of oppression, especially those deep golden eyes unique to the royal family. Every glance and movement exuded the majestic air of a king who commands respect without needing to be angry. And there was the convoy that had followed the prince, even though he had heard so many rumors and secret reports about it that his ears were calloused. Seeing it in person still made Andrew gasp. Composed, resolute, elite, and restrained, it wasn't just the dark cannon barrels on the alchemical war vehicles. Looking at the soldiers sitting in the vehicles, each one stood tall like an unsheathed blade. Their neat military appearance and strict discipline were all enough to make people take notice, especially the uniform armor worn by these soldiers. Although it looked strange and not as ornate as runic constructs, the construction full of mechanical levers and gears, combined with the power granted by magic arrays, gave people a unique sense of mechanical power. This prince is no simple character. The lords exchanged glances, their thoughts echoing in their hearts. Andrew also felt a sense of vigilance, while at the same time feeling fortunate that he hadn't rashly issued orders to start a war earlier. Looking at Alexander's demeanor, it wasn't just his martial power, the sheer courage to come here in person was something ordinary people could not achieve. He is truly worthy of Beanwood's bloodline. It is truly enviable. Andrew secretly clenched his fists. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, you have had a hard journey. Andrew has been waiting here for a long time. Welcome, welcome. As the carriage stopped nearby, Andrew let out a hearty laugh and stepped forward quickly, placing one hand on his chest in a very standard aristocratic salute, his smile as warm as a spring breeze, making it impossible to see any trace of pretense. Duke, there is no need for such formalities. In the capital, I often heard my imperial father praise the god of war of the north for deterring the rabble of foreign lands. If it weren't for the fact that my territory was newly established and I couldn't get away, I would have come to visit long ago. Now that I see you, you are truly as famous as your reputation. Gargadon and Lisa jumped off the vehicle, opened the door for Alexander, and guarded both sides. Alexander rose calmly, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and walked down the vehicle steps step by step, a faint smile on his lips. He exchanged glances with Andrew and the people behind him one by one, nodding slightly. Your Highness is too kind. Come, let me introduce you. This is the most ancient noble of our north, Baron Beeston, a 3-star Grand Mage who owns many large manors, mining areas, and forestry lands in regions like Sunset Mountain, Boinia Territory, and Sacred Wood Lake. While being courteous, Andrew stepped aside, guiding Alexander and gesturing toward Beeston beside him. Alexander's psychic power had been kept open. At a single glance, he did not like this stern, gloomy-faced, and arrogant old noble. An undead mage, although he had some preconceived notions. After all, he had openly opposed him and erased the soul contracts of Lord Lyron's Knight Lannon, so they certainly could not be friends. At this moment, Beeston also politely bowed with a hand on his chest, his tone wavering with an inexplicable rhythm as he said, Greetings, Your Highness. I did not expect Your Highness to be truly so young. I did not believe it before. Now I finally believe it. What a young troop. Just as Beeston's gaze intentionally or unintentionally looked into Alexander's eyes, Alexander suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his head. It seemed as if there was a deep vortex in the depths of Beeston's pupils, pulling at his soul. Not good. Alexander's body stiffened. He hadn't expected the other party to cast magic without any warning, making it impossible to defend against. But it was a step too late to realize it now. His psychic power was failing, his body could not move, and his consciousness seemed to be gradually becoming chaotic. Damn it, I was careless. I still underestimated this world. No, I cannot fall here. Absolutely not. In this moment of crisis, Alexander forcibly concentrated his will, like a tug of war, echoing and reverberating in his sea of consciousness to resist that pulling force. However, that pulling force was as powerful as a black hole, and it seemed that faintly, one could see Beeston's triumphant, sinister grin emerging from the depths of the black hole. I will never yield. Suddenly, his firm willpower inadvertently stirred the calm power of faith in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the golden energy surged up, transforming into a golden hand that firmly controlled his sea of consciousness, while simultaneously shattering the pulling force. The dizziness was instantly dispelled, and he regained clarity. It has this use as well. That was close, although to outsiders it was only an instant. In his mind, Alexander felt as if he had experienced a century. At this moment, a layer of fine sweat had broken out on his back. Seeing that Alexander only looked dazed for a moment before instantly regaining his clarity, Beeston's heart skipped a beat. His soul hook skill, which had never failed before, had actually failed. Baron Beeston is indeed vigorous in his old age. Your spirit is even more vibrant than us young people. I suppose breaking through to 4-star is not far off, right? Having walked through the gates of hell, Alexander still wore a smile on his lips, but the hand gripping the hilt of his sword had veins bulging, and his eyes held a hidden coldness. Chapter 205. Taking advantage of a pretext. He really wanted to use his psychic power to finish the other party off, perhaps by using a flying sword to slit their throat or stabbing them with a few needles. But he realized in an instant that the other party had used a dirty trick that no one noticed. If he acted rashly, he would be in the wrong. Moreover, his greatest goal right now was the future of the Northern Territory. He represented more than just himself, and he could not let a small incident delay the big picture. Looking at the lords and knights around him, it was clear they still thought he was an ordinary person without cultivation. If he revealed his strength now, everyone would surely be on their guard. It was better to lie low for now and wait for the right opportunity, so he could play a bigger role later. Your Highness is joking. I am already on the verge of death. Breaking through to 4 stars depends entirely on the will of the gods. Beeston had missed his strike, and his vigilance toward the young prince before him increased. The previous notion of underestimating the other party due to his youth had vanished completely. He also secretly felt fortunate that he had prepared a backup plan, otherwise, he would have failed today. Your Highness and the Baron, please stop flattering each other. Come, Your Highness, let me introduce you to the other lords. Andrew observed their expressions and understood their reactions clearly. Although he did not know the specific details, it was obvious that Beeston had not succeeded, and he had his own guesses about this. After all, he was of royal blood, and his mother belonged to that race. No one would believe he did not have something to protect his life. Now that his theory had been confirmed, it made him even more wary of Alexander. Alexander nodded, took a deep breath to steady his emotions, and then followed Andrew's guidance to look at the several great lords before him. There was the blonde, blue-eyed Count Ionix, Lord of the Tulip Territory, accompanied by his fat steward and chief mage, Ikalaki, who were old acquaintances. There was the black-haired, brown-eyed Count Albert Argas, Lord of the Golden Sands Territory, who was around 30 years old and accompanied by his younger brother, Avanagas. Then there was the newly appointed Lord of the Gem Territory, the short and stout man Audiobook, who had previously interacted with Alexander in Holy Fire City while trying to buy Moganda's Blackwater, though he had not mentioned at the time that he was the legitimate son of the Gem Territory. Afterward, there were some nobles of slightly lower rank who had inherited vast wealth from their ancestors, all of whom greeted Alexander one by one. After the introductions, even with Alexander's excellent memory, the only ones worth noting were the three great lords of the Tulip Territory, Golden Sands Territory, and Gem Territory. The rest were basically just fat sheep joining in the fun. After all, no matter how large the inherited ancestral business was, without personal martial strength, one would ultimately have no say in the Northern Territory. Your Highness, there is still plenty of time. Why don't we enter the city first, and I can accompany you to tour my castle? Perhaps you could offer some suggestions. After Andrew finished introducing everyone, his gaze kept wandering toward Alexander's caravan. At first, he did not dare to underestimate this armed caravan, and now that he had seen Beeston suffer a setback at their hands, he dared even less to let the other party bring their main force deep into his territory. Thus, he came up with this trick of touring the castle on the spur of the moment and signaled Barton. Barton understood immediately. He waved at Carl, Henry, and the squad of black armored cavalry behind him, and they positioned themselves between Alexander and the caravan. Alexander just glanced at them indifferently, his expression unchanged. He was confident that as long as he wanted to leave, no one here could stop him. This is my first time at Giant Axe Fortress, so I can't really offer suggestions. However, since you have been managing this place for decades, Duke, I will certainly have a lot to learn from you. Alexander waved at Gargadon, Lisa, and Newit, then instructed the three captains to follow the local customs, obey the other party's arrangements, and maintain vigilance. Please, Your Highness. Seeing that Alexander had only kept his 3 guards, Andrew felt slightly relieved. He personally led the way, and the group walked into the city. Meanwhile, under the escort of the black armored cavalry, the caravan entered the Barbican to set up camp and formed a circular formation. Of course, as Carl and Henry passed by Alexander, they inadvertently gave him a look to be careful. As the group passed through the Barbican and stepped into the main fortress city, a strong wave of murderous intent enveloped them. Alexander raised an eyebrow slightly, his psychic power instantly covering a radius of 500 meters. Not a single blade of grass or tree could escape his perception. The stone-paved streets, having been deliberately cleaned, were relatively tidy, but the broken road surface was still riddled with potholes, and there was standing water in some places. The surrounding old grey stone and wood houses had also been temporarily spruced up, with the paint still wet, looking like an 80-year-old woman caked in rouge and powder. Through the gaps in the houses, he could clearly sense squads of agile figures hiding behind them, with blades flashing and murderous intent surging. The pedestrians on the street wore clothes with hardly any patches, but no matter how one looked at it, the clothes did not fit, looking like costumes forced onto them. Some had bulging backs, as if they were hiding weapons. This gave people the feeling of being dragged into a film studio by a third-rate director to watch a fuss. However, looking at Andrew, he was still chatting and laughing as usual, without any abnormalities. If he truly did not know, then his acting skills were masterful. On the other hand, Beeston beside him and Harold on the other side exchanged a secret glance. This did not escape Alexander's perception at all. Your Highness, Newit, who was beside him, sniffed the air, frowned slightly, instinctively moved closer to Alexander, and gave a subtle reminder with his eyes. Alexander nodded imperceptibly, and Gargadon and Lisa also moved a few steps closer. The group chatted as they walked. Your Highness, this is the main street of the fortress. How does it compare to your Kesiulai? Andrew looked at the cleaned street before him, secretly proud. Although he had heard that the infrastructure in Kesiulai was excellent, he still felt that it could not be that much better. The many lords behind him also gave thumbs up one after another, their flattery flowing like a tide, showering him with praise. However, Mage Ike and Ivan, who had been to Kesiulai before, exchanged glances and shook their heads secretly, sighing at the group of frogs in a well. It's even tidier than the royal city. At least I don't see any beggars. Alexander narrowed his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and suddenly changed the subject. Actually, the royal city is just a bit larger than the fortress with a few more houses. Even if one becomes king, how much worldly pleasure can one enjoy aside from boring fighting and killing? That's not enjoying life at all. And there's the constant threat to one's life. Wouldn't you agree, Duke? Huh? Andrew's heart skipped a beat. Alexander's words were somewhat disrespectful and full of implications. Not only was he left at a loss, but the other lords also had flickering gazes, unable to figure out what this young prince really meant. On the other hand, a flash of sinister disdain crossed Beeston's eyes. He found it laughable that Alexander considered fighting and killing boring. Your Highness is joking. How could my place compare to the royal city? Andrew gave 2 dry laughs and quickly changed the subject. Your Highness, watch your step. Look at that 3-story building ahead. That is the shop you established here. These days, it has been making a fortune every day, with booming business that is truly enviable. Oh? Alexander looked up, and sure enough, 100 meters ahead, a 3-story grey stone building stood at the street corner like a crane in a flock of chickens. At this moment, the entrance was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and the staff in the shop were standing respectfully at the door, holding banners and signs to welcome his arrival. This daily fortune is all thanks to you, Duke. Alexander's eyes turned slightly, intending to use the situation to his advantage. If you had not managed Giant Axe Fortress so prosperously, Duke, how could I have earned so much money? Your Highness is too kind. It's just that your goods are good, and everyone likes them. Andrew's hooked nose shone slightly. That's right, Your Highness. Your goods are too good. You must leave us some market share. Why don't you tell us what new products you have coming up, and how about we buy a stake? The other lords took the opportunity to flatter him, especially the newly appointed Lord of the Gem Territory, Audiobook, who instantly revealed his true colors as a merchant. Alexander was amused inwardly and readily agreed. no problem. I do have a few new products to launch, and buying a stake is fine. I welcome it with open arms. However, I do feel that you are all being a bit small-minded. What does your highness mean? Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. Alexander continued. The joint development of the Urakuk region that I mentioned to everyone before is a huge benefit. Take the Golden Sands territory for example. If you seize the high-grade sand casting mines in the Urakuk region, the resources you obtain will give you the confidence to fight price wars with others. If you develop it, you have a share. If you don't develop it and let others do it, your market will be carved up by others. Think about it, in a price war and resource reserve, do you have any chance of winning? And for the Tulip Territory's magic potions, don't look at Urakuk as a barren land. We in Kessilai have already developed magic vegetation to combat desertification. Once planted, it will become vast stretches of fertile land. Think about it, if you develop and utilize it, how many magic potions could you grow? Actually, Urakuk is very large. There is more than enough for everyone present to share. We don't need to spend a single soldier or fight to the death to gain huge benefits. Why not do it? The crowd was silent for a moment. They could all understand what Alexander meant, but they all looked toward Andrew. Chapter 206 The Outsider. Cough, cough. Your Highness, can the magical vegetation you mentioned really treat desertification? Andrew, seeing there was no way to avoid it, felt slightly conflicted but asked while steeling himself. Of course, I can guarantee it by the gods. Prince Liming looked at everyone with a serious expression. There was another silence among the crowd, and their footsteps slowed down. Although some people believed him, the decision-making power did not lie with them. Furthermore, some of those who did have the power had no intention of cooperating. Your Highness. Beeston saw that everyone was showing signs of being moved, and his face darkened. He inwardly cursed the little prince for being too good at bewitching people. If he weren't afraid of ruining his master's grand plan, he would have killed him right there on the street. At this moment, he had no choice but to speak up. Have you forgotten the current situation of the Empire? The Urakuk region belongs to the Ulko Empire. Even if Holy Fire City agrees to lend it to you temporarily, can you guarantee that after development, the Ulko Empire won't swoop in to snatch the fruits of your labor? If it were in the past, perhaps they wouldn't dare, but the current situation is hardly optimistic, is it? Beeston's words were like a steel thorn piercing into everyone's hearts. They looked at each other, whispered, and nodded silently. Now that wood was missing and the Empire was in internal turmoil, the Ulko Empire would definitely have no scruples about snatching the fruits of their labor. At that time, everyone's investment would have been in vain, acting as a wedding dress for someone else. Actually, I understand everyone's concerns. Prince Liming glared coldly at Beeston, then turned to the crowd and said in a gentle tone, but where in the world is there an investment without risk? At most, one can only reduce the risk. As for the worry about the Ulko Empire snatching the fruits of our labor, as well as the future situation of the Empire, I actually think that is all unnecessary anxiety. You can all see that even in the Duke's territory, those shops include mine, the Duke's own, as well as those from the Tulip, Golden Sands territory, and Gem territory. It can be said that in any part of our northern territory, we are intertwined with each other. And in Holy Fire City, in the Urakuk region, Prince Harvey also has industries, which will eventually merge with ours. If it were really as Baron Beeston said, that they would just snatch everything, I would like to ask, who would dare to do business in the Ulko Empire in the future? If an empire cannot even guarantee basic credibility, who would be willing to be friends with it? Which is more important, I think their king can tell. Let's talk about our northern territory again. Although the empire is going through a troubled time, why can't we in the northern territory settle down first, coexist peacefully, and cooperate in development? That would bring great benefits to everyone. Does everyone really want to be led by the nose by others and be used as dogs for them? The crowd was in an uproar. Prince Liming's analysis was indeed reasonable, especially since developing the Urakuk region would be beneficial to all parties. After all, turning a barren desert into an oasis would only benefit everyone. Whoever wanted to monopolize it would become a target for everyone, which would be a loss that outweighs the gain. As for the northern territory, in truth, which of the great lords would want war? The lesser nobles would want to be cannon fodder even less. If a war really started, not to mention that openly confronting a prince was treason, but also, with Prince Liming's strength, did they really have the confidence to win? The crowd's hearts wavered, and they had already begun to lean towards Prince Liming. Andrew was also extremely troubled, longing, worry, annoyance, jealousy, and even more so, conflict. What Prince Liming said was the truth, but the same truth was that his fist was not as big as the Major Tower. Looking at the assassins hidden in the streets now, some were his men, but more were secret stakes of the Major Tower. He knew this clearly, but what could he do? In the face of power, he had to submit. Of course, he didn't want to be a dog. But regarding cooperation, he wasn't sure if Prince Liming was truly sincere. A wrong step could mean losing everything. Duke, please think thrice. Beeston's face was as gloomy as water. Feeling that the plan was about to be overturned by Prince Liming, he couldn't help but keep winking at Harold. Cough, cough. Duke, I see it is getting late. Butler Belcally has already arranged the banquet in the castle. Why don't we move to the castle first and then discuss matters? Prompted by Beeston's hint, Harold hurriedly interrupted the crowd. Yes. The banquet is already arranged. Your Highness, why don't we go to the castle first? Andrew gave Harold an appreciative look and, feeling relieved, changed the subject. At this time, everyone tactfully stopped talking about this matter. Prince Liming took in the collusion between Beeston and Harold. This was preparation to lure him into a trap. If there was a best place to attack him, it would definitely be inside the castle. The most favorable thing would be to seal off the news and then create fake news. However, this was equally favorable to him. He wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. Good. I have some good things to bring to the Duke later. I guarantee the Duke will love them. Oh, then I am very much looking forward to it. Andrew gestured for him to proceed. Next, everyone began to chat about things that nobles liked. However, Prince Liming was not very interested in this. His eyes wandered from time to time on the street. One was to pay attention to the hidden assassins, and the other was to understand the foundation of Giant Axe Fortress. Along the way, the closer they got to the inner city, the better the shops were built, which could be described as strictly stratified. There were very few restaurants and snack bars on the street, only a few scattered noble wine houses, which clearly showed that the commoners in Giant Axe Fortress had no money. Of course, the most popular places were gambling dens and brothels, those dirty places. From time to time, one could see the shadows of commoners, which meant that the quality of the territory's people was generally low, or some people lived without hope, living day by day, and were self-deprecating. Soon, Andrew's inner city arrived. It was also a grey stone structure building, somewhat similar to the castle style in Disney animations from his previous life, but the difference was the color. The castle as a whole looked very dim, shrouded in an atmosphere of twilight. On the contrary, there were many armored knights guarding the surrounding arrow towers, occasionally poking their heads out to look, feeling like they were struggling on the verge of death. Bang, bang, bang. Magic fireworks exploded in the sky above the battlements. Two teams of neatly dressed guard cavalry welcomed them out at the gate, followed by Butler Belcurly with a group of servants, and a band holding horns and carrying large drums, playing a sonata to welcome everyone's arrival. Sure enough, it's this set again. The nobles with a sense of ritual. Prince Liming's psychic power swept over. There was no murderous intent in the team in front of him. On the contrary, Butler Belcurly, who was leading, had a slightly worried emotion about his arrival. Your Highness, you are as handsome as ever. The Duke has already prepared a banquet for you. Please. Belcurly's attire today was meticulous, his legs were straight, and he bowed slightly, but a subtle light flashed in his eyes. Butler Belcurly, long time no see. Please. Prince Liming nodded politely and walked into the castle accompanied by Andrew and the others. Beeston and Harold, who had originally followed Andrew, slowed down at this moment. Is everything arranged? Beeston whispered. Just received news that the personnel have arrived and can be launched at any time. Harold nodded. Good. Find a chance to get rid of those 3 annoying flies later. Beeston's gaze swept over Gargadon, Lisa, and New, and then looked at the gradually darkening sky in the northwest. I already have an arrangement. Just 3 little mice. Harold's orange-peel old face smiled like a chrysanthemum, and his eyes also looked to the northwest. Meanwhile, at the northwestern border where Giant Axe Fortress borders Sunset Mountain and Sacred Wood Lake, a large army composed of black armored cavalry and skeleton warriors was rapidly gathering here. They were like a tide of rats, covering the sky and the earth. Wherever they passed, skeleton warriors constantly emerged from the ground to join this army. Seeing that the border of Giant Axe Fortress could no longer accommodate them, there was a trend of infiltrating the Kessilai border, and the Giant Axe Fortress airship that was originally patrolling in the sky had avoided this area at some point. Lord Liar, does this count as treason? Attacking without declaring war? This is contrary to the spirit of knighthood. Knight Lannon led his team behind the black armored cavalry and said to Lord Liar, who was also leading the Mage Tower group beside him, speaking of which, this Prince Liming looks quite smart, but he insisted on holding some military exercise, and even transferred the troops away from the hinterland to defend the periphery. Isn't this clearly opening his arms and letting us do whatever we want? Lord Liar didn't look at him, but looked towards the direction of Giant Axe Fortress, as if talking to himself or answering the other party. In the past, I only thought Baron Beeston was terrifying, and that the so-called oldest and most terrifying noble was just a legend, but now I'm really a little scared. No wonder even Duke Andrew is very wary, and the Northern Territory Major Tower dares not move him. Now I finally understand. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Knight Lannon choked upon hearing this and said somewhat angrily, is what you said important? Can't you see the current situation? Lord Liar looked at Knight Lannon coldly, his eyes full of pity and sympathy. What kind of look is that? What situation? Isn't the point now to eliminate Prince Liming? Knight Lannon felt a bit unnerved by being looked at by the other party. Lord Liar was still looking at him coldly, without saying a word for a long time, until Knight Lannon couldn't help but want to flare up. Only then did he sigh softly and say, can't you see that we are the only outliers here? Chapter 207 Attitude. What? Suddenly, Knight Lannon felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and he seemed to understand something immediately. He was not a fool, just a bit prejudiced. And now, being reminded by Lord Liar, he suddenly realized something. Could it be that Baron Beeston wants to? Knight Lannon's pupils constricted as he said, can we withdraw? What do you think? Lord Liar gave a bitter smile. In fact, as soon as Knight Lannon spoke, he knew how naive his thought was. Both of their lives were in the hands of Baron Beeston. Where would they have any room to resist? Let's leave it to the gods. Lord Liar took a breath, looked toward the Giant Axe Fortress again, and muttered, I hope all of this is just a dream. Is that so? Are those magic fireworks over the fortress? That's the signal preparing for an attack, right? Do you still think it's a dream? Knight Lannon's mouth twitched, and finally, he said ruthlessly, let's go. We're going to die anyway, so if we go all out, maybe there's still a chance to live. Besides, we are on the advantageous side now. Lord Liar did not respond, just exhaled deeply and followed the main force forward in silence. The inner city of the Giant Axe Fortress was filled with a strange scent of spices, the smell of roasted meat, alcohol, perfume, magic potions, and some indescribable, decadent scent peculiar to nobles. Alexander Bartuk stepped on the red carpet, passed through the doorway, and the noon sun made the roughly 500 square meter open space in front of him slightly dazzling. The banquet venue was surrounded by sculptures, with several long tables placed in the center covered with clean white tablecloths, upon which were arranged exquisite foods and fruits of various styles, making it look like a Western-style wedding buffet. Grills were set up in a corner of the open space, where over a dozen chefs and a pile of servants were busy. In another corner, an ornate platform was erected. This was a trading platform that nobles loved. Whenever a banquet was held, they would conduct some barter or auction of little trinkets to liven things up. Things like antique weapons, precious slaves, strange stones, weird eggs, and the currently very popular insect fighting among nobles, raised in exquisite insect jars to gamble and fight in their spare time, were all included. However, after observing the entire inner city of the mansion, not a single beastman nor demi-human figure was found. Clearly, this was the highest standard of welcoming treatment arranged by Andrew. "Noble Highness, may your guards move over here to dine?" Just as he stepped into the venue, a waiter who had been waiting for a long time walked up with a smile, politely indicating that the guards of the attending lords were all gathering and having fun in a corner not far away. "Highness." The expressions of Gargadon and the other two sank. In fact, as soon as they entered the inner city, they felt unfriendly gazes. As two of the 6 great retainers, Gargadon and Lisa naturally knew the ranking tricks among nobles. But to protect Alexander Bartyuk, they were willing to suffer the humiliation. But now, being pointed out by the waiter, everyone's gazes were focused on them, and a long-absent anger began to brew in their hearts. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that all 3 of them had reached the 3-star level, I fear there would have been nobles objecting before they even entered the city. Alexander Bartyuk glanced at the waiter, then scanned the surroundings with his psychic power. Once he caught the subtle gazes of Easton and Harold, he knew exactly what was going on. If it were normal times, he certainly wouldn't have agreed to the waiter's approach. But now, in order to win everyone over, he needed to give them some room to buffer. "Gargadon, this isn't our Kessilai. We should do as the locals do. As long as you don't leave my sight, it will be fine." Alexander Bartyuk patted Gargadon on the shoulder, then gave Lisa and New a reassuring look. "Yes, Highness." The 3 did not hesitate and left respectfully, but once they reached a corner of the banquet, all 3 stared fixedly at Alexander Bartyuk. When a waiter brought drinks and food, they glared and refused. He, I've long heard that your highness loves the people like your own children. Now it seems the reputation is well deserved." Andrew had already taken 2 crystal glasses from a waiter, filled with light-colored red wine, and handed one to Alexander Bartyuk, saying, "Your highness has traveled from afar. Why not first taste my prized wine?" Alexander Bartyuk took it, his psychic power slightly focused. The wine was light but fragrant and pleasant, and with every breath, there seemed to be a faint flow of magic. Although he couldn't tell what it was brewed from, it was definitely not made of ordinary materials. Not far away, Beeston and Harold saw Alexander Bartyuk take the wine and were all waiting with squinted eyes, their hearts seemingly lifted. Some of the other lords were also taking drinks from waiters to taste, looking obsessed and enjoying it, while some lords went directly to the auction platform. "Duke, don't you want to see the gift I brought first?" Alexander Bartyuk swirled the wine glass but did not taste it. He didn't like alcohol, and it wasn't that he feared the subtle magic in the wine. After all, he had magic immunity, and all small tricks of magic were ineffective against him. "Oh, I certainly look forward to your highness's gift, but what I want, I fear, cannot be found in this world." Andrew took a shallow sip and stirred it gently. That might not necessarily be the case. Alexander Bartyuk smiled mysteriously, very naturally placed the wine glass back onto a passing waiter's tray, reached into his bosom, and took out a crystal test tube as thick as a finger, inside which a light green potion emitted specks of fluorescence, and these specks occasionally condensed into a phantom of a fetus within the potion, emitting a faint, ethereal vitality. Does the Duke recognize this item? This is. Originally, Andrew hadn't paid much attention, thinking Alexander Bartyuk was just bringing out some gems, artifacts, or the like. Even when he saw that bottle of potion, he didn't take it to heart, thinking it was just an ordinary magic potion. But when the specks of fluorescence in the magic potion converged into the phantom of a fetus, his eyes couldn't look away, his whole body froze in place, his mind was in chaos, and his eyes erupted with light of longing, suspicion, suppression, explosion, and forbearance. At the same time, the surrounding noble lords also noticed Andrew's abnormality and gathered around one after another. It was just that Andrew's breathing was too rapid at this moment. Even an apprentice knight of low rank could hear it clearly. "What kind of potion is this? It feels like it has such strong vitality, but it doesn't seem like a magic potion." The Tulip's chief grand mage, Mage Ike, stepped forward and cast an identification spell, but the result was ineffective, and he looked at Alexander Bartyuk with a face full of wonder. "Your highness, this potion wouldn't happen to be the new product you're planning to launch, would it?" "I've decided to invest." Aorbo of the Gem Territory had his small eyes flashing with keen light, as if he saw the potential of this potion. The other lords looked at Aorbo as if looking at an idiot, and then almost simultaneously looked at Andrew. Almost everyone present knew of Andrew's unspeakable secret, and the efficacy displayed by the potion Alexander Bartyuk brought out was clearly targeted. Everyone was waiting for Andrew to speak, especially Beeston and Harold, who had quietly approached this side. Their eyes were terrifyingly sharp, as if they had a premonition of something. "Who Tilda? Your highness, could you tell me?" Andrew let out a long breath. His reason told him he must calm down first. After all, he had longed for magic potions to treat himself and had experienced the torture of hope and disappointment many times before. At this moment, he could still control himself. Alexander Bartyuk smiled calmly and said, "This is elven secret medicine." "What? Elven secret medicine?" "Impossible." "That's right. How could there be elven secret medicine? That's just something from legends." Most of the people present had expressions of doubt and disbelief. It was just that something like elven secret medicine was too illusory. Something that had been extinct for tens of thousands of years, suddenly having a fresh, real object presented. No one could believe it. After all, no one could verify it. But there was still a small group of people, such as Andrew, Mage Ike, Beeston, and Harold, these veteran nobles, whose eyes were filled with a light of covetousness. Especially Andrew. He knew Alexander Bartyuk's background, so if Alexander Bartyuk could produce elven secret medicine, the credibility was very high. Moreover, this magic potion that even the Grand Magi could not identify could only be explained by old and secret medicine. When everyone looked at Andrew, Andrew suppressed his excitement and finally gave 3 words, "I believe this." This answer was undoubtedly a bombshell. Everyone held their breath, not just because of the wonder of the elven secret medicine, but also because of Andrew's attitude. At this moment, everyone seemed to see the future of the North and Alexander Bartuk's potential. Their eyes suddenly became burning hot. "Duke, shouldn't you ask about the effect of this secret medicine first? Why do I feel that this medicine's efficacy is not very stable?" A sarcastic voice suddenly interjected. The crowd looked sideways and then made way one after another. It was Beeston with a gloomy face. At this moment, everyone could feel the displeasure emanating from this old noble, especially since this time, his targeting of Alexander Bartuk was no longer concealed. Chapter 208 Taking Action. This action took Beeston aback, his gaze sharpening, but he held back from lashing out, instead giving Harold, who was not far away, a resolute look. Ahem, the effect of this elven secret medicine is, in fact, to extend one's lineage. Prince Liming gave the answer at the right moment. As for Beeston's threat, the great broadsword at his waist was already ready. Wow Tilda. When Prince Liming softly spoke the answer everyone had already guessed. The crowd couldn't help but erupt in an uproar. "Your Highness, I wonder if the efficacy of this potion is guaranteed?" Andrew couldn't help but ask again. "This, I cannot guarantee." Prince Liming hesitated for a moment, guessing what the other party was worried about, and said, "However, if the Duke is interested, you can find someone to test it. This bottle contains 3 doses." Andrew looked into Prince Liming's eyes, trying to see if there was any deception, but after a long while, he only saw clarity and tranquility. He withdrew his gaze, admitting he was tempted. His hand raised involuntarily, wanting to take it. "Duke, do not be deceived." However, just at this moment, Beeston interrupted again, sternly saying, "Duke, although the elven secret medicine is legendary for being miraculous, who has truly consumed it and who can guarantee there are no problems after consuming it? This is fundamentally a despicable practice of using people to test drugs, completely contrary to benevolence. Moreover, if we are talking about secret medicines, I have one here too. After consuming it, one can break through to 4 stars and double their lifespan. Everyone, is there anyone willing to test this medicine?" The scene suddenly froze. Everyone watched as Baron Beeston took out a transparent medicine bottle from his chest. A black liquid was rolling and bubbling inside, and everyone's mouths twitched. Not to mention that the potion looked disgusting. Just the fact that he, an undead mage, was preaching benevolence to everyone here. How did that look so awkward? "Baron, even painting a pie has its limits, right? Are you testing everyone's intelligence here?" Prince Liming sneered. Sure enough, Prince Liming's words made everyone present feel humiliated. This was trampling on the dignity of the nobility, treating them like monkeys. "Baron Beeston, although I remain skeptical about the elven secret medicine, His Highness the Prince did say we could find someone to test it. It's just 1 or 2 servants or slaves. It has nothing to do with benevolence, right?" A noble finally couldn't help but speak up. "Exactly, having 1 or 2 slaves help test medicine can be considered the greatest benevolence to them." Among the nobles present, who hadn't exploited slaves, if testing medicine had to be linked to benevolence, wouldn't everyone present be a villain? "Shut up. This elven secret medicine, I know someone has consumed it." Just as everyone was arguing, Andrew shouted to cut them off, then looked deeply at Prince Liming, because the person who had consumed it was Wood. He knew, but this occasion was not convenient to say so. "Your Highness, can this potion?" Andrew suppressed his desire, wanting to request it, but was afraid Prince Liming would set more conditions. Of course, just as Andrew was rubbing his palms, Prince Liming simply stuffed the potion into his hands. This caught off guard. Andrew's hand shook, almost dropping it, and he broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, an inexplicable force, like the embrace of a gentle mother, was transmitted through the crystal bottle as a 3-star silver. His perception made Andrew instantly feel a sense of joy in his cells, a feeling he had never experienced before. He believed it a little. He could feel signs of certain functions in his body being awakened. Seeing the change in Andrew's expression, the hearts of those around him also jumped to their throats. At this moment, the way they looked at Prince Liming became even more intense. Only Beeston on the side completely narrowed his eyes, coldly watching Andrew and Prince Liming. He knew things had reached a point he didn't want to see, but it didn't matter. It was just changing the method to get the result. He silently injected magic into that bottle of black liquid. Prince Liming, Andrew. Ahahaha, want your life. Suddenly, just as Andrew had carefully tucked the medicine bottle into his storage belt, he was violently shaken. Then he looked up, veins bulging on his forehead, his face twisted, his pupils turned into black holes, and with a sinister laugh, he drew his great broadsword and slashed fiercely at Prince Liming. A violent gale, mixed with explosive fire attribute fighting spirit. The great broadsword was like magma pouring out from a volcanic eruption, steaming the surrounding air into phantoms. No one expected this scene. Even though Prince Liming had been using his psychic power to lock onto the other party, he didn't notice the abnormality at first. Not good. It's over, something big is going to happen. How could this happen? Has Andrew gone crazy? All the lords who saw this scene felt a chill in their hearts. Prince Liming could not cultivate fighting spirit or magic, who in the upper nobility didn't know this. Andrew must have known it even better. But now Andrew had actually launched a surprise attack, and the result. Almost subconsciously, the same thought rose in everyone's minds. Prince Liming is finished. A war is about to break out, and none of them can stay out of it. Your Highness, be careful. Your Highness. Gargadon and the other 2 in the distance were now gnashing their teeth in rage, but they were too far away to step forward, and Prince Liming was surrounded by nobles, so their steel spears couldn't aim either. However, just as everyone was dodging from the center of the flames, guessing Prince Liming would be split in 2, Prince Liming hooked the corner of his mouth, gave a light laugh, and made a counterattack. although he didn't expect Andrew to be the first to attack. Fortunately, his psychic power had been open. In the brief moment Andrew drew his sword, his thoughts moved accordingly. The great broadsword at his waist flew into his hand. The hacking ability he had ground out daily turned into a conditioned reflex, his muscles bulged, and his innate divine strength, coupled with the augmentation of his psychic power, barely met the other party's great broadsword. Bang! Sparks flew, air currents rolled, and the long tables around them shattered one after another. Even the nobles, who were at the peak of 2-star strength, were blown about, tumbling and crawling. Some were covered in sparks and kept patting them off. How is this possible? The embarrassed people were in a mess, but there were sharp-eyed ones who saw that Prince Sliming was actually evenly matched with Andrew and was unharmed. This almost dropped everyone's jaws. The gods are above. I must have drunk too much. No, that is innate divine strength. I heard that His Highness the Prince received the enlightenment of the gods. Shut up. Who is going to persuade them to stop now? No one moved, and it could be said that no one dared to step forward to persuade them. If they persuaded well, that would be fine. But if they failed, they would offend one side, and these two people in front of them would make them suffer if offended. Unexpected, truly unexpected. In the chaos, Beeston was also looking at Prince Sliming with a look of astonishment. Although after the initial probing, he had thought Prince Sliming might have some royal secret treasure on him. How could he explain resisting Andrew's 3-star silver violent attack without a scratch? That secret treasure could be used continuously, or did the legend that the third prince had innate divine strength mean he could contend with 3-star silver? There must be a limit to this, right? It's not me. And just as everyone was at a loss, stunned and confused, the huge impact of the previous blow caused the web between Andrew's thumb and forefinger to split, causing sharp pain. But this pain caused a brief clarity in his pupils, and he shouted this sentence. Only after this sentence, his body trembled again, his pupils turned black, and he gathered his strength and launched an attack on Prince Sliming again, regardless of his life. It's puppetry. Suddenly, this shout of "It's not me" made everyone in the field feel like they had regained their senses. And Mage Ike, as the most experienced Grand Mage in the field, was the first to react and cast his gaze toward Beeston, who had long been hiding in the distance. Chapter 209 Methods. It seems I underestimated you, but this is as far as it goes. Ha ha ha. When everyone finally understood what was happening, Beeston no longer bothered to hide it. With a sinister laugh, he slowly raised the vial in his hand, and the black liquid inside transformed into countless thin threads, spraying out like a spider web to envelop the entire venue. The terrifying part was that every person present who had consumed the wine was now connected to one of these black threads. The castle suddenly fell silent for a moment, but it was immediately followed by a collective roar. More than half the people began to writhe, their expressions pained and their eyes vacant. Like zombies, they erupted with strength far beyond their usual capabilities and lunged toward Prince Sliming. What is going on? Lord, it's me. Stop. Gather around me. It's dark magic. The undead curse. The scene descended into chaos, like an anthill being kicked over. Mage Ike, one of the few who had not drunk the wine, immediately called the survivors to form a defensive circle. He continuously cast defensive magic to protect them while simultaneously unleashing ice magic repeatedly at Count Enix and the other lords, trying to halt their movements. Rat-tat-tat. Brrrrttt. At the same time, gunfire erupted. Gargadon and his two companions, who had previously been concerned about harming the innocent, now pulled their triggers without hesitation. With cold expressions, they strafed the nobles lunging at Prince Sliming while rapidly closing in on his position. However, to their astonishment, even when the magic bullets exploded against the nobles showed absolutely no reaction. They didn't even roar. Even if they fell, they would simply crawl back up and continue fighting. Damn it, Lisa. Charge over and take out that Beeston. You and I will cover you. Gargadon let out a fierce roar, burning with anxiety as he watched Prince Sliming get submerged by the crowd. What good was 3-star blood burning? What good was the newly equipped mechanical exoskeleton? It was useless at the critical moment, and having to watch their master die made the three of them seethe with rage. However, that brief delay had already caused them to miss the best window for rescue. The controlled crowd had already completely surrounded Prince Sliming. In the distance, Beeston could no longer suppress the smug smile on his lips. With the combined strength of a 3-star Andrew and a crowd of peak 2-star lords, what did it matter if Prince Sliming had a royal secret treasure? Could a miracle really happen? Beeston curled his lip, feeling even more excited as he channeled his dark magic, his eyes gleaming. Meanwhile, Mage Ike and the other survivors, huddled in their defensive circle and unable to help, watched Prince Sliming's situation with their hearts sinking to the bottom. Some had already begun to pray silently. If Prince Sliming died here, the Northern Territory would inevitably fall into chaos, and no one present would be able to escape the consequences. Furthermore, these controlled individuals were the core figures of their respective territories. If they couldn't return, those territories would likewise descend into turmoil. The scene of a future civil war in the Northern Territory had already appeared in everyone's minds. This time, they were truly finished. Is this all you have? Suddenly, just as everyone thought Prince Sliming was about to be hacked into mincemeat, a voice abruptly rang out from above their heads. Everyone looked up in shock, only to see Prince Sliming stepping on a flying sword, hovering in the air as if looking down at the world with disdain, his cold gaze fixed on Beeston. This sight left everyone stunned. Beeston looked as if he had swallowed something foul, his magical output stuttering for a brief moment, and the scene fell into an awkward silence. He's flying? How is that possible? There was no time to cast levitation magic. Could the rumors about the divine revelation be true? His Highness is safe. Ha ha ha. His Highness is safe. Magic's eyes flickered while continuing to channel magic. He secretly observed Prince Liming. There was no magical fluctuation, nor was there any battle aura fluctuation. Yet he was just flying there. What was the reason? It seemed his understanding of Prince Liming was far too shallow. He was hiding far more than expected. Looking at the lords around him, especially Duke Andrew, who had always been thinking about subjugating Prince Liming, it seemed now that they had been quite arrogant. Break. In the very moment everyone was stunned, Prince Liming's eyes narrowed, and two streaks of light suddenly flew toward Beeston and the small vial in his hand. Not good. Although he didn't know what method Prince Liming was using, Beeston felt a deep sense of threat. However, realizing it didn't mean he could dodge it, the two streaks of light were as fast as lightning. One went straight for the vial, and the other aimed directly for his temple. In his haste, he instinctively channeled his magic to his head and narrowly dodged one of the streaks, but his hand was half a beat too slow. The other streak smashed the vial with a bang, and the black liquid inside began to spill out. Did it work? Magic and the others had their hearts in their throats. However, due to the effect of the magic, the flowing black liquid did not dissipate and remained under Beeston's control. It's useless. With your power, you cannot undo the undead curse. Having dodged the attack, Beeston immediately moved to hide behind a squad of black armored guards that had just arrived. He was full of confidence in his dark magic. No magic could break the curse. This was the foundation he had relied on for years to contend with the Mage Tower in the Northern Territory. It was experience gained through countless real battles. Is that so? Seeing everyone falling into agony again, Beeston was smug, but Prince Liming narrowed his eyes, recalling his previous soul probe. A thread of golden energy suddenly flew out, striking directly at the black liquid. I told you, it's no. The originally smug Beeston wanted to mock him a bit more, thinking the black armored guards could block it, but he hadn't expected the golden streak of light to be able to turn. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the gaps between the guards. With a hiss, the moment the golden energy touched the black liquid, the liquid trembled in fear. Impossible. Beeston was shocked and repeatedly channeled his magic, but it was completely useless. Like snow melting in the spring sun, the golden energy flared brightly. The black energy, like rotting jam collapsing, instantly lost its support and spilled onto the ground, emitting a squealing, mournful sound before turning into a pool of stagnant water. What happened to me? It hurts. My leg. My hand. Help. Having lost the control of the black liquid, the many nobles in the arena regained their consciousness, only for the pain from the attacks they had just sustained to come rushing back like a tidal wave. Hurry, save them. Fortunately, Magic and the others reacted quickly. 2-star and 3-star healing arrays immediately lit up. As long as it wasn't a fatal head injury, lives could be saved. At the same time, the way Magic and the others looked at Prince Liming now held a hint of awe. Beeston, you are shameless. Andrew had also regained his senses. Looking at the great sword in his hand and recalling his recent actions, he was now filled with uncontrollable rage as he looked at Beeston. The nobles present who had narrowly escaped with their lives glared at Beeston with fury. HMPH, a bunch of foolish humans. Everything has already begun, and everything is already too late. What do you mean? Hearing Beeston's nonsensical words, not only did Andrew and the others frown, but Prince Liming's expression also darkened, becoming increasingly grim. Because at the very moment, he saw something from the air that filled him with rage. The outer city was already in complete chaos. Cavalry in black armor and masks were wantonly slaughtering the commoners, sparing neither the elderly, the weak, nor the women and children. The commoners, once killed, were instantly assimilated into skeleton soldiers. The outer city was filled with wails, and in the northwestern sky, a faint, ominous mass of black clouds was gathering, creating a sense of unease. Duke Andrew, capture this Beeston. I fear Beeston's target is the entire Northern Territory. What? Andrew was still a bit dazed, but when he listened closely, he could faintly hear the sounds of slaughter from the outer city, and his face instantly turned incredibly grim. Ha ha ha, a bunch of ants. I'll let you die knowing the truth. As more black armored guards gathered around him, Beeston cast several defensive spells in succession. Feeling emboldened, he took out a clairvoyance mirror and channeled his magic to project an image into the air. In the massive light screen, one could see the border between the giant axe fortress and Kessilai, where a vast number of undead knights and an overwhelming horde of skeleton soldiers had appeared. The sky was also filled with countless flying beasts, and what alarmed Prince Liming the most was a massive black vortex slowly brewing in the sky. You, Beeston, have you gone mad? Andrew's eyes widened, his face turning ashen. Chapter 210 The Dignity of the Orcs. Ha ha ha, have I gone mad? Harold, what are you waiting for? Just then, Beeston let out a sinister laugh. Only then did everyone notice Harold, who hadn't made a move until now, inserting a magic crystal staff into a slot in a statue on the perimeter of the arena. With a hum, the ground beneath them shook. A massive circular magic array lit up beneath their feet, covering the entire open space. Black mist surged up from the array with a sizzling sound, forming a massive pillar of black smoke that shot into the sky in the blink of an eye, trapping everyone, including Alexander, in the air. In an instant, everyone was plunged into darkness. The sounds of ghostly wailing echoed around them, accompanied by a tangible tearing force that seemed intent on shredding everyone to pieces. Oh no, no one had expected an ambush beneath their feet, nor had they expected that the chief grand mage of the giant axe fortress was actually one of Beeston's men. But it was too late to realize that now. They hurriedly activated their battle aura barriers and magic shields to guard against sneak attacks. Andrew gritted his teeth. He felt his dignity had been trampled upon in public. It was a blatant humiliation. With his battle aura fully activated and relying on his powerful perception, he could vaguely distinguish in the darkness that, aside from the steward Belcully who was guarding him with a few servants, there were no other guards nearby. Everything was a conspiracy. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Andrew laughed out of extreme anger. He swung his great sword to clear the black mist before him, reducing the pressure of the tearing force, while simultaneously narrowing his eyes to look at Alexander's position in the air and saying loudly, "Your Highness Alexander, this situation today might just be the future of our Northland. How about we join forces, lords? What do you think?" Whoosh. A commotion stirred in the crowd. No one had expected Andrew to make such a decision at this moment, but thinking about it, it was understandable. At this very moment, in such a crisis, it felt as if the gods had arranged this great cleansing of the Northland. Everyone present was the core of the Northland. A reshuffling and looking toward the future was both an end and a beginning. Although Andrew had been hesitant, the crisis ultimately pushed him to Alexander's side. Good. Duke Andrew's proposal is exactly what I was thinking. I wonder what decision you lords have made. In the darkness, Andrew's voice sounded near and far, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. Even Alexander's psychic power was being interfered with, and although he had tried to charge out a few times, this array seemed endless. He had to stop, observe secretly, and wait for the right moment. Roar. "We support your highness the prince. We support the duke. Your highness, there is no need to ask. We will naturally follow you. Lord Duke, we will follow your lead." Good. Hearing the voices of the various lords united against the common enemy, Andrew felt slightly reassured. He. It is nothing but a desperate struggle before death. Kill. Outside the formation, Harold sneered. The surrounding black armored guards surged into the formation instantly, charging fiercely. Enchantment. Bloodthirst. Beaston simultaneously channeled his magic to cast a bloodthirst enchantment on every black armored guard. The pitch black eyes of each guard lit up with a red dot, like bloodthirsty wolves, as they pounced into the formation. Mage Ike, can you break this formation? Is there any way to deal with these monsters? Bang, bang, bang. Andrew looked solemn. Taking the lead, he slashed down 3 approaching black armored guards with one strike, but those 3 guards reassembled and stood up within a single breath, fighting even more fiercely than before. Only 4-star Holy Purification and 3-star Lightning Magic are effective. Others have little effect. As for this formation, I will try my best. Holy Light. As the lead mage in the core circle, Mage Ike's face was extremely grim. He cast a Holy Light spell, causing the surrounding black mist to churn like lamplit in the darkness. However, due to insufficient magic power, it could only cover a radius of 50 meters. Nevertheless, this 50-meter radius brought some relief to everyone, and they gathered together, forming a circle to protect the mages and lords in the center. Damn. Holy Purification can only be cast by 4-star Grand Mages, and Lightning Magic is an even more special attribute. Who knows how to do it? Ah, I'm injured. These bastards, they have been enchanted with Bloodthirst magic. My blood. Roar. A guard was accidentally injured, and his blood was sucked away like a fountain by the black armored guards, turning him into a husk in the blink of an eye. However, the next moment, that guard let out a roar and transformed into a skeleton soldier. Bastards. Kill him. Everyone be careful. Andrew shouted and leapt, kicking the guard out of the circle at the first opportunity. He cursed inwardly, wishing he could contact the airship. It had the thunder crossbow cannon, but then he thought better of it. Forget about contacting the airship right now. Even if he could, given the nature of those grand mages sent by the Major Tower, it wasn't certain who the target of the attack would be. Gargadon, Leader, knew it. Take them down. Yes. Just then, Alexander's voice rang out. Everyone looked over. Although the 3 had been on the edge of the black mist, their figures appearing and disappearing, everyone had intentionally or unintentionally distanced themselves from these 3 aliens. Hearing Alexander's order, everyone was somewhat surprised, not understanding Alexander's intention. But Gargadon and the other 2, having received the order, moved in perfect unison. They slotted their alchemical muskets into the slots on their exoskeletons and activated the magic crystal on their mechanical exoskeletons. Hum. ZZZZT. In an instant, currents of electricity sparked from the formation, like countless blue lightning snakes slithering over their bodies. The 3's mechanical exoskeletons were 3-star equipment handcrafted by Barnum, and the core power was that 3-star thunder crossbow cannon from the airship. Power of thunder. Gods above. We are saved. Everyone's eyes lit up, but their expressions immediately turned complex. However, there were some people, like Andrew and the other major lords, as well as Mage Ike, who were thinking more deeply. Gargadon and the other 2 were orcs who couldn't practice magic, yet, with just a set of strange armor, they could trigger 3-star thunder power. This potential could not be ignored. And how many such pieces of equipment did Alexander have? What about the 300 guards outside? What if there were more? If there were 3,000? No, even just 1,000 soldiers with such equipment. Would that mean the Northland? Everyone dared not think too deeply, because the more they thought, the more unfathomable they felt Alexander was. Andrew's eyes flickered rapidly. He took a deep breath, secretly rejoicing that he had not broken with Alexander initially. Everyone, support the 3 warriors and break out. Andrew made a decisive decision and was the first to move toward Gargadon and the others. Roar. Support the 3 warriors. Everyone was slightly stunned, but they responded in unison. The way they looked at Gargadon and the others had changed. This was undoubtedly an acknowledgement of the 3, and their hearts suddenly felt clear. Blood burn. Activate. A surge of power rose from their adrenal glands, and they simultaneously activated blood burn, seemingly responding to these once high and mighty nobles, and also paying tribute to Alexander, who was guarding them from above. Their blood flames overlapped with the lightning sparks. Like 3 thunder war beasts, they charged into the flock of sheep. Sizzle, 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 pop, pop, pop. The intertwined arcs of lightning, guided by the afterimages of their sharp claws, acted like a crushing harvester, carving out a bloody path. Any black armored guard that rushed up was torn to pieces. This time, the defeated black armored guards did not regenerate. The entangled current stimulated their bodies to tremble, and a moment later, the red light in their eyes extinguished. Gargadon, break out in the 1 o'clock direction. Duke Andrew and Mage Ike. You can use water-type magic or battle aura to assist. The quill in Alexander's mind had been in a state of copying and depicting, but it wasn't until a holy light illuminated the area that the formation beneath their feet was fully copied and analyzed. Now, this 3-star trap formation, known as the Black Mist Illusion Formation, was completely under his control. With a slight shift of his psychic power, he pointed out the direction to break out. Mage Ike and the other mage's eyes also lit up, following Gargadon and the others. They channeled water-type magic, linking the lightning to chain together the remaining black armored guards. Crackling arcs of lightning exploded, and their speed suddenly accelerated. The black mist of the formation before their eyes gradually faded, and under the illumination of the holy light, the environment outside became clear. Chapter 211 The Bone Dragon. What is going on? How can they use 3-star lightning-type magic? Seeing the 3 beasts wreathed in electric arcs suddenly pounced to the edge of the magic circle, Harold's expression changed, and Beeston was also slightly stunned. Equipment. It must be the alchemy equipment on them. Damn it. Harold seems to have a premonition. He increased the output of his mana to boost the magic circle's power. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. If it weren't for his fear that the traces of setting up an offensive formation would be too obvious, he wouldn't have had to set up a containment formation. Now, having to coordinate with the undead knights to carry out the slaughter, his mana consumption was like a bottomless pit. It was truly frustrating. Raging corrosive water. Undead bone dragon, come forth. Beast enchanted, and black. Corrosive water immediately surged up around the magic circle like a tide, sweeping toward Gargadon and the other two. The foul, acidic stench was nauseating, but the moment it touched the electric arcs, it crackled and sparked with blue flames. At the same time, a massive black magic circle hovered above Beeston, rotating slowly, as a greyish-white dragon claw slowly reached out from within it. The entire courtyard of the castle shook with a hum, and the powerful magical fluctuations caused the air to ripple. Although the full appearance of the undead bone dragon was not yet visible, just by looking at the exposed dragon claw, one could imagine that this undead bone dragon was at least as long as a 30-meter bomber, and its dragon might was tangible, causing one's heart to tremble. Everyone, hurry and stop Beeston. He wants to summon an undead bone dragon. Freezing spell. Spear of Holy Light. Roar. The first to change expression was Mage Ike. As an orthodox Grand Mage, he had a deep understanding of brutal opponents like the undead bone dragon. It was immune to all magic except holy type magic, invincible in physical attacks among its peers, invincible in defense among its peers, and invincible in speed among its peers. It was the nightmare of all mages and knights of the same rank. Even though Mage Ike instantly unleashed his strongest 3-star Spear of Holy Light, he knew in his heart that for the 3-star undead bone dragon before him, it was no more than a tickle. Roar. Sure enough, a low dragon roar filled with mockery and terrifying pressure shrouded the sky. The protruding dragon claw just barely touched the incoming Spear of Holy Light, and as if shattering an ice flower, the spear dissipated into specks of elemental light in the air. Ha ha ha, Mage Ike, Andrew, Alexander Bartuk, obediently submit or die. You can only choose one. Beeston laughed triumphantly while watching everyone panic and collapse under the dragon might, accelerating the summoning process. The undead bone dragon's ribcage slowly emerged, and its lowered skull jaw flashed with pale, sharp fangs, seemingly exuding cold-killing intent toward the lowly creatures that had just offended its majesty. Rumble. As the entire body of the undead bone dragon descended, its long tail behind its spine gradually extended, whipping against the surrounding statues and turning them into stone dust. Roar. The hideous dragon head was finally revealed. But just then, as Alexander Bartuk, Andrew, and the others were on high alert, and the undead bone dragon was staring with its empty eye sockets, preparing to roar at Alexander Bartuk and the others. Everyone present had been holding their breath, waiting for a deafening roar, and Beeston was ready to laugh maniacally, when he suddenly realized that the undead bone dragon just opened its mouth wide without making a sound. Even more strangely, those hollow eye sockets stared in the direction of Alexander Bartuk, revealing a sudden, stunned, and fearful expression, as if it had seen some creature that terrified it. The scene suddenly fell into a dead and eerie silence. However, at this moment, the undead bone dragon began to slowly retreat, like an earthworm, slowly and cautiously, as if afraid of disturbing some terrifying creature, sneaking back into the summoning magic circle. Everyone looked at each other. They all thought the dragon was playing some trick, but after waiting for a long time, it didn't show its head again. What's going on? Subconsciously, everyone looked at Alexander Bartuk, and then at Beeston, their eyes full of intrigue. Meanwhile, Beeston's mouth twitched, and he felt so awkward he wanted to vomit blood. This situation had never happened before. The undead bone dragon's power was unquestionable, especially since it was a monster he had contracted by sacrificing half of his soul, sharing his life force almost entirely. He could even feel that instinctual fear from the creature's soul fluctuations. But why was it afraid? A dignified 3-star undead bone dragon? What could possibly make it afraid? It made absolutely no sense. Moreover, the object of its fear seemed to be that young prince he had just met for the first time. This was completely contrary to common sense. On the other hand, Alexander Bartuk also felt a strange sensation in his heart. He had to remember that he possessed the bloodline of the elven dragon royalty, a tiny 3-star undead bone dragon showing off in front of him. The suppression of bloodline rank could be said to be engraved in its bones. Of course, Andrew's eyes flickered as well. He knew Alexander Bartuk's background, and at this moment, he imperceptibly restrained his aura in front of Alexander Bartuk, although the others didn't understand what was going on, at least on the surface. They knew it was because of Alexander Bartuk, a young prince who had no magic or battle aura but could fly, definitely had many secrets. The royal family was indeed the royal family. Ha ha ha, Beeston, your little pet doesn't seem to be listening to you very well. Andrew laughed wildly, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention. He leapt, rushing ahead of Gargadon and the other two to break through the magic circle. While mocking Beeston, he slashed his sword fiercely at Harold. No. Save me, Lord Beeston. With the strong wind hitting his face, Harold reflexively released two magic barriers. However, because the consumption of maintaining the large-scale containment formation was too great, he was unable to block Andrew's vengeful sneak attack in time. Bang! The great sword shattered the magic barriers in one blow. Harold was backlashed by his own magic, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Beeston still desperately trying to summon the undead bone dragon back from the space, completely unable to care about him. A trace of despair and hatred welled up in his heart. Harold had no choice but to let go of his staff. Taking advantage of the gap while the great sword was blocked by the two magic barriers, he performed a desperate roll, dodging Andrew's fatal blow, and took the opportunity to pull a scroll from his bosom, ready to tear it open. Leave it behind. However, just as Harold's fingers were about to exert force, a thought from Alexander Bartuk snatched the scroll from his hand. No, die. No, I have important inf. With the scroll out of his hand, Harold was completely terrified. Seeing Andrew rise up again, he could only barely mobilize his magic again, wanting to make a final struggle, but his internal mana was empty. A cold light flashed from the blade, and there was no more sound. Andrew didn't want to hear any of the opponent's words at all. He kicked Harold's half-corpse away to prevent it from turning into a skeleton, then turned to Beeston. Although everyone present noticed the scroll Alexander Bartuk had put away, at this moment, everyone tacitly chose to ignore it, while locking their gazes on the final enemy. At this moment, the Black Mist illusion formation had failed, and everyone surrounded him. Although there were still scattered black armored guards around, they were quickly dealt with under the sweeping attacks of Gargadon and the other two. Beeston, will you go see the gods yourself, or should we help you? Andrew strode forward, standing in front of everyone, his gaze fixed on Beeston, who was enveloped by the summoning magic circle. Alexander Bartuk also slowly lowered his flying sword, landing beside Andrew, and locked his psychic power onto Beeston. Gargadon and the other two instantly guarded his left and right. He, you are too proud too early. It is you who should be going to see the gods. PFFT. Seeing Harold die, his black armored guards all cleared away, and being mocked by the opponent, Beeston was both ashamed and furious. Gritting his teeth, he sprayed a stream of blood onto the magic circle. The magic runes on the circle immediately flashed crimson, boiling violently like boiling water. Roar. In an instant, the undead bone dragon's roar finally sounded again, but it was clearly filled with pain and madness. Whoosh. Just as everyone became vigilant, the huge magic circle shook violently, and the figure of the undead bone dragon dove out like a falling meteorite. The strong wind pressure and the massive shadow caused everyone, including Alexander Bartuk, to choke on their breath, and they couldn't help but squint and look up. In the sky, the undead bone dragon roared continuously. Its originally empty eye sockets were burning with two flames of blood, and its greyish-white neck bones were covered with twisted blood-colored patterns, like flickering bloodthirsty worms, torturing the undead bone dragon and making its aura extremely irritable and unstable. Kill them. Beeston's eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to eat people. He pointed at everyone and shouted sternly. Roar. Like a ferocious beast with its chains cut, the undead bone dragon's spine arched backward, and then it dove down rapidly, intending to smash this group of lowly bugs before it to pieces. Chapter 212 King of the North, Protect His Highness. Fire, thunder strike, crack, pop, rat-a-tat-a-tat. Watch out, hum. Whether it was the power of lightning or elemental bullets, they were merely scratching the surface of the undead bone dragon. Instead, a single dive from the bone dragon sent Gargadon and the other two flying over 10 meters away, their mechanical exoskeletons snapping and twisting in multiple places. Lisa, who had a weaker constitution, was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. This was only because his exoskeleton was equipped with a 3-star healing array, otherwise, that single blow would have sent him to meet the beast god. Andrew and the others were in no better shape. Even with layers of battle chi shields and magic barriers for protection, they were like paper before the bone dragon's impact. They were sent tumbling like rolling gourds, scattered in all directions by the sweep of the bone dragon's wings. Alexander was the only one faring better. He merely retreated a dozen meters to avoid the brunt of the attack, continuing his standoff with the bone dragon as it circled back into the air. Ha ha ha, give up your struggle. I can give you a quick death. Looking at the pathetic state of the crowd after their crushing defeat, Beeston couldn't suppress a delighted, sinister laugh, like a cat playing with a mouse. Your Highness, do not face it head-on. Beeston, if you have the guts, come at me. Only Alexander remained standing in the field. The irrational bone dragon had clearly lost its previous fear. The flames in its eyes flickered and pulsed, radiating a violent desire to vent. It locked onto Alexander, ready to devour its prey. Beeston, I'll give you a chance as well. Undo the necromancy and stop the slaughter, and I can give you a quick death. Alexander glanced coldly at Beeston from the corner of his eye. He did not enjoy killing, but he would not show mercy to a villain like Beeston, who treated human lives like grass. It was just that the innocent people of the North were truly pitiable. What? You're giving me a chance? Ha ha ha. Alexander, have you lost your mind? Tear him apart. Thinking his ears were playing tricks on him, Beeston laughed in fury and pointed at Alexander, issuing the command. Roar. The undead bone dragon's aura exploded. Its wings whipped up a gale that sliced across the ground like cold sword chi, shattering the stone slabs. Its body, like a massive iron bird, dove once more, intending to slice Alexander in half. At such a short distance, The bone dragon's speed brought it there in the blink of an eye. No one had time to react. Even Andrew's 3-star battle chi slash and Grand Mage Ike's spear of holy light were too slow to interfere. Yet Alexander remained motionless, staring at the bone dragon. Your Highness. He, stunned, aren't you? Before a dragon, all living things are but lowly ants. Die. Huh? Just as the crowd couldn't bear to watch and Beeston felt victory was within his grasp, Alexander instantly took a small pile of spirit awakening magic crystals from his ring, letting them hover before him. Just as the bone dragon's head was about to collide with his, the pile of spirit awakening magic crystals suddenly lit up, and magic power poured down like a stream of water. The previously quiet black mist illusion array was suddenly reactivated with a hum, whoosh, roar. In an instant, magic halos swirled and black mist rolled. The bone dragon plunged into the array like a headless fly and then went silent. Even Beeston's soul contract was instantly severed. What? The battle came to an abrupt halt once again, and the scene fell into an eerie, dead silence. A scene that should have been earth-shaking and filled with flying debris had suddenly taken a massive turn. Everyone present was stunned. No one had expected such an outcome, using the opponent's own spear to strike their shield. Could it really be played this way? Andrew's eyelid twitched violently. His chest, which had been heaving heavily, now held a breath trapped inside. His mouth hung open in a daze. But then he burst into loud laughter toward the sky. The people around him were also stunned for a moment before, as if infected by his laughter. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Only Beeston looked completely bewildered, as if he had been kicked in the groin by a donkey. His face was ashen and extremely unsightly. He wondered if the world had abandoned him. He had pushed himself so hard to activate the forbidden arts that he had practically bled black blood from his mouth. So why was the result still so frustrating? It wasn't fair. But while he was dazed and complaining, Alexander gave him no more chances. With a sudden stride forward, Alexander shattered the other's defensive barrier with a strike and grabbed Beeston's slender neck, lifting him into the air. Before the dragon bloodline, a mage was less than a paper tiger. Undo the necromancy, and I will give you a quick death. Alexander's spreading psychic power allowed him to sense that the slaughter outside the castle was intensifying, sparing not even the elderly or children. This filled his heart with hatred for Beeston. GGG, give me a quick death. You're dreaming. The sovereign will let me be resurrected. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in Beeston's eyes, and a bizarre smile curled his lips. Then, a burst of black flames suddenly erupted from his eye sockets, instantly enveloping his entire head. Before Alexander could react, Beeston had become a headless corpse. The summoning array in the sky dissipated with a bang, and the undead bone dragon within the black mist illusion array let out a wail before crumbling into fragments. A sacrifice. That bastard actually released all restraints on the undead army. He intends to destroy the entire North. Grand Mage Ike watched Beeston's actions, gritting his teeth and stamping his feet in frustration. The others also looked grim, and some were even starting to panic. Beeston's bizarre smile meant the undead army was no longer restrained. This meant they would indiscriminately slaughter every living thing around them, turning them into undead creatures at the same time. This was an extinction-level catastrophe. Everyone, clear out the castle first. Then, contact your respective territories and establish a communication network. We cannot just sit and wait for death. Seeing the crowd beginning to panic, Alexander took a deep breath. With a serious expression, he walked over to Andrew and thrust the scroll he had previously seized from Harold into his hands. Andrew was stunned, and the surrounding lords also showed looks of surprise. Alexander said solemnly, "The North is in crisis. For the sake of a better future for the people of the North, we must all strive to survive. This is a teleportation scroll, set to a fixed location. Your Highness, you should keep it." "No, I don't need it." Seeing Andrew trying to refuse, Alexander waved him off and interrupted. "Enough talk. Let's get to business." Gargadon, Lisa, knew it. The three of you split into 3 groups. Coordinate with the water mages and knights to clear the undead within the city. You must contain the spread of the slaughter as quickly as possible. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, I am a 2-star water mage. And me, I have 2-star water attribute battle chi. By now, Alexander's image in everyone's hearts was no longer that of a young prince, but rather the pillar of their strength. Wisps of pure spiritual sublimation merged into the space between Alexander's brows. Andrew and the other lords glanced at each other, and the way they looked at Alexander changed once more, if for nothing else. Then for the life-saving teleportation scroll in Andrew's hand. Alexander had already faintly become the king of the North in their hearts. It was a feeling of heartfelt admiration. All personnel of the Giant Axe Fortress, hear my command. In the name of Andrew, from this moment on, you are to follow the orders of His Highness Alexander. Any who disobey shall be executed. Andrew solemnly placed the scroll into his storage belt and checked the elven secret medicine. Then, gathering his battle chi and using an amplification array, he broadcast the commands to every corner of the fortress. Roar, Alexander, 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 Alexander. Throughout the city, survivors who were fighting, fleeing, or hiding raised their heads upon hearing Andrew's roar from the castle. It was the dawn of hope. They knew the signal for the counterattack had arrived. Charge. In the fortress's barbican and along the battlements, Kessilai's 300 warriors and the cavalry squads of Carl and Henry were fighting a bloody battle. They had originally intended to break through to the inner city to rescue Alexander but were unable to do so. Hearing the voice from the inner city, their spirits soared and their morale surged. Ha ha ha, I knew His Highness would be fine. Of course, His Highness received a divine revelation and can fly. Of course he's fine. Everyone, stay sharp and hold the city. There are just too many of these unkillable bastards. Looking down at the undead army swarming like ants beneath the walls, the soldiers were united in their hatred. The mages also pushed themselves to the limit to power the defensive shields and magic ballistae. The thunderous power grids were like fishing nets, cast over and over again, while magic crystals were consumed continuously like flowing water. Chapter 213 Counterattack. The air was filled with the scent of blood and decay. Alexander felt the spiritual sublimation gathered from countless soldiers merging into his spiritual sea, and the quill showed signs of breaking through at any moment. He flew high into the sky on his sword to observe the situation within the city and the state of affairs in the direction of Kesuli to the north. The overwhelming army of the undead swept through like a surging tide, leaving nothing alive in its wake, and the ranks grew larger and larger, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. What worried him most, however, was the massive, deep black vortex that had appeared in the northern sky. Countless transparent souls were being sucked into it, and it seemed as if one could hear bursts of sinister laughter emanating from the depths of that black vortex. It seems that if we want to turn the tide, we must use extraordinary measures. Thinking of Auntie Blim and Uxiu, the mute girl in Kesuli, as well as the 6 great dependents like Rabbits and Bradman, Alexander was extremely anxious, but the more anxious he felt, the more he needed to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, he returned to the castle once more, where Andrew and the other lords had already gathered in the council hall. The defensive arrays and communication arrays here were fully activated, and dozens of clairvoyance mirrors showed flickering figures as they contacted the surrounding territories. At the same time, several mages in the center of the hall had simulated the Northland Sand Table. According to the feedback, the Sand Table was densely packed with the figures of the undead army: Sunset Mountain, Sacred Wood Lake, Tulip Territory, Golden Sands Territory, Gem Territory. Almost every region in the Northland had been spared, all submerged by the undead army, or at best, struggling in their death throes. Your Highness, I fear the Northland is finished. Seeing Alexander enter, Andrew stood up to greet him, though his face was exceptionally grim. Your Highness, my wife and children are still in Tulip Territory Castle, County Enix. The Lord of Tulip Territory had red-rimmed eyes and had lost his usual nobility. Your Highness, Beeston is being too ruthless and extreme this time, and the people from the Mage Tower are currently moving supplies, preparing to flee. Count Albertagas, the Lord of Golden Sands Territory, gritted his teeth. Watching the grief and indignation on everyone's faces, Alexander did not know how to console them. He, too, had family and friends trapped in danger. He could only nod heavily at them, then took out a clairvoyance mirror from his ring and had someone connect to Kesuli. In fact, there were already several calls on the clairvoyance mirror, all from Captain Longby. Upon connecting, Captain Longby's figure rushed to the mirror. The anxiety had replaced his usual composure, but when he saw Alexander's solemn figure, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Your Highness, you are all right. That is wonderful. Captain Longby's tone was filled with relief. How is Kesuli right now? Alexander asked directly. Your Highness, Kesuli has been attacked by the undead army. The military exercise has been cancelled, and we are unable to organize the evacuation of the residents, so we can only hold the city. However, rest assured, Your Highness, the city defenses are very solid, and there have been no casualties so far. What about other aspects? Alexander saw many message files and confidential notes piled on the table behind Captain Longby. Augusta sent a letter saying that other territories are also in chaos. Currently, he can only stabilize the Borinia territory, and this is thanks to the help of Baron Legion. Your Highness, how is it on your side? Ran into a small hiccup, but it has been resolved. Pass the word down, turn the defensive shield power to the maximum, maintain contact, and wait for further orders. Yes, Captain Longby now had a backbone. The news that Alexander was safe and sound would definitely boost the spirits of the residents of Kesuli. Your Highness, do you have a plan? Seeing Alexander turn around and hearing about further orders, Andrew couldn't help but ask. It is a plan born of necessity. Notify all territories to turn their city defense arrays to the maximum within 10 minutes. Accept refugees to the greatest extent possible, and then mobilize all airships, as well as lightning, ice, water, and earth mages, and knights to lead the young and able-bodied residents to control the situation as quickly as possible. Hold the city walls, and guide the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. I will issue the final counterattack order. Counterattack? Andrew was stunned, and the other lords looked at each other in dismay. Your Highness, do we still have the capability to counterattack? Shouldn't we be studying how to evacuate from here right now? Aorbo of the Gem Territory blinked his small eyes and asked with a look of astonishment. That's right, Your Highness. We just analyzed it. All the airships currently in each territory, while unable to take all the supplies, can at least carry our immediate family members. As long as we are still here, we can always make a comeback one day. The Lord of Golden Sands Territory chimed in. And what about our residents? Alexander scanned the crowd indifferently and said in a deep voice, will they all become our enemies in the future? And then the undead army will continue to spread, turning the entire land into a dead zone. And where will we flee to? The sea? The sky? As a Chinese man, responsibility and commitment were carved into his bones. Although Alexander considered himself a mechanical dog, he was now sitting in the position of a lord. In this position, he had to fulfill his duties. He knew what should be done and what should not. Although the counterattack plan in his mind would cause many people to be displaced, it would also allow more people to survive. Weighing the pros and cons, he did not have time to make a better choice. Your Highness, according to your meaning, how are we to counterattack? Andrew pondered for a long time before finally speaking. Just do as I said earlier. Immediately, right now. Alexander's tone was unquestionable. Yes, as a Northland commander, Andrew understood the consequences of missing an opportunity in battle. Since the command had been handed over to Alexander, he had to obey the military order. In an instant, all the lords also took action. Even though many were unhappy, this was not the time for debate. Everyone began issuing orders to their own territories. Dozens of clairvoyance mirrors were suddenly in chaos, clearly disrupting the expected rhythm. At the same time, the entire Northland suddenly shook, and the massive black vortex brewing in the sky seemed to sense something, emitting a gloomy and excited rumbling sound. Report. The Tulip Territory defensive array has been opened to the maximum. Mobilized, 5 lightning mages, 100 water mages, 83 earth mages, 500 knights of various types, 3,000 young and able-bodied residents, and 3 airships. Report. The Golden Sands Territory defensive array has been opened to the maximum. Mobilized, 2 lightning mages, 80 water mages, 76 earth mages, 300 knights of various types, 4,000 young and able-bodied residents, and 2 airships. Report. The Gem Territory defensive array has been opened to the maximum. Mobilized, 30 water mages, 43 earth mages, 200 knights of various types, 3,000 young and able-bodied residents, and 5 airships. As report after report came through the clairvoyance mirrors, all the lords turned their gazes toward Alexander. The hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Alexander's gaze was like a knife, meeting the eyes of every lord. He paused slightly when looking at Andrew, and then walked toward Captain Longby, who was waiting in front of the Kessulai mirror. At this moment, Captain Longby's expression was solemn, his eyes deep and grave. Through the clairvoyance mirror, it seemed he had already guessed Alexander's intention. But he did not ask, nor would he hesitate. He knew that what he had to do now was to obey every one of Alexander's orders. Captain Longby. Alexander's voice was like steel, short and powerful. Here, with a click of his boots, Captain Longby stood straight. Order. Destroy the dam. Launch the airships and all flight equipment to conduct a comprehensive cleanup. Yes. Captain Longby's pupils contracted, but he eventually left with a grave expression. The dam, the surrounding lords, including Andrew, were all somewhat bewildered, not knowing what Alexander meant by the dam. Alexander did not explain much. Instead, he gave a few instructions to a water mage in front of the sand table, and then the mage created a massive, incomparably large lake on the upper reaches of the rolling Dragon River, northwest of Kessulai. Judging by the difference in water level and surface area, the water storage of this lake was at least calculated in the trillions of cubic meters. Thinking of the order Alexander had given to destroy the dam, and looking at the various territories located downstream on the river channel on the sand table, the lords' eyelids twitched violently, and some lords with weak hearts even felt their vision go black. Chapter 214 Conscripting Airships. This dam. Andrew wanted to curse out loud, but he restrained himself with great effort, merely showing shock. The other lords were in an even worse state. Their minds were failing them, and apart from shock, their brains were completely knotted up. The scene remained suffocating for a long time before the crowd finally erupted into an uproar. Is this water volume ratio a mistake? Indeed, if this is the storage capacity, even a forbidden spell like Heavenly River Inversion from a 5-star Grand Mage probably couldn't achieve this. Right, gods, I can't take this. Where is my medicine? Rumble. However, at that very moment, a sense of the earth shaking faintly emerged from beneath their feet. Although Kessulai was over 100 kilometers away from Giant Axe Fortress, everyone could still clearly feel the tremors. Everyone's expression changed, and their gazes involuntarily turned toward the connected clairvoyance mirror of Kessulai. The figure flickered, and Captain Longby, covered in water stains, jogged back to the mirror. He saluted, his eyes grave, and his voice slightly hoarse as he said, "Your Highness, per your instructions, the dam on the rolling Dragon River has been blown up. The water level is surging, and it is expected to enter the territory of Giant Axe Fortress in 1 hour. Please take care, Your Highness." Understood. Protect the people. Prince Liming tightened his fists, his face solemn. After a brief silence, he asked, "Is Uncle Harby all right?" "Your Highness, Harby personally blew up the dam. He understands your hidden difficulties and said he would help you build a higher and larger one next year." Hearing this, Captain Longby choked, a strange emotion flashing through his eyes. His body trembled imperceptibly, and he spoke loudly on purpose. "Good. I believe he can do it." Taking a deep breath, Prince Liming turned back to the sand table. He had the water mages simulate the flow velocity and direction of the flood peak, then pointed to several gathering points of the undead army and ordered, "Duke Andrew, lords, these nodes are our breakthrough points. Notify the airships of each territory to immediately rush to the nearest locations. Once the flood peak arrives, strike the undead army immediately. We must eliminate their living forces as quickly as possible. At the same time, dispatch surface ships to conduct search and rescue operations and encirclement, compressing the scattered undead near the river channel or luring them there, striving to exchange minimal casualties for maximum victory." Yes. Seeing Prince Liming's orderly arrangements, the displeasure of the lords dissipated somewhat. "Your Highness, what about the Major Tower?" According to the statistics from the various territories, they possess dozens of airships. Andrew suddenly interjected. Prince Liming narrowed his eyes. In this situation, if the Mage Tower were allowed to evacuate, it would certainly trigger a chain reaction. It wasn't just the nobles at Giant Axe Fortress with the ability to flee. People in other territories would certainly follow suit. In that case, the combat power of the North would inevitably drain rapidly, causing secondary chaos and wider spread panic. Therefore, extraordinary measures must be used now to quickly take control of the overall situation. If absolutely necessary, he would have to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Requisition all airships. This is an order. I will handle the Major Tower personally. Prince Liming spoke decisively, looking at Andrew and the other lords. He wanted to warn everyone with his actions that his military orders were like mountains. They should not harbor any lucky chances or engage in false compliance. This would also be the rule of the North from now on. After speaking, Prince Liming strode out, then took flight on his sword, heading toward a huge flagship among the airships hovering above the Mage Tower in the city. Andrew and the others watched Prince Liming's retreating figure, exchanged glances, and remained silent for a long time. "My lord, the Major Tower has several 3-star Grand Mages stationed there. If His Highness goes alone and a conflict breaks out, should we?" County Innings of Tulip Territory was worried that a conflict in the city would make matters worse. "His Highness's ability is the nemesis of the Mage Tower. I am not worried about that." Andrew shook his head. He was more worried about the disaster the current flood would cause, the mess that would be left in the north after the flood, and the bottle of elven secret medicine in his storage belt. My lord, it's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, if His Highness goes and we do nothing, in case any accident happens, will His Highness then? The Lord of Golden Sands territory also leaned in. Let's go to the rooftop. Leave the matters below to Bell for now, and report any news promptly. We will prepare for both contingencies. Andrew thought for a moment and said, Good. I agree. Everyone nodded, following Andrew to the castle rooftop, which faced the direction of the major tower. If they needed to reinforce him, this distance could be covered in just a few breaths by leaping with channeled battle energy. The mage tower in the city center stood tall and majestic. At the high-altitude docking port on the tower top, 10 airships were docked. One of them was massive, like a mother hen leading a group of chicks. These airships were originally sent by the royal city to deal with Prince Liming, but given the sudden change in the situation, they were busy loading crates of precious supplies into the cabins, preparing to evacuate. At this moment, inside the giant airship, the 10 3-star Grand Mages sent by the Major Tower were gathered here. Each had powerful magical fluctuations, and their robes and staves were of rare quality. Their conversation was noble and arrogant, fully displaying the Mage Tower's high and mighty, condescending stance. Lord Richard, in my opinion, we should deal the little prince a fatal blow right now, then we can return to the royal city to report. A mage with sharp eyes, dressed in top-tier 3-star white robes, said to the old mage with a solemn face and white hair and beard sitting in the seat of honor. Yes, Lord Richard, if we don't take the opportunity to deal with Prince Liming now, I'm afraid we won't have another chance. Moreover, if we return empty-handed and Lord Sakritha charges us with desertion, we will be at a huge loss. Another small-eyed mage holding a black crystal staff chimed in. The other mages either nodded, remained silent, or looked at Richard in the seat of honor, waiting for him to speak. Richard lowered his gaze, his fingers rubbing the space ring on his left middle finger. After pondering for a long time, feeling all eyes on him, he slowly looked up and said, I think everyone knows what kind of constitution Prince Liming has. Are you confident you can take him down? If you fail, do you know the consequences, my lord? At worst, it's just death. For the honor of the Mage Tower, I, Archmage Miha, am willing to go first. Archmage Miha, the sharp-eyed mage in white robes, patted his chest, chin raised, as proud as a fighting cock. Archmage Miha is truly worthy of being our strongest combatant, but have you forgotten that the old fellow Beeston was just wiped out? Do you think you are stronger than that old fellow? At this moment, an elderly mage sitting diagonally opposite, with magic crystal gems worn on every finger, sneered, interrupting Miha's delusion. Fox. Miha's eyes turned cold, his magical power surging and expanding around his body. He glared gloomily at this bedizened old mage and said coldly, Fox, there is no need to display your cowardice repeatedly. The reason Beeston was able to run rampant in the north for so long is because there are too many cowardly mages like you. As for saying the little prince killed Beeston with real ability, I don't believe it. Instead, I think he used some despicable means. Or perhaps Wood or that woman left him some life-saving weapon. As for magic immunity, I have always been skeptical. Who among you has verified it? Can he really withstand magic above 3-star? Who among you can prove it? The mages present looked at each other. Indeed, no one had any concrete evidence. On the contrary, everyone present had solid proof that Prince Liming was young and unable to cultivate magic or battle energy. And the possibility that he used a royal secret treasure to kill Beeston was very high. After all, even if they combined forces against Beeston, they might not necessarily succeed. But even if he used a royal secret treasure, he could use it against us just the same. A mage raised a question. Hey, I am certain that secret treasure cannot be used continuously. Otherwise, Wood would have swept the world long ago. This seems reasonable. Lord Richard, what do you think? Everyone's gaze gathered on the seat of honor again. Richard pondered in silence. Although Miha's analysis had some merit, none of them had seen the specific situation. Even if the people inside had given them secret reports, the amount of information was still too little. Originally, his plan was to evacuate first, not return to the royal city, but rather to hunt on the periphery of the undead army under the banner of rescuing the surrounding areas. This way, it wouldn't count as desertion. When the time was ripe, whether Prince Liming or Andrew resisted the undead army's attack or were assimilated by the undead army, he would have excuses to maneuver. But now, this fool Miha was blinded by honor and insisted on sticking his neck out. If he didn't support him, would he be labeled as weak just like Fox? But if the judgment was wrong, the responsibility would all be his. When the North fell and the Major Tower was disgraced, their deaths wouldn't solve the problem and would instead bring trouble to their descendants. That stupid Miha. Stop. This is bang. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside, followed by the sound of a defensive barrier shattering, and a figure suddenly burst into the cabin. Quite a full house. Are you all here to execute my requisition order? Prince Liming had a smile on his lips. He calmly swept his gaze over the 10 3-star Grand Mages present, his hand touching the hilt of his sword as he walked step by step toward them. Finally, his gaze landed on the 3-star Grand Mage in the seat of honor who looked somewhat like Gandalf. Chapter 215 Winning People Over with Virtue. Alexander, 3rd Prince. In a flash, half of the group jumped up, while defensive shields lit up around them, and their magic staffs simultaneously condensed various attack spells. Some even had sinister expressions, their palms hidden behind their backs, secretly clutching scrolls. Meanwhile, a large number of paladin guards flooded into the cabin, but they deliberately kept their distance while surrounding Alexander, their eyes filled with fear. Richard, sitting at the head, along with Archmage Miha, Fox, and the other mages, secretly cast several detection spells to gauge Alexander's strength. No level, no magic fluctuations, no battle aura. He was young and handsome, with strong muscle definition, but on the surface, he didn't appear to have any offensive capability or threat. Archmage Miha's eyebrows shot up, and he was already finding it hard to restrain himself. Alexander merely swept his gaze over them coolly, then took out 10 Kessili mage employment contracts from his ring and tossed them in front of the group. Time is tight, so I'll be brief, he said. You have two choices. 1, sign the contract and be employed by me. 2, I send you to meet your god. What? How arrogant. Die. With a whoosh. Hearing Alexander's overbearing words, Archmage Miha was the first to lose his restraint. His figure erupted, and the massive cyan wind blade sphere that had already been condensed on his staff roared, disintegrating and enveloping Alexander's entire body. As Archmage Miha attacked, several others simultaneously raised their arms, wanting to follow suit with their own spells. But just at that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The massive wind blade sphere shredded Alexander, but there was no expected scene of flying flesh and blood, nor were there any sounds of Alexander screaming for mercy. Even the anticipated scene of Alexander counterattacking or dodging did not occur. In the eyes of the onlookers, they only saw the countless cold glinting wind blades, the moment they touched Alexander's skin, act like moths to a flame, turning into wisps of elemental smoke. Alexander not only stood there unscathed, but the faint smile on the corner of his mouth didn't change in the slightest. Is this magic immunity? Oh no. Everyone's scalp went numb instantly, especially Archmage Miha, who had launched the attack. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Facts speak louder than words. That vortex wind blade he had just used was his most prized lethal 3-star spell. Yet, the moment it landed on Alexander, he sensed the magical feedback. A nemesis. It was like a black hole devouring all elements. No matter how strong the magic attack in front of the opponent, it was just a drop of water falling into a black hole. A total defeat. A defeat without any power to resist. Archmage Miha now somewhat regretted his earlier recklessness. If he had known, he should have been more patient. But it was too late now. He had no choice but to bite the bullet. However, he had to drag a few others down with him, otherwise, he definitely couldn't handle this mess alone. Lord Richard, Mage Fox, why aren't you helping me? In an instant, Richard, sitting at the head, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot, while Fox on the other side was so angry that the corners of his eyes twitched, and he was cursing internally. The bastard was clearly trying to use them as scapegoats. The other mages also twitched their mouths, secretly feeling fortunate that Archmage Miha had acted fast. He truly deserved his reputation as the strongest combat force among the mages present. If they had taken the initiative, they would be in a very awkward position right now. However, in that moment of hesitation, Alexander's figure flashed suddenly, arriving in front of Archmage Miha. Without giving him any chance to react, Alexander raised his large hand, swung it with the force of 10,000 jinn, and slapped Archmage Miha to the ground with a loud smack. The defensive shield that originally protected Archmage Miha was like a fragile eggshell, smashed to pieces as if by a hammer. His face instantly swelled into a pig's head, and he planted face first onto the ground. The floor was shattered by the impact, wood chips flew everywhere, and he rolled his eyes and passed out piss. Everyone was dumbfounded. Alexander's movements were simply too fast, and his method of breaking magical defenses was simple, brutal, and effective. This was the effect of magic immunity, the bane of mages, combined with innate divine strength. Such a combination was simply too unfriendly to mages. This was cheating. The surrounding paladin guards were blown helter-skelter by the windblade magic that had just erupted, tumbling like rolling gourds, their faces filled with horror. Is there anyone else who wants to try? If not, I'll count down from 3. After 3, I have other things to do. 1. Alexander didn't even look at the white-robed mage lying on the ground, but instead met the eyes of the other 9 mages, one by one, with an indifferent gaze. All the mages subconsciously lowered their gazes. Several mages who had just raised their hands to provide support instantly extinguished their magic, their eyes either drifting, looking at the ceiling, or looking down and picking at their fingernails, as if nothing had just happened. When Alexander's gaze finally landed on the Gandalf sitting at the head, Richard could no longer remain silent, because if he continued to play dumb, by the time the opponent finished counting 2 and 3, they would truly be finished. Your Highness, I am Richard, the elder in charge here. I think there might be a misunderstanding between us. Perhaps you could listen to my explanation first. No time now. 2. Alexander didn't care at all whether the other party was deliberately trying to stall for time, because he had no spare time right now. Richard choked upon hearing this. Immediately after, the innate pride of a mage deep within his heart could no longer be suppressed. Your Highness, noble mages will not accept enslavement. You will only get our corpses. Richard looked at Alexander, his pupils focused, raising his voice, while the magic fluctuations around his body also quickened, looking like he was prepared to face death. The surrounding mages, as if infected, also revealed a posture of wanting to fight to the death. Enslavement? I think you misunderstood, right? Alexander was completely fearless. With a thought, he suspended the 9 contracts in front of everyone, while sharp needles pointed at the center of their brows. A trace of sharp coldness caused the fighting spirit that the 9 had just ignited to instantly plummet back to freezing point. Although they didn't know what kind of control method Alexander was using, that aura of instant kill, and the swift, lethal means, made them tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Employment for 5 years. Enjoy the same treatment as the Mage Tower, but must not abuse power for personal gain or bully the weak, and must obey the territory's laws. 5-year term ends. Free to come and go. This is a contract, not a slave contract. Everyone looked at each other, but at the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief deep down. Their gazes focused on Richard again. Richard was speechless. He felt like the most aggrieved magic elder in the world. The big black pot over his head just kept hanging there. You just take it off, and someone immediately helps you put on another one. Alexander also looked at Richard. He knew that as long as he broke through this old mage's psychological defenses, not only would the 10 airships outside be at his disposal, but the 10 mages in front of him would also become his subordinates. Your Highness, I have one last question. I wonder how your Highness intends to deal with Archmage Miha. Do you intend to kill him, or parade him in public? Richard's heart waged a war for 3 breaths. Then he finally sighed and asked. Upon hearing this, complex emotions flashed in everyone's eyes. They looked at the disheveled strongest combat force lying on the ground, and then all their gazes turned over. Alexander looked at Richard. Understanding that the other party was testing him, he couldn't help but smile and say, why parade him in public? I respect every mage. Although this mage offended me due to a misunderstanding, if he is willing to turn over a new leaf, I can give him a chance. Our attitude in Kessilai towards mages has always been this way. I think you have known this for a long time. Upon hearing this, the group whispered among themselves, and finally had to admit it. According to the information they had gathered over these days, Alexander was not lying. All right, I will sign. I will also persuade Archmage Miha to sign the contract. Richard's aura relaxed, and he felt relieved both physically and mentally. The tense nerves of the other mages also eased. If even Archmage Miha, who had attacked first, could have a chance, then they who had not had a direct conflict would certainly not fare any worse. Good. Then take your time. I will wait for you in the castle council hall. After saying this, Alexander turned and left, without any doubt that the other party would go back on their word. Looking at Alexander, who was leaving so dashingly, Richard was slightly stunned, and then sighed inwardly. To have such demeanor and courage at such a young age, it was no wonder he could rise rapidly in the north. I lost completely, but I lost willingly. Not only as a superior, in the current situation, he didn't choose to run away like other nobles at the first opportunity, but instead tried every means to save the territory. And the most important point is this breadth of mind, to be able to tolerate and give a second chance to someone who tried to assassinate him to his face. This is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. It is rumored that the third prince is kind and generous. Now it seems the rumors are true. Richard took a deep breath, took the lead in signing the contract, then swept his gaze over the group, and finally his eyes fell on Archmage Miha, who was still playing dead on the floor. He felt another wave of annoyance and said in a deep voice, if you don't get up, we will have to use force. Ahem, what happened? Archmage Miha scrambled up, feigning confusion, and cast a healing spell on his cheek 3 times. Richard was both angry and amused. He really wanted to go over and give him a kick, but in the end, he restrained himself, threw a contract in his hand over, and said, sign it, and then go to the council hall. Oh, taking the contract, Archmage Miha learned his lesson and signed it directly without any complaints. In fact, he had no choice but to learn his lesson. After all, under the watchful eyes of the 9 surrounding grand mages, if he dared to play any tricks and implicate everyone, the consequences would definitely be disastrous. Seeing Archmage Miha's reaction, everyone rolled their eyes internally. Is this really their strongest combat force? It really is true that whoever has the hardest fist has the truth. He embodied the act of bullying the weak and fearing the strong to the fullest. Chapter 216 Hongfeng. The atmosphere on the castle rooftop was somewhat heavy. Seeing Alexander Bartuk use violence to shatter the airship's defensive barrier and force his way in, Andrew and the other lords had their hearts in their throats. At this moment, they were all restless, craning their necks in anticipation. Lord Duke, will His Highness be all right? The Tulip Territory Lord asked, craning his neck with an uneasy expression. The prince was still too young. If something went wrong from forcing his way in, especially with the imminent flood, he had staked his entire family's future on this. How would I know? His Highness just went in. How could he come out so quickly? Andrew was also worried that the Major Tower might be hiding some contingency plans they hadn't told him about. If Alexander Bartuk suffered a loss and took his anger out on them, combined with the terrifying scale of the flood predicted by the sand table simulation, the North would truly spiral out of control. Should we go over and take a look? The Golden Sands Territory Lord chimed in. Wait, His Highness is out. That was fast. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed out from the giant airship. The lords tensed up, subconsciously activating their battle aura barriers, but when they saw that there was no bombardment following Alexander Bartuk, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The negotiation was successful? That was too fast. Not even 5 minutes. The lords looked at each other, seeing the confusion in one another's eyes. Andrew frowned slightly, subconsciously glancing at the teleportation scroll in his storage belt. At this moment, Alexander Bartuk saw the group. With a thought, he descended onto the castle rooftop using his sword. Your Highness, are you all right? How did it go? Andrew stepped forward and asked. Everything went smoothly. Let's return to the council hall. Alexander Bartuk nodded, giving everyone a reassuring smile before walking straight downstairs. Andrew blinked, wanting to ask for details, but the words died on his lips. Look, they are unloading treasure chests. The Gem Territory Lord nearby sensitively noticed the situation. Everyone turned to look. Indeed, the high-altitude airship had lowered its boarding ramp, and laborers and guards alike were busy moving boxes of precious supplies back into the major tower. Watching them look as dejected as defeated roosters, it was clear they had been conquered. His Highness is amazing, the lords exclaimed in admiration. Look, it's Grand Mage Richard, along with Archmage Miha, Fox, and the others coming over. By the gods, His Highness is truly mighty. Watching the 10 Grand Mages flying out of the giant airship, each looking perfectly well behaved, everyone was invigorated. Looking at Alexander Bartuk's retreating figure, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. Decisive and true to his word, the King of the North will surely be unstoppable in the future. Rumble, whoosh, whoosh. Tilde the monstrous flood peak stirred up waves over 10 meters high, surging out from the riverbed with the force of an avalanche, sweeping through the giant Axe Fortress territory and spreading to the surrounding regions. Wherever it passed, the earth trembled and the sky shuddered. The once invincible undead army trembled from the depths of their souls under this world-destroying divine power. The overwhelming undead army was like grass clippings before the endless flood, collapsing at the slightest touch, like a handful of black sesame seeds swept into waves and whirlpools. However, the world was left in chaos wherever the flood passed. Looking down from above, the entire north had only the Lord's city protected by a magic barrier, like a shimmering bubble island swaying in the waves, flickering on and off. Vast stretches of villages and settlements were swept away. Even entire forests were uprooted, and paddy fields and dry land all became an ocean. The homes people relied on for survival were washed away, and rocks over 10 meters high were dragged into the whirlpool by the ruthless flood. After bobbing up and down a few times, they were swept along, tumbling forward and destroying every obstacle in their path, the rumbling sound shaking the heavens and earth. Kill. This is all the undead army's fault. The airships from various territories, which had long been lying in ambush at the target locations, burst through the clouds like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Filled with rage, they unleashed a thunderous barrage upon the drowning undead army below. Rumble, crackle, blue lightning serpents, like dragons entering the sea, coiled from the east end to the west, then wove from the north to the south, knitting a massive electric net. They stirred up millstone-sized fireballs of lightning that exploded and rolled across the water's surface. Lightning arcs flashed and coiled. Wherever they passed, the undead army wailed, leaving a scene of devastation with scattered bones everywhere on the water. Screams, angry howls, desperate resistance, and unwilling roars converged, shaking the surroundings. Kill. Large patches of white bones floated in the torrent, interspersed with the corpses of countless fish, shrimp, and river beasts. Yet the artillery fire from the airships did not cease. Whether it was the mage core controlling magic or the paladins wielding battle aura, no one showed any mercy at this moment. At this time, mercy to the enemy was harm to one's own side. Even knowing that among those vast piles of bones, there might be their own relatives, friends, or colleagues, they had to suppress their grief and destroy them all. For the sake of the living, for the sake of more people surviving, they had no choice. Kill. The entire north was like a giant slaughterhouse. The airships from the surrounding territories slowly closed their neck towards the rolling Dragon River, like herons driving a school of fish, herding the scattered undead army toward the river. Some narrow river branches were already blocked by white bones, and the necrotic aura caused widespread pollution in the surrounding area. There were also some undead stragglers trying to escape by instinct, gathering on small hills, but they were all met with ruthless bombardment from the airships. Magicians carrying multiple storage devices frequently appeared in the sky, shuttling back and forth between nearby castles and airships, becoming the most convenient supply units. Naval units also followed up one after another, either salvaging and saving people or giving the fish that slipped through the net a magic attack. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could effectively coordinate with the airships to complete the encirclement and annihilation mission. This scene was playing out across the entire north. As the saying goes, when an army is defeated, it collapses like a mountain. The undead army had already crumbled, and their fate was sealed. Lord Liar, is that Prince Sliming's airship flying over from Kesselai town? What are those triangular plates that look like iron birds flying in and out? They look so fast, and they can even fire lightning cannons. At this moment, above Cat Claw Ridge, a snaky flying magical beast squad was circling around. While dodging the airships patrolling the various territories, they were pretending to cooperate in attacking the undead army trying to land nearby. Advancing and retreating, they finally exhausted their magic and stamina, and had no choice but to land on the ridge. This squad was none other than the rebel squad led by former Sacred Wood Lake leader Knight Lennon and former Sunset Mountain leader Lord Liar. They had originally been swept along by the undead army to attack Giant Axe Fortress, but when Beaston sacrificed himself, they immediately sensed that the shackles on their souls had been lifted. At the same time, they discovered that the surrounding undead army was letting out unfriendly beastly roars at them. The living, if not for Lord Liar's quick reaction in getting the squad into the air, the two of them would likely have already become a pair of miserable little skeletons. Watching the main force being swept away by the flood peaking the river and the airships from various territories constantly closing in on them in the sky, they fell into a dilemma. Go home? They didn't dare. Who in their territories didn't know they were rebels? Returning now would surely make them a target for everyone. No matter who it was, they would vent their anger over losing loved ones on them. Go see Alexander Bartuk. They didn't dare either. They had forcibly broken their soul contracts and now participated in a rebellion. If they really went to surrender, they feared they wouldn't have a good outcome. Look at their disheveled appearance now. Grand Mage Lyle's gold-trimmed white robe had long since become a mud-soaked rag. Knight Lannon's 3-star knight black armor was pitted and scarred, and even his beloved little braid was disheveled and knotted, lacking any of his former high spirits. Now, mixing in with their subordinates among a group of commoners gathered here from surrounding villages, and having disguised themselves slightly, they didn't look too conspicuous, all of them ragged and shaken. Chapter 217 Returning Home. Lord Liar, why don't you say something? What are you thinking? Are we going to see Prince Sliming, or are we escaping? Give me a straight answer. Knight Lennon kicked 2 more skeleton soldiers into the water and glanced at his companion in misfortune, who was leaning against a tree and remaining silent. He couldn't help but feel anxious, and his voice rose a few notches. I don't know. Lord Liar shook his head and exhaled. Seeing that no one around was paying attention to them, he finally spoke. How about we surrender? Rumor has it that His Highness Prince Liming is merciful. Surrendering might give us a way to live. Surrender. Knight Lannon, who was about to sit down and rest, was stunned. He opened his mouth to argue, but Lord Lyre interrupted him, pointing at the airships shuttling back and forth in the sky, and sighed, "Can't you see? The North has changed. It's not just Kessiali's airships flying the Blue Lion Royal Flag, the airships of other territories are also flying it. Even the Mage Tower airships that just passed by are flying the Blue Lion Royal Flag. His Highness Prince Liming has now become the true king of the North. We have no way out except to surrender. Don't forget we still have family in the castle." Hearing this, Knight Lannon was dazed. Only now did he notice the details on the passing airships. Just as Lord Lyre said, no matter which territory's decorations these cruising airships had, the Blue Lion Royal Flag was planted in the most conspicuous place. This made all the escape plans he had just thought of a joke. He plopped down on the ground. "I just don't understand. How did this little prince settle things with Andrew and even become the king of the North? Did he kill Beaston? How is that possible? And this undead army? We could have originally sneaked back to our territory in the chaos, but a flood suddenly appeared out of nowhere and trapped us here. Could the gods be protecting the royal family?" Seeing Knight Lannon's expression of unbearable pain, Lord Lyre also smiled bitterly. "Looking at you, I'm afraid you didn't hear the conversation of the serfs around us just now. This flood was actually created by His Highness Prince Liming himself. It wasn't some divine protection." "What?" Knight Lannon jumped in shock again, his eyes wide as eggs. You mean this flood was created by Prince Liming? That's equivalent to a 5-star grand forbidden curse." "Forbidden curse? Hey." Lord Lyre rolled his eyes and cursed him as an idiot in his heart, but he still patiently said, "It's not a forbidden curse. When His Highness Prince Liming first came to Kessiali, he built a dam on the upper reaches of the rolling Dragon River. Now he just blew up the dam, using the flood to annihilate the undead army and save the North. How is that possible?" Knight Lannon's mind was in a total mess. In his eyes, Prince Liming was just a flower in a greenhouse, who only managed to establish himself in Kessiali by luck, relying on a group of powerful subordinates and alchemical muskets. But now, looking at the Blue Lion Royal flags fluttering in the sky and the flood around him, he realized he was wrong, utterly wrong. Lord Lyre said nothing, just looked at him with pity. After a long while, Knight Lannon's mind stabilized. He stared blankly at the sky, then at the surging flood, and asked softly, "Is this your reason for surrendering?" "Not entirely." Lord Lyre was silent for a moment, his gaze turning towards Sunset Mountain. He took a deep breath and said, "Do you remember the black-cloaked statue in Beaston's secret room? That's the real reason I want to surrender." "The statue? You mean Beaston's master behind the scenes? Why don't we go and join him?" Knight Lannon looked at Lord Lyre and blinked. However, this time, not only did Lord Lyre look at him like he was an idiot, but even the team members who had escaped with them looked over as if looking at a fool. "Did I say something wrong?" Knight Lannon touched his cheek in confusion. "You're not wrong, the one who's wrong might be me." Lord Lyre suppressed the urge to punch him, clenched his fists, and said through gritted teeth, "I should have left you where you were, letting you sway with your undead friends. But I am a mage, at the very least. I still want to be human." Knight Lannon's face turned red. He didn't speak for a long time until the atmosphere became truly awkward. He coughed and said, "I agree with your view. Rather than becoming like that, I'd rather be a slave to Prince Liming. In that case, let's go." Lord Lyre had actually made up his mind long ago. Having convinced Knight Lannon, he stood up and said, "His Highness Prince Liming won this battle completely. He only lost a few villages and serfs. I just heard that the Kessiali City Defense Force is issuing a notice, recruiting capable people to assist them in rescue and protection work. Those who contribute will be rewarded. This is our only chance. Perhaps His Highness Prince Liming will be lenient with us. Do they give out bread? I'm a bit hungry after all that exertion earlier." Knight Lannon stood up and patted his stomach. Lord Lyre's mouth twitched, and he said crossly, "Do you also think they should provide you with a few servants to wait on you?" I was just asking. I'll listen to you from now on." Knight Lannon smiled sheepishly and then said flatteringly to Lord Lyre, "When the time comes, we'll tell Prince Liming the location of that secret room. I think the prince will be very happy." HMPH, you finally got one thing right. At the same time, the meeting hall of Giant Axe Fortress, under the Dharma torch lamp, over a dozen clairvoyance mirrors flickered constantly. Intelligence personnel frequently sent messages. The summary staff in the hall, led by Belkali, were also extremely busy, rushing back and forth. Communication methods such as voice transmission, imagery, cat-owl letters, and magic crystal balls spread out from here to all corners of the North. Prince Liming was now fully focused on the real-time simulation on the sand table. He simulated the flow of the flood peak, the progress of the airship battles, and the results of the boat rescue and salvage operations reported from the surrounding territories, taking control of the overall situation. Andrew and a group of other lords surrounded him, all looking nervous as they watched this major battle concerning the life and death of the North. "Your Highness, looking at the state of this flood, the undead army's momentum is gone. We've won." "Yes, Your Highness. Your methods are truly like turning clouds into rain. This operation is practically a masterpiece of the gods. Your Highness is mighty." The surrounding lords praised him one after another, pointing at the undead army being gradually surrounded on the sand table. While they admired Prince Liming, they also felt a hint of awe in their hearts, especially the three major lords, Andrew, Count Ianix, and Count Albertagas. They secretly exchanged glances, all feeling apprehensive. As generals of the North, looking at the big picture, besides the current battlefield, all the lords had already pondered Prince Liming's previous military exercise deployments in their hearts. At the time, they thought Prince Liming's deployment of troops on the periphery was just for show, but now this flood had given them the answer. If not for the Beaston interlude, perhaps this undead army would have been their example, and the troops deployed outside would have closed the bag on them. It was laughable that they had been so determined to unite and launch an attack back then. Now it seemed like a joke. Your Highness, the North will rely on you to take the helm from now on. I, Andrew, and everyone in Giant Axe Fortress will follow your orders without question. Andrew pressed his hand to his chest and bowed, expressing his recognition of Prince Liming's own ability. All right, stop flattering me. I will still rely on the support of all you lords in the future. Now, we should first discuss the diversion of the flood and the subsequent rescue and relief measures for the people. Prince Liming patted Andrew's shoulder, then smiled and nodded to the other lords one by one. He was deeply gratified that the lords had privately flown the royal banner to show their goodwill. This was also why he had always tried to use deterrence rather than violent subjugation. After all, the North spanned 10,000 miles. If he killed or exiled all these lords and nobles, how long would it take for him to rebuild a political foundation? Educated management talent was scarce. Only by using talent regardless of its source could he solve the urgent problem. Chapter 218 This operation. Your Highness, Andrew is willing to share your burdens. In my opinion, the outlets on the east side of the Giant Axe Fortress are the most suitable for channeling the flood. I will immediately send men to handle the diversion. Having received Alexander Bartuk's approval, Andrew was invigorated. He straightened his back and swept his gaze across the other lords, looking quite smug. This scene made the other lords secretly curl their lips, thinking to themselves that he had already started fawning. Your Highness, this subordinate is also willing to share your burdens. The tributaries around the Sand Sea in my Golden Sands territory can also help alleviate some of the pressure. Albert, the Lord of the Golden Sands territory, remained calm. He stepped forward and pointed to the newly excavated Sand Sea River channel in his territory, offering his advice to Alexander Bartuk. Shameless. Hearing Albert refer to himself as a subordinate, the remaining lords felt a wave of disdain in their hearts. However, Your Highness, this subordinate is also willing to personally lead my guards to Kessilai to assist Captain Longby with the salvage and rescue work, sharing your burdens. Without waiting for others to react, the Lord of the Tulip Territory, Count Enix, stepped out from the crowd. After finishing, he deliberately glanced sideways at the other lords who were a bit slower, secretly pleased with himself. This move. You really are something. The lords who were a bit slower felt depressed. This was essentially sucking up right at the prince's doorstep. Your Highness, we are also willing to share your burdens. The remaining group spoke almost in unison. Report. Your Highness, Duke, the undead army within 30 miles outside the Giant Axe Fortress has been completely cleared. We request to leave the city to pursue them. At this moment, a few people entered through the hall door, and the leader was Andrew's chief knight, Barton. After previously annihilating Beeston's black armored guards in the inner city, they had been sent to assist with city defense. Now, having returned in total victory, their momentum was quite imposing. However, when this imposing gaze looked toward Alexander Bartuk, it subconsciously restrained and lowered. The look in his eyes was no longer the arrogance of before, but filled with awe. Very good. All lords may now take your own troops and proceed to channel the floodwaters according to your territory zones. Remember to rescue as many of the people as possible. Seeing that the situation was basically stable, Alexander Bartuk made a prompt decision to initiate the aftermath work. Yes, the group responded and, led by Andrew, left the hall, gathered their respective troops, and rode out of the city. Alexander Bartuk watched them leave and remained at the main camp. Through the clairvoyance mirror, he offered condolences and commendations to the Kessilai City Defense Forces and the defense forces of other territories one by one, boosting everyone's morale. For a time, spiritual sublimation flooded back into Alexander Bartuk's psychic sea like a tide, causing the quill's advancement node to expand to its limit. It's too early to be happy. Although the black vortex in the sky has weakened, it has not dissipated. Based on the experience at the gravel pond, I'm afraid the black vortex will only dissipate once the undead army is completely annihilated. Alexander Bartuk turned to the sand table, watching the overall trend, and thought to himself, it is currently the season where winter is about to begin. Once the flood recedes, we must solve the food and clothing problems for the people before the cold wave hits. Food, water, medicine, winter clothing, and shelter must all follow immediately. Otherwise, once the harsh winter arrives, it will cause a chain reaction that could very likely lead to the North losing control. It's just that, with so many disaster victims, I'm afraid there isn't enough food. And this isn't the asphalt road of my previous life. After the flood, the main roads will inevitably be muddy and impassable. If we rely solely on airships or storage equipment, we simply cannot satisfy a million victims. Even if the quill replicates that teleportation scroll, the number of people it can teleport is limited, and the consumption is huge. It might be useful as a temporary measure, but in the long run, paving roads and increasing transportation vehicles is the only way to go. Alexander Bartuk frowned slightly as he looked at the transportation routes between the various territories on the sand table, falling silent for a moment while calculating solutions in his heart. Your Highness. Just then, Belcully, who had been summarizing information on the side, walked over and saluted by pressing his hand to his chest. What is it? Looking at this fortress manager with whom he had interacted many times, Alexander Bartuk did not rate him low. The intelligence gathering, summarizing, and screening work he had just done was excellent, making him a rare talent. Your Highness, this is Beeston's storage belt from before. You forgot to collect it. The Duke specifically instructed me to hand it over to you. According to the rules of aristocratic warfare, the spoils of war belong to the victor. As he spoke, Belcully held a dark gold storage belt in front of Alexander Bartuk. Alexander Bartuk's psychic power had already captured the presence of this storage belt. It was just that things were urgent at the time, and he had no time to deal with it. He hadn't expected Andrew to have kept it in mind. However, thinking about it, he understood the other party's intention. It could be considered a return for the teleportation scroll. He unceremoniously took the storage belt and tied it around his waist. Although he really wanted to study the things inside, There were more important matters at hand now. Duke Andrew is thoughtful. After finishing, Alexander Bartuk turned around and asked, Manager Bell, has the count of disaster victims been calculated? Also, give me the numbers for the grain reserves in each territory. Yes. Upon hearing this, a trace of worry flashed in Belcley's eyes, and he said respectfully, Your Highness, just summarized. The number of disaster victims has reached over 1.7 million, approaching 2 million. As for the grain reserves of each territory, I cannot give a specific statistic, but based on my past experience, if used to provide disaster relief, it will only last for half a month at most. Half a month? Alexander Bartuk frowned. He knew that grain was the core means by which each lord controlled their territory, and they would never easily reveal their true wealth. Even by calculating through the area of arable land, one could not be precise. Now that the flood had passed, much of the grain that was ready for harvest had been destroyed in the fields. If the various territories refused to bring out their reserves, relying solely on the grain in Kesselai would be a drop in the bucket. Bell, does Baron Beeston have any farms in the giant axe fortress? Alexander Bartuk turned his head and asked, replying to Your Highness, Beeston owns 3 large farms, 2 ranches, and 5 3-star magic crystal mines in the giant axe fortress. Alexander Bartuk gasped, thinking to himself that he had still underestimated the other party, but thinking about it, it made sense. After all, he was the oldest noble in the north, so that means Beeston also has properties in other territories. Over 70%. Belcley nodded. Alexander Bartuk was overjoyed upon hearing this and said, Good. Now you take some men to check his grain reserves in the fortress. Consolidate them and prepare to distribute them to the disaster victims. Your Highness, these are all your private spoils of war. Are you really going to execute the order? Seeing the look of surprise on Belcley's face, Alexander Bartuk couldn't be bothered to waste words and issue the order directly. At your service. With admiration in his eyes, Belcley bowed and retreated. 3 days later, airships fully loaded with grain and other supplies shuttled back and forth over the north. As the flood receded, the people in various territories were centrally settled according to the latest decree of the King of the North. The emotions that had been severely volatile due to the lack of clothing and food were much more settled when the disaster victims saw bags of grain and free healing magic arrays at the settlement points, as well as temporary shelters constructed by earth mages. And immediately following this, the North issued a series of decrees to appease the people, such as exempting taxes and corvée labor for 1 year, and ensuring that elderly people without family, disabled personnel, and orphans would receive free assistance from the territory. This made the expressions of the disaster victims relax a little more. The pain of losing homes and loved ones could not be smoothed over in a short time, but the annihilation of the undead army and the victory over the flood also allowed the disaster victims to see hope, especially those warriors who fought bravely on the front lines, and the heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect the people. All received the highest respect, rewards, and the most generous compensation. At this time, on the city walls of Kesselai, Alexander Bartuk, looking somewhat haggard, gazed at the black vortex that had completely dissipated in the sky, his tightly furrowed brows finally relaxing. He hadn't had a wink of sleep in these past few days. Although the various lords had arranged for the most professional personnel to handle the disaster relief, saving the people and property to the greatest extent, as the mastermind, he still felt uneasy in his heart. However, the grain collection had gone quite smoothly. This was thanks to the super granary left behind by Beeston. Almost every territory had manors where he had hoarded grain, which was able to help the disaster victims barely survive the current crisis. As for the grain transportation problem, one also had to thank Beeston. This old guy had built teleportation arrays in the secret rooms of his manors in every territory, so it was no wonder the undead army could have assembled suddenly and silently back then. Now, these teleportation arrays had become emergency channels for transporting grain and supplies between territories. Combined with their ships and storage equipment, they could achieve a balance between supply and demand. It was just that the magic crystals and mage teams consumed were heart-wrenching. It was considered an expedient measure. It seems that building roads and increasing transportation vehicles must be put on the agenda. Alexander Bartuk let out a long breath and thought to himself, with the increase in transport vehicles, consumption will definitely skyrocket. Energy will become the next problem. The transportation and use of black water must also be accelerated. Your Highness, are you still worrying about the grain transportation? You must take care of your health. Now, all forces are paying attention to our north, especially the Princess of Crystal City and the Mage Tower in the Royal City. You are our backbone. Captain Longby came up the stairs, his eyes filled with respect. Although these few days were short, anyone could see that Alexander Bartuk had lost weight. Whether it was going to the disaster-stricken areas of various territories to offer condolences to the victims and meritorious warriors, or mobilizing and commanding the overall situation, Captain Longby had never seen any noble lord who could devote themselves heart and soul like Alexander Bartuk. Feeling the wisp of golden power of faith and the large amount of spiritual sublimation contributed by Captain Longby, Alexander Bartuk smiled. The blue quill had reached a critical point, and it was time for a breakthrough. You've worked hard these past few days. Now that the north is basically stable, I really should go back and rest for a while. Rest assured, Your Highness. Captain Longby gave a sharp salute and watched Alexander Bartuk leave. Following such a lord, he felt incomparably honored. Chapter 219 The Trouble Caused by Thunder. At the same moment, above Linshan Town, 200 miles from Crystal City, Guinevere stood on the deck of the airship, looking down at the surging water level of the rolling Dragon River and the army of sea beasts that had taken advantage of the situation to attack the inland river channel from Crystal City, her expression grave. Beside her, the chief mage Ishuroti had just taken a secret letter from the leg of a cat owl messenger and unfolded it to read. This, how is this possible? Ishuroti widened her eyes in disbelief. Read the secret letter 3 more times, and then turned to Guinevere, saying, Princess, Prince Liming killed Beaston 3 days ago and unified the North. What? Guinevere was also stunned. The North had always been on the verge of slipping out of royal control, coupled with the Major Tower's deliberate attempts to cause trouble, and the infiltration of the ancient noble Beaston, who possessed dark powers. Unifying the North was an incredibly difficult task for anyone. Yet, not even a year had passed since Alexander went north, and he had unified it so abruptly previously. They were still testing each other, and unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, it was unified. This news made one have to question its authenticity. Snatching the secret letter, Guinevere read it carefully, not missing a single word. Slowly, her expression became excited, and her eyes shifted repeatedly. There was shock, joy, pride, worry, and a touch of heartache. Really? Unified? Guinevere looked toward the north and took a deep breath, her face full of pride and heartache. This little fool actually subdued that pack of wolves led by Andrew. He must have suffered a lot. As his sister, I haven't been able to help much. Hey, Ishuroti, do you think my brother is impressive? HMPH, princess, aren't you currently helping our newly ascended king of the north clean up his mess? Hearing Guinevere praise her brother, Ishuroti couldn't help but curl her lip and say, the letter says this damaging tactic of destroying dams to release floods was initiated by Prince Liming. Look at how much trouble it has caused you. Even the sea clans have followed suit. Do you still have the heart to praise him now? Ha ha ha. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. My brother is worthy of being of the Baratuk royal bloodline. Guinevere laughed heartily. She knew Ishuroti was right. Because of the flood, the sea clans had also learned to destroy various levees, causing the water level of the rolling Dragon River to surge. Zeza, who had previously been lurking in Crystal City, seized the opportunity to push north. Now, he had swept through 7 or 8 small towns on both sides of the river, and his troops were now threatening the second line of defense at the gateway to the north. Dragon-fallen City. Tens of thousands of refugees had fled to Linshantown in the past few days. Her personal patrol was also intended to deter them and protect the safety of the refugees. However, if the flood continued to rise and Dragon-fallen City was breached by Zeza's army, forming an encirclement around Linshantown would become an isolated island. She had previously intended to use Kesiali's alchemical weapons to counterattack Crystal City, but she hadn't expected such an accident to occur before the weapons were mastered, which instead allowed the Sea Beast army to seize the initiative. This made her feel very passive, and she could only adopt a strategy of strict defense. Princess, if this continues, our supplies won't last a month. We had previously planned to seek aid from the north, but now I fear the prince is facing the same predicament as us. Winter is coming soon. If we don't solve the food and clothing issue immediately, I'm afraid it will cause a mutiny. Ishuroti looked at the refugees around Linshantown below, who were like ants and still increasing rapidly. Fights over a single bite of food occurred frequently, and she was very worried. Is the land route to the north still unable to be opened? Guinevere withdrew her gaze and took out a recording stone from her storage belt, activating the image of the northern mountains and terrain within it. Here, and here, the Major Tower's blockade is too tight. Our people have tried several times, but none have succeeded. Ishuroti pointed to the Kingen Road, Vulture Ridge, and Rolling Stone Beach on the crystal, her tone heavy. This time, we also lost 2 carts of magic crystals, a box of soul crystals, and 2 boxes of recording stones. Damn it, it's been so long and we still can't open it. Alexander has been waiting for this batch of magic crystals. Guinevere looked at Ishuroti and suddenly said, how about this? After settling the refugees in a week, I will personally lead a team to break through the blockade. I want to see just how strong the Major Tower's ragtag army really is. Ishuroti looked at Guinevere's flickering eyes, opened her mouth, and thought to herself, aren't you obviously giving me a hard time? As a princess, if you, the commander-in-chief stationed in Linshantown, leave, then what do we subordinates need to do? Your Highness, Linshantown cannot do without you. Why don't I go personally next time? Good. Then I'll trouble you. Hearing Guinevere's decisive decision, Ishuroti choked, blinked her eyes, and felt secretly depressed. She was just being polite, but who would have thought the other party would actually seal the deal? But now, going back on her word would be insubordination. This bitterness she had to swallow. What? Are you unwilling? Guinevere rolled her eyes. Ahem, no. How about this? I'll send a letter to Alexander and ask him to send a team to meet you. It will be safer to attack from both sides then. I think we should forget it. Ishuroti said with a chuckle. The prince has used all his territory's resources and elite troops to save the disaster victims. Even noble mages have been dragged in to run errands, and they've even used teleportation arrays. How could he have the energy to care about this side? Are you blaming him for not respecting mages? Watching the other person's expression, Guinevere smiled inwardly and said, I actually have quite a bit of confidence in him. As long as he doesn't ruin the north, I support him. Ishuroti shrugged, reserving her opinion on this. Squandering resources and the dignity of noble mages so unscrupulously, could the Order of the North still function as well as before? She didn't believe it. However, these were not things she should worry about. Instead, it was the Major Tower's ragtag army mentioned by Guinevere that worried her a little, because according to the recordings secretly made by soldiers who escaped, these so-called ragtag troops generally reached 3-star strength, and it was very likely that demons were mixed in among them. How could they be ragtag? Therefore, she had to be careful and make full preparations. Lance Empire, Royal City. The main gate of the Mage Tower branch opened slowly. Sakritha, in 4-star mage robes, walked out of the gate with a face as gloomy as water. The guard Knight Agromar stepped forward quickly to open the carriage door of the magic beast vehicle that had been parked there for a long time. Sakritha said nothing and sat inside. When Agrama closed the carriage door, a magic barrier and a sound insulation magic array lit up at the same time. Afterward, one could feel the carriage shaking violently as things were smashed inside. Through the carriage window, one could even see Sakritha's expression of gnashing his teeth and cursing madly. Back to the manor. Agrama knew it was because of the north, so he didn't dare to linger, and even less dared to look too much, ordering the driver to drive home. Looking at the mess of metal fragments in the carriage, Sakritha's hair was disheveled, and his emotions had stabilized slightly. It was just that the news of the North's unification, and Andrew and the other lords defecting to Alexander, which he had just seen in the recording stone in the branch meeting room, kept appearing in his mind. Bastard. With a bang, he picked up the clairvoyance mirror and recording stone beside him and smashed them heavily against the carriage wall. He had laid out plans for the North for decades, secretly supporting Andrew's growth, and with Beeston's help from the side. The result was that a prince who pretended to be a loser had turned the tables in less than a year, and it was right under his own nose. Was he playing them all for idiots? And the mages in the recording stone openly betraying them, the 10 great mages sent to the North being completely dealt with by Alexander in less than 30 seconds. That was a real slap in the face. Even through the light screen, it made one feel blush with shame. Sakritha wished he could tear these people apart. However, the betrayal of the mages was secondary. What was more important was the chain reaction after the betrayal. Now, the people of the North had begun to question the faith of the Mage Tower, thus choosing to defect to Alexander. This was shaking the foundation of the Mage Tower. Nothing was more serious than this. Too terrifying. This third prince is truly too terrifying. His own potential, political maneuvering, military talent. If I remember correctly, he is not even 19 years old. Damn it. Thinking of how he had just united with several elders to ask for instructions from the branch president, Tycho Dios, the Grand Mage, but the other party had gone into seclusion to break through to the 6-star Saint Mage level and ignored everything, leaving him in full charge. Now this mess had fallen on his head, and the temple's golden knights had been sent to Dragon Mountain, so he had no troops to send at all. How could this not make him angry? Bastard, bastard, all bastards absolutely cannot let him continue to grow, and the North cannot just end like this, especially since the Mage Tower still hides a big secret. It absolutely cannot let Alexander destroy it. Otherwise, the Mage General Tower will not let me off, and even the Master will not make it easy for me. Thinking of the Master in the black cloak, Sakritha shivered, his eyes full of fear. My lord, we have arrived home. Chapter 220. The quill pen advances again. The beast-drawn carriage entered the mansion and pulled up in the courtyard. Sakritha straightened his hair and robes, stepped out of the carriage with a gloomy face, and then walked straight to the secret chamber in the backyard. Closing the stone door of the dark secret chamber, a blood-red formation was lit up. Sakritha stood respectfully with his hands down before the statue in the black cloak, not daring to even breathe loudly. The blood-red formation suddenly shook, and a powerful, abyss-like pressure instantly enveloped the entire space of the secret chamber. Sakritha's breath hitched, his body tensed up, and he felt a dark, terrifying aura of death being injected into the statue. Master HMPH. A heavy cold snort struck Sakritha like a heavy hammer, shattering his nerves and causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Yet he dared not show the slightest disrespect, his figure remaining motionless. Sakritha, this king requires an explanation. The oppressive voice was like a gloomy thunderclap piercing his eardrums, making Sakritha's head spin. Yes, Master. Sakritha's face turned red from holding his breath, but upon hearing the question, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His life was temporarily saved. Master, Beeston's death is this subordinate's fault. When he wanted to implement the plan to annihilate the Northern Territory, I had advised him against it. But he wanted to do things for you so badly that my heart softened. I did not expect that you would lose a loyal subordinate. This is all my fault. Please punish me, Master. After speaking, Sakritha opened all his mental and physical defenses, exposing his soul like a naked infant, with an expression of being ready to face death. The black mist around the statue churned, remaining silent for a long time, as if scrutinizing Sakritha. After a long while, the black mist calmed down, and the gloomy voice sounded again. Forget it. This king has already lost one loyal subordinate and does not want to lose another. Tell me your next plan. Do not let this king down. Thank you, Master. Sakritha's hanging heart finally settled down. Organizing his thoughts slightly, he said respectfully, Master, although the Northern Territory is unified on the surface, the chaotic situation you desire has not changed. According to the information I have collected so far, after the floods in the Northern Territory, there are as many as 1 million disaster victims, and over 90% of the arable land has been destroyed. Now that winter is approaching, the little prince is acting with womanly benevolence, using all the reserve granaries in the Northern Territory to provide disaster relief instead of consolidating the noble class. He is even forcibly dispatching noble elites from various territories and the elites of the Mage Tower to run errands, and recklessly using teleportation formations, consuming magic crystal reserves. I believe it won't be long before the Northern Territory is completely hollowed out. Riots are just a matter of time. In this way, Master, you can actually withdraw some of your energy from the Northern Territory and let the little prince mess around on his own. In any case, the result is what you want. Speaking of this, Sakritha stole a glance at the statue. Seeing that the black mist around the other party did not fluctuate, his courage grew a little more, and he continued, Master, according to my immature suggestion, why don't we first focus our energy on Crystal City? Taking Crystal City is equivalent to seizing over 80% of the soul crystal resources of the Lance Empire for you. Plus, with Tycho in seclusion and all the power of the Mage Tower in my hands, it will be more convenient to provide soul supplies to you in the future. Therefore, my plan consists of these 3 steps. First, reduce interference in the Northern Territory, focusing only on blocking trade routes, letting it fall into chaos on its own. Second, Concentrate energy on taking Crystal City to obtain sufficient soul crystal resources for you. Third, completely control the remaining major towers in the Empire to prepare for continuously providing soul supplies to you. After speaking, Sakritha listened quietly. After a while, the plan is acceptable. The statue pondered and said, however, you must absolutely keep the secrets of the Mage Tower in your hands. Also, there is a Book of Souls with Beeston. You must retrieve it, as it concerns the secret of soul evolution. Do you know the consequences? Yes, this subordinate understands. Hearing about the Book of Souls, Sakritha felt a chill in his heart. This was something related to some of the Master's secrets. Are you confident about Crystal City? The statue's tone was much softer than before. Master, currently the regular army of the Mage Tower is all at Dragon Mountain, and I lack sufficient troops. But this subordinate guarantees that no matter what, I will take Crystal City for you. HMPH, what do you guarantee it with? The statue looked down coldly and said, go take a look at the Orc Empire. It has just been brought under my control. Master is mighty. Sakritha looked up suddenly, fawning and excited. If the Orc Empire is under your control, Master, then the matter of the Northern Territory will be even more certain. We can completely let the Orc Empire put pressure on the Ulku Empire. By then, the Ulku Empire will inevitably suppress the Northern Territory, this newly emerged backyard, to prevent it from catching fire. And as for my side, I will put pressure on the Diga Kingdom through the Major Tower. The Northern Territory will inevitably become a bird in a cage, at your mercy, Master. As for Crystal City, I will hire an Orc Legion and wait for the opportunity to take Crystal City in one fell swoop. At that time, the entire Lance Empire will inevitably become yours, and your reign over the world will be just around the corner. Reign over the world? Not bad. The black mist around the statue rotated slowly, floating gently. However, Master, there is actually one thing I have never quite understood. Speak with your power, Master. Dealing with the little prince should be effortless. Why, if I have to do it myself for a little prince, what use are you all to me? Sakritha shuddered in fear. All right, go implement your plan. Don't let me down again. I will give you something to save your life, so you won't slack off in your duties. This is, thank you, Master, respectfully sending you off. Master, feeling the new ability acquired in his mind, a smile finally appeared on Sakritha's face. Waiting respectfully for the black mist of the statue to depart, he finally let out a long breath, and the cold sweat on his back rolled down. Finally passed the test. Next is to head to the Orc Empire to hire a mercenary legion. Then notify George to temporarily give up the surprise attack on Kesiulai and set the target on Crystal City, fully implementing the birdcage tactic. As for the Book of Souls, perhaps leaving it for the little prince to let him grow a bit more will be more beneficial to me. As the saying goes, when the crafty rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. I cannot be too excellent. Meanwhile, at the Kesiulai City Lord's mansion, Alexander Bartuk descended from the city tower, visited Lady Barrowman, and then went straight back to his room. Sitting on the bed, he relaxed his suppression of the quill's upgrade. At this moment, the quill had reached a critical point. Chi. A buzzing sound echoed in his mind, and the holy light on the blue quill flared brightly. Golden, mysterious patterns grew wildly like vines, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through the second stage, entered the third stage, and reached a length of 3 centimeters. A cool sensation of sudden enlightenment made Alexander Bartuk feel as if his body and mind were being cleansed, with every pore exuding comfort. Immediately after, the quill began to write golden characters with a swishing sound, and segments of information were entered into his mind. New function, repair, can perform repairs on formations below 3 stars, including 3-star formations. Formation repairability. Alexander Bartuk was stunned, then ecstatic. Almost subconsciously, he thought of the damaged concealment formation on the airship, as well as the broken formations on the 2 pieces of ancient relic metal obtained from the goblin treasury and the barbarians. Swish, swish, swish. The quill did not stop and continued to write. The golden characters shone with immense light. It was the follow-up cultivation method for psychic power, intermediate alchemy psychic power cultivation method . Finally, there is hope for a breakthrough. A lifespan of 500 years. In my previous life, this was just a dream. Still immersed in the joy of the repairability, the quill gave him another surprise, with the follow-up cultivation method. In the future, when psychic power breaks through to 4 stars, in addition to an increase in lifespan, perception and control will inevitably double again, and the most important spirit awakening skill will definitely have new abilities appear as well. It is truly something to look forward to. However, this is not something that can be achieved overnight. Cultivation requires a gradual process. What is more important now is how to apply the existing technology to reality and benefit the territory's people. Thinking this, the damaged concealment formation on the airship appeared in Alexander Bartuk's mind. Swish, swish, swish. Almost as if the quill sensed it, the moment the concealment formation appeared, golden energy flowed out from the nib, sketching in the void, and the damaged parts of the formation grew continuously like ink spreading in water. In about 10 breaths, the magic patterns of the formation were closed. It's done. Feeling the faint magical fluctuations emanating from the formation, Alexander Bartuk suppressed his excitement and punched the air with the concealment formation. Whether it is the eternal winter mountains behind Kesiulai, where magical beasts are rampant, or the Urakyuk primitive desert area waiting to be developed, he can conduct more in-depth exploration. Endless resources are beckoning to him. Moreover, with the concealment formation, his strategic bomber plan can also be put on the agenda. Although he extremely dislikes slaughter, defending the territory and the safety of the people still requires the protection of power. Chapter 221 The Ultimate Weapon. Let's take a look at the other 2 arrays. In a great mood, he decided to strike while the iron was hot. He recalled the aircraft-like object that Moganda had given him, but the quill flickered a few times without writing anything. Alexander understood that this was because his level was not high enough. After all, the material of this object was higher than 3-star, so the array inscribed on it must not be low-level. Subsequently, the broken array on the dragon fruit artifact in the gnome vault surfaced in his mind. Swish, swish, swish. The quill started moving again, and lines of magic patterns wound and extended. This array, replicated from the dragon fruit artifact, was stripped down to look like a dozen broken rings, quietly rotating around a mysterious magic pattern at the core. The golden energy at the tip of the quill slowly traced along the trajectory of the broken rings. After 10 breaths, with a soft hum and tremor, the array closed and took form. The dozen or so rings began to rotate slowly on their own, and the mysterious magic pattern at the core flickered with a pulsating halo, like a heartbeat. A concise introduction to the array merged into his mind, and Alexander understood it instantly. This is simply an ultimate weapon. Jumping up from the bed, Alexander was overcome with excitement. He had originally just held the thought of trying to repair this array, but he hadn't expected it to truly give him a huge surprise. Energy gathering array. Without the need for magic crystals or a mage's control, the energy gathering array could automatically absorb and condense magic power from the air to drive magic. If used in conjunction with a magic crystal, it would form an automatic circular charging system, allowing for repeated use and greatly reducing consumption. After silently reading the introduction of the energy gathering array 3 times in his heart, Alexander couldn't help but laugh excitedly. He had been worrying about how to solve the issue of energy consumption, and he hadn't expected that someone would hand him a pillow just as he was getting sleepy. If this energy gathering array were used in conjunction with a spirit awakening magic crystal, then all the alchemy machinery in his territory could be upgraded, at the very least, in terms of power. He would no longer have to worry about consumption. When high-power alchemy machinery was developed, the advancement of all aspects of the territory would inevitably see a qualitative leap. He had previously been worried about the food transportation issue. Although Andrew and the others didn't say anything, they must have been against such waste in their hearts. But now it was fine. With high-power machinery being launched, both transportation speed and quantity could increase exponentially. Moreover, with the development of Urakyuk, the transportation of black water, and even trips back and forth to Crystal City, this energy gathering array was simply a major bug. Thinking back to when he insisted on activating the teleportation array to transport food, facing the huge consumption, the constipated look on the faces of Andrew and the other lords, who opposed it in their hearts but couldn't speak up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the energy gathering array, not only transportation, but even the teleportation array could save a lot of energy. In the future, the North would inevitably form a dense and high-speed transportation network. To get rich, first build roads. At this moment, he seemed to foresee the future scene of the North's vigorous development. Suppressing his excitement, Alexander walked impatiently to the desk and took out a 3-star mithril block and a spirit awakening magic crystal from his ring. Using his psychic power to guide and mobilize the magic power in the spirit awakening magic crystal, he traced the magic patterns in the void according to the energy gathering array pattern. The almost transparent magic array gradually appeared and was then branded onto the mithril. The light flowed, then retracted. The array merged into the mithril with a light tremor, and ring after ring of magic patterns wrapped around the mithril. At the same time, wisps of magic power from the surroundings automatically converged toward the mysterious magic pattern at the center of the energy gathering array, flickering like a beating heart. It's a success. Locking onto the mithril block with his psychic power, Alexander placed the spirit awakening magic crystal onto the mysterious magic pattern, then guided the magic from the energy gathering array to condense into a magic barrier. Wisps of magic power flowed into the magic barrier, constantly being consumed, while the stray magic power from the surroundings also simultaneously converged toward the energy gathering array. Feeling the ratio of magic power output and input within the spirit awakening magic crystal, Alexander felt burning hot in his heart. The 3-star array had almost no consumption. It really works. Stopping his operation, and looking at the energy gathering array on the mithril block in his hand, Alexander simply couldn't put it down. However, he also knew that a simple test just now only roughly confirmed that this array was effective, and if he wanted to specifically determine the power consumption of the energy gathering array, he would still need to conduct multifaceted tests, especially the actual parameters when structured on alchemy machinery, and comparing parameters for dealing with various complex environments. Only then could the limits of the energy gathering array be further determined. Professional things must be handled by professional people. Let's leave this test to Urxiu's magic team. By the way, I wonder how that soul magic array he's been researching for the past few days is coming along? Thinking of Urxiu, Alexander couldn't help but recall the few items he had obtained when looking through Beeston's storage belt the day before yesterday. Let's go see him. Leaving the mansion, Alexander flew directly on his sword. For the past few days, there had been a severe shortage of manpower and vehicles. His 3 main guards and his personal tractor had all been taken for disaster relief, so for now, he could only choose to fly on his sword. The wind in the air surged with a hint of coldness. Looking down at the streets of Kessilai town, they were crowded with ragged disaster victims lining up to receive food. However, the atmosphere was still quiet. Perhaps they had been hungry for too long and had no strength to make a fuss. Although he had previously issued a conscription order, encouraging the residents to go to the Urakyuk area for development and to shift the conflict, personnel transportation was truly unsatisfactory. Even though the number of applicants was large, most of them were still stranded locally. What are they doing over there? Flying on his sword to the sky above the square, Alexander swept it with his psychic power and discovered that many high-level officials of Kessilai were gathered in the center of the square below. This included Rabats, Bradman, of the Golden Sands territory, and the 10 Grand Mages led by the newly joined Richard parked in the open space nearby with their vehicles, tractors, beast-drawn wagons, airships. Bradman, if you distribute magic crystals like this, I simply can't keep up with the supply. The daily mining output of the magic crystal mine is limited. You must reduce it further. Rabatz's voice reached Alexander's mind, pointing at the distribution list in Bradman's hand, his face looking very annoyed. Hey, reduce it further? You might as well just squeeze us dry. Before Bradman could speak, Archmage Maha, who was beside Richard, raised his eyebrows and said angrily, do you know how difficult it is to transport those disaster victims to the Howling Sand Sea? How great the consumption is. The bit of magic crystals originally given wasn't enough to use, and we still have to extract a portion from the major tower. Now you want to give us even less. I suspect that you in Kessilai are deliberately making things difficult for us. Who is making things difficult for you? I'm just stating facts. Rabatz stiffened his neck, not showing any weakness in the face of the 3-star Grand Mage. Forget it. Kessilai has just been established, so its foundation is insufficient after all. Just look at the fact that they still have to rent pack beasts from the Golden Sands territory for transportation, and you'll know. Fox, on the other side, nudged Archmage Miha with his elbow and reminded him in a low voice. He, that's right. I've long suggested that you in Kessilai rent more of our Golden Sands territory as pack beasts. They are high quality and inexpensive, moving on flat ground in the desert, and they only need to be fed fodder once every 7 days. How cheap. Oven took the opportunity to lean over to Bradman and interject with his sales pitch. This is His Highness's order. I'm only executing it. Bradman turned his face away, not looking at the other party, but instead seriously counted out a box of magic crystals and handed it to Richard. Then, he cast a deep look at Rabatz, who still wanted to argue, causing him to shut up. Mr. Bradman. At this time, Richard, who had not spoken until now, put away the magic crystal box. After hesitating slightly, he still spoke up, although it is a bit presumptuous for me to ask, and I do not know the true purpose of His Highness the Prince doing this. However, I still hope that Mr. Bradman can remind His Highness the Prince that such unscrupulous squandering, even for a millennium-old foundation like the Mage Tower, cannot be sustained. Thank you for the reminder, Grand Mage Richard. I will convey your goodwill truthfully. Bradman pondered slightly and nodded in response. In fact, he also did not quite approve of Alexander's approach in his heart. After all, as the logistics minister of Kessilai, seeing the wealth he had just accumulated in his hands pouring out like a broken dam in the past few days, the feeling was as painful as cutting his own flesh. Even though there was a large reserve of magic crystals obtained from Beeston, most of them were 4-star magic crystals. If they were put into use, it would be too wasteful. Therefore, he could only squeeze the magic crystal mine within the territory. This was also the reason for Rabatz's dissatisfaction. But this was Alexander's order. No matter how dissatisfied or pained he was, he would resolutely execute it. Even if it meant squeezing out the last drop of blood, he would do it without hesitation. It seems everyone has some complaints. In the sky, Alexander flew higher on his sword. He didn't want to land now and explain anything to everyone, because only by putting the energy gathering array in his hand into use as soon as possible would it be the best explanation for everyone. Please don't disappoint me. Energy gathering array. Tapping his storage ring, the flying sword turned into a stream of light and headed straight for Urxiu's laboratory. Chapter 222 Hope for Demi-Human Upgrade. The alchemy laboratory hidden within the mountain was no longer what it used to be. Originally just a deep cavern carved out attached to the arsenal, it had now become completely independent. Inside the western mountain of the indigenous ravine, a 3-story underground structure had been re-excavated. As Alexander entered the building from the secret passage entrance, his psychic power was immediately blocked by a thin, membrane-like layer of magic energy. This could not help but make him nod as secretly, guided by guards and passing through over a dozen checkpoints. Alexander finally arrived at the core area of the laboratory. 2 magic apprentices immediately stepped forward to salute, then activated the magic array on the bronze door in front of them. With a flash of light, the door slowly opened, and the huge Dharma torch lamp illuminated the hall behind the door as bright as day. It seems Urxiu has put quite a bit of effort into this aspect. Watching the staff in mage robes busily moving about the hall, even when they saw Alexander arrive, they only saluted before hurrying away. Regarding this, Alexander was very gratified. Walking all the way inside, passing through the hall, and then taking the elevator directly to the lowest level. This was where Urxiu stayed for long periods. HMPH. This kid, his rat-like nature really hasn't changed. He always digs into the darkest places. Once inside the underground, the Dharma torch lamp in front of him immediately lost its previous brightness. The dim feeling was like entering a corridor in a horror movie, making Alexander unable to help but complain about his good brother. Moving forward for a distance, there was another fork in the road. He chose the third one on the left to enter. 100 meters later, he finally arrived in front of Urxiu's laboratory door. Clang, clang, clang. Alexander knocked on the door lightly. Get lost. Stop bothering me again. How could the energy extraction from Blackwater be that fast? If you want magic crystals, go find His Highness. I don't have what you want here. Alexander's finger hung in midair, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It was obvious that many people had come to find Urxiu over the past 2 days, all because of the matter regarding him having Urxiu refined petroleum to prepare for replacing the engines. Urxiu, it's me, Alexander. Your Highness. Damn it. After a clatter of things being knocked over, the door was yanked open from the inside. A strong smell of tar gushed out, and then Urxiu, with panda eyes and a bird's nest hairstyle, crawled out. However, this guy's eyes were as bright as light bulbs, and his expression seemed seemed to carry a hint of excitement and fanaticism. Uxiu, are you okay? Alexander asked with some concern. Your Highness, I want to go to Crystal City. I want to pack up all the soul crystal mines there and bring them back. Uxiu grabbed Alexander's shoulder, his expression as hungry as if he wanted to eat someone. Alexander was stunned. Hearing the other party's nonsensical words, he was speechless again, but immediately after, his psychic power swept across, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Uxiu, you've advanced to a 3-star alchemist, and your soul fluctuations, why do they seem different from before? Ha ha ha, Your Highness. Alexander, you noticed? Do you know that Book of Souls you gave me is simply a divine gift? It can allow our demi-human souls to undergo spiritual sublimation. Sublimation? Do you understand? Uxiu gestured excitedly, then grabbed Alexander's shoulders and shook them incessantly, appearing somewhat incoherent. Let's go inside and talk. Hearing about the Book of Souls, Alexander seemed to realize something unusual added to Uxiu's nonsensical words and the plan to go to Crystal City to mine soul crystals. The matter was definitely not that simple. Especially since Uxiu had actually broken through to 3-star as a demi-human, a race legendarily despised by gods and cursed by demons. To be able to break through to a 3-star alchemist, and to complete it in just 3 days, this matter was getting a bit out of control. Entering the laboratory, Alexander's gaze crossed over several metal plates and oil drums that had fallen to the ground, and immediately locked onto the soul magic array spread out on the floor in the inner room. A circular array base paired with a triangular core. Although half of the neatly arranged soul crystals had lost their soul power and crumbled into dust, one could still faintly feel the wisps of inexplicable energy fluctuations remaining around the array. He subconsciously enveloped it with his psychic power. Those inexplicable energy fluctuations seemed to sense it and immediately attached themselves to it. Alexander felt his psychic power tremble, and then it felt as comfortable as soaking in warm water. Is this spiritual sublimation? It doesn't quite seem like it. But it feels very comfortable. How is it? Isn't it very comfortable? Seeing Alexander's shocked and enjoying expression, Uxiu grinned and leaned in. Can this soul magic array really help demi-humans break through their shackles? Although Alexander didn't know why Beaston would have such an array, he knew by instinct that Uxiu wasn't lying to him. If it were true, then this soul magic array would be truly extraordinary. Or rather, it would change the fate of the race, or even be able to break the existing balance of this world. Your Highness, I can guarantee that this array is absolutely effective because I am a demi-human, and also the only demi-human mage. I can feel that barrier, Uxiu said with a serious face. Legend says we demi-humans are a cursed race. We are born lacking pure faithful souls compared to humans and orcs. Therefore, we cannot perceive battle chi and magic, and we cannot activate our own bloodlines. And as an oddity among demi-humans, my barrier is relatively weak, so I can sense the free-roaming magic elements in the air through the gaps. So I am clearer about that barrier than anyone else. And this soul magic array can truly break this barrier. Do you know how clear a feeling this is for me? Now, the speed at which I absorb magic is even faster than taking an airship. As he spoke, Uxiu flipped his palm, and a 3-star flame fireball appeared in his hand, which could basically be cast instantly. Watching Uxiu's near-instantaneous magic, Alexander was shocked, yet also excited. He was happy for his good brother, and excited for the future rise of the demi-humans. At the same time, he was also proud that he had employed a large number of demi-human soldiers and craftsmen from the very beginning. However, he would not agree to Uxiu going to Crystal City. It was simply too dangerous. Soul crystals are the key to this array, right? With a thought from Alexander, a soul crystal flew into his hand. Its appearance was not much different from a magic crystal, except that the core was a grey, misty thread. The soul crystals here were basically all of Beaston's collection. It seemed that if one wanted to evolve a race, the quantity consumed would be unimaginably huge. It was no wonder Uxiu kept saying he wanted to pack up the mineral veins in Crystal City. Alexander, I want to go to Crystal City. I am not afraid of danger. In order for demi-humans to gain dignity, I am willing to take the risk. Please grant me permission. Uxiu's eyes were burning, obviously seeing through Alexander's thoughts. Vaughn and the others are still trapped in Linshantown. Do you think you are stronger than them? Alexander stared at him. At the very least, I am not weaker than them now. Uxiu did not show any weakness and said firmly. After a long while, Alexander looked at the other party's determined eyes and knew he couldn't stop him. The effect of this soul magic array was too great a shock to Uxiu, and he didn't know if giving the Book of Souls to him in the first place was right or wrong. How about this? You wait a few more days. The soul crystal mines aren't going anywhere. You help me finish testing this thing first, and then I will accompany you. By then, you can mine as many soul crystals as you want. How about that? You are going to? Uxiu was stunned upon hearing this, and immediately waved his hands repeatedly. That won't do. Kessilai cannot do without you right now. Without you holding the fort, Kessilai would likely collapse in minutes. Don't be in such a hurry to reach a conclusion. Let's wait until the testing of this thing is finished. Alexander patted Uxiu on the shoulder, then took out the energy gathering array he had constructed and placed it on the experimental platform. Originally, Uxiu still wanted to persuade him, but when he saw what Alexander had taken out, his eyes were immediately captivated. With his current perception as a 3-star alchemist, he instantly discovered the unusual nature of the energy gathering array's magic fluctuations. An identification spell was cast on the energy gathering array. Feeling the wisps of magic feedback, Uxiu's mouth slowly opened wide, and his eyes began to widen. Then he turned his head and looked at Alexander with an expression of disbelief, stuttering, This is actually an energy-gathering magic array? It can autonomously absorb magic power to replenish consumption? Chapter 223 Quasi 4-star. He, how is it? Did I shock you? Alexander knew it would end up like this. Alexander, It seems you have truly received the favor of the gods. Uxiu exclaimed sincerely, you should know best what the situation in the entire Northland is like right now. The consumption of food reserves is secondary. The biggest problem is the consumption of magic crystals. But now you have actually obtained this. I really don't know what kind of wonderful expressions those people who doubted you and wanted to see you make a fool of yourself will have after seeing this thing. Hee. I guess the scene will be very touching. Alexander narrowed his eyes, stepped forward, and threw his arm around Uxiu's shoulder. The two locked eyes and shared a chuckle. Narcissist. You are too. Next, the two began to install various magic array modules onto the test platform. Wind pressure array, sandblasting array, scorching array, corrosion array, magic barrier, wave array, and so on, constructing a simulation area like a sandbox. Alright, we can start. After installing the last magic array module, Alexander casually added a spirit attachment spell and looked up to signal Uxiu. At this moment, Uxiu also installed the energy gathering array module onto a proportionally weighted mini-tracked vehicle and placed it into the test area. What shall we test first? Alexander asked. Let's test the normal consumption first, comparing it with the effect without the energy gathering array, to see the level of magic crystal consumption. As he spoke, Uxiu placed the mini-tracked vehicle on the circular track, installed a spirit awakening magic crystal, added an appraisal spell, and then released the vehicle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The whirlwind engine connected to the magic power transmission, and the driveshaft immediately caused the tracked wheels to kick up dust. Leaving a trail of dust, the tracked vehicle sped smoothly along the circular track. There were distance markers at every section of the circular track. Low gear, constant speed output, stable consumption. The array intake and output are balanced. The whirlwind array power is normal, and when paired with 3-star alchemy equipment, the magic crystal consumption is almost zero. Feeling the feedback from the appraisal spell, Uxiu secretly marveled, then recorded it seriously on a scroll. Next, we will test the consumption and power from low gear to high gear in sequence. New woo. Suddenly, under magical control, the mini-tracked vehicle on the track saw its tracked wheels spin rapidly, emitting a faint, low roar of wind. Mid-gear acceleration. Whirlwind array power release meets the standard of output without an energy gathering array. Magic crystal consumption reduced by 25% compared to without the energy gathering array. High gear acceleration. Whirlwind array power release meets the standard of output without an energy gathering array. Magic crystal consumption reduced by 50% compared to without the energy gathering array. Overdrive gear acceleration. Whirlwind array power release meets the standard of output without an energy gathering array. Magic crystal consumption reduced by 75% compared to without the energy gathering array. This is a bit excessively strong, isn't it? Looking at the sets of feedback data, Uxiu widened his panda eyes, took a deep breath, and looked at Alexander, who was also looking stunned on the side. Alexander, this energy gathering array of yours is not just ordinarily strong. That goes without saying. This way, I'll be able to save heaps of magic crystals. Alexander laughed heartily, as if the pressure of the past few days had suddenly eased. No, you don't understand what I mean. However, Uxiu shook his head repeatedly, interrupting Alexander, if, and I mean if, we were to make the magic crystal energy consumption reach the same level as without the energy gathering array, what kind of effect do you think the whirlwind array's power release on this vehicle would achieve? Suddenly, Alexander's pupils constricted. He really hadn't thought in that direction, but now, prompted by Uxiu, he suddenly realized that perhaps that would lead to unexpected results. Are you referring to combining it with my fine-tuning array to lift some of the restrictions on the array's power, allowing it to perform to its limit in coordination with the energy gathering array? The two locked eyes, and they got straight to work. Thus, after Alexander reconfigured the power section of the mini-tracked vehicle, the whirlwind array, Uxiu controlled the energy gathering array output so that the consumption was equivalent to not using the energy gathering array. Mid-gear acceleration. Magic crystal consumption meets the standard of magic crystal loss without an energy gathering array. Whirlwind array power release increased by 25%. This power is almost catching up to the power output of a fine-tuned 3-star explosive flame bullet. Seeing the test feedback, Uxiu and Alexander couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Again, high gear acceleration. Magic crystal consumption meets the standard of magic crystal consumption without an energy gathering array. Whirlwind array power release increased by 50%. Try overdrive. Okay. Uxiu's hands were trembling with excitement, but he still restrained himself and cast a spell on the mini-tracked vehicle. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, like oil on fire, the roar of a sports car engine, something only heard in his previous life, suddenly rang out. The entire body of the mini-tracked vehicle trembled violently, like a small magical beast that had been pumped with adrenaline. As soon as the control spell was released, it let out a roar and darted out like it was flying, resembling a streak of lightning. Overdrive gear acceleration. Magic crystal consumption meets the standard of magic crystal consumption without an energy gathering array. Whirlwind array power release increased by 100%. Uxiu watched the mini-car racing in circles in shock, his breathing becoming rapid. Has this reached the power of a quasi 4-star? Alexander also clenched his fists tightly in excitement. Bang! However, just as the two were marveling at the power the energy gathering array had unleashed, the mini-tracked vehicle on the track suddenly let out an explosion. The car's frame broke and rolled over, a puff of thick smoke rose from the whirlwind array, and at the same time, violent magic fluctuations flickered all around. What's the limit? They didn't feel discouraged by the car's damage. In fact, a 3-star array being able to reach quasi 4-star power was already a miracle. If such a 3-star whirlwind array could remain stable, it wouldn't be a 3-star array anymore. 30 seconds. The maximum power output can reach 30 seconds. In an instant, many images flashed through Alexander's mind. These included heavy-duty trucks, giant construction vehicles, large ships, huge vessels, supersonic aircraft, as well as high-yield artillery shells, time bombs, and so on. Nowadays, to me humans have the prospect of upgrading to 3-star or higher, and if they were to be equipped with such high-power equipment, what kind of strength and efficiency would erupt? Just thinking about it made his heart tremble. Alexander, shouldn't we hide this thing now? Uxiu gazed dotingly at the energy-gathering array held tightly in his hand, afraid it would be snatched away by others, and even more afraid that it was just a dream. Brother, with your habit of hiding things, I think even if you reach 8-star, you won't be able to change it. Alexander jokingly patted his good brother's shoulder. Seeming to have figured something out, he said, I approve of you going to Crystal City, but you'll have to wait a few days. Help me tune this to its optimal state first, and then I'll form a powerful guard unit for you. How about that? Uxiu turned his head and looked at Alexander's sincere face, his heart full of emotion. He understood Alexander's intentions. Almost subconsciously, he stood at attention, pressed his hand to his chest to salute, and said loudly, guarantee to complete the mission. Good. Alexander smiled and said, then let's go to Uncle Barnum now, have him reforge the vehicle frame, and we also need to find Elder Robinette and Nilai the Goblin to have them process the energy-gathering array modules. Hee, everything is up to you. You are the prince. Uxiu chuckled. Alexander rolled his eyes, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt the clairvoyance mirror in his ring. Someone was contacting him using an emergency call. Chapter 224 Harvey's Troubles. The Ulco Empire Palace, a second-hand small airship, having dashed over from Holy Fire City, slowly descended into the palm-filled courtyard of the palace. Harvey peered stealthily through the porthole at the armored guards in the courtyard. He did not rush to disembark but instead waited anxiously for a response from the clairvoyance mirror before him. A moment later, the clairvoyance mirror lit up, and a wave of magical energy rippled through it. Harvey, what's the matter? Calling me in such a rush? Alexander's face appeared in the mirror. Oh, my dear Prince Liming, you finally replied. You've lost weight. Seeing Alexander appear, Harvey's nervous tension eased slightly, but upon noticing Alexander's visibly thinner appearance, his heart tightened once again. He had been somewhat worried after receiving rumors that the North was in a state of chaos. Speak, what do you want? Alexander scanned Harvey's expression. It was clear there was some urgent matter. He, too, was in a hurry to get to the arsenal to craft an energy-gathering array. Smart as always. I heard you unify the North, so I wanted to send my greetings. I even prepared some small gifts to send your way. Harvey laughed dryly. Enough. I accept your sentiment, if you have nothing else. I have work to attend to. Alexander raised his hand, preparing to cut the communication. No. I have a very important matter. Seeing that Alexander was about to hang up, Harvey could no longer sit still. His expression darkened, and his eyes flickered as he said, Alexander, our joint development of Urakyuk is in big trouble. Alexander raised an eyebrow, waiting for Harvey to continue. I just received news that the Orc Empire has dispatched troops to launch a surprise attack on our northwestern Domine River Oasis. That is the western gateway of the Ulco Empire. Once breached, the Ulco Empire will be wide open to the Orc Empire. Harvey paused, and seeing that Alexander did not respond, he assumed the other party did not understand his implication. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Originally, my royal sister, Cecily, was going to immediately mobilize troops to resist the invasion. However, receiving the news of your unification of the Lance Empire's north these past few days has changed her mind. After all, your current territory is right in the backyard of the Ulco Empire. Furthermore, she knows that I leased the Urakyuk region to you. Do you understand? Are you going to go back on your word? Alexander's gaze turned cold. Of course not. Harvey raised his voice and shook his head. We established a sole contract. It's just that you need to give me an explanation. What are the chances of success in developing that sand? How much longer until I see preliminary results? Alexander scrutinized Harvey for a moment. Sensing that the other party was indeed being sincere, he said, if I had a 70% chance of success before, I can tell you now that I have 100%. In a month at most, I will let you see the preliminary results. A month, although that's a bit long. Still, I believe you. Harvey stared deeply for a moment, then raised his hand to disconnect the clairvoyance mirror. He took a deep breath, summoned Steward Femo to help him straighten his white robe, and only then stepped off the airship to enter the palace. Your Highness, have you really thought this through? You still want to cooperate with Alexander? The situation in the north right now is... Steward Femo followed behind, whispering a reminder, wanting to say more but stopping himself. Do you want me to surrender to Cecily? Harvey shot him a cold, sidelong glance and said, Urakyuk is within my territory. If Cecily interferes and disrupts things this time, what about next time? Is my Holy Fire City next? Steward Femo lowered his head, not daring to look Harvey in the eyes, and simply followed obediently, step for step. Soon, the two stepped into the palace hall. A massive wool carpet covered the floor of the hall, embroidered with raging flames, the fire god worshipped by the Sand People. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive at the moment. On the throne directly in front, King Baran, with his thick beard, eagle nose, and deep-set eyes, was staring in their direction with a gaze like lightning. Sitting on the floor to King Baran's right was Princess Cecily, known as the Desert Rose. Seeing Harvey enter, she merely cast a cold glance before turning her head away. Harvey instinctively scanned the black-armored, scimitar-wielding guards standing around the hall, then lowered his head slightly, walked quickly to King Baran, bowed, and praised him loudly. Great King Baran, Your radiance shines upon all things like the holy fire. As your most devout son, I am here to dedicate everything to you and listen to your holy teachings. May the fire god be with you. After the chanting, Harvey moved his fingers in a very standard ritualistic pattern before his chest, then bowed to pay homage to King Bran. Steward Femo, who had been following behind him, did the same. King Bran watched his son's every move quietly, as if trying to observe something unusual from every subtle detail. Beside him, Cecily curled her lips without any attempt to hide it. May the fire god be with my royal son. Harvey, sit. After a while, King Baran's deep voice rang out as he waved his hand at Harvey. After thanking him for the seat, Harvey walked properly to the left and sat on the floor. A servant placed a low table in front of him, and silver plates, glass vessels, and exquisite fruits were brought out. Steward Femo also quietly took a seat not far behind Harvey. He had no standing to sit at the table. Harvey, do you know why I summoned you here this time? King Baran asked after seeing that Harvey was settled. Father, if my information is correct, it should be about the Domine River Oasis, right? I am willing to lead troops there to relieve your worries. As Harvey spoke, he glanced at Cecily opposite him, thinking, aren't you eyeing my territory? I'm eyeing your military command. He, ambitious, worthy of being my son. King Baran's lips curled up, but his gaze drifted intentionally or unintentionally towards Cecily on his right. Indeed, when Cecily heard Harvey's words about leading troops, her eyebrows shot up. Seeing King Baran look over, she knew it was her turn to speak. She turned slightly to bow and said, Father, I can handle the Domine River Oasis for you. There is no need for my younger brother to add unnecessary complications. However, I do have one thing I must state beforehand. Although our Ulku Empire is vast with many brave soldiers, we will be stretched thin if we fight on two fronts. Furthermore, I fear that while I am off to the battlefield, there may be some with ulterior motives colluding with foreign powers for personal gain. If that happens, I will not be able to face the enemy with peace of mind. Oh, Cecily, speak freely. I absolve you of any guilt. King Baran watched his daughter's performance with great interest. In fact, he had foreseen this scene yesterday. This was just a replay. Even Harvey, who was silent on the side while cursing and despising them in his heart, knew that the old emperor was putting on a double act with his sister. Father, please be discerning. I do not intend to accuse any specific person, but am merely speaking based on the facts. As she spoke, Cecily cast a sidelong glance at Harvey and said, for example, I recently heard that the Urakiuk region east of Holy Fire City, where my younger brother resides, has been occupied by people from the Lance Empire, and it is said that the other party did not expend a single soldier. It was my younger brother who handed it over to them personally. I wonder if that is true. Harvey, is this true? King Baran's eyes narrowed as he stared over, while a powerful pressure descended upon the room. Father, Harvey quickly argued, the Urakiuk region was not given away for free. Rather, the third Prince Alexander and I are cooperating in its development. I provide the land, and he provides the manpower and resources. We will distribute the profits according to our contributions. Ha ha ha, cooperating to develop that sand? That is a huge joke. Cecily laughed mockingly upon hearing this. Do you take us all for fools? You actually claim useless sand can be developed. Besides, do you not know who Alexander is? He is the third prince of a neighboring country, only 18 years old, and he unified the north in less than a year. You are talking about cooperation with such a person? Do you not find that ridiculous? I fear that in the end, you will be swallowed alive without even knowing it. Furthermore, Urakiuk is imperial territory, not your jurisdiction. What qualifications do you have to discuss development? Did you get father's consent? As soon as Cecily's voice fell, King Baran's expression indeed darkened, regarding territorial sovereignty and overstepping royal authority. These were great taboos for the royal family. Chapter 225 Brewing. Harvey immediately felt the pressure coming from Baran. Although he knew perfectly well that Urakiuk was a disputed territory, he didn't dare say it. He immediately said, Father, it was my fault for not seeking your opinion, but I only wanted to give you a surprise. After all, Urakiuk has always been a barren area. Investing in its transformation felt uncertain, yet abandoning it was a pity. Now that someone is willing to help us transform it, why refuse? If he invests and succeeds, we gain the benefits. If he fails, we lose nothing. Why not? Think about it. He is effectively working for us. As he works, we develop. It's simply a gain for us and a drain on him. Why view it as him becoming stronger while we stand still? Moreover, the land of Urakiuk is static, but our people are dynamic. We can completely let the slaves work there, and the money earned will all be ours. What loss is there? Even if we take 10,000 steps back and he truly wants to seize that patch of sand, we can still launch a war. By then, we'll destroy the construction. Since we didn't invest, we won't lose anything, right? Should we refuse to cooperate with him just because he unified the north and has potential and strength? I'm not like you, Cecily. What's the difference between that and an ostrich burying its head in the sand? Harvey. With a bang, Cecily slammed her palm onto the long table, making the fruit plate jump. She said sharply, which eye of yours saw that I was afraid? Do you really think that little prince is so great just because he conquered the north? Let me tell you, he only succeeded because he hasn't encountered the Empire's regular army. He hasn't encountered me. Otherwise, I'd have him on his knees begging for mercy in minutes. Hey, I believe you. Seeing that the other party was provoked, Harvey instead calmed down. He continued to Baran, Father, you often teach us to learn from others' strengths to compensate for our own weaknesses. We should make good use of his positive side, such as Prince Liming's alchemical weapons and equipment, the water purification arrays, and so on. The journey to deal with the Orc Empire this time is long. If we have the support of this equipment along the way, we won't fear insufficient supplies at all. Given my current relationship with Prince Liming, as long as you let me lead the troops, I'm fully confident I can secure some benefits. Shut up. Hearing Harvey ask for military power again, Cecily could no longer restrain herself. She stood up abruptly, while the magic elements of a 4-star fire thunder spell began to gather in her hand. Cecily, enough. A powerful pressure interrupted Cecily's spellcasting. Moran's deep eyes signaled for her to sit down. The atmosphere in the hall became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. After a long while, Cecily gave a heavy snort, suppressed her anger, and sat back down, but her eyes remained hostile toward Harvey. Harvey, your vision is very beautiful, but Cecily's right about one thing. Moran stroked the bright gem ring on his finger and said slowly, do you really think that little prince can turn a desert into farmland? You should know that his current north is also a mess. As for saying he is powerful, I don't necessarily see it that way. Moran's deep eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint occasionally flashing. He merely took advantage of a loophole while the Mage Tower's Golden Knights went to Dragon Mountain. If he truly faced a 3-star legion and a 4-star mage group, his meager forces likely wouldn't even leave behind dust. Otherwise, why do you think Hulka didn't kick the Diga Kingdom while it was down during its war with the Lance Empire? Never underestimate the potential power of any empire. Yes, father's lesson is correct. I was still thinking too shallowly. I will need to consult father more in the future. Harvey lowered his head submissively, looking like a teachable student. This expression pleased Moran. He nodded with satisfaction and said, Harvey, don't belittle yourself too much. You are also a lord capable of standing on your own. Some ideas are good, but they also require caution. Although this Prince Sliming boasted that he could transform the sandy land, we must also guard against him having ulterior motives. How about I let Cecily go and investigate for you? Harvey frowned inwardly upon hearing this, but thinking back to the guarantees he demanded from Prince Sliming, this was the best outcome he could strive for. As for whether they could pass the test, it would depend on Prince Sliming's so-called absolute certainty and the effect of the initial results. Having understood this, he no longer hesitated and readily replied, I will follow all of father's arrangements. Furthermore, I discussed the progress with Prince Sliming, and he said the first results would be seen in a month. If father is not satisfied then, we can terminate this plan at any time. Good. A smile finally appeared on Moran's face. He nodded and turned to Cecily. Cecily, I think this matter should be left to you and Magister Odink to investigate. See if this little prince really has the ability to transform sand. If he has deceived my son, you know what to do. Rest assured, father. Cecily raised her eyebrows and said loudly, I have already heard that Liming has the one-eyed barbarians collecting black water and transporting it to Kesuli. I only need to look at their transport tools to basically understand their logistical support capabilities. From that, I can infer their comprehensive strength. HMPH, wanting to transform a desert is simply a fantasy. Never mind that magic can hardly control sand, even those desert magic beasts will be enough to give them a hard time. Moreover, the issues of personnel supplies and construction material transport are even more difficult. That's not just a few bags of sand dates, but a massive engineering project. Do they really think the desert is a plain? A week passed quickly. Having completed the final debugging of the energy gathering array, as well as tasks like blackwater fuel refining and rubber mastication, it was finally time for Urxiu to depart. The morning sun was slightly warm. Prince Liming held Urxiu's hand, personally seeing him off. He said reluctantly, you've read Guinevere's letter, right? Let our teams meet at Kingen Road. I've calculated that it will take you about half a month to arrive. Are you ready? Urxiu smiled upon hearing this, patted the 3-star flintlock tucked into his waist, and said with full confidence, don't worry, with this, I'll be fine. Looking at his good friend's excited appearance, Prince Liming felt reluctant in his heart. After all, in this world, there weren't many people who truly made him feel the warmth of home. His gaze swept over the 100-man squad of boar warriors already lined up and waiting. They were now all equipped with 3-star mechanical exoskeletons. Along with the 10 lance warriors newly fitted with energy gathering arrays and 30 armed supply vehicles, he felt a bit more at ease. Brothers, take care on the road. Soul crystals are important, but your safety is more important. Loyalty, courage, glory, sacrifice. The two brothers, Babcock and Bissell, looked at Prince Sliming with reverence and determination, swearing loudly. The 100 boar warriors behind them were also impassioned. Don't worry, I'm like a rat. If there's real danger, I'm the best at escaping. Urxiu laughed heartily and comforted him in turn. Instead, you have many things to handle at home. Building roads and transporting grain for various territories. Adding more transportation tools. Oh, and that big desert machine of yours is still waiting for you to test it. Don't get too tired. And don't see me off any further. Go back. Fine. Prince Liming nodded, knowing that further words were useless. He released his grip and said, when you return, I guarantee you will see a different north. It's a deal. He watched the convoy depart. Prince Liming waved toward the sky. The flight group of Lord Lyron's Knight Lannon, who had been hidden in the clouds, received their orders and moved slowly after secretly protecting Urxiu and the others until they safely reached the meeting point. They would go to support Dragonfallen City in intercepting the Sea Beast army. Watching the flight group depart as well, Prince Liming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood still for a moment before rising on his sword, heading straight for the damned reservoir in the Eternal Winter Mountains. Testing of the desert transport tools was underway there. If successful, the logistical support issues for the Urakiak region would be resolved. This was also one of his promises to Harvey to show results within a month. Chapter 226 Big Hot Dog. After a week of repairs, the blown-up Rolling Dragon River Dam had basically completed all plugging and base construction. This was all thanks to the intervention of the 10 3-star mages led by Richard, as well as the ingenious ideas of Uncle Harvey, the highly experienced and enthusiastic old Dr. Engineer. Flying over the dam and looking down at the giant reservoir below, mist shrouded the water surface, making it look like a fairyland under the morning glow. boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, in the direction of the northern bank of the reservoir after flying over the dam, came a huge roaring wind. At the same time, ripples appeared on the river's surface, growing larger the further north one went, even stirring up the mist covering the water. Has the testing begun? Listening to this commotion, this tornado propeller seems to have powerful horsepower. Alexander Bartuk instantly expanded his psychic power to 500 meters when a huge ship on the northern bank appeared in his mind. His eyes lit up. The sandwich-structured hull resembled a giant hot dog, with a pitch-black rubber pad at the bottom, alloy materials on top, and a partial 3-star mithril core frame to support the 3-star array-equipped hull. It was 30 meters long and 16 meters wide, with 2 huge circular propeller-style tornado magic thrusters at the tail, roaring thunderously. The overall shape was like a giant amphibious hovercraft from his past life. But there was a slight difference. The rubber pad was not an air injection structure but was primarily based on a 3-star levitation array, supplemented by enchantments for wear resistance, corrosion resistance, high temperature resistance, high pressure, and extreme cold. The hull was also structured with multiple modular arrays, the most important of which were the 3-star concealment formation, magic barrier, tornado gale array, and thunder array. I wonder what stage Kitchi and Rand have reached in their testing. Landing. Alexander descended toward the northern sandy beach where the water surged. There, the team of mages led by Rand was gathered, recording test results and setting up a magic testing ground. Your Highness, you are here. Rand was the first to spot Alexander and hurried forward to greet him. Your Highness, this desert ship is simply an artifact for transport. You wouldn't believe the speed this big guy just burst out with on the beach. It was more than twice that of a lance warrior. Yes, Your Highness. We also tested its maximum load capacity, 60 to 70 tons. If we use the black buckets you provided as a standard, this ship can carry at least 500 barrels. It is simply a masterpiece of the gods. The other mages also gathered around, reporting in a flurry of voices. Alexander smiled and nodded in response to each of them, then looked at Rand. Rand understood and gave a light cough. The group of mages retreated like a receding tide, each returning to their duties. Your Highness, as you requested, the desert ship has completed its load testing, concealment testing, magic barrier impact testing, and speed testing. The results are astonishingly good. As Rand spoke, he took a summary test scroll from his subordinate and presented it to Alexander. As he opened it, sets of data appeared in an orderly fashion under the reinforcement of the scroll's magic array. 1. Sandy terrain with no wind. Load of 60 tons, cruising speed of 80 km per hour. Magic crystal consumption is 3% to 5%. 2. Magic barrier defensive power and impact resistance. Under normal conditions, it is immune to 3-star battle aura slashes. Using the energy gathering array burst can blow away any magic or battle aura attacks below 4 stars. Pure physical attacks are also ineffective. The burst duration is limited by the star level of the magic barrier and the magic crystal reserves. 3. Concealment formation test. If combined with a sound insulation array, it cannot be detected from 30 meters away by 3-star detection magic or the perception of ordinary 3-star and below magic beasts, unless they have special abilities. If the energy gathering array is activated, it cannot be detected by ordinary 4-star detection or 4-star magic beasts. However, the array can only be maintained for 5 minutes. Kiss tilde, so powerful. Looking at the floating data on the scroll, Alexander was secretly amazed. Although this big hot dog was a versatile object he had designed by piecing together magic based on web materials from his past life, he hadn't been sure what kind of effect it would actually achieve at the start. But now, seeing these sets of data, he knew that even if the other abilities weren't tested, this desert ship could fully be used for transport work in the Urakyuk region. As for the cost of this object, aside from the high cost of the 3-star forging materials, the other materials were almost just labor costs. Therefore, mass production was not a burden at all, given the resources he currently controlled as the King of the North. Your Highness, actually, this desert ship still has some minor shortcomings. Rand pointed at the right moment to the desert ship, which was currently landing on the beach from the water and preparing to demonstrate driving on the sand again in front of Alexander. What are the shortcomings? Alexander opened his psychic power in the direction Rand was pointing. Your Highness, please observe below. Rand reminded him. Currently, the levitation array of the desert ship is distributed quite centrally, with only 3 large arrays at the front, middle, and rear working. The advantage of this is that the levitation force of the arrays is concentrated, the force is relatively stable, and consumption is balanced. But once it encounters a large gully, such as when landing, it will experience stumbling resistance, just like a straight arrow hitting a rock head-on. Indeed, prompted by Rand, Alexander could feel the very obvious jumping sensation when the big hot dog landed, as if it had face-planted into the mud. It wasn't until the entire hull of the big hot dog was on the shore that this stumbling sensation became less noticeable. However, this was just landing. One had to know that the blazing sand dune was full of rolling sand ridges. He didn't want this big hot dog to become a jumping bug on a hot plate as soon as it entered the desert. Wouldn't that shake all the filling out? Do you have any good suggestions? Alexander asked. Your Highness, my suggestion is to break down these 3 large array modules into multiple small levitation modules. This can reduce bumping and will be faster and smoother when crossing gullies. Moreover, the dispersed energy gathering array provides small-scale energy replenishment, which is more energy efficient. Not bad. Alexander nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. He was indeed a veteran mage. Wasn't this just the design of off-road suspension? Furthermore, the use of the energy gathering array was not about quantity, but about the balance of input and output within a certain range. Therefore, Rand's idea was completely worth experimenting with. Your Highness, there is one more suggestion proposed by Captain Kitchi. Rand, having received approval, felt pleased and struck while the iron was hot. He said that the desert ship's navigation in the desert is not like at sea. Some dangers can sometimes be seen from far away, but the undulating desert blocks the view. So it would be best to mount reconnaissance equipment on the ship. For example, a triangle hang glider. This time, before Rand could say it, Alexander answered first. The two looked at each other. Rand's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, nodding continuously, and he gave a thumbs up, praising. Your Highness is wise. Good. Proceed with the improvements and tests based on your current plan. However, I can only give you 3 days. After 3 days, you must give me a satisfactory prototype desert ship. Alexander knew that if he let Rand modify it at his own pace, this big hot dog would definitely become more and more perfect, but what he wanted now was not perfection, but to put it into use as soon as possible. As you wish. Rand bowed in salute. All right, I will go communicate with Uncle Barnum and Elder Robinette now, and have them cooperate with your work as much as possible over these 3 days. Thank you, Your Highness. Farewell, Your Highness. Alexander nodded and rose on his sword. The matter of desert transport tools was basically resolved, but to transform the desert and establish residential areas, it was necessary to accelerate the cultivation of magic herbs. After all, only with arable land would the subjects have the security to settle down. He had also discussed this with Pang Bao, but increasing the growth rate of magic herbs was not that easy. The reason still lay in the power of faith. It wasn't that Pang Bao needed it, but that to speed up the growth cycle of the magic herb vegetation that could change the desert, it needed to be nourished by a trace amount of power of faith. In other words, it would be best if the subjects planting these magic herbs could develop faith in them. Even if it couldn't reach the level of golden energy, it should at least be able to catch up to the state of spiritual sublimation. However, he had the idea, but making the subjects develop faith in magic herb vegetation was really quite difficult. After all, he wouldn't do something like swindling people like a charlatan. I wonder how Andrew is doing. Has the elven secret medicine been used yet? If it has an effect, perhaps by promoting it a little, people's confidence in planting magic herbs would be different. Although there might be some theft, it can be constrained through magic contracts, and the overall effect should tend toward the positive. Chapter 227 Cecily's supply team. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Keep up. Once we cross the sand dune ahead, the Domini River Oasis base camp is only 200 li away. Everyone, keep your spirits up and keep up. On the sand dune, an emergency rescue supply convoy was moving rapidly against the sandstorm. The setting sun was like blood, and the sea of sand was gilded in gold. Strong sand camels carried large amounts of grain, salt, and medicinal herbs. Galloping along, 2-headed ostriches held their heads high, patrolling and moving around the perimeter. In the air, an army of flying carpets, blotting out the sun like a massive curtain, was controlled by mages and magic apprentice personnel. They carried various clay jars and water buckets, while javelin throwers and crossbowmen followed along, creating a magnificent display of force. In a hidden sandpit on a distant dune, a small squad of Orc Empire scouts watched the approaching supply convoy with nervous expressions. The rumbling sound of iron hooves trampling the sand seemed to shake their very souls with every beat. Captain, Cecily's supply convoy is too strong. We should retreat. A rat folk scout said with a trembling heart. That is right, Captain. Just now, the Sand Fox captain and his men tried to ambush them, but they were wiped out by the enemy in almost a single exchange. If we are discovered, we definitely won't be able to escape. Another rat folk soldier looked at their one-eyed wolfkin captain, his eyes already filled with terror. In fact, it was not just the two of them. The one-eyed wolfkin captain looked at his other subordinates and saw that they had also lost their will to fight. However, this was no surprise. Anyone who had seen that battle just now would develop psychological trauma from the subtly convoy in front of them. 1,000 3-star sand camels, not counting their own formidable strength, which was not inferior to a silver saint knight of the same level, could form a combined charge that even a squad of golden saint knights would have to avoid. Not to mention the 2-headed ostrich squad, whose impact was like a sharp knife, and the dense group of flying carpet long-range magic attackers in the sky. How could this be called a mere supply convoy? This was clearly a well-equipped, extremely elite pioneer vanguard. Damn that Cecily. I never expected her to hide such a trump card. The one-eyed wolfkin captain grabbed a handful of sand in hatred and crushed it into powder, then ordered in a low voice, "Let us go. Return and report to Captain Alonso. Tell him the previous intelligence was wrong. Cecily is personally leading the royal army to escort them, and there are at least 2 4-star mages accompanying them." Yes, yes. High above, Cecily was currently standing on the deck of the airship, looking down at the logistics emergency supply convoy she had personally cultivated, as well as the corpses of the sand fox orcs and sand people warriors left behind and gradually being buried by the yellow sand. Her face was cold and emotionless, exuding the aura of the monarch looking down upon all living beings. In the recent skirmish, the elite Sand Fox Orc unit from the Orc Empire had tried to ambush their supply line, but thanks to Cecily, who had been prepared, a 4-star Skyfire spell scorched them, leaving more than half of the attackers behind. The remaining Sand Fox Orcs were pinned to the ground by javelin throwers on the flying carpets. Your Highness, this supply convoy of yours is unrivaled in the entire Ulku Empire, whether in terms of scale or troop composition. And that is not even mentioning transport capacity, just in terms of combat power. I fear even the Empire's most elite White Camel Scimitar regiment might not be able to withstand it. Standing beside Cecily, a burly mage wearing white robes embroidered with 4 gold stars on the chest side in sincere admiration for the battle he had just witnessed. Master Odink, you are too kind. Cecily nodded faintly and said, I simply discovered some useful people by chance. However, I am quite curious to see the transport convoy of the third prince from the Lance Empire. After all, Harvey is so full of confidence. Your Highness, there is no need to be modest. A supple convoy capable of being deployed in actual combat is not child's play. Even if that Prince Sliming has some talent in alchemy, He is simply no match for you when it comes to training a reliable supply convoy. Odink was very certain of this, and it was not flattery, but his honest opinion. Cecily's lips curled slightly. From the initial planning and personnel screening to the training, she had spent a full 7 years on this supply convoy. If anyone claimed they could build a team that surpassed hers in less than a year, she would never believe it, even if it killed her. Report. Your Highness, the king is summoning you. At this moment, a magic guard brought over a flickering clairvoyance mirror. Cecily straightened her robe and then nodded to the magic guard. The surface of the mirror flickered, and King Bran appeared in the light and shadow. Greetings, father. May the king be safe and sound. Cecily and Odink bowed simultaneously. Master Odink is here as well. Bran nodded slightly. After scanning the area, his gaze landed on Cecily, and he said, I just received a message that your troops were attacked by sand fox orcs. How is the situation now? These sand fox orcs are notoriously cunning and treacherous. We have already lost 3 advanced supply convoys to them. Rest assured, father, they will never be a threat again. Cecily lifted her chin proudly. Oh? Bran raised an eyebrow slightly. Your Majesty, the princess is mighty. The sand fox orcs have now returned to the embrace of the sand. With the princess here, you can rest easy. Odink took the opportunity to praise Cecily on the side. This made Cecily nod with great satisfaction. Ha ha ha, as expected of my daughter. Your team is indeed impressive. Now I can rest easy. Bran laughed heartily, then remembered something and said, by the way, Cecily, after things are stable there, do not forget that you must go to Holy Fire City in a few days. I am still worried about your brother. You must help him oversee things when the time comes. Yes, father, rest assured, your daughter will never let an inch of the Empire's land be lost, because it all belongs to you. Cecily finally heard Baran's positive promise, and she was in a great mood. Good. I wish you an early triumphant return. Baran did not waste any words and waved his hand to disconnect the transmission. Farewell, father. Farewell, your Majesty. The clairvoyance mirror was turned off. Cecily looked at Odink and said, Master Odink, for this trip to Holy Fire City, we must properly oversee things for my foolish brother. Rest assured, your Highness, Odink will follow your lead in everything. Ha ha ha, good. Then you will be my chief mage. I am willing to serve you, your Highness. Half a month passed in a flash. The weather was getting increasingly cold, and the morning in Kessilai was already covered in a layer of white frost. However, most of the pedestrians on the street were still wearing single-layered clothes. Today was the day for the agreed-upon initial results in the Urakiuk region. Alexander sat in a tractor early in the morning and headed to the secret base at the dam reservoir in the Eternal Winter Mountains, which was the gathering place for the big hot dogs he had been secretly preparing for 3 weeks. Now it was finally time to take them out for a spin. Although he had not intended to show off, once these big hot dogs really went wild in the sea of sand, he would not be able to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. It is fortunate that I only managed to tune up 10 of them in 3 weeks, and the personnel allocation was a bit rushed. Otherwise, if I really created a transport regiment, I fear the Ulko Empire would not be able to sleep well at night. Soon, Niue drove the tractor to the gate of the secret base. Bradman, Rabats, Captain Longby, Augusta, Mogunda, Vance, and others were lined up waiting. Chapter 228 The ship of the desert sets sail. Your Highness, good morning. Bradman stepped forward quickly to open the door for Alexander. Alexander smiled as he stepped out of the car, greeting everyone one by one. Your Highness, you finally arrived. We couldn't wait any longer. Nage-Hor, who was behind Mogunda and had been selected as the captain of the flagship escort squad, had been looking forward to this for 3 weeks. Are Uncle Barnum and the others ready? Alexander patted Nage-Hor on the arm. For this first transport run, Barnum was personally leading the maintenance team. Don't worry, Your Highness. Uncle Barnum and the others finished their checks a long time ago. They're just waiting for your order. Nage-Hor grinned, laughing honestly. Good. Everyone, board the ship. Prepare to depart. Roar. Board the ship. Board the ship. Hurry. Following the order, everyone except for Bradman, Rabats, Captain Longby, and Mogunda, who needed to hold down the fort in Kessilai, boarded the ship with high spirits. Thump, thump, thump. With uniform attire and synchronized footsteps, even though everyone was excited, their movements were orderly and without a hint of chaos. Their eyes, in particular, were filled with longing and hope for the future. This made Alexander, who was observing from the shadows, nod in approval. Although these temporarily assembled crew members had been together for less than a month, they were already showing signs of tacit cooperation. At the very least, their standard operations were solid. It seems that militarized training from the very beginning has been quite effective. The development of the North is promising. Under the envious gaze of Bradman and the others, Alexander also boarded the desert ship, while Niue drove the tractor directly into the belly of the big hot dog. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, you're here. This desert ship has been fully inspected and is ready to set sail at any time. As soon as he stepped into the spacious cabin, Barnum greeted him while carrying a large iron hammer, with Nilai the goblin by his side. I can't wait either. Let's go up and take a look together. After exchanging greetings, Alexander laughed heartily and walked towards the elevator first. On the deck, the crew members were full of energy, already at their posts. Vance, as the first captain of this desert ship flagship, looked very solemn. Having just become a father, he was filled with hope for the future. Being selected as the captain of the first desert ship, he had resolutely given up his work at the ranch and cherished this opportunity immensely. Accompanied by Barnum, Nilai the goblin, and Niue, Alexander exited the elevator and immediately saw the massive teleportation ray in front of the cockpit. This was a module specially added after Rand proposed improvement suggestions. Although it consumed energy when used, its utility was surprisingly good. For example, during team transport, teams could quickly exchange supplies, and if one ship had an accident, everyone could be transferred to other ships immediately. Furthermore, when rapid loading and unloading were needed, the teleportation ray allowed for instantaneous loading, making it the most efficient supply ship on the battlefield. Report. Your Highness, all 22 crew members are ready. All equipment is functioning normally. Supplies are loaded, requesting permission to set sail. Vance trotted over, stood at attention, knelt on one knee to salute, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, but every word was clear. Set sail. Alexander waved his hand and walked towards the bow, accompanied by New and Barnum, while Nili the Goblin went below the deck to stand by. Set sail. Vance shouted. Woo woo woo. The massive dual-wheel tornado thrusters, stimulated by the energy-gathering array, ejected a powerful propulsion airflow. The hovercraft, resembling a giant horseshoe crab, surged into the river channel. Subsequently, one desert ship after another, arranged in neat formation, followed closely behind. Heading towards the Urakiak region, Alexander stood at the 20-meter-high bow, facing the strong wind and water mist, gazing at the boundless sea of sand in the distance. In the near future, that place would surely become the most beautiful oasis. Far away, on the road at the blazing sand dune, more than 200 miles from the gravel pond, a long line of pack beast transport teams, winding like a dragon, was treading through the sand against the morning dew and cold. Above the formation, a luxurious airship accompanied them slowly. The flag of the King of the North fluttered in a prominent position, and the bow of the airship was marked with the Duke's emblem of the giant axe fortress. Duke, you seem to have some good news lately. You're always smiling. Count Albert Argus of the Golden Sands territory took a cup of black tea from his younger brother, Ivan, took a sip, and smiled at Andrew, who was looking triumphant across from him. At this moment, the others present, including Count Ianix of the Tulip territory, Count Eorbel of the Gem territory, and other major lords of the north, all looked at Andrew in unison. Actually, everyone had noticed Andrew's unusual behavior today, but no one present had dared to ask him directly. After all, today was the celebration called by the King of the North, Alexander, for everyone to go to the gravel pond to celebrate the initial construction of the Urakiak region. No one dared to cause any trouble. Ha ha ha, Albert, as you can see, I am going to be a father. Andrew's eyes flashed, and his whole body radiated happiness. What, my lord, could it be? Hearing this, not only did Albert widen his eyes, but the other lords also craned their necks. Finally, Count Ian of the Tulip territory couldn't help but ask, Duke, could it be the secret medicine bestowed by His Highness? Andrew grinned and nodded gently. That's right, it is the elven secret medicine. His Highness is kind and has given me hope once again. Congratulations, Duke. You are still strong in your old age. My lord is mighty. This is a joyous occasion. It seems we need to prepare gifts for the Duke. Ha ha ha, that's right. Not only gifts for the Duke, but we must also pay more respects to His Royal Highness. After all, this elven secret medicine is something you can never have enough of. Seeing the reaction of the crowd after their surprise, Andrew felt very satisfied. Once upon a time, although he was a duke and flattered by all the northern lords, he always had a thorn in his heart because he had no heirs. In fact, he had always been forcing a smile at most gatherings. Now, it was very different. He could straighten his back completely. It was like experiencing a second spring, full of hope for the future. And all of this was given to him by Alexander. If he had thoughts of just going along with the flow before, now he was completely on Alexander's side, even if Wood had to step aside. Ahem. Speaking of which, His Royal Highness is indeed a man of great talent and bold vision. Albert put down his teacup and sought a new topic. The development of the North is truly astonishing. Take my territory, for example. The residents now take those alchemy cars to Kesuli and other places to find work. That's right, same in my territory. Ian nodded, then looked at Albert. By the way, now that all territories have built cement roads and have the new type of alchemy car designed by His Highness, aren't your pack beasts in the Golden Sands territory going to be phased out? Exactly, Albert. With these alchemy cars, transport between territories is more convenient, costs very little, and has a larger carrying capacity. Your pack beasts have lost their competitiveness. Count Eorba also chimed in. You're overthinking it. Albert waved his hand, smiled proudly, and pointed through the porthole at the pack beast transport team in the Sand Sea. Just look beneath your feet and you'll know. Haven't you heard the news about the war on the border between the Ulku Empire and the Orc Empire? Princess Cecily's sand camel transport team made a surprise attack from 1,000 miles away, pushing the Ulka defense line back by 300 miles in one stroke and reoccupying the strategic location of the Domine River Oasis. The desert is not a plain. The main force for transport still requires fresh troops like pack beasts and sand camels. After speaking, he scanned the crowd. Sure enough, hearing this, everyone nodded secretly. After all, desert transport tools like sand camels, pack beasts, and pack horses had been passed down for thousands of years. It wasn't that no one had thought of using new tools to replace them, but the cost and stability of the new tools were never perfectly compatible. Even Cecily's flying carpet regiment had taken 7 years and a large amount of a magic plant called sand thornvine to assemble. The cost was not low. Albert, according to what you say, as the Urakiak region becomes more developed, won't your pack beasts be in short supply? Eorba's eyes rolled as he calculated the future development plan of the Urakiak region. He, as clever as you are, Count Eorba, why not book some more while the prices are stable? Albert pitched. However, Eorba was unmoved. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Booking is not urgent. I still have stock. However, I have heard that His Royal Highness is recently researching some kind of desert ship transport tool. Aren't you worried about that? Desert ship? Albert was stunned, then scoffed. It's a joke. Do you think you can sail a ship on sand? Unless it's an airship. But you should know the cost of an airship better than I do, right? I do know the price of an airship, but whether a ship can sail on sand, I really, woo. Just as Eorba was about to say he didn't know if a ship could sail on sand, a roar of wind suddenly came from the sand sea to the east. The pack beast transport team walking on the blazing sand dune was also startled by this roaring sound. Several pack beasts were so frightened that they kicked their hind legs. Fortunately, the accompanying personnel grabbed the reins and stopped them. Everyone craned their necks to look, and gradually, their expressions became extremely shocked. What sound is that? At this moment, everyone in the airship also stood up and looked out through the porthole towards the east, and the scene that followed was a shocking sight they had never seen in their lives. Chapter 229 Shock. As the low, wailing roar of the wind drew closer, the eastern sky kicked up a murky yellow dust, churning like waves. The culprits behind this dust were currently racing across the rolling sand dunes below, resembling giant sand-devouring beasts, or perhaps mobile combat fortresses, driving the sand waves as they surged forward. Due to the great distance, their specific appearance could not be clearly seen. One could only see these beasts sometimes lined up in a row, sometimes in a triangular formation, and sometimes dispersing and regrouping, like a swarm of well-trained armored insect soldiers flying toward them. This momentum is too fierce. Gods, what are these things? Quick, have the airship ascend immediately and prepare to engage. These things are too terrifying. What do we do? My pack beast team and the gems are still down below. Wait, is that the flag of the King of the North? Just as everyone was in chaos, Andrew strained his eyes and faintly saw the flag fluttering on the leading flagship. Everyone was slightly stunned, and just in this moment of hesitation, those beasts magnified in their field of view at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even looking down from above, one could feel the majestic hull like a giant bear pouncing on its prey, sweeping across everything. The speed of its advance was like a whale shark diving deep into ocean waves, tearing through the swells. Towering sand dunes were breached like paper before it, while low dunes were directly crushed into flat ground. Look, it really is the flag of the King of the North. It is Prince Sliming's alchemy machinery. Too fast. Are they flying while skimming the sand? Desert ship. This must be the desert ship. As everyone's emotions shifted from panic to shock, Aorba from Gem territory seemed as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Seeing these desert ships, his eyes sparkled. It was as if the Urakiak region, and even the desert areas of Volca, had already turned into a land covered in gold coins and gems. If he had these transport vehicles, he could go to any desert area to rake in gold. This made him even more determined to hold on to Prince Sliming's coattails. It's over, my pack beast business. However, Albert and his younger brother Oven exchanged glances, their hearts filled with bitterness. This slap in the face came too quickly, catching them off guard. This so-called desert ship was not at all the small boat they had imagined. It was essentially a mobile warehouse, and this speed, this impact, just facing it would likely make even a 3-star cavalry squad tremble. Look at those pack beast teams still far away. They were already trembling like frightened rabbits. Although they hadn't seen Cecily's sand camel transport team with their own eyes. Even if sand camels were stronger than pack beasts, facing a desert ship like this, they would likely only be crushed into dust. Brother, I want to go home. Oven thought of the 200,000 pack beasts in their ranch at home, and for no reason, felt a wave of distress. Look on the bright side. Our pack beasts can still produce milk. I don't believe this desert ship can lactate, Albert said fiercely, patting his brother's shoulder, seemingly comforting the other, but actually comforting himself. Oven's mouth twitched upon hearing this, and he also engaged in self-deception, saying, that's right, not only can they produce milk, but they can also produce camel wool. I'll go back and shear the camel wool. The surrounding lords heard the brothers' words and all held back their laughter, but they also expressed understanding. Unlike the Albert brothers' attitude of giving up, Andrew, standing to the side, was secretly excited. Prince Liming had created another miracle. Following such a prince was perhaps the most correct choice he had made in half a lifetime. In the future, the North, and even the entire Lance Empire, would inevitably be in Prince Liming's grasp, and perhaps even go a step further. And for Andrew, this could be considered the best news. Now that he also had heirs, if Prince Sliming could become king of the empire, then his position as a duke was guaranteed. This was the worst-case scenario. If one day Prince Liming ruled the world, then as the first duke to follow Prince Liming, his status in the future could be imagined. The prince is mighty. Andrew secretly clenched his fist, his eyes staring intently at the desert ships passing below, while also secretly scanning the other lords around him. Now that he had made the choice to take a side, he had to properly control these people around him. Woo woo woo, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The desert ships sped past beneath the airship at an extremely fast speed, and the chaotic wind and sand splashed onto the airship's defensive shield, making a dense sound like raindrops. Watching the desert ships about to overtake the pack beast transport team below. At this moment, the laborers of the pack beast transport team, including the team leaders, all involuntarily knelt to worship and shouted long live. This is the masterpiece of the gods. The great Prince Liming has created another miracle. He is the messenger of the gods. Standing high at the bow of the desert ship, Prince Liming smiled and waved to his subjects, while the crew behind him stood with solemn pride. After a burst of commotion, the desert ships gradually moved away, and everyone watched those 10 shrinking black dots, only calming their excited hearts after a long while. Originally, due to the cold temperature of the sandy ground in the morning, the thinly clad laborers had been feeling lethargic, but now each of them seemed to have been injected with a burst of strength. They had confidence in the future. Those huge desert ships, like towering mountains, gave them a strong sense of security. The sand sea before them was no longer a barren death zone, under the feet of their King of the North. There was no territory that could not be opened up. At the same time, above Holy Fire City, an airship flying the royal flag of the Ulco Empire creaked and slowly ascended, heading towards Gravel Pond at the edge of the howling sand sea. Cecily sat on the throne with a gloomy expression, looking at her younger brother Harvey and the 4-star magic instructor Odink seated below, feeling that the atmosphere was very awkward. After all, since she arrived yesterday, Harvey had only been polite to her in front of outsiders when receiving her. Since then, Harvey hadn't said another word, and Odink, sitting to the side, wanted to exchange a few words with her, but was hindered by Harvey's presence, so it was inconvenient to say much. Thus, the atmosphere was particularly awkward. Harvey, are you really that unwilling to speak with me? Are you afraid? Cecily finally couldn't help it, staring at Harvey with an arrogant gaze. Harvey's eyelids lifted slightly. He glanced at her, then turned his head away, pretending not to hear. Hey, you don't need to pretend. I know you are afraid, but what use is that? I told you since you were little that fear is useless. You must learn to be strong, just like me. You, Cecily, which eye of yours saw me being afraid? I just simply dislike you. Okay. Seeing Cecily about to show off in front of him again, Harvey could no longer hold back and retorted. He. Harvey, you are still just as impatient. Seeing Harvey's reaction, Cecily smiled triumphantly, looking as if she had everything under control, and continued, you must know that I observed the barbarian tribe's Blackwater collection last night, as well as all the forging data from the Dwarf Blacksmith Guild. I feel that this Prince Sliming is not as magical as you say. She paused, then said, at least within this month, there have been no significant changes in any aspect of theirs. In other words, after you notified Prince Sliming that I was going to personally inspect the development area, he took absolutely no action. I don't know if he is feigning depth, or if he is just all show and no substance. Chapter 230 Focusing on the broken stone pool. Her Highness the Princess is quite right, Odink interjected from the side. Although our contact time has been very short, one can still catch a glimpse of the whole from apart. A month is enough time to do many things. For example, like the princess, launching a long-distance raid to resolve a border crisis. Yet this Prince Sliming has shown no reaction whatsoever. As for the Gravel Pond region, even though we haven't been there, based on the intelligence gathered from various sources, the fact that they still use pack beasts to transport materials is no different from how ordinary people build things. Even if he has the help of mages, such misuse is truly a waste of precious resources. And then there is the matter of planting magic herbs in the desert. In my experience, it is almost impossible, especially in this low magic region of Urakyuk, to achieve the scale of development that Alexander speaks of. I personally feel it is just painting a pie in the sky. HMPH, since you haven't been there, you have no right to judge. In any case, I have confidence in Alexander. Harvey snorted coldly and turned his gaze toward the porthole. At this moment, the airship had already flown past the great tornado of the howling sand sea, and in another hour, they would be able to see Gravel Pond. Harvey, why must you be so stubborn every time? If you continue like this, Holy Fire City will inevitably be destroyed in your hands. Cecily was extremely annoyed, thinking of her younger brother who used to obey her every command when he was little, but now wants to break free from her control at every turn. She felt very distressed. However, Harvey completely ignored Cecily's threats. He had heard these words so many times that his ears were calloused. However, he was also worried in his heart. Although he had refuted their opinions, Alexander had indeed been quiet for the past month. He had tried to contact him several times, but the replies he received were mostly empty responses. Your Highness the Princess, look below. It's another pack beast caravan transporting Blackwater, but this time, there are also barbarian guard units and people from the Dwarf Guild. At this moment, Odink conjured a crystal mirror, connected it to the airship's detection array, and transmitted the image from below. Looking at the figures in the crystal mirror, Cecily observed them slightly and said indifferently, they must have received notice that Alexander is going to Gravel Pond in person today, so they have all been dispatched. Your Highness the Princess, actually, many people know the news that you are going to Gravel Pond. Do you think we should? Odink said, looking up at Cecily, hesitating to speak further. Are you afraid that the Orc Empire will send assassins? Cecily sneered. Rest assured, this is the far east of Volca. The Orc Empire's reach does not extend this far, so there is no need to worry. However, I actually hope for something exciting to happen. Odink looked at Cecily, confused. Although Harvey did not turn his head, his ears perked up. Cecily, however, did not continue, instead curling her lips in an amused expression. Soon, in the silent and awkward atmosphere, the airship passed through the howling sand sea, and the great quicksand waterfall was already visible in the distance. Cecily adjusted her robe and stood up, walking toward a deck. Odink and Harvey followed behind her. The three of them, each harboring different thoughts about the gravel pond that was about to appear before their eyes, gazed into the distance. The horizon slowly lowered. A vague yet incomparably massive embryonic city appeared in the dust, flickering in and out of sight. The most eye-catching building among them was a spherical spire. Even from far away, one could see the smiling face outlined on the sphere atop the spire. As the airship drew closer, the appearance of the entire city gradually became clear. Your Highness the Princess, if we talk about the land area, this city is indeed larger than 3 holy fire cities, but that is all it is. Odink squinted as he examined the foundations of the city before them. The architectural style was conventional, and the city walls were made of local sand. Apart from channeling the water source from Gravel Pond to form several canals within the city, there was nothing truly novel to speak of. This is not surprising. Alexander has just unified the north, and his resources are limited. With a pile of messes still in the north, how could he have the resources to invest here? To have this scale, he probably just dragged the disaster victims whom he couldn't pacify in the north over here to fill the void. Pity my foolish brother is still daydreaming. Cecily glanced at it and suddenly felt a bit bored. Although she did not think highly of Alexander and did not believe he had the ability to transform the desert, she still wanted to see something different. But what met her eyes now was just the same old sand castle, something she had been sick of seeing since she was born, which really failed to pique her interest. I am a bit tired. I will go back to rest. Princess, look quickly. What is that? Just as Cecily, feeling uninterested, was preparing to turn back to the cabin, Odink suddenly let out an exclamation. He pointed toward the city, his eyes wide open, yet he was unable to speak. Cecily paused her steps and instinctively looked in the direction Odink was pointing, her gaze suddenly sharpening. In an instant, she could not look away. As the airship drew closer, she saw that behind the massive city, there had unexpectedly appeared a vibrant patch of green. Its area, when viewed from above, looked like a continuous grassland that relied on the city and extended infinitely toward the east. If one looked closely, they would discover that this green was made up of small aloe plants, with specks of fluorescent light rotating around them. That was pure magical fluctuation. Under the influence of these magical fluctuations, the sand beneath the plants in some places had actually taken on the richness of black soil. How is this possible? Cecily grabbed the bow railing with both hands, her face full of shock, her eyes flickering incessantly. Ha ha ha, Alexander really didn't lie to me. Transforming the desert, he is indeed highly effective. Harvey felt the stuffiness that had been pent up for over a month release in this instant. At the same time, he looked at Cecily with great interest. Even without verbal provocation, one could see the embarrassment and annoyance on her face from the way her fingers were turning white as she gripped the railing. Princess, these are not magic plants. I can vouch for it with my integrity. Odink's eyes were also slightly red. That was a sign of excitement and jealousy. Indeed, they don't look like magic plants. Although I can see magical fluctuations, it is precisely because I can see them that it is strange. After all, the distance here is too great. Cecily quickly calmed down, waved her hand at the people behind her, and ordered, "Speed up. Let's go over to the green area and take a look." Yes, the airship suddenly accelerated, and in less than a moment, it arrived above the city. However, a massive defensive barrier was activated and lit up. If not for the experienced pilot of the airship, they would have nearly crashed into it. Princess, be careful. And just as the airship narrowly avoided the city's defensive barrier, a sudden sense of crisis struck everyone's hearts. It was the feeling of being locked on by some dangerous creature. Odink almost instinctively cast 3 defensive shields in front of himself and Cecily. "Don't fire. It's me, the Prince of the Ulco Empire, your old friend Harvey." At this moment, Harvey leaned half his body over the deck railing, waving vigorously toward the direction where the crisis was locked on. "Is that an alchemy weapon?" Following the direction Harvey was waving, Cecily and Odink could not help but look over. Chapter 231 makes a stunning debut. At the previously unremarkable city wall, several massive, dark-colored, 6-barreled alchemical devices slowly rotated their barrels, aiming directly at them. Although the magical fluctuations from the rotating arrays beneath the device's base suggested they were at most 3-star grade, Cecily and Odink could not help but exchange a wary glance. These alchemical devices could definitely threaten them. It seems this Prince Liming has some interesting things after all. The shock was only momentary. The corners of Cecily's mouth curled up, like a scorpion eyeing its prey. City defense weapons, no matter how strong, are just sitting ducks. Even if they can be mounted on carriages, they are only 3-star grade. With her abilities as a 4-star archmage, she didn't take them seriously at all. The reason she had been wary just now was that she realized the people operating the alchemical weapons were all demi-humans who could not practice battle chi or magic. If Alexander possessed the power to make demi-humans comparable to mages or temple knights, that would be terrifying. However, this thought only crossed her mind for a moment. She was certain that this type of alchemical weapon could not be mass-produced, and its operation must have certain limitations, because in her experience, the craftsmanship of these alchemical weapons came from dwarves and gnomes. These people were perfectionists. Mass production was too crude, and these craftsmen would absolutely never accept it. "Harvey, is this what you rely on to trust Alexander? If this is all there is, it's a bit disappointing." Cecily did not want to see a situation where Harvey slipped out of her control. For the sake of solidifying royal power, she had to make him wholeheartedly obey her today. "Your Highness, look at those people below. They seem to be gathering towards the green space, carrying flags. It looks like they are going to welcome someone." Feeling the alchemical weapons on the city wall stop charging, Odink breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze toward the city. However, when Cecily looked in the direction Odink pointed, the smile that had just been hanging on her lips instantly froze. "Order." Cecily's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Below, those people were dressed in rags, yet they were still orderly, following the flag bearer in line. Their expressions not numb, but filled with a hint of hope. What? Odink and Harvey didn't understand what she meant at first. Why had Cecily suddenly become so serious? Cohesion. Ignoring their reaction, Cecily's gaze shifted, her expression becoming more solemn, and her voice dropped a few octaves. "Cohesion." Odink furrowed his brows thoughtfully. Harvey also raised an eyebrow, somewhat understanding what his imperial sister meant. "Not simple. This Alexander is not simple." Cecily changed her perspective and began to carefully observe the street layout of the city below, especially the residential areas, waste disposal, drainage, and food areas. The more she looked, the more she realized she had underestimated the enemy. If the alchemical weapons made her wary, then the fact that the hearts of all the residents in a city were united made her genuinely apprehensive. Especially since among these residents, there were also indigenous people belonging to Holy Fire City. It's only been a little over a month, and hundreds of thousands of people are united. How did he do it? This is too orderly, at the very least. For so many people to be obedient and follow the rules, their basic needs for food and shelter must have been met. Then there is trust. Trust in the King of the North, Cecily muttered to herself. She couldn't help but compare herself to him. If it were her, could she have achieved this in a month? However, the answer was impossible. One must know that with the current situation in the North, there are millions of disaster victims. Just managing food and supplies would be enough to keep one busy and frazzled. Furthermore, according to common sense, The nobles of each territory should be out trying to grab some benefits at this time, especially by plundering land and serfs, even fighting over them. Moreover, the north spans hundreds of thousands of miles to complete the distribution of supplies within a month. Could it be that this Alexander possesses countless airships, teleportation arrays, and mage legions? But even so, he would still need countless magic crystals as consumables. Could it be that all the magic crystals in the north were consumed regardless of the cost? If that were the case, the north would just be a hollow shell, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. A flash of aggressive brilliance flickered in Cecily's eyes, but she immediately shook her head. As a royal family capable of controlling the north in such a short time, they would absolutely not be stupid enough to reach the point she imagined. Yet the other party had managed to pacify the north within a month. A little prince not even 20 years old. It was simply incredible. This Alexander, it would be best if he does not become an enemy. Report, Your Highness, the airship has arrived over Gravel Pond. Shall we land? A guard trotted forward, interrupting Cecily's thoughts. Cecily was slightly taken aback. She glanced at the flowing crowd below, hesitated for a moment, then waved her hand and said, "Turn on the detection ray and just hover here." Although she wanted to go down and observe the changes in the people up close, she still didn't want to squeeze in with a group of sweaty, smelly poor people. Following the order, the airship trembled slightly, its sails were furled, and the levitation ray on the bottom of the hull began to rotate and glow, while the detection ray at the bow also began to gather magical power. Odink quickly stepped forward to bring over a chair for Cecily to sit on, then waved his hand to conjure a crystal mirror, connecting it to the detection ray to clearly project the image from below. Woo woo woo. Just then, the newly activated detection array suddenly emitted a violent alarm, startling everyone. At the same time, the residents gathered below also seemed to sense something and looked toward the east. A moment later, the eastern sky erupted with a sky full of dust, followed by the roaring sound of wind, approaching from afar. An oppressive force was slowly brewing. Cecily leaned forward slightly, staring intently at the changes on the crystal mirror. Boom boom boom. In the image, a fortress-like giant ship suddenly burst through the sand waves from within the swirling dust, flattening sand dunes in its path, followed by one identical giant ship after another emerging into the sky. So fast, unlike the residents below who could only see 10 black dots gradually enlarging, Cecily and the others could see the scene 30 miles away through the airship's detection array. At this moment, facing the massive appearance of the desert ship for the first time, Cecily and Odink couldn't help but instinctively exchange a glance, their expressions very solemn. Your Highness, look at the royal flag on top. This should be that Alexander's alchemical device, but this size. It seems a bit big. Odink glanced at Cecily's expression inadvertently, based on his understanding of alchemical devices and his experience following Cecily to transport grain and grass during this period. For a giant ship of this size, its load capacity must start at hundreds of thousands of catties, and with 10 such giant ships arriving at once, one can imagine its transport capacity. And this speed, isn't it a bit too fast? I'm afraid even the capital city's most elite white camel cavalry couldn't catch up, right? Odink, if I gave you such an alchemical device, how many people would you need to operate it? Cecily gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, squinted her eyes, and bit her lip as she spoke. This, if it were just for smooth sailing, it would require at least 9 3-star grand mages and 50 mages. Odink pondered for a moment and said, this giant ark is truly too big. Based on my alchemical experience, if it were to sail day and night, there must be 9 3-star grand mages taking turns to operate the levitation array, propulsion arrays, and defensive impact arrays on it. The other mages would be responsible for other auxiliary arrays and enchantment systems. It's just that this alchemical device is simply too big. I wonder how its magic consumption is supplied. Are they treating grand mages like slaves to be squeezed? Seemingly thinking of some angry scene, Odink looked at the desert ship in the image, fire in his eyes. No, I suspect this Alexander must have solved the problem of magic consumption. Otherwise, he would absolutely not have been able to pacify the north in such a short time. Cecily had been speculating all along about how Alexander had managed to pacify the disaster in the north within a month. And now that she saw the desert ship, she knew her guess was very close to the truth. Only by solving the problem of magic consumption could one recklessly use the capabilities of things like airships, teleportation arrays, and this kind of giant ark-style transport vessel. Chapter 232 Royal Games. Ha ha ha, this is called a desert ship, and it was designed by Alexander. He mentioned it to me before, but I never imagined it would look like this. It's simply too impressive. I must buy one to play with. Harvey had been standing to the side the whole time, but he was completely uninterested in the conversation between Cecily and Odink. Instead, the moment the desert ship appeared, it captured his gaze. As a collector of rare artifacts, aside from the airship, this novel and powerful desert ship had completely captivated him the moment it appeared. As a man with hobbies and dreams, if the airship weren't currently under Cecily's command, he would have already ordered it to go and welcome Alexander. The desert ship, quite interesting. Cecily tilted her head and glanced sideways at Harvey, her eyes flashing, and then a smile crept onto her lips. Hee, my dear brother, I completely agree with your idea. Buying just one really doesn't suit your status as a prince. How about this? I'll pay, and let's buy 100 of them. Shall we? Cough, cough, cough. Before Harvey could answer, Odink was choked by his own saliva and started coughing, nearly causing his magic output to destabilize and shatter the crystal mirror. Cecily, put away your little schemes. Harvey just glanced at her indifferently and said coldly, although I am fond of these trinkets, I am not stupid and don't treat others like fools. Why do you want 100 of them? To create a new world? Do you think someone would sell such strategic equipment to an ambitious schemer? Even if they agreed to sell them to you, I suspect they would be castrated versions. conditions. I don't care about that, as it's just a gimmick for status. What about you? I'm afraid what you're looking at isn't just a gimmick, is it? Upon hearing this, Cecily was not angry. She just stood up with interest, looked toward the northwest, and said slowly, Harvey, it's rare to see you using your brain to think. However, you are using your brain on the wrong target. After all, I am your sister. You should use these thoughts to deal with others. Don't you have any sense of crisis even now? My foolish brother, their strategic equipment has already arrived at your doorstep. So what? Harvey didn't care at all, as if he had already thought about this problem, and said calmly, at the very least, Alexander recognizes my ability and gave me the opportunity to develop. As for whether I can grasp it, that is my business and has nothing to do with others. So, you've been blaming me for not giving you a chance all this time? Cecily, now watching the desert ship growing larger in her field of view, snapped her fingers at the guards behind her, then looked out over the railing and said loudly, then why don't we see if this person who gave you a chance really has any capability? What do you mean? Harvey watched Cecily's inexplicable actions, unable to keep up with her line of thought, but then he saw a scene that left him both shocked and furious. Cecily, have you gone mad? Do you want to start a war between the two countries? War? Giggle, I'm just playing a game with our little prince. A royal versus royal game, just for fun. Cecily, this is my territory. Harvey's face turned livid, his words coming out one by one, shaking with anger. This was his territory. Below were his assets and his people. Gravel Pond had long since become an oasis. The low, dilapidated rock walls had already been built into sturdy city walls. The perimeter was further reinforced with a 3-star quicksand formation and a detection array. In the center, a 100-foot-high monument, the Elf Monument, had been erected as a symbol. It was said that this oasis existed entirely due to the sacrifice of an outstanding elf, and everyone who arrived at the oasis was required to pay their respects to it. Old Bill was standing in front of the Elf Monument at this moment, stroking his goatee while waving the flag in his hand, leading hundreds of his laborers to form a welcoming formation. It had only been half a year since he last came here and met Prince Sliming, and he hadn't expected that half a year later, the other party would have become the King of the North. Thinking back to the scene where he hid behind the low wall, watching Alexander and the boar warriors like Urbano fight off the fire lizards, he could still feel the earth trembling and the sound of the crumbling low wall shaking. But now, times had changed. He had become a development official under the prince, which filled him with great emotion. Line up, everyone, don't panic. Those alchemical devices to the east are the desert ships newly crafted by His Highness the Prince. Be sharp in a moment, watch my hand signals, and cheer long live as soon as the prince arrives. Feeling the roaring wind getting closer, Old Bill shouted slogans at these unsophisticated laborers at the top of his lungs. In fact, after more than a month of working together, these refugees who had migrated from the north had long since adapted to the management here, and their spirits had been completely renewed. They were no longer the sorrowful, timid, complaining, and numb people they were when they first arrived. Instead, they had become hardworking and full of hope. All of this was thanks to the King of the North's excellent system of 3 meals a day and payment based on work. However, today's scene was a bit too overwhelming, so the crowd became slightly out of control. Woo-tilda suddenly, just as Old Bill wanted to warn everyone again to keep their movements uniform, a piercing flute sound abruptly rang out over Gravel Pond. It rose and fell, sounding near and far, like a resentful whisper, or like a young beast calling for its mother in pain. Roar. However, unexpectedly, after the sound of the flute, a heaven-shaking, furious beast roar actually came from the northwest, then a second beast roar, followed by a third, and then countless roars continued endlessly, coming from far and near, forming an invisible pressure. The crowd, which had just been bustling and whispering, suddenly fell silent, and everyone involuntarily looked toward the northwest in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the earth seemed to erupt into chaos. The sound of hooves and claws trampling the sand was like war drums, surging from the northwest like a tide. The dust that was originally only in the east was now being overtaken by an even larger cloud of dust rolling up from the northwest. What's going on? What was that sound just now? An inexplicable emotion was rapidly brewing among the crowd. Anyone could tell that the dust and beast roars suddenly rising from the northwest were definitely not a second fleet of desert ships hidden by His Highness the Prince. And Old Bill, hearing those roars, felt his heart skip a beat, feeling the slight tremors under his feet. His complexion changed drastically. Scenes of past horrors quietly crept into his mind. Roar. Oh no. It's fire lizards. My god, look, it's a pack of fire lizards. Following a terrified scream from someone unknown, giant reptiles, 5 meters long, covered in brown scales and shaped like crocodiles, leapt onto the highest sand dune on the northwestern horizon. Roaring loudly, their blood-red maws spewed corrosive acid slime and fireballs the size of basketballs, attacking toward the direction of Gravel Pond. Don't panic. Don't be chaotic. We have a 3-star quicksand formation and alchemical weapons. Everyone, evacuate in an orderly manner. Old Bill and the other team leaders immediately shouted orders. Although they were also extremely panicked inside, they were at least experienced. If they couldn't stabilize the people's hearts at this moment, once chaos ensued, it would likely spin out of control, and stampede casualties would inevitably be much higher. Fortunately, more than a month of militarized management had given these residents a subconscious instinct to obey orders. A few commands, combined with the memory of the 3-star quicksand formation's coverage and the power of the alchemical weapons, kept the people from scattering. After a brief moment of chaos, they began to evacuate in an orderly fashion. However, there were simply too many people outside the city at the moment, and returning to the city was no easy task. Seeing people crowding at the city gate, at the speed of the fire lizard's charge, at least half of them would suffer. Chapter 233 Encounter with the Flaming Lizard Swarm. Again, in the sky, Cecily gazed from afar at the desert ship formation to the east. She wanted to see how Alexander Bartuk would handle such an unexpected event. After all, When she had launched a long-distance raid on the Dominion River Oasis, she had encountered her fair share of bizarre attacks along the way. Such minor tricks were merely a small test for an armed transport fleet. Cecily, you will regret this. Harvey looked at the crowd congested at the city gate below, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. Then let us wait and see. Cecily did not care at all. Her gaze remained fixed on the east, waiting for an answer. To the east, the massive desert ships crossed sand dune after sand dune, sailing steadily as if they were mobile aircraft carriers pushing through layers of waves. Alexander Bartuk stood at the bow in a double-breasted military uniform. His psychic power expanded as he surveyed the surroundings. After several months of changes, returning to this desert once again, he felt a multitude of emotions. A moist scent of vegetation floated in the dry air. In the distance, vast stretches of magical medicinal plants had already spread out within his field of vision. This was a miracle created by investing hundreds of thousands of laborers and massive resources. His visit this time had two purposes. First, to let the northern nobles know that their investments had yielded returns. And second, to make Harvey's sister, Cecily, recognize his cooperative development here. He had heard more than once from Harvey about the domineering and autocratic nature of this Ulco Empire royal princess. He had also heard about how this princess wanted to prevent him from developing the Urakyuk region. Even more seriously, she wanted to reclaim the Urakyuk region. Although this area was a disputed territory, it was closer to Holy Fire City after all. If the other party truly insisted on a confrontation, it would be difficult to handle given the current situation in the north. However, if it was truly unfeasible, he would have no choice but to use force. After all, the plan had been in motion for so long. If they were forcibly evicted, the loss would not just be limited to money and resources. More importantly, it would involve his prestige and the hearts of the people. The prestige he had just established must never fall. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 desert ships, like 10 giant dragon turtles or basalts, surged into the verdant ocean with a flurry. Golden sand mixed with black soil churned and splashed everywhere. The levitation ray at the bottom of the desert ships instantly stirred up the magical elements around the medicinal plants, causing them to rise like dandelions. Although Alexander Bartuk had no magical talent, he could still sense the rich magical fluctuations in the surroundings. Your Highness, Parker City will be here soon. Look, those are the subjects coming out to welcome you. They are even waving colorful flags. Guard Squad Leader H. Hoare breathed in the long-lost scent of the desert, feeling a sense of pride as if he had returned home in glory. Alexander Bartuk smiled and nodded. At the end of this verdant ocean stood Parker City, newly built on the former site of the gravel pond. He had indeed felt the name was a bit incongruous when he first chose it, but Parker was Pang Bao's real name. In order to accumulate faith for Pang Bao, Alexander Bartuk could not care about that much. I wonder if Auntie Sama and Vice Captain Tidata have arrived yet? And what about Harvey and his sister? Are they waiting somewhere to cause trouble for me right now? Alexander Bartuk thought to himself, his psychic power instantly enveloping the 10 desert ships. Seeing the strong warriors on the desert ships wearing mechanical exoskeletons, he immediately felt confident again. Woo, woo woo. Suddenly, a strange, low flute sound came from the direction of Parker City. It rose and fell, making one feel inexplicably irritable upon hearing it. Alexander Bartuk frowned slightly, intending to ask H. Hoare beside him what the flute sound was. But just then, a furious beast roar suddenly erupted from the northwest, as if responding to the flute, approaching from the distance at an extremely high speed. Roar, roar. This roar, a faint, ominous premonition rose in Alexander Bartuk. His eyes flickered as he looked toward the northwest. Then he glanced at the crowd gathered outside Parker City, his expression slowly darkening. Your Highness, it is a beast-luring magic flute. Someone is driving the fire lizards. H. Hoare straightened up, his single eye looking toward the northwest with a sharp gleam. He then cracked his neck, his large axe feeling somewhat restless and thirsty for battle. Roar, roar, roar. In the span of a breath, a sandstorm had already whipped up on the northwestern horizon. Huge fire lizards leapt across the sea of sand, charging toward Parker City. Based on the estimated distance and speed, the fire lizards were significantly faster than the desert ships. Moreover, he could faintly see massive figures over 10 meters long within the fire lizard herd. Tap, tap, tap. A rush of rapid hoofbeats came from behind. Your Highness, Parker City is in danger. How shall we rescue them? Please give the order. Vance, the captain, ran from the cockpit to Alexander Bartuk with a stern expression. Alexander Bartuk nodded and said, Vance, you are the commander of this transport. You decide how to conduct the rescue. However, I have one requirement this time. Try your best to drive them away. Do not engage in excessive slaughter. Huh? Vance was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Was His Highness trying to test him? After all, in long-term transport missions, it would be impossible to ask for instructions for everything. However, not allowing slaughter in a rescue mission and focusing on driving them away made him somewhat confused, though he dared not ask more. As you wish, Your Highness. After saluting, Vance ran back to the cabin with a firm expression. Subsequently, orders were issued via the communicator. Over a month of rehearsals had allowed these carefully selected veterans to quickly enter a combat state. The 10 desert ships shifted into a staggered formation and advanced at full speed toward the fire lizard herd. Your Highness, why only drive them away? These fire lizards are extremely ferocious and have been entrenched in the northwest Great Rift Valley for years. If Parker City wants to continue expanding, it will eventually clash with them. If you are worried, you can leave it to our squad. Seeing that everyone on the ship was at their posts, H. Hoare, as the guard captain, was also feeling itchy for a fight. I know. Alexander Bartuk responded vaguely, without giving a specific explanation. He was currently looking to see if the black vortex in the northwestern sky had appeared. After all, others could not see it, and it would be very troublesome to explain. Furthermore, there was another point. They were transforming Urakyuk, but they did not understand the Urakyuk region as well as they had imagined. The fire lizards had been breeding here for thousands of years and must have integrated into the ecological balance of this region. If they were forcibly and completely cleared out, it would inevitably break the balance, which might lead to the proliferation of some other species, potentially causing irreparable damage to the medicinal vegetation. Roar, roar, roar. The ground trembled slightly, which could be clearly felt even while standing on the deck of the desert ship. The fire lizard army was overwhelming, like a tidal wave. Looking down from above, Parker City was like a lone boat before a giant wave, liable to be capsized at any moment. Although the distance was too great to clearly see the terrified expressions of the subjects blocking the city gate, one could anticipate from the increasingly out-of-control queue that the people were already on the verge of collapse. The city defense Gatling guns had attempted to open fire to stabilize the people's morale, but unfortunately, their maximum range was less than 2 li. Meanwhile, as the acid and fireballs spat by the massive figures over 10 meters long in the fire lizard herd traced long parabolas, accompanied by dull whistling sounds, they were actually getting closer to the city. Boom, boom, boom. The pungent smell of acid and the scorching, tearing sensation of the fireballs spread out, and the subjects on the edge could already clearly feel the pain of being roasted. This feeling of being squeezed and pressed step by step was desperate. Report, Captain. The reconnaissance drone has sent back a report. The fire lizard herd is 20 li away from us and has entered the effective range of the thunder crossbow cannons. Please give instructions. The communicator in the cockpit flashed. Vance stared intently at the moving images of the fire lizards transmitted back by the detection ray and immediately ordered, all captains, listen up. Adjust the angle of the cannons. Plow a chasm in front of the fire lizards to intimidate them. Remember, do not cause any harm with the artillery fire. What? There was a burst of static in the communicator. A breath later, a voice came through again. Could the captain please repeat that? This is an order from His Highness Alexander Bartuk. Try not to kill. The goal is to drive them away. Do you understand? Vance seemed to have guessed that this would be the result, so he had no choice but to invoke Alexander Bartuk's name. Understood. After a slight hesitation, a firm reply came through the communicator. Alexander Bartuk's orders were unquestionable. Chapter 234 Fire the cannon. Fire. ZZZZT. Boom. The lightning arc swirled and brewed on the main cannon of the desert ship, shimmering with ghostly blue sparks, rotating as it charged, and then erupted with a roar. The blinding beam of light tore through the earth like an electric dragon, whistling between the fire lizard swarm and Parker City in the blink of an eye, ploughing a 30-meter wide, 10-meter deep trench. The scorched sandy ground curled up like a wound, filled with dust and sand fog, while molten sand crystals seemed to flow within, and dazzling electric sparks started in and out of the trench like nimble spirit snakes. What is that? My eyes. The people before the city gate, who had been on the verge of collapse, were suddenly stunned by this intense beam of light, standing there with their mouths agape, looking at the massive trench left by the electric dragon in disbelief. The scorching, burnt smell did not make them feel uncomfortable. Instead, it steadied their fearful hearts. Gods above, that is the thunder crossbow cannon fired by Prince Liming. His Highness has come to save us. Thank goodness, His Highness did not abandon us. In an instant, the chaotic order stabilized, and even those on the outermost edge stopped their clamor and ignited with hope. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, just as the people's emotions slightly eased, the main cannons of the other 9 desert ships erupted one after another after the flagship's main cannon fired. It was as if a thunder god's giant hand had drawn a line on the ground, arranged in a step formation, squeezing the fire lizard's space for advancement bit by bit. The 30-meter wide trench continued to spread northwest, truly becoming a massive 300-meter chasm, lying between the fire lizard swarm and Parker City. So powerful. At this moment, in the clouds above Gravel Pond, Cecily stood on the deck of the airship, looking down at the results caused by the thunder crossbow cannon, her face unable to hide her shock. Looking up again at the desert ships 20 miles away, her clenched fingers trembled slightly. How can it be this strong? Your Highness, could it be that they have mastered the secret method of refining 4-star ore? Is this thunder crossbow cannon's power comparable to 4 stars? Beside her, Odink was also full of disbelief, and there was even a hint of fear in his eyes. No, not 4 stars, just close to 4 stars. But if this power were directed at you or me, it would also be dangerous. Cecily answered firmly, but she was unwilling in her heart. She had wanted to tease the other party, but she hadn't expected them to give her a show of force right from the start. Looking at the gloating Harvey beside her, Cecily gritted her teeth, feeling her face burning. Change direction? Encircle that fleet for me. Woo, 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 woo. Following Cecily's low command, the eerie and gloomy flute sound rang out again. The fire lizard swarm, which had been stunned by the thunder crossbow cannon and had stopped their advance with thoughts of retreating, suddenly seemed to be injected with adrenaline, their eyes turning crimson as they turned toward the desert ships. Roar. After a heaven-shaking roar from the back of the fire lizard swarm, the fire lizards in the front immediately spread their forehooves and turned their spears to slaughter toward the east. They've retreated. The fire lizards have retreated. God bless us. His Highness is mighty. The tense people before the city gate immediately felt their pressure ease, and they all breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the fire lizard swarm on the other side of the huge trench turn to the east. Although there were some disobedient, scattered fire lizards that broke away from the swarm, preparing to cross the trench and continue crawling toward the city gate, the people believed that this number was not enough for the city defense Gatling gun to sweep through once. Oh no, those beasts are going to attack His Highness. Bastards, everyone pick up your weapons. We are going to save His Highness. What? Going to attack His Highness? They dare? His Highness must absolutely not have anything happen to him. We have only been eating full meals for a few days. We absolutely cannot let these beasts succeed. Mother of my child, watch the kids. In an instant, it was as if a spark had been splashed into hot oil among the crowd, and a wave of public indignation was ignited instantly. instantly. Don't be impulsive. Stay calm. Going over there like this will only drag His Highness down. Everyone stop. Led by Old Bill, the team leaders were still relatively rational at this moment, although they also wanted to protect Prince Liming. They knew better that impulsiveness did not mean they had the capability. I don't care. Without His Highness, there would be no me today. Our whole family can eat and dress warmly now, all because of His Highness's grace. I absolutely cannot let His Highness be in danger. Me too, although I am very afraid. But whoever dares to harm His Highness must step over my corpse. However, the will of the people could not be suppressed. They had been terrified of the fire lizards just a moment ago, but now they were unhesitatingly willing to risk their lives. Fine. Then the old, weak, women and children stay behind. The young and strong follow us. Seeing that they could not stop them, Old Bill and the others could only provide effective guidance. For a time, the crowd assembled quickly again, and then one could see the fire lizard swarm and the Parker City residents running toward the east along both sides of the huge trench. What are those stupid lowly people doing? Are they going to die? On the airship, Cecily frowned as she looked at the crowd running along the bank in a standoff with the fire lizard swarm, not knowing why she felt inexplicably stifled in her heart. Odin looked at Cecily, wanting to speak but stopping. Harvey, however, sneered and teased. HMPH, Cecily, you don't need to play dumb. This is the will of the people. Something you will never get in your life. Harvey. As if stepped on her tail, Cecily's eyebrows stood up, looking at Harvey as if she wanted to eat him. Ahem. Your Highness Princess. Your Highness Prince. Prince Liming seems to be requesting a call. Just as Cecily could not help but want to take action, Harvey's steward, Steward Femo, came up with a constantly flashing clairvoyance mirror. Haha, Alexander finally remembered me. Do not answer. Bang. Originally, Harvey had just wanted to connect, but the clairvoyance mirror was knocked over by Cecily with a fireball spell, and then she said angrily, I don't believe it. Let's see what he does now. Hung up on the desert ship, Alexander looked at the extinguished clairvoyance mirror, his eyebrows raised slightly, guessing that Harvey must have been controlled by his sister, and the current situation was a bit beyond expectations. He had originally thought that after blocking the fire lizard swarm, the other party would stop while they were ahead, but they turned out to be relentless. This made Alexander feel a bit annoyed. Moreover, receiving the communication from Parker City, saying that the residents had spontaneously come to rescue him, made him feel a mix of emotions. As a mechanical dog, he had never felt such support. Recalling the past month or so, he hadn't done anything special. At most, he had copied a few disaster relief plans from his previous life, and if these were placed in his previous life, they would simply be empty talk. But he didn't expect that here, it would actually receive such love from the people. In an instant, he felt his shoulders were heavy. A kind of indescribable pressure made his heart beat faster, and at the same time, a mountain-like sense of responsibility that could not be described rose in his heart, making him feel sublimated. Order. Alexander looked at the residents rushing over without hesitation by the side of the trench, his eyes calm and heavy, and he ordered in a tone like steel. New Nature, immediately lead all guard squads to support and guide the residents. They must be taken away from the battlefield within 5 minutes. No mistakes allowed. Those who disobey the order will be executed. Yes, Your Highness. Don't worry, Your Highness. These little guys, I like them. Boom, boom, boom. With the order given, the rear of all desert ships opened at the same time, and new types of desert lance warrior vehicles roared out. Demi-human soldiers wearing mechanical exoskeletons boarded the vehicles one after another and set up weapons. The one-eyed barbarians jumped off the deck directly, activating the small tornado propulsion magic arrays on their exoskeletons, and every step and jump was like flying close to the ground. All captains, listen to the order. The main cannons will carry out intermittent shelling to attract the fire lizard's attention and cover the guard squads in guiding the residents. Inside the cabin, Vance understood Alexander's intention immediately, and immediately adjusted the combat plan, ordering the desert ships to change course to the northeast to attract aggro. Alexander nodded secretly as he watched the series of operations of the desert ships. As expected of someone who had been a nomadic merchant guard captain, Vance's adaptability was just right. Chapter 235 Evacuation. Boom, 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 roar, woo. The originally crimson-eyed and ferocious pack of fire lizards finally suffered casualties. To draw their aggro, the desert ship's artillery fire was aimed at the dozen-meter-long behemoths within the fire lizard pack. This was also to prevent the fire lizards from attacking the residents from across the bank. The tactic was like kiting, leading these ferocious creatures away from densely populated areas and the medicinal herb cultivation zones. Rat-tat-tat, boom, boom, boom. As the thunder crossbow cannon drew the aggro of most fire lizards, a small group of stragglers changed direction and lunged toward the opposite bank. Just then, the vehicle guard unit that arrived in time opened fire. Residents, His Highness has ordered an immediate return to the city. Disobedience will result in expulsion, cancellation of household registration, and a permanent ban from residing in the north. Whoosh Tilda, new driving a lance warrior, took the lead and arrived in front of the running residents. With a beautiful drift, he blocked the path of several youths who were rushing forward. At the same time, the soldiers on the vehicle used a magic loudspeaker to order everyone to return to the city. The lance warriors and the one-eyed barbarian squad behind them arrived one after another, forming a steel blockade. They fended off the straggling fire lizards while herding everyone into a safe zone. We want to help His Highness, let us pass. Yeah, although our strength is meager, we are not afraid of death. Several hot-blooded youths in the crowd stood their ground at the front of the vehicle. Hee, little ones, are you not afraid of death because you want to earn military merit, or because you want the pension? Let me tell you, if you dare to take another half step forward, your grandpa Nage will declare you in defiance of His Highness's orders. Then you can go do whatever you want." With a thud, Nage slammed his door-sized great axe into the ground in front of the clamoring youth. Watching the young man's face turn bright red, yet not daring to cross the line, Nage's mouth curled up slightly. Do not underestimate the warning of having one's household registration cancelled and being barred from the north. The reason these residents supported Alexander so strongly was that they had found hope for survival in the north. Not only had their former slave status been removed, but they now owned land to till and possessed the right to choose their own work. They earned enough to feed their families, and could even receive performance bonuses for excellent work. All of this was a dream that former serfs could never achieve in several lifetimes of struggle. And now, as long as they were recognized by the North and obtained a Kesuli household registration, this dream could come true. One might ask, who wouldn't care about such a warning? Nage's single eye flickered, sweeping over the people behind the youth who had also quieted down, and he shouted, "You are all His Highness's subjects. His Highness is very gratified by your actions, but if you really want to help His Highness, I do have a way." "What way?" Everyone subconsciously looked up. "Just follow us, and don't fall behind. If you fall behind, you might as well go back to the city." Nage grinned, feigning a mysterious smile, then winked at Nui beside him before leading the group toward the southwest. The residents behind were slightly stunned, not knowing why Nage was running southwest, but they subconsciously assumed that barbarians were simple and honest, so they exchanged glances and followed him doggedly. Nui watched Nage's performance from the side, unable to help but roll his eyes. Who said one-eyed barbarians weren't smart? He lied so convincingly that he had everyone completely fooled. Of course, not everyone among the residents was naive. There were those who doubted Nage's intentions, but the more such people there were, the more they understood what they should and should not do. Furthermore, Nui's convoy was still monitoring them from the side, ordering everyone to keep up, and some even shouted that this was a strategy to flank the Fire Lizard pack and kick their butts. Thus, under the influence of the herd effect, the evacuation was completed in less than 5 minutes. This is the evacuation above the gravel pond. Cecily, the mastermind behind the scenes, stared blankly at the scene below. The chaotic battle she had expected had ended so hastily. It truly gave her a frustrating feeling of punching empty air. In fact, back when she saw 50 alchemy cars driving out of the desert ship's cabin, her eyes had almost been blinded, especially seeing the human soldiers wearing mechanical exoskeletons, their mobility as they sprinted across the sand as if it were flat ground, and the combat scenes where they used alchemy weapons to harvest the scattered fire lizards. She almost wanted to jump down directly to see up close what these alchemy equipment actually were. Without comparison, there is no pain. She didn't dare let the image of her sand camel transport team appear in her mind right now because she felt shame and unwillingness. What number 1 armed transport team of the desert? What flying carpet unit that took 7 years to prepare and train? Look at their transport vehicles, integrating offense, defense, and transport. They were practically mobile fortresses. What she couldn't tolerate even more was the adoration these residents had for Alexander. She was deeply jealous. "Princess, why don't we go down? I think this Alexander is quite sincere." Odin hesitated, feeling at a loss for words, thinking back to how he had previously praised Cecily's sand camel transport team, and now seeing this scene before him, he really didn't know how to smooth things over. "No. It's not over yet. I want to see how he handles the siege. This is the final test." Cecily's gaze suddenly became firm again. She was not willing to give up. How much suffering had she endured? How much effort had she spent to train an elite transport unit over 7 whole years? But what about the other side? If the intelligence gathered was correct, this Prince Sliming had only been in the north for a year, and he had been penniless before. Even though he had conquered the north, there were no reports of him having this kind of transport equipment. This meant that the opponent had formed this team in less than a month. 1 month versus 7 years. And he had also won the hearts of the people. Cecily felt her dignity had been trampled upon. She stared hatefully at the desert ship, which was gradually being surrounded by the Fire Lizard pack. She admitted she was jealous. She wanted to completely destroy these things, because even if they were to work together with this Alexander to develop the Urakyuk region in the future, she would have to be extremely wary of him, because this person was simply incredible. "Huh, Princess?" It disappeared. Just as Cecily was struggling internally, a sudden change occurred on the eastern battlefield. What? Cecily came to her senses and looked closely, only to see that the desert ship, which had originally been surrounded by the Fire Lizard pack, had suddenly vanished. This caused the besieging fire lizards to lose their target instantly. They all wore confused expressions, roaring and at a loss for what to do. "Princess, it's a concealment formation. That person has arrived. I must avoid him." At this moment, an abrupt voice sounded behind Cecily. Cecily was startled, but no one else heard this voice except her. Concealment formation? That's impossible. Suddenly, Cecily remembered something, and her gaze locked onto Harvey's face like a poisonous scorpion. Although the concealment formation was only a 3-star formation, it existed only in the Alco Empire because this formation was a genuine product of ancient ruins, and the only master in the Alco Empire capable of inscribing this formation was Master Alaka. "Why are you looking at me? Didn't you personally destroy the concealment formation on the airship I sold to Alexander? Otherwise, do you think I would have sold it?" Harvey glared back at her, then said, "You should focus on how to face Alexander. He is here." "Huh?" A flash of sword light streaked across the sky and landed in front of the airship. It was Alexander, who had arrived on his flying sword. In fact, ever since the flute sound had started, he had been searching for the target, and only now had he finally determined the location. Chapter 236. Let your little pet take a break. Ha ha ha. "Alexander, my dear friend, long time no see." Harvey, looking full of joy, repeatedly beckoned him to board the ship. "Long time no see." Alexander nodded with a smile, but he did not board the ship. Instead, He hovered in the air, sizing up the people beside Harvey. The person leading them, wearing a fiery red mage robe and bearing a 70% resemblance to Harvey, must be Cecily. Judging by her hostile gaze, it was clear that the recent maneuvers of the desert ship had left her very displeased. And the old mage half a step behind Cecily must be Audiobook. The 4-star magic master Harvey had mentioned, Cecily's confidant, who excelled in water element magic and was well respected in the Elku Empire. As for the last person, Alexander's eyes narrowed slightly, because he discovered that this person, or more accurately, a demi-human elf with a single horn on her head and pointed ears, was hiding 3 steps behind Cecily. She seemed to possess some concealment methods. Not only was her figure hidden, but even her presence was suppressed. If it weren't for the strange bone flute in her hand catching his attention, even with his psychic power fully open, he could easily have overlooked her. It seems the mastermind behind the fire lizards has been found. I didn't expect Cecily to have such talent under her command. If we could cooperate, the stability of the Urakiak region would be guaranteed. Just as Alexander was sizing everyone up, Cecily on the opposite deck was also sizing up the man in front of her. Very handsome, very masculine. But this aura, Cecily felt a wave of fluctuation in her heart. She felt that she could not control this man. For a fleeting moment, she even felt her own aura weaken in his presence. This startled her, and she hurriedly adjusted her state of mind. Harvey, aren't you going to introduce your friend to your sister? Cecily flashed a noble smile and met Alexander's gaze calmly. All right. Since you've arrived on my turf, I'll introduce you. Harvey deliberately emphasized the ownership of the territory and once again beckoned Alexander to board the ship. This is the person I often mention, the 3rd prince of the Lance Empire, and now the king of the north of the Lance Empire, Alexander Bartuk, my good friend and close business partner. He paused, then turned to Cecily and said, Alexander, this is my imperial sister, Cecily. I don't think I need to say much about her background. Alexander, who had just stepped onto the airship, nearly stumbled after hearing Harvey introduce his sister so briefly. After all, this occasion involved royal dignity. Looking at Cecily, whose face was as dark as iron, one could gauge her inner emotions from the flickering flames emanating from her clenched fists. But even more pitiable was that she still maintained a noble smile on her face. It is a pleasure to meet you, Princess Cecily. Alexander nodded slightly, having no intention of kissing the back of her hand. Instead, he got straight to the point. Your Highness, could you please let these little pets rest for a while? Let's avoid causing any further misunderstandings between us. Having her hand kiss in greeting ignored by Alexander, Cecily was annoyed. But she didn't show it, simply brushing her hair aside. When she heard Alexander's request, a flash of craftiness crossed her eyes. Prince Liming might have truly misunderstood. Those fire lizards have nothing to do with me. Does your highness need my help? Alexander looked at her quietly, and Cecily did not shy away. It seems, your highness, that you are a person who enjoys violence. After a breath, Alexander nodded and turned directly toward the hidden demi-human elf behind Cecily. What are you doing? Please show some respect. Seeing Alexander's actions, not only did Cecily's face darken, but Odin's eyes also constricted, and a black water sphere instantly formed in his hand. I just want my people to feel safe. Alexander didn't care at all about the threats around him. Not only were all their movements under the coverage of his psychic power, but he was even less concerned about them using magic. Are you going to do it yourself, or should I ask you to do it? Alexander stood still in front of the demi-human elf, as if talking to the air. But everyone present knew that Alexander wasn't crazy. On the contrary, everyone was secretly shocked by Alexander's perception, especially Cecily and Odin, who subconsciously exchanged a glance. Only they, as 4-star magic masters, knew that even for them, it would be extremely difficult to discover the other person without prior knowledge. Furthermore, this was Alexander's first time meeting her, yet this concealment seemed completely ineffective in front of him. Giggle, Prince Liming, are you trying to mock the Elku Empire by implying we have no one of skill? Before the demi-human elf could react, Cecily's face turned cold. With a flick of her hand, fire element magic surged around her, and with a whoosh, a 5-meter-tall fire giant suddenly coalesced, blocking Alexander's path. The flames surged, looking down from above, as if they wanted to devour everything. At the same time, Odin also manipulated the black water, and the guards on the ship followed suit, surrounding Alexander, with swords drawn and bows bent. This was a matter of royal dignity. If they let Alexander arrest someone on the spot, it would be a slap in the face in front of everyone. I said it before, I just want my people to feel safe. Alexander remained very calm in the face of the threats, simultaneously raising his palm to grab the person directly. HMPH, if your highness acts like this, don't blame me. Seeing Alexander's palm trying to pass directly through the fire giant's chest, Cecily couldn't help but sneer. This fire giant might not look high temperature, but it was a genuine 4-star lava level construct. If she hadn't deliberately controlled the range and the temperature beneath her feet, the deck would likely have been burned through with a large hole by now. Even Odin on the side felt that Alexander was overestimating himself. Although he didn't know what strange techniques this prince practiced, having neither magic power nor battle aura, as long as it was a flesh and blood body, it couldn't withstand Cecily's fire giant. Alexander, watch out. Seeing Alexander's recklessness, Harvey's expression also changed as he kindly warned him. However, when Alexander's hand actually touched the fire giant, the scene played out completely beyond everyone's expectations. PFFT. As if a thin bubble had been pricked by a needle, the moment Alexander's large hand touched the fire giant's chest, Cecily felt her whole body tremble, as if her sensitive tentacles had been scalded by fire. The fire giant vanished into thin air with a puff, and the fire elements she had been controlling retracted into her body all at once, as if they had touched something terrifying, causing her meridians to twist and knot. Alexander's large hand, however, seemed unaffected, continuing to reach forward and landing firmly on the demi-human elf's shoulder. With a soft puff of dissolution, the demi-human elf's concealment magic collapsed instantly in the same manner, revealing a petite demi-human elf girl, no more than 12 or 13 years old, with cyan scales covering half her body and a single horn on her head. Cecily was both shocked and angry. She never expected the other party to be this strong. This fire giant was her proud technique, which had made countless powerhouses of the same rank bow their heads. But she never imagined that in front of Alexander, it would be so vulnerable. This was practically trampling on her self-esteem. Looking at Alexander's stern face, she wanted to scold him, but she couldn't muster even a bit of magic power throughout her body. The words stuck in her throat, and for a moment, she didn't dare to make a sound. Odink was even more terrified at this moment. The water sphere in his hand hung in midair. He had intended to launch it, but a steel needle suddenly hovered before his eyes. The bone-chilling cold told him that if he dared to act rashly, he would undoubtedly die. And coincidentally, all the guards surrounding Alexander had the same steel needles hovering before their eyes. For a moment, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Only the aimless roars of the fire lizards in the distance drifted into their ears from time to time. Chapter 237 Unexpected News. I originally came here with sincerity, but Harvey, your place seems to have disappointed me a bit. Alexander looked coldly at the half-beast elf girl in front of him, his gaze falling on the strange bone flute hanging around her neck. He said, "Little sister, I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to do it yourself, or should I invite you to do it?" The half-beast elf's eyes darted around, not daring to meet Alexander's gaze at all. She seemed intimidated by Alexander's aura, and her body trembled involuntarily. "Mosika, are you deaf? Hurry up and make those crawlers leave. Can't you see the current situation?" Harvey, the only one not under threat, finally spoke up and scolded her. The half-beast elf girl named Mosika seemed startled again. Her body shook as she stole a glance at the motionless Cecily. Finally, she picked up the bone flute on her chest, puffed out her cheeks, and began to blow. Woo woo woo. The melodious sound of the flute rose with the wind and sand. In the distance, the confused and dazed fire lizard pack all craned their necks and paused for a moment. Then, several giant fire lizards in a herd roared at the sky and took the lead in crawling toward the northwest. Patter, patter, patter. The chaotic sound of claws scratching the sand gradually receded as the fire lizard pack finally crossed the sand dune on the horizon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 10 miles east of the city gate, a ripple of magical power fluctuated in space. The silhouettes of 10 desert ships emerged as their soundproof barriers were removed, and the massive tornado thrusters once again emitted the roar of the wind. Yay, we won. Long live Prince Alexander. The fire lizards have fled. Long live the prince. Parker City erupted in cheers. The citizens who had been running with Najor at the south gate also returned safely to the city. Furthermore, those hot-blooded young men who had led the charge earlier were now all standing atop the lance warriors, wearing trainee soldier tags of the Legion on their chests. Aboard the airship, listening to the cheers of the citizens below, the atmosphere on the deck was quite awkward. At this moment, Cecily's mind was still full of disbelief, but the facts were right before her eyes. She had lost completely today. Whether it was the transport team, the hearts of the people, or individual strength, she had lost thoroughly to the man in front of her. Though she was still unwilling to accept it, she was powerless to resist. Taking a deep breath, she finally recovered her mana and spoke. "Alexander, do you want to talk about cooperation, or do you want to start a war?" Even though Alexander was not controlling her movements, she understood that her current situation was one of being at his mercy. Moreover, Odink and the others were indeed at his mercy right now. Hearing this, Alexander smiled and withdrew his hand that had been reaching for Mosika, while simultaneously retracting the steel needle with a thought. The tense atmosphere in the area relaxed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the way everyone, including Cecily, looked at Alexander now was no longer with the previous arrogance, but with a hint of fear. "I came here to talk about cooperation. Of course, however, I will only cooperate with Harvey, as we had an agreement beforehand. I am a man of my word." As Alexander spoke, he gave Harvey a reassuring look. A surge of warmth instantly rose in Harvey's heart, and he nodded repeatedly. "Of course, Harvey is my dearest younger brother. Being able to reach a cooperation with you, I will also support him with all my strength." However, Cecily lied through her teeth, completely ignoring Harvey's eye roll. While signaling the airship to land, she fixed her gaze on Alexander and said, "I think our cooperation can be expanded further. Let's not limit ourselves to this sandy land of Urakyuk. Why don't I take you to see the grasslands south of the Ulko Empire? There is endless wealth and beautiful women there. As long as we cooperate, the terms are yours too." "Princess Cecily, I think you've misunderstood." Before she could finish, Alexander had already guessed what she wanted to say and cut her off with a wave of his hand. "What my people need is not war, but a piece of land where they can live and work in peace. Actually, I don't object to your suggestion of expanding cooperation. For example, the uninhabited eternal winterlands north of the Urakyuk region. We can fully cooperate on its development. Why go to the grasslands?" Is the prince trying to say that I am a warmonger?" Cecily gave a self-deprecating smile, but then said with a touch of regret and pity, "It seems the prince is not well informed. Even if you don't want war, war is already coming for you." "What do you mean?" Alexander was stunned. She clearly had something hidden in her words. "Prince Alexander, if you truly want to cooperate with the Ulko Empire, I can guarantee that as long as your country does not recklessly expand its territory into Ulka, there will never be war between our two nations. This is the bottom line." Cecily did not answer directly. Alexander narrowed his eyes, opened his psychic power again, and said solemnly, "Rest assured, I can also guarantee that I only wish to cooperate with your country and have no intention of aggression whatsoever." "Very well," Cecily said bluntly. "Then I'll speak plainly. The Orc Empire's harassment of our border this time is not their true objective. their true target is actually your Crystal City. What? Alexander's expression changed, unable to quite understand. Cecily seemed to see through Alexander's thoughts and smiled faintly. Actually, I didn't believe it at first either, but I obtained this. As she spoke, she flipped her hand and handed a recording stone to Alexander. It was reconnaissance footage recorded from a high altitude. A well-equipped unit of wolf cavalry was secretly mobilizing, and the direction they were heading was precisely toward Crystal City of the Lance Empire. And within the wolf cavalry, the back of a mage made Alexander's pupils shrink. Sakritha, it seems we indeed need to reconsider the matters of cooperation. The tree wants to be still, but the wind will not stop. Alexander's psychic power did not leave Cecily. From her emotional fluctuations, he could feel that she wasn't lying to him. The prince's cooperation is welcome at any time. I will show the greatest sincerity of Volker. The airship landed directly at the city lord's mansion in Parker City. Cecily and her group stayed briefly in the city to observe before departing directly, taking Alexander's sincerity with them. Of course, Harvey originally wanted to stay and catch up with Alexander, but he was eventually taken away by Cecily, who claimed it was the king's order and hinted that she would support him in developing Urakyuk upon their return. This made Harvey feel as if he had been injected with adrenaline. After seeing off the cooperation partners, Alexander ordered Barnum to lead the desert ships, which had finished unloading supplies, to go and meet Sama and the Blackwater transport team. Afterward, he began his daily routine. Accompanied by the guard team, he visited the large and small streets, settlements, shops, and factories in the city to observe the people's situation, inquire about their livelihoods, and summarize various problems to be handled according to their priority. He was busy all day before finally catching a breath, but looking at the time, he sighed softly and personally went out of the city, preparing to welcome the soon-to-arrive Aunt Sama. At this time, the setting sun had half descended, and the great desert was draped in the light veil of the evening glow. Behind him, curls of cooking smoke rose from Parker City, appearing peaceful and serene against the backdrop of magical medicinal plants. King, when do you intend to mine the 4-star ore vein in the Great Rift Valley? I need to have the fire lizard pack migrate in advance. Standing behind Alexander, the timid Mosika seemed to have held it in for a long time. Seeing that Alexander seemed to be in a good mood, she finally plucked up the courage to ask. Alexander glanced slightly at the timid little half-beast elf behind him. This was one of the additional conditions when he discussed cooperation with Cecily. And the 4-star ore vein in the Great Rift Valley was the first project Cecily had specifically mentioned for joint development. As for why this little one called him king, it was because of the dragon elf royal bloodline, a strict hierarchy of suppression. This was also why Mosika had been unable to flee and was trembling when she first saw him. It was fear from the bottom of her heart. You don't need to be afraid. I don't eat people. Alexander gave a smile and answered with a question. Is your ability to command the fire lizards a talent or something you learned later? In fact, he also wanted to develop the 4-star ore vein early, but he didn't have suitable mining equipment, nor did he have technical personnel capable of smelting 4-star ore. If he developed it now, the only purpose would be to work for Cecily. And if she used those materials for war. Chapter 238 Arrival. To answer the king, taming magical beasts is a talent magic I obtained after awakening my elf bloodline. Not just fire lizards. I can tame most magical beasts with a lower level than mine. But Mosika paused, as if hesitating about something. But what? Alexander's brow twitched slightly. King, this talent of mine is a curse. That's what the elders say. Mosika lowered her head, biting her lip, not daring to look Alexander in the eye, seemingly afraid of being despised, her emotions fluctuating with self-deprecation. A curse? Hey, looking at the scales on Mosika's body and the single horn on her forehead, Alexander understood. Uxiu's former appearance flashed in his mind, and he said, if it's a curse, then you've found the right person. Ah? Mosika, who had expected to be ridiculed, didn't react for a moment when she heard Alexander's reply. Since awakening this ability, she had faced too many instances of being despised. Only Cecily treated her a bit better because she was useful. She hadn't expected this dragon elf royal, whom she had just met, wouldn't ridicule her immediately, but instead said something inexplicable. When she looked up and saw Alexander's gentle eyes, the little girl's heart suddenly warmed. She wasn't being discriminated against. What? Aren't you going to ask why I said you found the right person? Alexander sensed the little girl's tense body finally relax, and his smile grew even gentler. Ask what right person? Subconsciously, Mosika's face flushed red. She was at a loss, not knowing whether to nod or shake her head. Seeing Mosika's silly and cute appearance, Alexander reached out and stroked her head, saying, I have a friend who is a demi-human, a rather unusual demi-human who can practice magic. Recently, he discovered a secret, a way to help demi-humans eliminate curses and sublimate their souls. Do you want to try? Mosika listened blankly, blinking her eyes. After a long while, she asked hesitantly, King, do you want me to be a test subject? Alexander choked and stared at Mosika for a while, suddenly realizing their trains of thought weren't on the same track. He complained inwardly and shook his head. You're overthinking it. My friend has already tested it, and it's completely safe. I won't force you to do anything. Really? The little girl seemed to have been tricked many times before, but seeing Alexander nod seriously again, a smile finally appeared on her small face. King, when are we going to Kesuli? I heard that's your lair. No, your territory. Very soon, but we have to wait until things here are handled. Okay. The little girl nodded like a chick pecking grain, her eyes full of little stars. Boom, 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 boom. As the first magic lamp in Parker City lit up, lights also flickered on the distant horizon. The roar of the tornado thrusters followed. Your Highness, the residence for Duke Andrew and the others has been arranged. They should all be out exploring the night city now. New and the other members of the guard, after finishing the tasks Alexander had assigned them in the city, returned to Alexander's side to stand guard. they're almost here too. I wonder what Auntie Sama's first experience riding a desert ship will be like. Alexander nodded and looked at the desert ship advancing rapidly through the darkness, like an ocean lion riding the waves, bobbing up and down, yet cool and wild like a high-flying roller coaster. Hee, it'll definitely feel like flying. Nagehor chuckled on the side, as if thinking of some funny scene. I just don't know if that idiot Nadley will get seasick. Hee. A series of chuckles came from the group of barbarian guards behind Nagehor. Their single eyes flickered, exchanging a rather playful and complex emotion. Soon, 10 huge searchlights gradually grew larger as they approached. Everyone could hear people shouting loudly from the ship, seemingly greeting Alexander. Of course, there were also some discordant sounds mixed in, such as, "Let me down, Bletilda, so dizzy Blair, gods, spare your warrior. Blair chhh. The desert ship docked before the city gate. The hatch opened wide, and people poured out. Ha, your highness, this big guy is simply wonderful. I want to go to Kessilai too. Good things can't all be hogged by that kid Barnum. A sturdy figure, broad in stature, bounded through the crowd with a strong wind, reaching Alexander in a few steps. Her face filled with excitement. Old sister, you're trying to snatch my job again. Your highness, you must not listen to her. Almost simultaneously, another broad figure leapt through the crowd and stood before Alexander, his face showing excitement but also a bit of hesitation. Long time no see, Auntie Sama. Seeing the excited Sama, Alexander stepped forward and gave her a warm hug, then hugged Barnum as well. Whether it's Kessilai or Parker City, you are always welcome. Ha, I knew it. Sama's large hand patted Alexander's shoulder with sincere weight. Alexander's lips curled into a smile. He could deeply feel her excitement. In fact, it wasn't just Sama. Look at those dwarf craftsmen and goblins who had just stepped off the desert ship. Instead of entering the city, they gathered around the desert ship. First, they bowed respectfully, then stepped forward to gently stroke, tap, and discuss it. Even a few dwarves and goblins who were clearly seasick pressed their faces against the desert ship and kissed it, supported by their companions. That worship and love for metal machinery was simply etched into their bones. Of course, there were also those who didn't find the desert ship so friendly. For example, Nadley and Vice Captain Tidata were currently like withered eggplants, being supported off the ship. They no longer had the high-spirited air of their hungry axes from before, combined with Nagehor following them and poking fun at them. These two simpletons truly never wanted to ride this big hot dog again in their lives. What a disgrace. It seems our desert ship isn't universally popular. Seeing the two simpletons walking over to salute, Alexander stepped forward quickly to stop them. He then glared at Nagehor, who was about to kick their butts, and said with a stern face, "Hurry up and help them rest. If you keep messing around, I'll strip you of your rank." "Yes, your highness." Hearing about being stripped of his rank, Nagehor shrunk his neck and immediately helped them, ordering his subordinates to support the two into the city. Humphrey, they're just little brats who haven't seen the world, living in the desert their whole lives. It's natural they're not used to a ship for the first time. They'll be fine after a few more rides. Sama curled her lip, her gaze falling on the dwarf craftsman, which immediately startled them into standing bolt upright. "By the way, your highness, I heard from Barnum on the way here that you want to mine the 4-star ore vein in the Great Rift Valley. Is that true?" Sama suddenly asked. "That is indeed the intention." Alexander nodded, then gestured for Sama and Barnum to get into the vehicle and enter the city, talking as they went. "Your highness, I don't think you're fully aware of the environment in the Great Rift Valley. Even if you have a way to drive away the fire lizards, mining a 4-star ore vein is still quite troublesome." Sama glanced at Mugsika nearby, then followed Barnum and Alexander into the Lance Warrior. Niue stepped on the gas and entered the city gate. "How is it troublesome?" Alexander sat in the passenger seat, looking sideways at Sama in the back. Sama pondered for a moment and said, "I visited the Great Rift Valley in my early years. The 4-star ore veins there are surrounded by magic forbidden fields. Moreover, the hardness of the 4-star ore layer is such that ordinary tools simply cannot mine it. Otherwise, Cecily would have claimed it long ago." As I thought. Hearing this, Alexander finally understood. He knew things wouldn't be that simple. Despite having recruited Mosiko and knowing about the 4-star ore vein in the Great Rift Valley, they hadn't mined it. There was clearly a problem. Now the truth was out. However, as for magic forbidden fields and mining tools, Alexander really wasn't afraid. Now that he had Blackwater, along with dwarf craftsmen and goblins, he only needed a few design blueprints to create gasoline and diesel-powered tools. He just wasn't sure how to process the 4-star ore after it was mined. "Auntie Sama, I wonder if you have a way to refine and forge this 4-star ore." Sama's face flushed slightly, and she hesitated. "Refining is no problem, but as for forging, I'm still a bit short. After all, it's 4-star, it requires the techniques of a 4-star tempering master. However, if you can give me a year, I guarantee I can reach that level." "Humphrey, your highness, don't listen to my sister's bragging. If you give me a year, I can reach it too," Barnum said defiantly from the side. "Shut up." Sama glared at Barnum with a stern face, then looked at Alexander with a confident expression, afraid he would underestimate her. He, I believe you, but we can take the matter of the 4-star ore vein slowly, in a moment, once we reach the new guild. Let's first study the gunship project. After all, Crystal City can't wait much longer." Gunship. Sama and Barnum's eyes lit up simultaneously upon hearing this, and they nodded with delight. Chapter 239 Character. The Royal Palace of the Ulco Empire. The atmosphere at this moment was somewhat oppressive. After listening to the report brought back by Cecily and Odink, Baran remained in a state of shock for a long time. The desert ship's immense carrying capacity, combat power, and stealth caused Baran, an emperor who had ruled the Ulco Empire for 60 years, to feel a faint sense of unease in his heart. A powerful logistical supply force hinted at the opponent's comprehensive strength in many aspects, such as mastering the forging and application of 3-star materials, the coordinated use of other equivalent materials, and the need for the talents of relevant personnel to meet the standards. Furthermore, there were the operators of these massive alchemical tools, the recruitment, selection, training, financial investment, and so on. Summarizing this series of factors, the north where Kesuli was located now seemed like a ferocious beast lurking on the sidelines, slowly opening its eyes and gazing at Urakuk, and even the Ulka kingdom. How could Baran not be shocked? How could he not be worried? One must know that this king of the north, Alexander Bartuk, was only 19 years old. To have developed the north to this extent in just 1 year was simply terrifying. Cecily, do you mean you support Harvey's continued cooperation with the other party and you also want to have a hand in it? Baran narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the throne. His gaze shifted from time to time toward Odink, who sat beside Cecily below, and Harvey on his left side. Father, your daughter knows what you are worried about. Cecily bowed slightly, her eyes unwavering. Even though she knew Baran was dissatisfied with her taking the initiative to cooperate with Alexander, she did not back down. She said solemnly, Father, although Alexander has great potential, his wings are not yet fully fledged, and he is still in a stage of local development. If he were to truly face an Empire level 3-star or 4-star strategic power, he would still be unable to contend with it. But as you know, the Orc Empire is currently arrogant, wantonly invading our borders, while the Mage Tower is secretly colluding with those outlaws to plot against the Lance Empire. Once they act in concert and succeed in their alliance, they will inevitably turn back to devour our country. We cannot sit and wait for death. Therefore, befriending Alexander at this time is a good strategy. Baran remained silent in thought for a while before saying, why can't we reap the benefits while they fight each other? Do you have no confidence in the warriors of Ulka? Hearing this, Cecily smiled faintly and said, Father, if it were just those stupid orcs, they might wait for us to reap the benefits. But the Major Tower, the Lance Empire's royal family, and the Diju Empire will absolutely not allow us to watch the fire from the other side of the river. If we don't want to enter the fray then, I fear we will become the first sacrifice. Oh? Baran's eyebrows twitched slightly. Although Cecily's explanation was somewhat offensive to him, he could still understand the logic. He said, then according to your meaning, we cooperate with Alexander on the surface to stabilize the Lance Empire, but in reality, we don't truly enter the fray, we just make a show of it. Is that right? Exactly. Cecily nodded and said, we choose to cooperate. On the surface, it looks like taking a side, but in reality, we are just doing it for others to see. As long as we don't become the target of public criticism, we can use the alchemy technology provided by Alexander to seek development. Of course, similarly, Alexander will also get a breathing chance through our support to thoroughly reshuffle the Lance Empire. Although this is somewhat risky, there is one point I am relatively certain about. What is it? Baran's aura sank slightly. He was well aware of the principle of nurturing a tiger to invite calamity, especially a fierce tiger like Alexander. Once his wings are full, he will be uncontrollable, even more to be feared than the Orc Empire and the Major Tower. Character? Cecily slowly spat out those two words. Character? Baran choked upon hearing this, his tone clearly somewhat annoyed. But seeing Cecily's certain look, descriptions of information regarding various aspects of Alexander suddenly surfaced in his mind. Then his eyebrows twitched slightly, and he looked at his daughter with a strange gaze, asking tentatively, Cecily, it is said that after Prince Alexander's coming-of-age ceremony, he has not yet chosen a consort. Is that true? Ah, cough, cough. He. As soon as Baran finished speaking, the scene immediately fell into a brief silence, followed by a different sort of spectacle. Cecily's face turned red with shame and anger. She felt as if all eyes in the palace were focused on her, like needle pricks. While Odin lowered his head and coughed desperately, Harvey on the left was gritting his teeth and trying his best to suppress his laughter, looking very pained. Father. Cecily gritted her teeth and said loudly, your daughter knows the difference in weight between Alexander choosing a consort and the safety of the Ulko Empire. The character I spoke of is the popular support I saw when I went to Parker City. Pausing, Cecily turned her face and glared at Harvey, who was still stifling a laugh. If she hadn't promised to support him earlier, she would have flipped the table by now. Father, during my visit to Parker City, I saw the order and vitality of the subjects in the city. The people there are full of hope for life, and they all respect Alexander very much. I tested him, suggesting that if Alexander gave up his cooperation with Harvey, he could obtain more benefits, but he flatly refused. If he can control the Lance Empire in the future, it will only be good for Ulka and not bad. At least he won't be like the Orc Empire, which has no sense of faith or honor. Ha ha ha, Cecily, you're thinking too simply. People change. Can you guarantee that this Alexander won't change after becoming powerful? Baran gave a cold laugh and spoke earnestly. Father, do you also lose confidence in your daughter becoming stronger? Perhaps by the time he controls the Lance Empire, I will have already become a 5-star Great Archmage, or even reached a high level. After all, war is not something that happens in a day or two. Baran felt a moment of sighing in his heart. Just now, he really had forgotten that his daughter was also a magical genius. It was truly because Alexander's rise was too fast. Now, being reminded by his daughter, he suddenly realized one point, Alexander's rise needs time, and their becoming stronger and developing also needs time. As for which is stronger between controlling an empire and breaking through to a 5-star Great Archmage, it was really hard to say. Cecily, my daughter, you have always been the pride of my heart. In terms of magical talent, I have never seen anyone more excellent than you. Baran encouraged. Since we all need time, then implement it according to your plan. Each takes what they need. However, be careful in everything, especially with Harvey. You still need to guide him more. Hearing Baran's agreement, Cecily breathed a sigh of relief and nodded heavily. Rest assured, Father. Currently, although Alexander has great potential, information is his weakness. At that time, I will try my best to give him help and guidance. Ha ha ha, not bad. It is only right to give him some guidance. I like the grass hung in front of a donkey. Yes, father. I heard that the sea race is about to launch an attack on Dragonfallen City this time. I can tell him this news as soon as possible. The corners of Cecily's mouth curled up. Go on. Go on, don't let our little prince be too idle. You have all grown up, and the future of the Ulco Empire depends on you. The new site of the Dwarf Blacksmith Guild in Parker City. Alexander had originally intended to accompany Seymour to familiarize him with the city streets and feel the atmosphere of the Parker City blocks, and then take Seymour and his group to the Lord's mansion for a meal. At this moment, however, he was forcibly pulled by Seymour to the new site of the Blacksmith's Guild. Looking at the high-walled courtyard built of cement and crystal sand bricks, Seymour could not hide his excitement. He jumped off the carriage in one step and impatiently entered the guild courtyard. The courtyard paved with cement was flat and broad, covering a full 10 acres. On both sides of the entrance were a 3-story office building and a 2-story underground secret vault, followed by warehouses and dormitory buildings. Beside them were a water storage tank and a water purification array. Further inside was an open-air storage area for mineral materials. On the right side further in were rows of precision forging rooms. Each forging room had a furnace, a workbench, and a small purification water tank. Opposite the rows of forging rooms was a massive workshop, fully equipped with various machine tools, forging machines, hoisting cranes, and so on. Ha ha ha, good, good. Seymour grinned all the way, touching this and patting that, as happy as a child who had received a new toy. Behind him, the other newly arrived dwarves and goblins were also scratching their heads in excitement, stroking and worshipping the new types of machinery. Chapter 240 Heartfelt Intentions. Your Highness, I feel like I've come home. I want to stay here for the rest of my life. Seymour walked into the largest precision forging room, stroking an ancient, heavy, oval furnace that had just been installed, a trace of emotion faintly appearing in her eyes. This furnace had been moved from the Dwarf Guild. It was an heirloom passed down through generations of the dwarf race, the most cherished object of every dwarf patriarch, and a mirror witnessing the rise, fall, honor, and hardships of the dwarf race. It carried the distilled lifeblood of every generation of dwarven masters. Furthermore, the materials used for it were above 4 stars. Because of the several magic arrays sketched on this furnace, Alexander could only slightly distinguish one 4-star fire resistance enchantment array. He couldn't understand the others at all. Seeing Seymour's reaction, Alexander felt happy for her, and at the same time, happy for the people of his territory. To develop the territory and let the people live good lives, mechanical engineers like Seymour, Barnum, Robinette, and Nilai the Goblin were absolutely treasure-level talents. Now seeing that Seymour could identify with this place, he felt relieved. However, perhaps infected by Seymour's emotions, he also felt a bit homesick. It had been a year since he came to this world. He wondered how his family on Earth was doing. Had time smoothed over the sorrow? Fortunately, he still had 2 younger brothers, both of whom were better than him. And regarding this body, although he had perfectly merged with everything, he still felt some guilt toward Wood's family. After all, he had taken over this body and was enjoying the love from Wood's family that was originally meant for the original Alexander Bartuk, and even the love from Barryman's family was the same. Although he was just an otaku mechanical dog in his previous life, as an emotionally sound person, he wasn't cold-hearted. So he had been silently doing his best to make amends. He felt he was taking quite good care of Barryman's family now, but Wood's family was beyond his reach. Part of the reason was his strength, and another part was the limited interaction. Ever since Cecily informed him of the crisis in Dragonfallen City, a weight had been pressing on his heart. After all, besides being the second gateway to the Northlands, Dragonfallen City was also the backyard of Linshantown, where Guinevere was located. Once Dragonfallen City fell, Linshantown would surely become an isolated island. By then, even if he wanted to save it, he feared it would be too late. But going to Dragonfallen City for rescue meant fighting sea beasts. Although he had luckily won the battle at Crystal City against Shaman, he knew in his heart that it was actually an escape. Now, going to rescue meant facing them head-on. If one's strength was insufficient, no matter how clever the strategy, it was all nonsense. Your Highness, are you worried about the gunship? Don't worry, with me and my big sister here, we guarantee we can build a gunship that satisfies you within a month. Barnum felt warm inside seeing Seymour like this, and he was even more grateful to Alexander. Alexander was definitely a great benefactor for the changes the dwarf race experienced today. However, turning around and noticing Alexander was spacing out, he thought it must be because of the news Cecily had shared, so he offered his assurance. I know. I'm just a little worried. Alexander nodded with a smile. Winter is coming. It's not just the gunship that needs to be rushed. Food, clothing, and other supplies for the rescue of Dragonfallen City and Linshantown also need massive preparation. This requires expanding factories and adding equipment, so time is very tight. Originally, since Aunt Seymour just arrived, I wanted to let her and the other dwarf brothers catch their breath for a while, but the current situation. Your Highness, do you look down on us dwarves? Before Alexander could finish, Seymour suddenly turned around and interrupted with a stern face. Although she had to look up at Alexander, Seymour's presence was like an explosive bear as she said deeply, Your Highness, we dwarves have been born accompanied by the baptism of war since the first generation. Hard work, exhaustion, and forging without sleep are commonplace for us. This is our heritage and our belief. Now that we have such a good forging environment, we will only work harder at forging. How could we crave comfort? This is not just to carry on our spirit, but also to repay you. The ideal you mentioned before about making everyone happy, I didn't understand it at first, and I didn't even agree with it. But now that I've seen Parker City and seen the desert turn into an oasis, I've changed. changed my mind. I think that ideal you spoke of has hope. So I hope our dwarf race can contribute to it, to take a gamble for that ideal of happiness you mentioned. Right, Your Highness, we aren't afraid of hardship or exhaustion. We can start working right now. At this time, the other dwarves around, whether newcomers or those following Barnum, were all high-spirited. Your Highness, it's not just us dwarves. Great Elder Robinet will have the same idea. You don't need to worry too much at all. Barnum's eyes were bright, and his voice was deep and powerful. Looking at this group of rugged men, each with simple and clean gazes, Alexander admitted he was moved. For a long while, he didn't speak, only sincerely making eye contact and nodding to every dwarf brother present. Then he said loudly, "Good. We'll have a meal in a bit, prepare well, rest for a night, and then start the big job tomorrow. Ha ha ha, good. That's the way. Let's get to work. Let's do this. Long live Your Highness." Late at night, after arranging things for the dwarf race and discussing the matters of reinforcing Dragonfallen City with Andrew and the other lords, Alexander finally returned to his room. Standing by the third-floor window, he looked through the glass at the brightly lit streets. Although the desert nights were cold, the citizens who wanted to earn extra money still hadn't rested. Some were helping with construction, some were in the nursery area cultivating magic herbs, some were in the textile factory spinning and cutting thread, and some were taking advantage of their free time to learn various crafts and skills. Even Sama had taken the new dwarves and goblins, under Barnum's guidance, to the new workshop to learn about the forging and maintenance of machine tool equipment. The entire town was immersed in an orderly rhythmic atmosphere, giving Alexander a sense of accomplishment. Fortunately, Harvey didn't stuff those crooked and evil things in here, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a good atmosphere. Images of those messy, low-class establishments in Holy Fire City surfaced in Alexander's mind. Although most were driven by the hardships of life, they still made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He pulled the curtains shut with a rustle. Next was his fixed daily work and cultivation time. Currently, the Spirit Awakening magic crystals needed for the various mechanical equipment, firearms, and ammunition used and developed in the Northlands and by Urakip were all handmade by him. Even though 3-star level psychic power allowed for mass production, the demand was also massive. Therefore, he needed to make effective reserves every day, especially for the energy gathering array he had just recently mastered. He had to stock up on many just in case. Sitting cross-legged on the training mat, he took out piles of magic crystals and mithril modules from his black gold ring, then mobilized his psychic power runes to begin mass engraving. At the same time, he diverted part of his mind to cultivate the intermediate psychic power secret technique. This multitasking ability was gained after cultivating intermediate psychic power. Once his psychic power broke through to 4 stars, he would gain even stronger abilities. Spirit cultivation. I'm really looking forward to it. And the 500-year lifespan after physical sublimation. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but think of the benefits gained after the intermediate psychic power reached 4 stars, and a wave of longing rose in his heart. At that time, besides the corresponding increase in perception and control, the Spirit Awakening ability would undergo further changes. Spirit cultivation. According to the technique's description, after the spirit cultivation skill was performed, it could allow an object to develop a trace of sentience with a certain probability. And this sentience, according to his deduction, definitely wasn't the kind of will from the initial Spirit Awakening. It would likely be similar to the simple calculations of smartphones from his previous life. But even so, it was extremely powerful. Thinking of CNC machine tools and automated equipment, that would be a qualitative leap. He had even fantasized about drones, satellites, and other equipment. Strength is always the guarantee for living and working in peace. To develop the territory, improving strength is the fundamental basis. Chapter 241 Underwater Breathing Equipment. 2 hours later, looking at the small mountain of Spirit Awakening magic crystals and energy gathering array modules in front of him, Alexander nodded in satisfaction. He stowed them all into his black gold ring and ended his psychic power cultivation for the day. Sensing his sea of consciousness, where his psychic power had expanded into something like a pond and grown even further, he felt full of energy. This pure psychic power allowed him to remain invigorated even without sleep. After stretching his muscles and practicing with his great broadsword for an hour, he used a cleaning magic array to remove the sweat and grime. Only then did he approach the workbench, opening the mechanical blueprints he had prepared earlier along with several blocks of 3-star mithril, lightning assault rifle, barrier suffocation gun, ice spike shotgun, and the fine-tuned, silenced, improved version of the tornado thruster for the landing assault boats. It's still not enough. Looking at the blueprints and the various magic arrays stored in his mind, Alexander frowned slightly. Fireball spell arrays, impact barrier arrays, levitation arrays, concealment formations, quicksand magic arrays, and various enchantment arrays. Although he had mastered dozens of arrays, his collection of 3-star water element arrays was pitifully small. With the mission to reinforce Dragonfallen City and fight the Sea Beast army approaching, water element arrays were absolutely essential. At the same time, he needed to train an elite navy as quickly as possible. This required drawing troops from Kitchi. However, most of the troops Kitchi trained were demi-human races. Without the sublimation of a soul magic array, high-quality equipment was vital if they were to fight powerful sea beasts. They lacked the geographical advantage and the numerical superiority of troops. Although morale was high, no one was foolish enough to simply send men to their deaths. Currently, the only way to overcome their disadvantage was to strengthen their equipment. As for water element arrays, the territory doesn't lack 3-star grand mages of that element. But if we're talking about someone who truly masters 3-star water magic, I'm afraid I'll have to find that water element archmage Odink by Cecily's side. Recalling the 4-star black water ball Odink had shown off in front of him before, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Alexander's mouth. As long as I can contact him, I'm not worried about getting it. But for now, I need to develop a little gadget first. To form an elite navy, a frogman unit is indispensable. I hope this little thing can help me cultivate a special frogman unit. 3 days passed in a flash. The Kesuli Rolling Dragon River Dam Reservoir, rumble. The massive tornado thrusters roared continuously as 3 desert ships conducted landing simulation drills in the rapids and shoals. Stand up straight, all of you. Nage Haw, tie everyone to the railings, one by one. You're an absolute disgrace to us barbarians. Moganda, bare-chested and wearing only a pair of beast-hide shorts, stood on the deck of the desert ship, berating his seasick subordinates with frustration. Especially Nadley and Vice Captain Tidata. Since that day they had vomited from seasickness in public. Moganda hadn't been able to hold his head up high in front of Captain Longby and Augusta during the recent strategy meetings for reinforcing Dragonfallen City. In the past at Holy Fire City, he was a domineering tyrant. Now, a simple boat ride had caused him to lose face completely. Moreover, they were heading to Dragonfallen City to face sea beasts. It was obvious Alexander didn't really want to give him combat missions, and how could Moganda stand for that? I don't believe it. We're invincible on land, yet we can't even ride a boat. Nage Haw, train them well, train them to death. If anyone dares to slack off or complain, give them the ice and fire treatment. This time, His Highness intends to give our unit the slots for the Frogman Special Operations Team. If you don't train until you're competent and you make me lose face, I'll chew you up alive. Yes, Commander. Nage Haw's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned to look at his brothers in arms tied to the railing posts and said with a squinting smile, brothers, you saw it too. It's not that I'm cruel, it's just that military orders must be obeyed. Get lost. Nage Haw, if you dare to. Bleg. Ugh, stop talking, just endure it. Bleg. Not far away, on the newly reconstructed reservoir dam, Alexander watched Moganda's hopping mat shouting with interest. Captain Longby and Augusta, who were accompanying him, also observed with faint smiles on their faces. Your Highness, it's been 3 days. As you can see, my Mastiff clan has an absolute advantage when it comes to aquatic warfare. After watching for a while, Captain Longby subconsciously exchanged a look with Augusta. He gestured toward the base of the dam where 2 squads of Mastiff soldiers were conducting underwater combat drills. Look at them. Whether it's underwater concealment or crossing rapids, these boys are battle-tested elites. Don't you agree? Golden hair. As he spoke, he gave Augusta a meaningful look. Augusta understood and cleared his throat. Your Highness, Commander Longby is right. On land, our Mastiff clan is indeed slightly inferior to the barbarians, but in the water, we are definitely superior. Therefore, when selecting the Frogman unit, I believe these boys should be given a chance. Alexander looked at the 2 of them, understanding their thoughts. However, he had his own plans. Without explaining much, he took a pig snout-style respirator from his black gold ring and handed it to them. Take a look at this first, then draw your conclusions. Oh, Captain Longby took the pig snout respirator with some confusion. It looked similar to the gas masks they had used before, but the seals and straps were now made of rubber, making it more airtight and comfortable. This breathing array is a bit different. It feels like, initially, looking at the exterior didn't reveal much, but when he looked at the array inscribed inside, it was clearly different from the breathing arrays they had used before. Actually, a breathing array was just a fine-tuned barrier array, acting similarly to an air sac, allowing the wearer to stay submerged for a longer period. However, the array on this pig snout respirator was clearly not a fine-tuned barrier array. Subconsciously, Captain Longby pressed the Spirit Awakening magic crystal with a hum. The array vibrated slightly, and then streams of Manu energy slowly began to diffuse out. This is an energy-gathering array. Augusta, standing beside him, noted with sharp eyes. Your Highness, this is. I understand now. Captain Longby's eyes flickered as he looked at Alexander, then he involuntarily turned toward Moganda and the barbarians, realizing Alexander's intention. Infinite energy storage. Augusta also sighed. He too understood Alexander's goal. Barbarians had a special constitution. As long as they had enough magic crystal ores to replenish their physical strength, they almost didn't need to breathe. If they wore this energy-gathering array respirator, and once they were trained to adapt to the output and supply speed of the device, they could practically eat and sleep underwater. If such a frogman unit performed a deep water infiltration and suddenly appeared behind enemy lines, with their invincible land-based explosive power, anyone they encountered would probably be driven to tears of frustration. Thinking of this, the way Captain Longby and Augusta looked at Alexander became somewhat complicated. If this thing could really be implemented, it would be a bit unfair. It felt like cheating. Fortunately, it was Alexander's idea. If an enemy had come up with something like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why are you looking at me like that? Have you reached a conclusion? Alexander took back the respirator from Captain Longby. Seeing that they were both nodding in agreement despite some lingering reluctance, he patted their arms. The situation in Dragonfallen City is complex. While the Frogman unit is a surprise force, the frontal battle is even more important. Furthermore, we need to watch out for Zeza in Crystal City and the Major Tower lurking in Golden Spike City. Dealing with them won't be easy. Suddenly, hearing Alexander mention the Mage Tower in Golden Spike City, Captain Longby and Augusta's eyes narrowed, a hint of hatred flashing within them. Rest assured, Your Highness, if the Major Tower colludes with the Orc Empire to attack, we will make sure they never return. Augusta clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. Your Highness, if it's truly the Wolf Clan cavalry that comes, please let me face them no matter what. Captain Longby gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly, recalling what he had learned from New about the Mastiff clan's past, how they were forced to break away from the Orc Empire due to betrayal. Alexander could empathize with Captain Longby's feelings. Fine, I promise you, if the Major Tower dares to launch a sneak attack while we are reinforcing Dragonfallen City, I'll leave them to you. Thank you, Your Highness. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Captain Longby snapped to attention and saluted. August, who also paid his respects. Alright, you two continue training here. I'm going to see Bradman to check on the clothing production and transport situation across the territories. I'm not sure how many more vehicles and drivers we are still lacking. Chapter 242 Crisis in Fallen Dragon City. While Alexander was busy day and night raising supplies and training troops to reinforce Dragon Fallen City. Dragon Fallen City was facing a crisis today. The cold moonlight cast upon the turbulent river surface, where shimmering phosphorescence drifted up and down with the waves. Those were the densely packed corpses of sea beasts, their hard scales emitting a chilling aura under the moonlight, while a thick stench of blood permeated the entire river. At this moment, on the river surface filled with sea beast corpses, two figures were fighting atop the water. They collided and separated intermittently, creating waves of magic and battle chi that boomed and exploded in the night, shocking the surrounding wilderness. Hee, Guinevere, I'll count this as your win today. I'll come back another day to experience your overlord sword again. Boys, retreat. The cold and cruel voice came from one of the two combatants, a 3-meter-tall giant. Under the moonlight, this giant had a pair of cold vertical pupils, and his blue skin was oily and tough, as if covered by a layer of magical film. As he spoke, his jaw opened and closed, revealing 3 rows of fine, triangular fangs inside. Shaman, you destroyed the angry water river dam today, flooded 3 towns, and killed so many people. Do you think you can just leave? Die. Guinevere shouted angrily, her eyes like knives. Battle chi erupted beneath her feet as she leapt across the waves, swinging her great sword, which was wrapped in blazing fire magic, and smashing it down toward his head. Hee, I learned this from your royal family's little prince. Besides, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Mad shark bite. As Shaman gave a mocking sneer, his arms shook slightly backward, and a 20-meter-high giant wave suddenly surged up from behind him to meet the descending great sword. Bang! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The water wave acted like a tough membrane, halting the great sword's momentum. The scorching flames contacted the icy river water, and boiling steam immediately dispersed. Feeling her vision obstructed, Guinevere's heart skipped a beat, thinking something was wrong, as expected. Ha, farewell. With a wild laugh, Shaman's voice already drifted into the distance. Bastard. Splash, splash. A surge of river currents followed, and the originally turbulent river surface receded like a tide, rushing rapidly toward Crystal City. By the time Guinevere used magic to disperse the mist, Shaman was long gone. Princess, do not pursue him, beware of an ambush. Just as Guinevere was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue the pursuit, a snow-white unicorn stepped across the waves and blocked her path. A tall knight-clad in mithril battle armor sat upon it and spoke to stop her. Dios, why stop me? If I don't take this chance to kill Shaman today, must I wait for him to recover and attack again tomorrow? Looking at the Lord of Dragon Fallen City, Count Dios Smith, Guinevere was incensed. If it weren't for the fact that he was her husband Hank's first cousin, and the sight of the pitted scars on Dios's mithril armor and his weary, sorrowful eyes, Guinevere might have given him a sword strike just now. Princess, look behind you. If you hadn't brought troops in time, I'm afraid Dragon Fallen City would be finished. Hearing this, Guinevere's face turned as dark as water. She turned around to look at Dragon Fallen City behind her, and in an instant, her heart tightened. Under the moonlight, Dragon Fallen City was a patch of blood red. Even though the river water that had surged to the city walls had receded, the blood red color had not been washed away. Skeletal corpses lay scattered at the base of the cold city walls, piled up to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Moreover, half of them were the elderly and youths. Broken banners on the city walls, severed limbs, and soldiers with bandages wrapped around their heads. Fewer than 100 people were left standing, and among these 100, almost none were unscathed. Even the lightest injuries were frostbite on faces and hands. Most of what they held were farm tools like hoes, pitchforks, and sickles. The best protective gear they had was a piece of damaged leather armor. Every time the sea beasts retreated, they would take the corpses of their kind with them. Otherwise, the soldiers could have processed some beast skins for warmth and defense. How many people are left? Guinevere slowly sheathed her great sword, took out the healing magic array gifted by Vaughn from her storage belt, installed a spirit awakening magic crystal, and handed it to a subordinate, reporting to the princess. There are currently fewer than 100 apprentice knights, all of whom are injured. There are 9 magic apprentices, adding in the able-bodied men and women who can fight. The total is no more than 500. Seeing her calm down, Dios breathed a sigh of relief. He dismounted and led her into the city, though his expression was very grim. What about food and magic crystals? How much longer can we hold out? Hearing Dios's summary, Guinevere also frowned deeply. Now, the reason Dragon Fallen City could hold out was no longer the courage of the soldiers, but the city's defensive magic array. Therefore, the reserve of magic crystals was of paramount importance. Dios paused, then shook his head and said, I don't know. You don't know? Hearing his answer, Guinevere's eyebrows shot up, but she immediately understood. She didn't scold him. After all, given the current situation, they were merely lingering on their last breath. The reason he said he didn't know was that he didn't know the timing or the size of the next sea beast army's arrival. Once a certain threshold was crossed, Dragon Fallen City would be like fish on a chopping block. The two fell silent for a moment as they entered the city. Wounded soldiers filled their vision, leaning against the base of the city walls, their eyes full of helplessness and despair. Princess, how much longer for the supplies and reinforcements Lord Alexander spoke of after a long silence? Dios finally asked. He was truly at his wit's end. After all, Dragon Fallen City was his territory. Not only his family but also his friends and subordinates were here. If he were truly forced to abandon the city and flee, it wouldn't just be a loss of property, it would be a heavy blow to his knightly conviction and honor. So, unless it was absolutely necessary, he was completely unwilling to evacuate. They are already on the way. I've sent Hiroti to meet them. It shouldn't take more than a few days. Guinevere was also uncertain in her heart. After all, the Mage Tower had too many little schemes. She could only hope for the best. Princess, Count Dios, we just received a message via Owl. This is an order issued by Lord Alexander a few days ago, directing my regiment to allocate 100 musketeers to help defend Dragonfallen City. Please assign our tasks. At this moment, Chris ran over and presented the secret letter in her hand to Guinevere. Good. I have no objections. Guinevere gave it a brief glance and nodded in agreement. Earlier, while inspecting Linshan Town, she received word that Dragonfallen City was in danger. She immediately led soldiers to the rescue, and the ones she deployed were Chris's musketeers. After all, whether in terms of combat power or medical capability, only Chris's musketeers were the most suitable. In fact, even if Alexander hadn't arranged for the troops, she would have taken the initiative to leave a squad of musketeers to help with the defense. Commander Chris, thank you for your hard work. Please temporarily take command of the city defense troops. Here is the token. Dios also very decisively handed over the city defense command token. In truth, although they were called city defense troops, there were only a few of them left, and all were wounded. Once the battle truly began, they would have to rely on Chris alone. As she watched Chris leave to fulfill her orders, a hint of worry flashed in Guinevere's eyes. Although the musketeers had strong combat power, they were fine for a short time, but for long-term combat, the supply of magic crystals was a huge issue. She knew that the magic crystals used by this equipment were specially modified. Once the supply failed to keep up, those alchemical muskets would be as useless as fire pokes. I hope Alexander's supply team can arrive in time. Not just weapons and equipment, but also food, clothing, medicine. The Northland, the former site of the Beeston Manor on Sunset Mountain, had now been transformed into a massive weaving factory. Rows of factory workshops, each covering over 1,000 square meters, housed giant alchemical looms that operated day and night. No fewer than 10,000 workers entered and exited daily. Among them were men and women, locals from Sunset Mountain, and those hired from other territories. There were humans, demi-humans, and beastmen. Everyone lived in harmony, and every face was filled with hope for their future life. Today was time for work again. The crowd gathered at the factory gates was like a school of fish swimming against the current, waiting to leap through the dragon gate. The moment the gates swung open, they surged toward their respective workshops. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 243 Attack on Kingen Road. Make way, make way, Kessiali is here to pick up goods. Make way. At that moment, a loud blast from a truck horn sounded. 40-ton alchemical heavy-duty trucks wobbled along the hard dirt road, driving up to the factory gates. Two lean and capable guards at the gate quickly trotted out of the guardhouse, shouting and using their scabbards to disperse the crowd to clear a path. Their eyes were full of envy as they watched the trucks slowly approach. Even the people pushed to the sides cast envious glances. When they saw the Kessiali royal flag emblazoned on the truck's logo, their faces were filled with reverence. Captain Baiwan, you're here. You've arrived early this time. One of the burlier guards scurried over, nodding and bowing to the short-statured Baiwan, who had rolled down the truck window. Baiwan looked down at the man and gave a slight nod. Remembering something, he picked up 2 arm-length loaves of white bread from the passenger seat and tossed them to him, saying, Kuro, looks like you've been doing well lately. You've put on some weight. Hee, Captain. It's all thanks to you for introducing me to this job. My whole family can finally get a full meal. The guard quickly caught the bread and clutched it to his chest, fearing the workers nearby might snatch his prize. He then gave Baiwan an even more fawning smile before turning back to the dispersed crowd, shouting again to widen the path. Baiwan watched indifferently, feeling no urge to mock the man, only reflecting on the choices he had made back then. Since the battle in the Bor-Inia territory, where his undercover mission failed and he was captured by Augusta, he and Bading had chosen to surrender. In terms of seniority within Kessiali's development, he was actually more of a veteran than his former master, Lord Lyre. However, because he surrendered early, the old subordinates from Sunset Mountain looked down on him, believing he had disgraced the spirit of knighthood. For instance, these 2 guards were once his subordinates and used to hold him in contempt. But after the pair of unfortunate brothers, Lord Lyre and Knight Lanon, also surrendered, things underwent a subtle change, especially after the disaster, when Alexander Bartuk issued an order giving these surrendered soldiers opportunities. He, as the knight who had joined the ranks earliest, had priority and an information advantage. Thus, he decisively chose the transport team under Abat Sawar, becoming one of the pioneers of a new profession in Kessiali. The truck driver. The vehicle slowly moved forward, entered the factory area, and parked directly at the warehouse. Orc stevedores, who had been waiting there for a long time, immediately began loading crates of clothing onto the truck. This time, he had received an emergency transport mission to deliver relief supplies to Dragonfallen City. Despite the long journey and the potential dangers, Baiwan accepted the task without hesitation. Not for anything else, but for the glory in his heart, the glory of being a Kessiali truck driver. It sounded a bit ridiculous, but to Baiwan, it was a conviction. During this time, he traveled almost every day across the various territories of the north, transporting relief supplies. Wherever he went, he received extraordinary hospitality from the local commoners and even the lords and nobles. That sense of pride and glory was something he had never experienced in his life. He was even certain that his former lord, Lord Lyre, never received such treatment. Of course, he also understood that this glory wasn't due to his personal strength, but the importance of his profession. So, no matter how dangerous Dragonfallen City was, he was determined to venture there. Furthermore, this transport came with extra subsidies and high compensation. Even if he died, he would be granted the title of martyr. Stop overthinking. I wasn't afraid when I was an undercover agent. This is just transporting goods, and there's military protection, so it'll definitely be fine. Besides, I heard His Highness already sent the Major Xiu with a transport team earlier, and I haven't heard of any danger. Baiwan leaned back in the cabin, chewing on dried meat. his eyes drifting toward the clouds in the southern sky, 2,000 li north of Dragonfallen City, on Kingen Road. The transport team led by Ishiroti moved slowly. It had been nearly half a month since they left Linshantown because there were many supplies this time, dozens of wagons filled with soul crystals, recording stones, sound recording stones, and so on. Their progress was very slow. Moreover, they had to stay on guard against sneak attacks from the mage tower along the way, making their speed even slower. Strangely, although they encountered a few petty thieves on the journey, they were all insignificant characters. The fierce mage tower bandits from before seemed to have vanished entirely. Grand Mage Ishiroti, once we pass through that woodland ahead, we'll reach the Kingen Road intersection. Further north, we'll truly be entering the northern territories. It's getting late. I suggest we rest in the clearing ahead and pass through the woods tomorrow. Taro nudged his flame beast's head and approached Ishiroti's carriage to speak. Ishiroti peeked her head out of the carriage, glanced at the dense forest ahead, and then nodded. For this supply escort, Guinevere had ultimately added her chief 3-star Silver Knight, Taro, as a final push to secure northern passage. Commander Taro, was the last shipment of goods intercepted here? Should you send someone to scout the surroundings and check if the Kesuli supply team has arrived? Rest assured, Your Excellency Grand Mage, I have already sent men to. Commander, they're here. Just as Taro was reassuring Ishiroti, a small squad of patrol soldiers suddenly galloped out of the distant forest, shouting happily toward them while waving a Kesuli messenger flag. Who's here? They are. Seeing the flag in the soldier's hand, Taro was momentarily stunned. Then his face filled with joy. It must be Prince Alexander's supply team. He glanced at Ishiroti and prepared to go meet them. But at that moment, Ishiroti flew out of the carriage in a flash, blocking Taro, and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, be careful. Take them down. Form a formation. Enemy attack." What? Startled, Taro yanked his mount to a halt. He looked at the patrol squad he had sent out and observed the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. This caused him to look at Ishiroti in confusion. Above us, ignoring his daze, Ishiroti immediately cast a defensive barrier over the convoy, which was forming a circle, then launched a chain of ice crystals to bind the approaching patrol squad. Crack, crack, crack. The 5 patrolmen were only apprentice knights and had no time to dodge. They were instantly sealed by the 3-star ice crystal chains. Unexpectedly, once sealed, their bodies rapidly shriveled up, turning into 5 skin-wrapped skeletons in the blink of an eye. Taro hadn't stopped her, but he was still somewhat displeased by Ishiroti's actions. After all, they were his men. However, upon seeing the transformation of the 5 patrolmen, his pupils constricted. This symptom reminded him of demons. Everyone, take up your weapons and prepare for battle. In an instant, Taro's face changed drastically. He drew his knight's lance and followed Ishiroti's gaze toward the sky. The previously hesitant cavalry unit now tensed up as if facing a formidable foe. Everyone finally saw over 20 black dots rapidly enlarging in their field of vision. Little beauty, I didn't expect you to see through it. Then we'll just have to do it the hard way. It'll be much less fun. Whoosh. A gale kicked up dust that filled the air, accompanied by several cold, eerie laughs. Over 20 powerful individuals in black hooded robes hovered before the crowd. The leader among them slowly lowered his hood, revealing the face of a man in his 30s with a pale, beardless complexion and sinister eyes. He was the one who had just spoken. Chapter 244 George's Resurrection. Ice Crystal Chains. To capture the leader, Ishiroti waited for the newcomer to reveal his face before launching her magic by surprise. The mana fluctuations of these 20-odd people were all at the 3-star level. The sinister man speaking before her, in particular, gave her a strong sense of unease and pressure despite being a 3-star himself. Ha ha ha, are you scared? Interesting. I love seeing that expression. Kill everyone else, but leave this little beauty for me to handle personally. The sinister man gave a wicked laugh while ordering his companions behind him. He lightly raised his hand and released a thorn whip. Like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, it lashed out to meet the ice crystal chains in a flash with a soft thud. And without any resistance or mana fluctuation, it was as easy as a steel whip shattering snow. After destroying the ice crystal chains, the thorn whip continued its momentum, lashing toward Ishiroti's cheek. Slap. The 3-star barrier suddenly lit up, and the thorn whip recoiled without success. However, Ishiroti's expression became extremely grim. Only she knew that in that simple exchange just now, she had been completely suppressed, especially regarding the 3-star barrier before her. If she hadn't exerted her utmost effort to maintain it, that single strike would have definitely shattered it. The man opposite her was very strong, definitely far exceeding the 3-star level, but that wasn't the scary part. What was truly frightening, or rather disgusting, was the man's sinister gaze. One didn't even need to guess. Falling into his hands would surely be a fate worse than death. Watch out. At that moment, the cavalry unit behind her, besieged by the other black hooded figures, had already begun to suffer casualties. Even with their combined attack techniques, they were no match for the sheer crushing force of higher levels. Even though Taro's spear technique was astonishing at the 3-star silver rank, he was currently fighting 1 against 3, and wounds had appeared on his arms and back. Fortunately, the wagon convoy, which had formed a circular formation, was not immediately breached thanks to the support of defensive barriers and alchemical muskets. A golden magic circle lit up beneath each wagon, rotating slowly. Together, all the vehicles formed a massive mana halo to protect the entire convoy. However, at this rate of spirit awakening magic crystal consumption, they certainly couldn't hold out for long. Little beauty, do you still have the mind to worry about others? Come and hit me. Don't stop. Come and hit me. The sinister man didn't seem to care about his subordinates' affairs at all. Or perhaps everything was under his control. He now walked forward step by step with utter audacity, as if intending to reach out and seize Ishiroti directly. This action made Ishiroti's pretty face flush with anger, but she quickly calmed herself down. She understood that a head-on clash was no match for him. She had to use her wits. The best course of action now was to stall him and find a way. Who exactly are you? With your strength, you can't be a nobody in the major tower. Why engage in such petty and thieving acts? Using a levitation spell, Ishiroti drifted toward the edge of the forest while simultaneously encircling the man with a wall of fire. It's useless. Fire is useless against me. With a pop, he grabbed and burst the wall of fire. The sinister man's figure blurred as he caught up, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. Little beauty, I know you're trying to stall for time, but I have plenty of time to play with you. I like playing slowly. My name is George Angel. I'm sure you've heard of my great name. I guarantee it. George Angel? Ishiroti frowned slightly. The name felt familiar, yet blurry, and she couldn't quite place it. Her hands didn't stop, however, as she launched another ice spike spell. What? You haven't heard my name? This time, George didn't even bother to block, smashing the ice spikes directly with his body. He seemed to care deeply that someone might not know his name. Seeing that Ishiroti couldn't remember, he couldn't help but emphasize again. Think carefully. I am the Grand Mage of the Royal Capital's Mage Tower, George Angel. You have definitely heard my name. Royal Capital Mage Tower, George. Wait, could you be? Suddenly, Ishiroti seemed to recall something incredible. Her pupils constricted violently as she looked at the sinister-eyed man before her, her heart filled with shock and fear. Remembered now? Ha ha ha. That's right, it's me, George Angel, back from the dead. Ha ha ha. Seeing the terror in Ishiroti's eyes, George became instantly excited. With a flip of his palm, mana surged forth, and countless whips of thorns pounced toward Ishiroti like a plague of wild pythons. In an instant, a gloomy aura filled the air, completely trapping Ishiroti within torch of the burning heavens. Feeling the sky-blotting pressure, Ishiroti dared not hold back any longer, surging her mana to fight for her life. She had heard of this George's character. After all, as the first mage to be publicly executed by the royal family, it was hard not to be famous. Although she didn't know how he had survived, falling into the hands of such a person would be an absolute nightmare. Rumble. A massive pillar of fire shot into the sky, erupting from Ishiroti like a volcanic burst. Scorching air currents rolled and flames soared upward, attempting to tear an opening through the swarming whips of thorns. Boom. The fire pillar crashed into the cage of thorns, making the earth tremble. Unfortunately, the cage of thorns remained unmoved. Not even a single spark was struck from it. It's useless. Your strength is too weak. Try harder. Ha ha ha. Feeling the mana backlash, blood welled up in Ishiroti's throat, but her gaze hardened. Since she was going to die either way, she might as well give it her all. These whips of thorns weren't afraid of fire at all. Their surfaces seemed to be coated in a transparent membrane emitting strange mana fluctuations. When the flames touched these membranes, they made a sizzling sound, and their mana was sucked dry, weakening the power of the fire. Is my strength too weak? Then I'll do as you say and try harder. Gritting her teeth, Ishiroti pulled 3 scrolls from her storage bracelet in one go and tore them all open decisively. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions roared like the thunder god's wrath. The power released by the 3 fire element scrolls caused the crimson flames within the cage of thorns to suddenly turn incandescent white. Not only did the heat melt the soil and sand beneath her feet, but the blooming white light was enough to blind a low-level mage. Now it's getting interesting. George felt the tremors transmitted through the whips of thorns as the compressed area slowly expanded. As Ishiroti burned her mana recklessly, the whips of thorns also emitted a grating, ear-piercing sound. However, George did not become wary. Instead, watching Ishiroti's desperate struggle filled him with abnormal excitement. He loved that expression. Little beauty, try a bit harder, bastard. This old lady will take you down with me. She was, after all, a noble mage in her 30s who was usually treated with great respect. She had never encountered such a pervert. Ishiroti's perception swept through her storage bracelet, landing on a teleportation scroll inside, which made her hesitate for a moment. If she really fled like this, her lifelong reputation would be ruined. But more importantly, there was Guinevere's heavy trust and the lives of those behind her. Forget it. Taking a few of them with me is worth it. At least it'll pave the way for the next transport. It's just a shame I won't get to see Guinevere cry for me. The thought flashed by as she prepared to take out a golden scroll next to the teleportation scroll. This was a 4-star scroll, solar lava. Once activated, everything within a 1-mile radius would be turned into a lava hell. Anyone below the 3-star level would absolutely be blasted into dust. Little beauty, actually, I've been curious. How did you see through those soldiers just now? Just as Ishiroti was about to take out the scroll, George's voice interrupted her. Originally, Ishiroti didn't want to say anything, but thinking that she was going to die anyway, her mindset became calm. She deliberately looked at him as if he were an idiot and sneered, HMPH, don't you think the forest was too quiet? George was stunned for a moment, then he understood. Whether it was the patrol soldiers riding by or the arrival of the supposed supply team, passing through the woods would have caused a commotion. At the very least, the birds wouldn't have been so peaceful. Since the forest had remained silent until now, even a fool could guess something was wrong. I didn't expect the little beauty to be so observant. I like it, but your fire starting skills still need improvement, otherwise, chirp, chirp, flap, flap. Suddenly, just as George was about to continue his teasing, the previously silent forest erupted into a frenzy. Countless birds took flight, their wings fluttering, and the silhouettes of small animals could be seen fleeing through the trees. Immediately following that was the rumbling roar of a mechanical engine, rapidly approaching. Clouds of dust billowed up, rolling out from the forest. Chapter 245 Meeting the Enemy. The sudden commotion momentarily disrupted the rhythm of the battle, and both sides almost subconsciously stopped their actions. Not only did Ishiroti stop her movement to retrieve the golden scroll, but Taro behind her also took the opportunity to call the cavalry to retreat into the carriage defense circle to catch their breath. George and his group of companions, however, didn't seem to care much about the movement in the woods. It was as if in their eyes, no matter who came, the result would be the same. They had that level of confidence. Run. When the first lance warrior, bearing the banner of the Kesuli royal family, leapt out of the woods, a flash of despair crossed Ishiroti's eyes, and she let out a hoarse, lung-tearing roar of warning. However, that lance warrior didn't seem to have any intention of turning around. Instead, after seeing the scene on the field, the driver slammed on the gas and charged over. In particular, the lean demi-human leading them, who slowly stood up from the passenger seat, sporting a messy, bird's nest-like hairstyle, saw his eyes turn red the moment he spotted George. Hermaphrodite, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Truly, a leopard can't change its spots. Are you bullying women again? Uxiu, hearing that familiar and piercing nickname, caused the corner of the previously disdainful George's mouth to twitch. When he clearly saw the newcomer on the vehicle, he was also momentarily stunned. But he immediately sneered, it seems your claws are itching again. Though, your hairstyle is quite novel. I'll help you take care of it in a moment. Hee. Thank you for the compliment. On the other hand, the stitching job after you were split open by the thunder split is quite good. Not a single scar left. I wonder if it starts itching during rainy days? Uxiu. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. As Uxiu jumped off the vehicle, the Gatling gun on the lance warrior had already had its safety switched off. Simultaneously, one alchemical warrior after another arrived from behind, naturally forming a combat formation. Defensive barriers were activated, and the muzzles flickered with dark magical power, locking onto all the black hooded figures in the field. Meanwhile, two squads of boar warriors, led respectively by Babcock and Bissell, activated their 3-star mechanical exoskeletons and lurked on both sides of the dense forest, ready to strike and rescue at any moment. Are you all stupid? Hurry up and escape. These people are dangerous. Ishiroti was struggling to hold on, her arms beginning to tremble. But seeing so many vehicles suddenly flooding in, especially the logistics vehicles carrying supplies that were still entering one after another, she was both anxious and angry. Now, she even hesitated about the idea of using the golden scroll to perish together with the enemy. The cost was too high. However, she couldn't explain this thought clearly to the other party. She could only rely on shouting and gesturing with her eyes. Surely the situation on the field should be obvious, right? After all, the battle was completely one-sided. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that. Moreover, anyone with a bit of common sense could see that both she and Taro were at the 3-star level. Now that the two of them had been beaten to such a state, didn't these dummy humans from Kesuli realize anything at all? Or did they think that just because they held alchemical muskets, they were invincible in the world? If that were the case, it would be truly laughable. It wasn't as if she hadn't seen the musketeers under Chris before. Moreover, behind her, there were over 100 muskets hidden within the carriage defense circle. If these things were truly that invincible, she wouldn't be suffering all sorts of humiliation from a hermaphrodite right now. In fact, Taro shared the same thoughts as Ishiroti. However, his concern wasn't for Uxiu's recklessness, but rather his heart bled as he looked at the carriage loads of life-saving supplies behind them. Those were the life-saving supplies for Dragonfallen City and Linshantown. Were they to be buried here just because of this ratkin demi-human's bravado and misjudgment? Uxiu, stop putting on an act with me. You really think I can't tell you haven't broken through to 3-star? Let me tell you, you haven't, at most. You'll just provide me with a bit of fun. Come on. Whoosh. George's figure blurred, and he was in front of Uxiu in an instant, simultaneously cutting off the magical output to the thorn cage. He wasn't worried about Ishiroti escaping now that she was at her wit's end, because he was confident he could finish off this little piece of trash. Uxiu, within 3 breaths, and then turn back to continue torturing the noble female mage. Fire. Seeing George pouncing toward him, Uxiu actually smiled. He hadn't immediately attacked his enemy just now because he was afraid of harming the hostages. But now the opportunity had come. With the command, the Gatling gun behind him suddenly erupted. Rows of 3-star explosive rounds, ice crystal spikes, and water dragon cannons formed a dense barrage, instantly enveloping the black hooded figures in front of the carriages. Meanwhile, Uxiu waved his hand to cast an alchemical shield on himself, simultaneously activating a levitation array to retreat backward. Trying to run? Too late. Seeing Uxiu's move, George was slightly stunned, but he immediately cast a levitation spell on himself as well and continued the pursuit. As for those alchemical muskets, although he felt that their magical fluctuations had reached the 3-star level, he only gave a cold snort, not caring in the slightest. Puff, puff, puff. Ha ha ha, it's useless, a bunch of ants. This is nothing more than a tickle to us. The dense magic bullets exploded and roared against the black hooded figures, some even piercing through them. However, these black hooded figures seemed completely unafraid. Not only did they feel no pain, but their wounds also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? These are demons. Ishiroti and Taro, along with the others hiding within the carriage defense circle, all had expressions of shock. Even though they had guessed the identities of these people before, seeing it confirmed now still made their hearts race with fear. However, one thing caused Ishiroti's heart to stir. The power of these new alchemical muskets was unusually strong. They could actually penetrate the bodies of these demons. One had to know that a demon's body was something that crushed knights of the same level, and they possessed extremely strong regenerative abilities. The muskets they had brought before were completely unable to break through the enemy's defense. If it weren't for the defensive barrier she used combined with the defense array triggered by the carriages, these black hooded figures would have succeeded long ago. And now, looking at them, although these black hooded figures hadn't suffered many casualties, their combat rhythm was clearly disrupted. The magical fluctuations around them also showed signs of depletion, and they were currently essentially sitting ducks. They didn't care about being injured, but they were also unable to launch an effective attack. Aim for their heads. A demon's weakness is the head. Ishiroti bit the tip off her tongue and gulped down 5 magic potions in a row, compressing the magical power in her body to the limit. With a burst of effort, she finally tore a gap in the thorn cage, but she also exhausted her last bit of strength. A strong sense of exhaustion caused bouts of dizziness, and she fell to the ground. She struggled with all her might to crawl out of the cage, shouting a warning to the other side. Shoot. Aim for their heads and hit them hard. Da-da-da. Bang, 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 bang. The magic bullet barrage surged again, but this time, the trajectories clearly had a target. Bitch, you're looking for death. The boar warriors, having received the tip, went full throttle with their firepower, and the situation on the field changed abruptly. The black hooded figures, who had previously only casually protected their heads from attacks, were now forced to defend constantly. This left them both shocked and furious, wishing they could tear Ishiroti to pieces. However, with their bodies completely exposed under the muzzles, even with their regenerative abilities, they couldn't deploy their movement techniques. Moreover, there was ultimately a limit to this constant self-repair. I hope they can hold on a bit longer. Ishiroti prayed silently, looking at the situation of the black hooded figures, and then at Taro and the carriage team. She felt her eyelids as heavy as lead. She knew this might not be a long-term solution. She knew the consumption rate of muskets, and with the muskets Kesielai brought this time, their power had certainly reached the 3-star level, so the consumption could be imagined. But delaying for a moment was still delaying. What she had to do was crawl further away and then wait for an opportunity. Looking at the golden scroll in her hand, a miserable smile appeared at the corner of Ishiroti's mouth, but then her eyes became firm again. With trembling arms, she crawled forcefully toward the woods. Chapter 246 Anomaly. At the same moment, on the other side, George and Deshu finally clashed above the forest. Seeing that Ishiroti had escaped and the remaining black hooded figures were being surrounded and attacked, Deshu knew it was time to finish off his opponent. George, I have waited a long time for this day. I thought you were dead and that I would never have another chance, but to my surprise, the gods have shown mercy and sent you back to me. Bang, 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 crack. 3 consecutive shots pierced the opponent's thorn cage. Eshu turned his musket, raised his hand to condense an alchemical barrier above his head to block George's sneak attack, and immediately pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. Eshu, it's useless. Don't think we haven't studied the alchemical muskets in your hands. Let me tell you, if we compare endurance, you will definitely die. The penetrating wound on his chest slowly healed, and there was a clear hint of anger in George's eyes. It wasn't that he feared their muskets, but he felt very annoyed. After all, these things could indeed threaten them, but he also knew that the key to the muskets was the magic crystal. As soon as the magic crystal was exhausted, this thing would just be a fire poker. Therefore, the final result would not change. It was just delaying his time, or one could say it would still disgust him for a while before it ended. However, the following battle greatly exceeded his expectations, and one could say it exceeded the expectations of everyone except those on Eshu's side. The dense sound of gunfire was like a rushing river, continuous and endless, as if it were being released without pause across this open ground. Eshu's musket was also firing continuously like a storm, as if ammunition cost nothing. The sky above the forest was like the sky during a festival when fireworks are set off, brilliant and filled with light. For a full hour, the sun had even set, and George's eyes were blurred, yet he hadn't managed to get out of the firework rain, let alone get close to Eshu. Instead, his black hooded robe was in tatters. When the night wind blew, it turned into scattered moths, which were then turned to ash by the flaming bullets that continued to explode around him. How is this possible? George felt his breathing was a bit chaotic. There were still 10 bullet holes on his body recovering slowly, but the speed was significantly slower than before. But Eshu, who was running around in the forest and shooting on the move, showed no signs of weakening firepower. On the contrary, he seemed to be getting more excited the longer he fought. He wanted to dive down and give this damned rat a hard blow, but this rat was as cunning and timid as a mole. Even though he clearly had the upper hand, he still tried every possible way to ambush him. Now he was like a hammer in a whack-a-mole game, except this hammer had no chance to fall and was being treated as a living target by the dense gunfire below. However, what made him frown even more were those few subordinates in the distance, who had already suffered casualties. He couldn't understand why, even though they were both alchemical muskets, the ones brought by Kesielai were so powerful, and why was their endurance so strong. It had been almost an hour, and not a single musket had changed its magic crystal. Instead, he caught a glimpse of some of these boar warriors chatting and slacking off while firing. He even caught sight of Taro and the other cavalrymen who were originally hiding behind the carriages eating bread. As for the little beauty Ishiroti, whom he was obsessed with, she had long since recovered her strength and was now leaning against the edge of the forest picking her ear, as if this battle had nothing to do with her. This made George feel more and more furious the more he thought about it. He had come here to rob and kill, not to perform a stage play to provide entertainment for everyone. He admitted that he could leave and ignore this mole digging in the forest, but he was unwilling. He hated this. The lowly little trash that he once toyed with in the palm of his hand was now teasing him like this, occasionally saying things to provoke him. Not to mention that little beauty Ishiroti, who was always using words to needle him. He knew that if he couldn't tear this pair of dogs to pieces today, he would die of frustration for the rest of his life, and he would no longer be able to call himself the Grand Mage George Angel. Yo, what's wrong, Grand Mage George Angel? Are you scared? Getting cold feet? You can't even beat a me-human. And you're still thinking about other things? You're really funny. Ishiroti retorted very opportunely. It was clear she saw that George's movements had slowed down a bit. George wanted to kill everyone, including himself. He even wanted to stab himself a couple of times. Long-standing suppression and frustration finally turned into a surge of evil fire that rushed to his head. Suddenly, he laughed in extreme anger. Ha ha ha, good. You are really seeking death. Don't suppress it anymore. Destroy this trash for me. As soon as the words fell, George no longer dodged the fireworks filling the sky, letting them explode on his body, while simultaneously issuing orders to his subordinates in the field behind him. In an instant, a strange fluctuation rippled through the field, and a heart-palpitating feeling crept into their hearts. Pop, 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 following a sound like a bubble bursting. All the demons led by George had a strange symbol light up between their eyebrows, resembling magic runes or jumping tadpole-like characters. Black energy swirled and turned into blood vessels, radiating from the center of their eyebrows throughout their entire bodies. Roar! George's face twisted, and with a violent roar, two flames could be faintly seen burning quietly deep within his pupils. He seems to be enduring extremely painful torture. Crack, crack, crack. His back swelled and wriggled, and in the blink of an eye, a pair of silver insect wings grew out. Even though the sun had set, one could still clearly see that the wings were flashing with a sharp luster, and at the same time, they were flapping at an extremely high frequency, emitting a low buzzing sound, and the surrounding air seemed to ripple. However, this was not the most worrying thing. The most worrying thing was that while the alchemical muskets could cause damage before, they could no longer harm the opponent now. After George and the others mutated, their skin seemed to be covered with a layer of shiny carapace, making them impervious to blades and guns. Everyone, be careful. This is a soul sacrifice. The first to react was Ishiroti. As a 3-star Grand Mage, she didn't need to carefully observe the soul fire burning in the opponent's pupils. She could guess it just from the tyrannical aura emanating from George and the others. Her originally relaxed spirit tightened again. At the same time, she flashed to join Taro and the others, outputting magic power, desperately reinforcing the defensive array once more. The two teams of boar warriors lurking on the sides also realized something at this moment. They immediately gathered again with their squads and reformed their ranks. Defensive magic arrays rotated around the lance warriors, and the powerful magic fluctuations were more than twice as thick as before. Hee, it's useless, you little trash. All of you go to hell. Boom, boom, boom. With a sinister laugh from George, all the demons suddenly flapped their wings and moved. Because their speed was so fast, they even created sonic booms over the short distance. Even in a trance, the firing speed of the alchemical muskets couldn't keep up with their figures. Then, the defensive barrier in front of the carriages began to shake and tremble irregularly. At first, everyone thought it was unstable magic power, but they slowly realized that these demons were draining their magic power. How is this possible? Are they devils? Everyone's faces changed drastically. If this kind of mutation allowed the opponent to drain magic power, they would be exhausted to death sooner or later. Ishiroti, this can't go on. You take the people and evacuate quickly. Behind the carriages, watching the defensive barrier teetering, Taro was very anxious. While commanding the cavalry to launch a combined attack, he reminded Ishiroti, who was maintaining the magic array beside him. At this moment, anyone could see that the situation had returned to how it was before. But in Taro's mind, he was remembering the instructions Guinevere gave him when he left. Protect my best friend well and come back safely. You go back and tell Guinevere that I will definitely clear the obstacles for her. Ishiroti's eyes were determined. By now, she was very clear about one thing. George and his gang in front of them must be eradicated, otherwise tens of thousands of people in Linshantown and Dragonfallen City would only be waiting to die. And currently, given the strength of George's gang, she and Taro were the only ones Linshantown and Dragonfallen City could send to compete with them. So if they fled this time, there would be no chance next time. No matter what, she had to take them down today. Of course, she also knew that the only trump card to defeat the opponent was to perish together. As for that teleportation scroll, let it go to hell. Lord Ishiroti, I am a knight. Loyalty and sacrifice are my beliefs. Do you want me to betray my faith? You go quickly. Her Highness the Princess wants you to see her alive. Taro roared, his eyes full of anger, not just anger at the enemy, but also at Ishiroti's humiliation of him. Guinevere. Ishiroti was slightly stunned. The image of the day she was forced to suffer a setback flashed in her mind, her eyes slightly red, but then she gritted her teeth and said sternly, I must stay. This George must be eliminated. This is the only way for Linshantown and Dragonfallen City to survive. Bastard. Taro cursed inwardly. Looking at the demons constantly draining magic power and the precarious defensive barrier, his pupils turned blood red. Finally, he steeled his heart and shouted sternly, brothers, for Linshantown, for Her Highness the Princess, kill, loyalty, bravery, sacrifice, honor. Chapter 247 4-star magic. On the other side of the battlefield, half of the woods had already been uprooted by George. At this moment, Uxiu was hiding like a rat crossing the street, gradually moving a full mile away from the carriage convoy. He was in a wretched state, panting slightly. The clothes on his back had long been shredded, and his flesh was mangled and torn, showing obvious marks from a whip. He didn't dare stop. He looked back from time to time to check the distance while constantly firing at George, who was pursuing him relentlessly from the sky. At the same time, he felt for the second stage operation button beneath the musket's safety. When the energy gathering array fully released its explosive power, its strength would be comparable to a quasi 4-star level, and he wasn't confident he could control it. The initial tests were personally conducted by Alexander, so Uxiu didn't know how much of a backlash his body would suffer from using the musket to trigger quasi 4-star power. However, after the test ended, Alexander had solemnly warned him never to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. 30 seconds should be enough, and at this distance, it's about right. Step. Uxiu took a deep breath, stopped his pace, slowly turned around, and raised the muzzle of his gun. Seeing the little rat below suddenly slam on the brakes, George almost flew past him. He gritted his teeth and performed a mid-air turn to shed his momentum. What? Giving up? That's no fun. Weren't you quite smug just now? George narrowed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. He found no ambush, and the little rat below indeed had erratic breathing. I'm tired. I'll give you a quick end now. Any last words? Uxiu slowly pressed the button under the musket's safety to trigger the charge. What? Give me a quick end? Me? Have you been scared, stupid? Ha ha ha. George was stunned for a moment, pointed at his own nose, and then burst into wild laughter, looking at Uxiu as if he were a fool. However, his wild laughter didn't last long. It slowly turned into a dry laugh, then an awkward chuckle, then a twitch, and finally, his expression became serious. The pupils of his eyes shrank to the size of needlepoints as he looked at Uxiu. An obscure yet powerful surge of magical fluctuations was slowly radiating with Uxiu as the center, or more accurately, the pressure was being released from the musket in Uxiu's hand. Indeed, George felt pressure from this metal alchemical object that was less than a foot long, a pressure that was lethal. How is this possible? His throat bobbed involuntarily. George couldn't understand it. He even regretted not taking the opportunity to crush the opponent just now. Clearly, the opponent hadn't run this far out of fear, but had intentionally lured him away. After all, for a weapon to threaten him after his sacrifice, its power must have reached the 4-star level. With a 4-star power release, this forest would likely be vaporized in an instant, if they hadn't run this far. Damn it, bastard. Realizing he had been played, George's fists cracked as he clenched them, but his whole body was tense, and he didn't dare move. He felt that the muzzle was like a demon's eye, staring fixedly at him. At the slightest movement, it would deliver a fatal blow. Uxiu, why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Go to hell. Boom. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me. Without giving George any time for nonsense, Uxiu coldly pulled the trigger. For a villain like George, Uxiu had nothing to talk about. A massive magic array suddenly lit up at the muzzle of the musket, measuring a full 20 meters in diameter. The magic power in the surrounding space seemed to be sucked into a vacuum, transforming into a massive pillar of fire that erupted outward. The moment George saw the massive array light up, a trace of cowardice flashed in his eyes. He shouted about fighting to the death, but his body instinctively tried to flee. However, although the array was 20 meters in diameter, the erupting pillar of fire was trumpet-shaped. There was no chance. Amidst the soaring flames, one could only see a figure desperately flapping its wings before slowly turning into nothingness. Aside from an extremely unwilling scream, not even ashes remained. This blast was like the breath of a fire dragon in the night sky, illuminating the entire heavens. Even Ishiroti and the others, who were resisting desperately a mile away and were already at their wits' end, had their grief-stricken and desperate faces lit up by the firelight. 4-star magic. Has Archmage arrived? Ishiroti's eyes flickered. She couldn't tell whose scream that was just now, and she didn't dare imagine it. After all, if Archmage really had arrived, it was hard to say which side they would be on. I don't know, but that scream just now. It couldn't have been that demi-human, could it? Taro lay on the ground, his face pale. He had been wounded while protecting Ishiroti. Now, he looked toward the forest, also unable to make up his mind. No, look at those boar warriors. Why is there no reaction? Do they not care about that demi-human's life? Moreover, the attacks from these demons have slowed down. Ishiroti keenly noticed that despite the massive commotion in the forest, the group of boar warriors opposite them seemed as though they hadn't seen a thing from beginning to end. Or rather, it was as if they had known all along. Even from the beginning when the demi-human was being chased by George, they hadn't sent anyone to reinforce him. She didn't believe these boar warriors were cold-blooded, which left only one possibility. They believed the demi-human would be fine. But how is that possible? A demi-human against a demon? The result should be obvious without even thinking, unless, Ishiroti, could they have brought a hidden Archmage expert as an escort this time? Taro seemed to have thought of something as well. I was thinking the same thing. Ishiroti turned back to meet Taro's gaze. This answer was the most likely one, and just as Ishiroti and Taro were secretly hoping for that hidden expert, the so-called expert in the woods was currently sitting on the ground, cursing. That bastard Alexander tricked me again. Is this a level of power a human can withstand? Even Moganda would be swearing if he were in my place. With a long face, Uxiu watched his fingers slowly regrowing within the 3-star healing array, grumbling in his heart. The backlash from this musket was simply perverse. It had blown his palm clean off. If he hadn't been prepared and used the 3-star healing array, he would likely have been crippled today. However, after the initial shock, he felt a sense of relief and a genuine peace of mind. He had killed George. He had killed him with his own hands. He had taken his revenge, not just for himself, but for the countless compatriots and partners who had been tortured to death by George in the Royal City's North mining area. They could now rest in peace. Thinking about it now, even if there were no 3-star healing array, even if his palm were truly ruined, he felt it was worth it. Right, I need to go check on them quickly. Struggling to his feet, Uxiu gulped down another bottle of recovery potion, identified the direction, and hurried off. Big brother, Major Uxiu won't be in trouble, will he? It's been so long without any word. Should I take some men to go look? Seeing that the demon's attacks had clearly slowed down, Bissell took the opportunity to lean in toward Babcock. He was still a bit uneasy about the pillar of fire that had erupted in the woods earlier. Although he knew the muskets they carried this time could reach quasi 4-star power once the safety was off, he was still worried. Just in case. Alright, take 5 men and go check. Although I think he should be fine, we should still be careful. Babcock thought for a moment, gave his brother a look of caution, and continued to pull the trigger at the demons in front of him. Hey, aren't you lot going to surrender? George is dead. If you don't surrender, you'll all die. Just as Bissell had finished gathering his men and was ready to move, Uxiu's figure emerged from the woods, shouting loudly at the remaining demons on the field. In an instant, the scene fell into a brief standstill. The remaining 15 demons looked at each other. Although they didn't believe the words of a demi-human, George's figure had indeed not appeared, and even his presence had vanished. On the contrary, the demi-human before them looked completely composed. Although his clothes were tattered, he was unharmed, which inevitably shook their resolve, especially when they saw out of the corners of their eyes the small movements of Ishiroti and Taro, whose gazes were constantly peering behind the demi-human as if searching for something. This also led the demons to secretly wonder, was there really a hidden expert? Chapter 248 Annihilation Retreat. One of the demons with bared fangs seemed to be the leader whose status was second only to George. Noticing that George's presence had indeed vanished, and thinking of that soaring pillar of fire with 4-star power in the woods earlier, as well as the magic power their side had currently consumed, he realized they might not gain anything by continuing the stalemate. Thus, he decisively gave the order, retreat, retreat, whoosh. With a surge of air currents, the 15 demons flapped their wings and took off, retreating rapidly into the night sky, flying a mile away in the blink of an eye. They're finally gone. Captain, we're alive. Sob. Watching the retreating demons, Ishiroti and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They collapsed onto the ground one by one, watching the black dots gradually disappear into the sky as their tense nerves finally relaxed. Some of the accompanying personnel even began to wail loudly, hee, Babcock, Bissell, aim for me. However, before Ishiroti and the others could fully relax, Uxiu's shout rang out again. What are you doing? Ishiroti and the others were startled, as if their tails had been stepped on, and they looked at Uxiu reproachfully, but Uxiu acted as if he hadn't heard them, simply installing the 3-star healing array in his hand between Babcock and Bissell. Click, click. At the same time, 2 sounds of safeties being switched off rang from the hands of the 2 Boer warrior captains. Their large-caliber muskets were aimed at the sky. 2 struts extended from the waist of their mechanical exoskeletons, providing support like a cannon mount. Meanwhile, the Boer warriors who were originally surrounding them retreated a distance, clearing an open space for the 2. Are you all crazy? Do you have to fight to the death? Completing the mission is the priority. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Ishiroti's face turned livid. If she weren't so exhausted that she was on the verge of collapse, she would have rushed over to argue with them. Fire. Boom, boom. Under the stunned and terrified gazes of Ishiroti, Taro, and the others, 2 magic light wheels 20 meters in diameter suddenly condensed at the muzzles of the muskets. Then, 2 massive trumpet-shaped blast pillars of light soared into the sky. The 15 demons, who had already shrunk into black dots, were like a swarm of small flies, instantly annihilated by the pillars of flame. Although a lucky 1 or 2 managed to be grazed by the edges, that was all. F4-star magic? This is an alchemical musket? The group led by Ishiroti immediately fell silent. Taro swallowed hard, his eyes widening so much they nearly popped out of their sockets. It seems so. Ishiroti responded with difficulty. Her fingers were trembling, a subconscious awe felt by a mage when facing high-level magic. Actually, the 2 of them were still okay. The guards who had come with them, especially the soldiers holding alchemical muskets also crafted by Kessilai, were not just stunned but also felt a deep sense of jealousy and envy. Both were alchemical muskets, but the gap between the stepchild and the biological child was simply too large and too obvious. This isn't fair. The musketeers from Linshantown had faces full of resentment. Gradually, Taro and Ishiroti also realized it, but what could they say? Moreover, there was no need to imagine a 4-star archmage anymore. Looking at these people, each holding a 4-star archmage in their hands, they felt like they were just here to provide comic relief. Bang, bang. Just then, in the sky where the firelight was gradually dissipating, 2 more gunshots inexplicably rang out. Everyone looked up to see 2 black dots falling rapidly. In less than 2 breaths, they could see clearly that those were 2 demons who had been shot in the head. They were the 2 lucky ones who had just escaped the pillar of flame. However, they had clearly been slain now. There's someone else. Everyone was astonished. This time, it wasn't just Ishiroti and her group. Uxiu and the others were also startled and quickly reformed their ranks to observe the sky. Major Uxiu, don't be nervous. It's us, Lord Lyron's Knight Lanon. His Highness ordered us to escort you all the way. Now that the mission is complete, we're going to Dragonfallen City to provide support. Goodbye, flap, flap. A squad of flying magical beasts dove down from the darkness, showed their faces in front of Uxiu, and then soared into the sky, flying toward Dragonfallen City. It's those 2. They gave us a scare. Bissell and Babcock glanced at Uxiu and grinned. HMPH, always pulling these startling surprises on me. Can't they just say things directly? This makes it so awkward for me. Uxiu grumbled as he watched the departing squad of flying magical beasts, but his heart felt warm. Next, the scene finally regained its calm. All injured personnel began to receive treatment. Uxiu, leading Babcock and Bissell, walked impatiently toward the Linshantown convoy. He sensed the presence of soul crystals, and there were 10 wagons full of them. Respected Grand Mage, may I ask if you are Her Excellency Ishiroti? Uxiu straightened his tattered alchemical robes and bowed politely to the female mage in her 30s who was scrutinizing him with a complex expression. "Ah, it's me. You must be His Highness Alexander's chief alchemy master, His Excellency Eshu Bliman. Please, there's no need for such formality. Thank you for your help. Otherwise we would have," Ishuroti said, shrugging her shoulders. Originally, she had some prejudice against him for being a demi-human, but when Uxiu took the initiative to come over and bow politely, her bit of prejudice and pride instantly vanished. So what if he's a demi-human? As long as someone has strength and is friendly, they deserve respect. "You are too modest, Your Excellency Ishuroti. Without your distraction, we wouldn't have been able to win." Uxiu felt that the other party's tone and expression had clearly changed a lot. As a demi-human who had once been heavily discriminated against, he was very sensitive to this. He had gained the other party's recognition. "Come, let me introduce them. These are two squad leaders of the 1st Battalion of my Kesuli Southern Legion, Babcock and Bissell. Those behind them are their teammates. Also, those 30 supply wagons contain food, clothing, and other materials His Highness sent to aid Linshantown." Uxiu gave a brief introduction. Ishuroti listened intently and also very solemnly extended her greetings to Babcock and Bissell one by one. At the same time, Taro, who had been lying on the ground for treatment, also struggled to get up. With the support of 2 soldiers, he walked over and solemnly gave the 3 of them a knight's salute. When their gazes fell upon the supplely wagons, their eyes lit up. It wasn't just because of the supplies, but also because of the appearance and aura of these alchemy cars. With the strength of Ishuroti and Taro, they could keenly sense the heavy armor and the obscure yet powerful magic fluctuations of these armed transport vehicles. These were all good things. Of course, what they cared about even more were the alchemical muskets on the 3 across from them, as well as the mechanical exoskeletons they hadn't paid much attention to at first. Now, they realized the terrifying power of these things. "Major Xiu, everything the princess brought for His Highness Alexander is here." Fortunately, there were no losses. Ishuroti took a deep breath, controlling her gaze and looking away from the alchemy cars and muskets. But when she saw her own dozens of old beast-drawn carts, her face turned red for no reason. It's truly the comparison that hurts. Even for transporting supplies, the gap was not just a little bit. Taro and his subordinates beside her seemed to have noticed this long ago as well, but being men, they just pretended not to see it. However, their eyes still betrayed a covetous light. "Ahem, Major Xiu, how about we first report our safety to their highnesses? I think they would also very much like to communicate face to face. After all, they haven't had a chance to meet for so long." To ease the embarrassment, Ishuroti thought of Guinevere and subsequently took out a clairvoyance mirror from her storage bracelet. "Very well, though I wonder what His Highness is doing right now." Looking at the sky, Uxiu didn't hesitate either. He took out a clairvoyance mirror and activated the array, waiting for a response. In the dark sky, 2 huge light screens slowly merged, eventually forming a 3D projection. Fluctuating magic power, like a faint heartbeat, pulsed within the projection as it waited for both sides to connect. Chapter 249 The Call. ZZZ Pop. Magic ripples shimmered within the projection, and 2 figures appeared almost simultaneously. On the left was a spacious shipyard. Beneath a massive lifting platform, a metal warship served as the backdrop. Alexander, dressed in military attire, scanned the scene before him with a gentle yet determined gaze. He nodded to Uxiu, Ishuroti, Babcock, and the others, then turned toward the image on the opposite side. On the right was a night sky, or rather, the night sky as seen from the deck of an airship. Sparse starlight flickered like fireflies behind the clouds. Guinevere, clad in armor and attended by a lean guard, stood against the wind with her hand on her sword. A hint of fortitude was hidden within her weary expression. "Little Alexander, it's been a long time. You've grown taller and more handsome." Guinevere sized up her younger brother, her lips curling slightly, her eyes revealing an irrepressible affection. At the same time, her eyes lit up when she saw the metal warship behind Alexander. Alexander also observed the woman in the projection. She bore a 70% resemblance to himself, especially those golden pupils, 100% royal blood. Although this was his first time meeting her face to face, the memories of their shared bloodline from his original body made him feel close to her, while also instinctively feeling a hint of fear. However, seeing her current situation, having to patrol day and night, sleeping in the open, and handling everything personally, he felt a pang of heartache and guilt. "Sister, you've lost weight." Looking at her skin, which in his memory should have been supple and smooth but was now somewhat sallow and reddened by the freezing wind, it was clear this was caused by malnutrition and a lack of proper clothing and equipment. Alexander's voice held a trace of bitterness. Guinevere's body trembled imperceptibly at his words, and her eyes flickered for a moment. But she quickly composed herself. She snorted, feigning annoyance. "You little fool. Was I very fat before?" Alexander remained silent. He looked at her, his gaze shifting to the old airship, then subconsciously glancing at the old-fashioned carriage accompanying Ishuroti and the patched leather armor of the guards. He didn't speak for a long while. Beside them, Ishuroti felt her nose tingle for no reason. "All right, let's talk business." Guinevere glanced at Ishuroti and broke the silence. "Sister Guinevere, I sent 30 wagons of supplies this time, and the next batch is already on the way. Don't worry, in a month, my troops will head to Dragonfallen City." Hearing her speak, Alexander took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Through the image, he could basically see Guinevere's current predicament: shortages of personnel, lack of equipment, and insufficient food. He even guessed from Guinevere's forced composure that Linshantown and Dragonfallen City were likely on their last legs. "Good. It looks like you're doing well over there. I'll accept them." Guinevere nodded and turned to Ishuroti and the others. "Ishuroti, Taro, are you all alright? It looks like you ran into some trouble." "Your Highness, we are fine. We did run into some trouble just now, but thanks to Major Xiu and his escort squad arriving in time, there were no casualties." Ishuroti bowed slightly and gave a brief account of what had happened. After listening, Guinevere couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. But by the end, her gaze, like Ishuroti's and Taro's before, landed on those 3-star muskets. Her eyes darted around, and she suddenly said, "Little Alexander, it seems your Northlands are developing quite well. Is your chief alchemist the son of Uncle Barrowman? Those 2 boys, Urban and Terror, who came to me earlier, must be his younger brothers. I told them to be my personal guards, but they refused." "Ahem, Sister Guinevere. You didn't make things difficult for those 2, did you?" Hearing this, Alexander's scalp tightened. In his memory, this sister wasn't exactly easy to talk to. Looking at Uxiu, who had been eavesdropping with his neck shrunk back, it was clear the guy was genuinely afraid. Moreover, her suddenly bringing up Barrowman's family made her intentions very obvious. HMPH, for Uncle Barrowman's sake, I only appointed them as apprentice knights, Guinevere said as her eyes narrowed, landing on Uxiu, who was trying to shrink into the shadows. She said softly, "Uxiu, interested in coming to my side? I'll make you a knight." Uxiu's breathing nearly stopped. He was truly facing his fears. Remembering how this woman used to beat Alexander when they were children, he didn't dare say no. "Sister Guinevere, Auntie Barrowman is safe or at my place for now, and she needs someone to look after her. If you want equipment, I can provide it for you." Alexander stopped beating around the bush. For the sake of his good friend, he gestured toward the metal warship behind him, prepared to take a hit to his resources. "Hee, you dare play mind games and negotiate with me? By the time this big ship of yours arrives, I'm afraid Linshan Town will already be covered in the banners of sea beasts." Guinevere raised an eyebrow. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Taro. "Taro, have your men learn from those musket warriors. When the 3rd prince sends you weapons later, don't let it be that you don't know how to use them." Taro's eyes lit up. He no longer needed his subordinate's support and said excitedly, "Yes, Your Highness. I promise to learn well from the brothers from Kesulai." After speaking, he turned and walked over to Babcock and Bissell, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, Brother Babcock, Brother Bissell, we just fought side by side. From now on, we're brothers." Seeing Taro's thick-skinned behavior, Guinevere was speechless, and Ishiroti also felt a wave of embarrassment. But thinking about it, being thick-skinned got you what you wanted. Since they had already lost face, they didn't mind losing it a few more times. Next, Alexander and Guinevere discussed the situation in Dragonfallen City and Linshan Town, and verified the news Cecily had given about the Mage Tower colluding with the Orc Empire. Then Alexander asked about Wood and Prince Huosi. Although it was still hard to bring up, he eventually overcame his psychological barrier. "Don't worry, Father and Huosi won't die that easily. Otherwise, the elite troops of the Tiger Kingdom and the Golden Knights of the Major Tower would have withdrawn long ago." Guinevere also knew about what Alexander had gone through in the royal city. Seeing him ask of his own accord, she felt relieved. However, she was also comforting herself. In that case, the matters of Dragonfallen City and Crystal City must be settled as soon as possible to avoid further complications. Alexander nodded and said, "I think we should have Babcock and Bissell lead the musket squad to escort the supplies to your place and assist you first. As for the supplies you're sending back, let Uxiu take them to Kingdom City. Take an airship from there to the nearest teleportation point, and then teleport directly back." "Teleport?" Guinevere was slightly stunned. Her lips twitched as she said half teasingly and half jokingly, "My dear brother, exactly how much stock do you have now? Why don't you give me a full disclosure, or I'll keep thinking you can't even afford to eat." Hee, it's nothing much. Just mastered a few little tricks. When I get the chance, I'll definitely provide some convenience for you, sister. Feeling a bit unsettled by Guinevere's gaze, Alexander realized he was getting a bit ahead of himself and quickly offered an apologetic smile. "Alright, I'm just teasing you. Since we've exchanged communication imprints today, you can contact me directly if anything comes up. I have to go on patrol now. Let's talk next time." Guinevere had apparently noticed something on her end. She finished speaking and immediately deactivated the clairvoyance mirror. Alexander didn't have time to say goodbye. Looking at the now dark clairvoyance mirror, his eyes flickered. He knew his reinforcement plan was still too slow. He had to move even faster. As the saying goes, speed is of the essence in war. With various magic crystals now in hand, every industrial aspect would see a qualitative leap. Besides the soul crystals for evolving demi-humans, there were also mirror crystals for automated machine tools and communication crystals for achieving communication and imaging. Once these were put into production, the Northlands would achieve a great leap forward. Of course, the research and development of fuel engines and gunpowder firearms must also be put on the agenda. Although the energy gathering array reduced the consumption of spirit awakening magic crystals, the territory's affairs would certainly increase in the future. If he still had to devote a large amount of energy every day to spirit awakening magic crystals, it would be a huge waste of time. After all, the consumption of magic crystals grew exponentially every day. Thinking of this, he looked at Uxiu and said, "Uxiu, this journey will be hard on you. Hand over the supplies to Grand Major Hiroti as quickly as possible. I'll wait for you in Kesulai. Don't worry, I'm in a hurry too." Understanding his intent, Uxiu smiled, then deactivated the clairvoyance mirror and began the handover with Hiroti. Afterward, neither group rested. They both set off into the night to return to their respective locations. It wasn't just Uxiu who was eager to use soul crystals to upgrade his compatriots' levels and use other magic crystals to develop the Northlands. Hiroti and Taro were equally anxious. They knew the situation in Linshan Town and Dragonfallen City all too well. Now that they had the reinforcement of the 3-star musketeers, they wouldn't rest. They wished they could grow wings and fly back right now. Thus, in the darkness of the night, the two teams hurried on their way, each carrying their own hopes. Chapter 250, each with their own plans. A few days later, on the inner city river of Golden Spike City, over 100 three-masted sailing ships sailed grandly toward the Golden Spike City Lord's castle. On the deck, Sakritha, wearing a 4-star mage robe, and a wolfman beside him, who was exuding a fierce aura, were listening to a servant's report. You're saying George and his squad had no survivors? Not even a single piece of news was sent back? Sakritha's voice was calm, but anyone could feel the atmosphere around them becoming extremely oppressive. To the esteemed Archmage, our people only saw a soaring fire at the time, estimated to be at least a 4-star spell or higher. By the time we went to rescue them, nothing was left. The servant paused, seemingly sensing no change in the other party's attitude before continuing. At the time, we also thought it was impossible, but after waiting at the contact point for 3 days, Mage George and the others still hadn't sent word, so we came to report. Sakritha pondered for a long time, his gaze shifting to the north, then falling back on the Golden Spike City Lord's castle, before waving the servant away. The servant breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew respectfully. Sakritha, it looks like the opponent's strength isn't as lowly as you said, is it? If that's the case, the terms you mentioned earlier. At this point, the wolfman beside him looked at Sakritha, his eyes, which originally had more white than black with pupils like tiny dots, shrank even further. This is a conspiracy. I don't believe Guinevere has any 4-star archmages under her. As for the terms agreed upon with your king, they are already settled. If you feel your ability is lacking, it's not too late to go back now. I want partners who can hold their own, not cubs who still need my protection. Sakritha only gave the other a faint glance, his mind constantly recalling Guinevere's subordinates, which one had reached the 4-star rank. However, after thinking for a long time, only Ashuroti seemed possible, but even that was only a possibility. After all, archmages who reached the 4-star rank were almost all under the control of the Major Tower. This wasn't because of power or money, but because of techniques, the cultivation techniques required to advance to the 4-star rank. They say you humans are cunning. I was just afraid you'd forget and wanted to give you a reminder. The wolfman's eyes darted around as he spoke. However, we still shouldn't underestimate the enemy. A few days ago, I received intelligence that Ulka's side has made contact with your country's northlands and obtained some very interesting equipment. If we let them develop, I'm afraid it won't be good for either of us. Sakritha turned around, looked at him, and suddenly said, Commander Alonso, by saying that, are you worried about that Rose Cecily, or are you afraid of that Mastiff of the Northlands? In hearing the Mastiff of the Northlands, Alonso's pupils constricted, and his aura became turbulent. He stared at Sakritha for a long while before calming down, laughing hoarsely, just a stray dog, I don't care. On the other hand, the Sea Race wants to take Dragonfallen City. It shouldn't take more than 2 months. Should we sit back and reap the benefits, or give the Sea Race a hand? Seeing the other change the subject, Sakritha only gave a mysterious smile. They'll fight their war, we'll fight ours. When the time comes, we just need to throw some bait to those sardines. What do you mean? Alonso raised an eyebrow. Sakritha didn't answer, but instead pointed to the Lord of Golden Spike City, Gindle, a cowardly and flattering fat man who was lining up to welcome them in front of the castle, saying, let's take over this city first. We'll take the rest slowly. Crystal City. Foul-smelling black water flowed along the moat into the rolling Dragon River, and the river's surface was shrouded in a thick layer of black mist. Gurgle, gurgle. Giant bubbles rose from the bottom of the water, bursting with a pop as they reached the surface. Then, from within the bubbles, bloated, purple-blue human corpses tumbled out and drifted with the current. Subsequently, more and more bubbles surged from the bottom. After they burst, floating corpses filled the entire river surface. Elderly, women, and children alike, in terrifyingly dense numbers. At this moment, the backs of sea beasts appeared around them, moving in formation, some in circles, some in triangles, some in diamonds, pushing the water currents among the floating corpses as if practicing according to some special pattern. Lord Zeza, the Dead Sea floating corpse formation is almost ready. When shall we begin the general offensive? I have the situation in Dragonfallen City in the palm of my hand. As soon as you give the order. Inside a giant reef nest in Crystal City, Shaman sat on a bone throne with his legs crossed, leaning forward towards Zeza at the head. He was gesturing confidently, but before he could finish, Zeza interrupted him. Shaman, you are still so impatient. Zeza's massive pupils flickered with a cold light, his voice low and thunderous. Although you came back with a bit of an advantage this time, do you know that things changed just 2 days ago? What? Shaman was stunned and instinctively uncrossed his legs. A secret message from the Major Tower says that Guinevere's side is still hiding a 4-star archmage. A 3-star squad sent by the Major Tower this time was completely wiped out. How is that possible? Hearing this, Shaman almost jumped up, his face full of disbelief. One must know that a 3-star combat team was not common. Even Dragonfallen City didn't have such a force. But seeing Zeza's certain expression, he asked doubtfully, Lord Zeza, is this secret message from the Mage Tower reliable? If there really is a 4-star archmage, why haven't I encountered one despite going to Dragonfallen City so many times? Should we report to Lord Haora and request a killer whale squad? Stupid, Zeza scolded in a deep voice. If you need to report such a small matter to Lord Haora, are you trying to prove your own incompetence? Shaman choked, his blue skin turning bright red. HMPH, are you afraid after being beaten by that little prince last time? I am not. Shaman stood up abruptly as if his tail had been stepped on. Seeing his favorite general frustrated and stubborn, the corners of Zeza's mouth curled slightly, and his tone softened. We indeed cannot underestimate the power of the royal family. It's said they have new alchemy equipment this time, but there's no need to be afraid. And don't let the Major Tower use us as pawns. If they were truly confident in dealing with the royal family, they would definitely send more experts to retaliate after losing a 3-star squad. Yet they didn't. Instead, they sent us a tip. Do they really think we sea beasts are just brainless rocks? Shaman, you just need to remember, on land, it's hard to say, but in the water, we have the final say. It doesn't matter if the opponent has a 4-star archmage or not. You just need to proceed according to my plan. Yes, my lord. Shaman originally wanted to ask if he should go to Dragonfallen City for another reconnaissance, but after hearing Zeza's words, he felt calm again. That's right. In the water, they had the final say. Moreover, for the general offensive in a month, they had prepared many trump cards. The Dead Sea floating corpse formation was just an appetizer intended to guard against the hidden power of Dragonfallen City. Now, with Commander Zez's analysis, he felt even more confident. Lance Royal family, Alexander boy, no matter what trump cards you're hiding, I will ruthlessly destroy them all. Just you wait. Chapter 251 Automation. A week passed quickly. Uxiu returned with a full load this time, traveling day and night via airships and teleportation arrays, finally completing the task within 5 days. For the past 2 days, Alexander had been hunkered down in the munitions factory with this pile of precious crystals, going without sleep for 2 days and nights. Dozens of carts filled with magic crystal stones were a fortune, whether before Crystal City fell or in its current predicament. However, looking at this fortune and thinking of Guinevere's current financial struggles, Alexander couldn't help but feel deeply moved and guilty. If he didn't work desperately to apply these treasures to production and achieve a leap in capacity as soon as possible to aid Lin Shantown into Dragonfallen City, he felt he would be letting down not only Guinevere but also his own conscience. However, while his determination was strong, he encountered a problem at the very first step of actual operation. Magic automated machine tools were not as simple as imagined. Even with mirror crystals, he couldn't immediately modify an automated machine tool. Looking at the mirror crystal in his hand, which was etched with a detection ray and projected data replicating the movement coordinates of the machine tool workbench, Alexander's brow furrowed. He had originally thought that this legendary mirror crystal could help him carve the necessary magic array artifacts, like lithographic 3D printing, as long as it scanned and recorded the technical operation data, but the result disappointed him. Aside from the precision of the recorded data and its ability to condense magic light for etching during projection, the etching only produced a cursor without the actual ability to cut grooves. It felt useless. Your Highness, do you think this mirror projection needs to be placed inside a golem to be used? At that moment, Robinette, standing to the side, watched the projection of a perfect coordination between himself and Nilai the Goblin, successfully completing a module for a 2-star wind spin array. Whether it was the feat dimensions of the 3-axis linkage workbench or the micro-manipulation of the arc milling, it was a textbook perfect execution. However, the mirror projection only produced some fluctuations of magic light. Golems are too complex, and that would be taking the long way around. Alexander shook his head. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about using a golem with the mirror crystal to synchronize Robinette and Nilai the Goblin's operations, but manufacturing golems would consume a vast amount of manpower, resources, and time. Furthermore, success was still uncertain, so it wasn't a viable option currently. The only thing we can use is mechanical power. After thinking for a long time, an idea formed in Alexander's mind. That was to change the mirror recording point. Although the workbench movement data was intuitive, the mirror crystal couldn't replicate it directly, so the path was a dead end. In his previous life, for machine tool automation, the workbench movement data wasn't the source of the machine's power feed. The power source for the machine feed was actually the motor behind the lead screw. If replaced with a magic array drive, the rotation speed and number of turns of the wind spin power engine would be converted into coordinate values through the lead screw's feed and retraction. In other words, as long as they recorded the number of turns and the speed of the lead screw being manually turned by Robinette and Nilai the Goblin and mirrored it to the wind spin power engine, the workbench coordinate feed could be achieved through the engine. But the key was how to transmit the data recorded by the mirror crystal to the wind spin power engine to automatically control its rotation speed. Alexander felt that relying solely on 3-star spirit attachment and spirit awakening for the pulse type control conversion was unreliable. Smart chips really aren't something an ordinary mechanical grunt like me can handle. Alexander, Your Highness. Alexander, I succeeded. It really works. Just as Alexander was at his wit's end, Uxiu's voice came urgently from outside. Alexander turned to look, momentarily stunned, then slowly stood up to meet him. The mute girl, you can practice magic now. Seeing his sister, the mute girl, being pulled along behind Uxiu, Alexander's psychic power immediately captured the magic fluctuations leaking from her. This was a sign of someone who had just come into contact with magic and couldn't yet control it well. However, as dummy humans, they were unable to practice magic or combat chi. Now that the mute girl had magic fluctuations, it meant the soul magic array Uxiu had been tinkering with really could elevate dummy humans. Brother Alexander, I can speak now too. The mute girl nodded vigorously, her small face flushed with excitement. You can speak. Alexander's eyes widened, and he laughed heartily. That's wonderful. Finally some good news. Ha ha ha. But Auntie Barrowman will probably be so happy she'll want to beat up Uxiu, right? As he spoke, Alexander rubbed the mute girl's small head with his large hand, while looking at Uxiu teasingly. You guessed right. Uxiu scratched his head awkwardly. Anyone who heard about using their own sister for an experiment, his mother would likely give him a severe beating. He succeeded this time. If he had failed, she probably would have beaten him to death. He chuckled and said, Mother wants you to come over for dinner tonight to celebrate. It should be celebrated, but not today. Tell Auntie Barrowman I'm sorry. If I don't get this thing sorted out quickly, I won't be able to eat. Alexander shook his head with a wry smile, looking at the mirror crystal on the table with some helplessness. Wait. Suddenly, as Alexander picked up the mirror crystal, the image of a soul crystal somehow popped into his mind. He instantly felt as if he had grasped something. His eyes lit up as he looked at Uxiu, and he stepped forward to grab him. Uxiu, do you have any soul crystals on you? Why, I never leave without them now. Subconsciously tightening the storage belt Grand Mage Richard had given him, Uxiu looked at Alexander warily. Give me one. Hurry. Without another word, Alexander practically snatched a soul crystal from Uxiu U's storage belt. Then, under everyone's curious gazes, he took the 2-star wind spin array he had just etched and began to fine-tune and modify it. Soon, 3 soybean-sized inlay grooves were carved into the core energy supply part of the array. Then, Alexander installed the cut soul crystal, mirror crystal, and spirit awakening magic crystal into the grooves. Nilai the goblin, quick, replace one of the handles with this wind spin array and see how it works. You got it. Hearing Alexander's command, Nilai the goblin immediately understood his intention. He hurriedly took the module and began to disassemble the lead screw handle on the machine tool workbench. By now, Robinette and the others had also come to their senses. Looking at the sequence of the soul crystal, mirror crystal, and spirit awakening magic crystal inlaid on the wind spin array module, they felt a faint sense of anticipation. Vroom. An hour later, Nilai the goblin finished the modification and, at Alexander's signal, flipped the switch. The wind spin array vibrated slightly, and the spirit awakening magic crystal lit up. The cyan wind magic flowed along the array patterns into the mirror crystal, and a rhythmic light wave carried the cyan magic into the soul crystal. Whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding wind magic converged into a wind spin array disc, hovering in the air as a gentle breeze slowly emanated. Seeing this, not only could Alexander not hide his excitement, but Robinette and Nilai the goblin also looked at each other, equally thrilled, because the starting speed and force of the 2-star wind spin array were now different from the original. Instead, they were identical to the feed force of the workbench handle the two had just operated. Swish, swish, swish. Next, as the soul crystal orderly converted the mirror light waves into magic output for switching, charging, and discharging, the lead screw handle driven by the wind spin array also performed orderly feed movements and other coordinate shifts. It worked. Your Highness, it worked. Nilai the goblin excitedly rushed to the workbench, cheering and repeatedly measuring the feedback data with a detection array, looking like a child who had just received a new toy. Soul crystal plus mirror plus spirit awakening. I actually created a miracle. Alexander's lips curled into a grin. Looking at the automated machine tool, what appeared in his mind was the booming industry of the future. Modern towns rising from the ground, and people living and working in peace. And of course, automated guided weapons, missiles, satellites, and robots in various fields. Although this small machine tool was still very rudimentary in terms of automation, he believed that as generations iterated, intelligence would eventually arrive. Hey, can we go eat tonight now? Otherwise, your Auntie Barrowman will definitely beat me up again. Uxiu was also happy for his good friend, though he simultaneously mourned for those 10 carts of soul crystals. He had just gotten them, and now he'd have to give away at least half. Ha ha ha, let's go. I'll go get ready now and then we'll head over. Alexander laughed with relief, then instructed Robinette and Nilai the goblin to arrange for the personnel who had been working hard these past few days to rest. He told them to find people to perform the automation modifications. Once he returned and used mirror replication on the fine-tuned wind spin array, they could proceed with all-around automated development. Chapter 252, Something to Look Forward to. Late at night, after bidding farewell to the Barrowman family, Alexander returned to the military factory to mirror and replicate the fine-tuned wind swirl magic array. He installed it on the automated machine tool and completed the debugging. By the time it was running automatically, it was already 5 in the morning. However, as the north had entered winter, the sun had not yet risen. It was the darkest time of night. Your Highness, you should pay more attention to rest. Now that the machine tool is basically complete, leave the rest to us. Robinette respected this prince from the bottom of his heart. For the development of the north, it could be said that he labored every day. For a noble prince, this was something unheard of before. All right, I'll leave the rest to you then. Alexander felt the golden power of faith and spiritual sublimation transmitted from the people around him, and he nodded to each of them in greeting. As a ruler, his place was not here. Now that the problem was solved, he needed to return to his proper position to control the overall situation and lead the direction. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his collar, cast a cleaning magic array on himself, and walked out of the military factory. Robinette, Nilai the goblin, and the others watched his departing back. After a long while, they couldn't help but look at each other and sigh with a shake of their heads. The direction their prince was heading was not toward the castle, but toward the shipyard by the Rolling Dragon River Dam. Forget it. His Highness's affairs are for him to decide. We just need to do our own jobs well. Don't let His Highness down. Robinette patted Nilai the goblin's shoulder. Yeah, I'm just worried His Highness is too tired. Nilai the goblin's mouth twitched, and his eyes grew a bit moist. Enough. Why are you acting so sentimental? If you have that energy, go debug a few more lead screws for me. Yes. Seeing Great Elder Robinette's stern face, Nilai the goblin shuddered instantly. He turned and ran toward the machine tool. While pulling a cloth bag from his pocket, he took out some white bread, took 2 bites, and put it back as he threw himself into work. In the night sky, Alexander rose on his sword, overlooking the entirety of Kessilai. At this moment, the lights were still brightly lit. Now, it wasn't just him fighting on the front lines. Under his influence, the whole of Kessilai, and even the entire north, was working hard. Looking out over the north, the nearby giant axe fortress was the same at this moment. Ever since the Duchess of Andrew became pregnant, Andrew had been completely obedient to Alexander. Now, giant axe fortress and Kessilai were as close as family. Teleportation arrays, airships, and highway transportation were the first to achieve 24-hour unimpeded access. The benefits received by the people of both territories had also increased manifold. Simply put, at 5 in the morning, public buses were already departing from Kessilai for giant axe fortress. Many small vendors and laborers caught this bus to set up stalls or go to work. The north will definitely get better and better, and then Crystal City, the Lance Empire, Alexander secretly clenched his fist and, with a thought, flew toward the shipyard. When the sun leapt over the horizon, in the far reaches of the East Sea, over a dozen huge dragon boats once again raised their lateen sails, activated their magic defense barriers and impact arrays, and forged ahead through the waves. On the deck of the largest giant boat, a tall female knight wearing 3-star mithril armor with long, wavy wine-red hair stood with one hand on her sword hilt and the other on the railing, looking out. Those eyes, like stars, gazed at the sky, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, her pupils constricted as a golden-winged owl, less than a palm's size, flew toward her like lightning. The corners of her mouth curled up. She reached out to catch it, fed it a golden bean, took a letter from the owl's leg, and turned to walk into the giant boat's cabin. At this time, inside the cabin, in a hall capable of holding 1,000 people, there was an extraordinary clamor. The interior was decorated quite roughly, with sea beast skin curtains, huge beast skeletons supporting bronze tripods for boiling meat, and a group of generals, knights, and guards dressed in animal skins and armor feasting heartily. The female knight's gaze swept coldly over them. She strode in, looking straight ahead, walking toward the huge throne at the very back of the hall. The generals and guards who were originally clamoring and eating meat obviously restrained themselves, and their voices lowered significantly. Moreover, most of them lowered their heads. Only a few generals with powerful auras had a predatory glint in their eyes. Ha ha ha, Ataris, you've come just in time. Come and taste the tuna Bernard just caught. Beside the throne, a magic patterned great sword the size of half a door was stabbed into the ground. Seated there was a majestic king in crimson armor with a sturdy build. His eyes were like torches, and his hands were tearing into a 2-meter-long roasted tuna, taking large bites. If Alexander were here, he would surely be dumbfounded. This majestic king was none other than his cheap father, Wood Bartuk, who had been missing for a long time, and the one in the seat of honor to Wood's left was Bernard Bakar, who had previously fled from the Boynia territory. The one walking toward them with the letter now was Ataris Arabno, who had once knocked him unconscious with a club. Your Majesty, a secret letter from the north. Ataris walked to the throne and respectfully presented the letter. A sharp light flashed in Wood's eyes. He paused, put down the tuna, and with a wave of his hand, the letter flew into his grasp. After unfolding it, a magical secret array lit up. Wood's fingertip condensed battle chi into a special rune and tapped the secret array, and the handwriting on the letter slowly appeared. King of the North, ha ha ha, as expected of my seed, Alexander Bartuk has truly given me a great surprise. The letter was packed with information. Would read it for a full 15 minutes before handing the letter to Bernard beside him, still wanting more. It seems the North has been mostly cleaned up, as expected of my seed. Little Alexander, he really gave me a great surprise. Seemingly still savoring the contents of the letter, Wood murmured to himself with a smile on his face. Your Majesty, could this secret letter be a ruse? At this time, Bernard browsed it quickly. First came shock, then joy, but slowly it felt unbelievable, and finally, it was full of doubt. What makes you say that? Wood paused slightly, picked up the tuna again to chew, and looked over with a slightly displeased gaze. Your Majesty, the timing is too fast. It's only been a year. It feels unrealistic. While Wood handed the letter over to Ataris, he frowned and voiced his thoughts. Hey, is 1 year very fast? Does he have to live to be 70 or 80 before it's normal to subdue the North? Wood sneered and swallowed a mouthful of fish meat. Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. Bernard shook his head and said, subduing the North was only a matter of time. But Your Majesty's original purpose for sending Prince Alexander to the North was not for him to subdue it. Now that the third prince is acting so high profile, I fear the Major Tower will launch a general offensive early. At that time, Your Majesty will not have prepared properly, and then your plan. Things have really developed too quickly. Hearing Bernard's explanation, Wood suddenly felt that the fish in his hand no longer tasted good. That's right, the reason he had come all the way to the East Sea was to find a way to completely eradicate the Major Tower. And the reason for exiling Alexander to the north was to get him away from the center of the power struggle, to let the Major Tower lower its guard and give himself time to prepare. But now, Alexander had somehow developed, and in just 1 year, he had unified the North. This was clearly putting pressure on the Major Tower. Once the Major Tower could no longer hold back and launched a counter-attack, it would destroy his long and meticulous layout. The Major Tower was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. As for how powerful the alchemical muskets and alchemical chariots Alexander relied on were, Bernard had mentioned it and the secret letter repeatedly emphasized it, but Wood knew that in front of truly powerful 4-star knight orders and 4-star mage groups, they were nothing more than child's play. How could the core power of an empire be overturned by a few mere alchemical weapons? The Mage Tower had a legacy of 10,000 years. Could it really be overthrown by a few alchemical weapons? If not for the smokescreen of Dragon Mountain, and the fact that he and Prince Huosi acted as great bait to attract all the elites of the Imperial Mage Tower, how could Alexander have had the chance to rise in the north? He would likely have been blasted into dust by the Major Tower's 4-star magic groups the moment he showed his head. I, on the other hand, think that the third prince is someone to look forward to. At this moment, Ataris suddenly spoke, and the letter in her palm was turned to ash by her flame battle chi. Chapter 253 The Unexpected Person. Oh? Tell me your thoughts. Wood turned his gaze with interest. Ataris bowed slightly and said, Your Majesty, when you first sent the third prince to the Northland, did you ever imagine he would rise like this and conquer the Northland so quickly? Never. Wood shook his head. Then the Mage Tower certainly wouldn't have expected it either. Ataris's eyes flickered as she said, so, If I were the Major Tower, I would have three conjectures. First, that Prince Alexander was your deliberate arrangement, rising rapidly through his own strength and your secret help. Second, that although Prince Alexander was your arrangement, it isn't you supporting him from behind, but some other secret power. Third, that Prince Alexander is exactly as the letter says, he received a divine revelation. I am more inclined to believe the second one. However, I suspect the Mage Tower is likely undecided on which it is. Therefore, they won't act rashly. Aside from the first scenario, which they might feel somewhat confident about, they have no absolute certainty regarding the other two. And what they fear most is things spiraling out of control. Is that it? Wood's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He already understood Atari's meaning. Your Majesty is wise. Atari's nodded and said, based on their Major Tower's style, they won't flip the table until they've investigated thoroughly and have absolute certainty. This gives us a favorable opportunity. Ha ha ha, indeed. However, to keep the Mage Tower hesitant, I still need to add more weight to their scales. Bernard. As Wood spoke, he gave Bernard a meaningful look. Bernard nodded in understanding, stood up, took out a golden crystal ball, and infused it with magic power. After a moment of flickering, a powerful figure wearing a crown emerged. If someone from the Major Tower saw this person, they would be utterly shocked. Meanwhile, this person was also surveying the scene before him. Seeing a room full of people besides Wood inside the cabin hall, he frowned slightly but then seemed to relax. HMPH, Wood. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself, even eating fish. You left me at Dragon Mountain to cover for you. Do you have any idea what I've been eating every day? Well, is there any progress? Did your wife finally agree to give you the elven secret medicine formula? The powerful figure didn't give Wood any face at all, unleashing a blunt verbal assault. He. Quinn, what's the rush? You know how far Dragon Spirit Island is. I'm only halfway there. I have something else to discuss with you. Being lashed out at with such resentment, Wood didn't get angry. Instead, he seemed a bit embarrassed and gave a dry laugh to cover it up. Greetings, King Quinn. Bernard wishes you health and longevity. Greetings, King Quinn. Atari's wishes for your strength to be as vast and invincible as the earth. HMPH, enough. You two are quite good. If things don't work out for you Underwood, you can come to the Diju Empire and follow me. King Quinn Diju of the Diga Kingdom waved his hand at Bernard and Atari's in response, then looked back at Wood. Speak, what is it? It couldn't be that you want to brag about those two sons of yours, could it? In hearing this, Wood's eyebrows rose slightly as he feigned ignorance. What bragging about sons? One of my sons is blocked by you at Dragon Mountain, and the other is holed up in the Northland. What do I have to brag about? You don't know? Seeing Wood's reaction, Quinn was slightly stunned, then nodded. True, you're a sea, so news won't reach you as quickly. Prince Huosi left Dragon Mountain long ago. Like you, he took a secret spatial path. I gave him a hand. The Mage Tower doesn't know yet, but you'd better hurry. Although we designed this to purge the seeds in our respective armies, because of that, the Major Tower will realize something is wrong even sooner. Once they react and launch a general offensive, this continent is finished. Yes, I know, but even if Prince Huosi got out, there's no reason for me to brag, is there? HMPH, I'm talking about your youngest son, Alexander Bartuk. Quinn rolled his eyes, his tone clearly tinged with jealousy and annoyance. You've certainly raised a fine son. In less than a year, he's cleaned up your mess in the Northland, uprooted the Mage Tower, and even took out that puppet of the old fellow hiding in the eternal winter mountains. That's not all. That little rascal of yours even hoodwinked my son, Prince Jaiqui, inciting him to declare independence in his territory and go against his elder brother. If I hadn't noticed early, my own backyard might have caught fire. Cough. That happened too? Hearing this, Wood felt a bit awkward. He had originally wanted to hear others praise his son to feel good, but he didn't expect the conversation to shift toward a formal complaint. This business of tricking someone else's son into a power struggle wasn't mentioned in the secret letter. He instinctively glanced at Atari's and Bernard. Neither of them could fail to guess Wood's thoughts at this moment, but they were equally ignorant of this matter. Wood, you tell me, what should be done? We agreed that if we joined forces to uproot the Major Tower, the world would be split half and half between us. Now, look at this. Your youngest son is making me a bit worried. If we both kick the bucket one day, I'm afraid my two sons won't be a match for that little rascal of yours. Tell me, are you playing favorites? Did you secretly give your youngest son some special treatment with the treasures your wife gave you? Nonsense. Wood glared, but he was delighted inside. However, he absolutely could not show it. He really hadn't thought that far ahead. If that were truly the case, wouldn't the Noah continent belong to the Bartuk family in the future? Stop talking about that useless stuff. Wood waved his hand to force a change of subject. I have serious business with you. You just mentioned the old fellow in the eternal winter mountains. That's exactly why I called. After a pause, seeing Quinn's expression turn serious, he continued, although we've been fighting fiercely during this purge of seeds, that old fellow in the eternal winter mountains hasn't come to take advantage. It's likely because the Mage Tower is deliberately keeping him in check. So, I want you to secretly dispatch a team to the eternal winter mountains to put on a show and spread rumors that the old fellow is about to be resurrected. You rascal, are you afraid the Major Tower will flip the table? So you're using a feint to scare them off and make them afraid of a large-scale conflict with us? Quinn immediately understood Wood's intention and fell into slight contemplation. Exactly. Wood nodded and said, only then will they have to worry about that old fellow before they flip the table without full certainty. Because once a large-scale slaughter begins, it would just be doing that old fellow a favor. If he really were resurrected, I'm afraid even the one in the Mage Tower wouldn't be able to sleep at night. You really are a wicked one. But I like it. Quinn grinned and chuckled twice, then narrowed his eyes at Wood. Wood, you old fox, are you doing this to provide cover for your youngest son? I'm just realizing now, after all that talk, you're trying to set a trap for me again, aren't you? What kind of nonsense are you talking? I'm doing this to eradicate the Major Tower. Do you want to become their puppet? Forget it. I've said my piece. Whether you do it or not is up to you. As he spoke, Wood gave Bernard a look, and the latter immediately understood and cut the connection. Phew, that guy's getting smarter and smarter. He'll be harder to trick in the future. Wood exhaled quietly and sighed in his heart. Alexander, oh Alexander, your father can only help you this much. No matter how much you stir things up, you'd better take it easy. There are too many powerful existences in this world. Don't play too hard, or even your father won't be able to protect you. Your Majesty. Will King Quinn agree to this? Bernard put away the crystal ball. He hesitated but still felt uneasy. Don't worry, he knows what's important. Whether it's the one in the Mage Tower or the old fellow in the Eternal Winter Mountains, if either of them comes out, we're all dead. So, using them to keep each other in check while we develop on the side is the best way. Wood waved his hand, his gaze seemingly piercing through the cabin toward the Far East Sea. That was where the key to solving the problem lay. Bernard didn't speak again, but he was not as optimistic as Wood. Especially the Crystal City incident mentioned in the secret letter. It was already imminent. Sea beasts, the Mage Tower, and the Imperial Royal Family would clash there in a chaotic battle. Even if the Mage Tower is restrained, its 10,000-year heritage is no joke. Not to mention the brutal army of sea beasts. With Guinevere and Alexander's current forces, I fear it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Chapter 254, two more pieces of news. A bout of moderate snow had pulled Linshantown completely into the depths of winter. Even though the morning sun was filled with incandescent brilliance, it failed to rouse those huddled, stiff bodies from their deep slumber. Guinevere stepped onto the deck of the airship once more, looking down at the rows of corpse carts within the town transporting cold bodies to the mass graves outside. Her expression remained clouded with grief and helplessness. It's already much better. There are a dozen fewer carts today. Beside her, Ishuroti held a clairvoyance mirror. She glanced at Guinevere and offered comfort. We'll be picking up the second wave of supplies soon, and things will improve even more. Besides, Prince Alexander said they will be sent continuously from now on. Yes, it is much better. I was just being too impatient. Guinevere forced a smile and checked the clairvoyance mirror, seeing no incoming messages yet. She tidied her hair, tying it back with a headband to make herself look more energetic. Currently, she was the spiritual symbol of Linshantown and Dragonfallen City. She could not allow herself to break. Your Highness, a message is coming in, but this flickering. At that moment, Ishiroti's gaze fell upon the clairvoyance mirror in her hand, which was pulsing with magic. She frowned slightly. This magical fluctuation wasn't normal, it looked like an encrypted message. Let me see. This is Prince Huosi. Guinevere glanced at the magical fluctuations on the clairvoyance mirror and her eyes widened. Joy immediately followed. She quickly set up an isolation barrier and used her battle chi to condense a special secret sigil, tapping it onto the mirror's surface. With a soft ripple, a handsome man appeared in the mirror. He had meticulously combed back hair, a noble smile playing on his lips, and was swirling a glass of red wine. Oh, my dear sister, seeing you still so spirited means Linshantown hasn't fallen yet. Prince Huosi gently swirled the crystal goblet between his fingers. His voice was languid, yet carried a hint of weary raspiness. Enough, stop posing. If you have something to say it. Guinevere scanned the background. In the mirror, Prince Huosi's body was relaxed and his eyes were calm. He was surrounded by bookshelves and a desk. Sunlight streamed in horizontally from the right, and the faint whistling of wind could be heard. It seemed he was sitting on an airship traveling north-south. Judging from Prince Huosi's aura and demeanor, there was indeed nothing unusual around him. She felt a secret sense of relief. Sister, don't you care about your brother at all? Do you know what I went through to be able to talk to you alive? I even had to crawl through a dog hole. Prince Huosi's gaze was somewhat resentful as he leaned forward, as if trying to press his face against the mirror. Guinevere suppressed a smile as she listened, then spoke with feigned indifference. Aren't you doing fine now? If you have nothing important, I'm hanging up. I have a mountain of things to do here. Don't hang up. I have news. Seeing Guinevere raise her hand, Prince Huosi became frantic, but since he couldn't do anything about her, he grumbled for a while before saying, Father and Hank are both fine. They've gone to the Far East Sea. Really? Hearing this, despite Guinevere's efforts to stay calm, her body trembled uncontrollably with excitement, and tears began to well in her eyes. It was the irrepressible thrill of hearing that her loved ones were safe. Ishuroti patted Guinevere on the shoulder. Over the past year or so, the pressure had been held in for too long. Her father and husband were missing, Crystal City had fallen, and now they were barely surviving in Linshantown. Only Ishuroti could understand her dear friend's feelings at this moment. As long as they are safe, that's good news. Thank you. Guinevere took a deep breath and used her battle chi to evaporate her tears. She felt that the sunlight, which hadn't been very hot, suddenly felt warm. Don't thank me yet. I have bad news as well. Prince Huosi shrugged, leaned back against his chair, and took a sip of wine. Go ahead. I am much stronger than you imagine. Guinevere's expression was noticeably more relaxed, and a spark of life returned to her eyes. Prince Huosi nodded and said, I received a secret report. The Major Tower yesterday secretly deployed a 100-man unit of the Golden Knights from Dragon Mountain, claiming they are heading to the Eternal Winter Mountains for a secret mission. The Golden Knights. Going to the Eternal Winter Mountains. Guinevere's eyes narrowed. After a long pause, a golden light suddenly flashed in her eyes. You're trying to tell me that this unit of Golden Knights going to the Eternal Winter Mountains will just happen to pass by by Crystal City, aren't you? Hey, smart as always. Prince Huosi nodded, then said solemnly, give up Linshan Town into Dragonfallen City. Go develop in the Northlands. You and Alexander are no match for the Major Tower. Why? Strength. You should be clear on the power of a 4-star Golden Knights unit. Even if you have alchemical muskets, it's useless. Don't tell me the new muskets have reached 4-star level. That's impossible. Do you think 4-star power is that easy to break through? Prince Huosi set down his wine glass and beckoned to someone beside him. A flawless white hand handed over a recording stone, which played footage of a 3-star alchemical musket power test. Pseudo 4-star, it had not reached the actual 4-star level. Prince Huosi, I don't know how you got this. However, asking us to retreat like this is an insult to the glory of Baratuk. Are you afraid that Alexander is developing too fast and strong, and will steal your throne? Guinevere's face darkened. If she could have retreated, would she have persisted until today? The throne? PSH. Hearing this, Prince Huosi gave a mocking whistle and teased. Guinevere, you probably don't know yet, do you? Father has already broken through to 5-star dark gold, with a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Do you think I can outlast him? The throne? Wake up. Guinevere was stunned. Seeing that Prince Huosi didn't seem to be lying, she suddenly understood his line of thinking. He was protecting Alexander. He was afraid that if Alexander became too big and strong, the threat wouldn't be to his succession, but a direct threat to Emperor Wood's rule. However, he was really overthinking it right now. Leave aside threatening the royal power. Even retaking Crystal City and protecting Dragonfallen City was difficult. As for threatening Emperor Wood, that was still a distant dream. Would a 5-star Dark Gold expert fear a threat from others? Moreover, they would have to destroy the Mage Tower first. Was that so easy? Prince Huosi, I don't think our younger brother has such grand ambitions, and you're thinking too far ahead. It's unrealistic. As for Crystal City, I must retake it. Not for myself, but for Hank and all the citizens of Crystal City. Guinevere's tone was unwavering. Prince Huosi watched her silently for a long time without speaking. He knew her temper. Once she decided on something, she wouldn't change it. Can you come to help when the time comes? Guinevere asked. What do you think? Is it appropriate for me to show my face now? Wouldn't the Major Tower go crazy? Prince Huosi curled his lip. Although you've already decided, I'll still say this. Leave a way out for yourself and little Alexander. Fight if you can win. Run if you can't. Only by staying alive is there hope for a comeback. I know. I'll be waiting for that comeback. Guinevere nodded. Goodbye. Prince Huosi cut the communication immediately. Looking at the blank mirror, Guinevere's expression gradually turned solemn. A 4-star Golden Knights unit, at least 100 people, each one a powerful existence capable of standing alone. And what kind of force would a legion of 100 such people be? I didn't expect such a change. Should I alter the plan to have Alexander come as reinforcements? Chapter 255 Promotion to 4 stars. The second snow in the north fell in mid-January. Counting the days, half a month had passed since automation was implemented. Now, almost half of the factories in the north were equipped with automated machinery, and production capacity had exploded. Just by looking at the doubling of transport vehicles traveling back and forth across the north, one could see that the north had come alive. It had completely escaped the gloom of the undead army and the floods. At this moment, in the Kesialai Lord's castle residence, Alexander, dressed in training clothes, was swinging his sword and hacking in the courtyard. A tide-like spiritual sublimation and power of faith poured into his brow from all directions, filling his sea of consciousness to the point of bursting, causing his brow to swell with a faint ache. The enthusiastic support of the people of the north, combined with the additions from Dragonfallen City and Linshan Town, caused Alexander's cultivation of psychic power to advance by leaps and bounds, long ago reaching the threshold for breaking through to 4-star. He swung the great broadsword with precision, the blade cutting through the air and seemingly creating visible ripples. Still unable to break through to 4-star. Where exactly is the problem? Having finished his daily quota, Alexander withdrew his stance. Gargadon, who had been waiting nearby, hurried forward to hand him a white towel while taking the great broadsword and placing it back on the weapon rack. Seeing that Alexander was still in deep thought, he didn't dare disturb him and quietly walked back to the side to continue his watch. According to the cultivation technique, as long as spiritual sublimation keeps up, it can accelerate the cultivation of psychic power and break through the 3-star shackles. But now, the pool of psychic power in my sea of consciousness has long reached the point of overflowing. Why can't it expand further? With a thought from Alexander, a transparent orb of light rotated in his hand. This was his psychic power detection compressed into a sphere. Once released, it would cover a radius of 500 meters. Although his methods of controlling psychic power had become several times more refined, he was still just one step away from breaking the 3-star shackles. Gargadon, come for a walk with me? Yes, Your Highness. After leaving the castle, Alexander had no specific destination. It was just his habit to come out for a stroll whenever he had things he couldn't figure out. The snow on the main street had long been cleared by the newly established mechanized sanitation team. The shops on both sides of the road were bright and clean, with people coming and going through the windows. One could see laughter and joy inside. Most of the shops were covered by heat-gathering arrays, though some small shops still insisted on using old-fashioned fireplaces for warmth. Dee-dee-dee. A car horn sounded ahead as a transport alchemy car stopped in front of a small garment workshop. Several children were playing by the roadside. One little boy looked up, saw the alchemy car, and immediately jumped for joy. My dad is back. Hearing this, the other children ran after him, their eyes fixed on the massive alchemy car, full of curiosity and envy. Nowadays in the north, those who could become drivers were heroes in the eyes of the children. In fact, even the residents of the various territories respected these people greatly. After all, during the most difficult times, it was they who transported supplies day and night, bringing warmth. Now, although there were more vehicles, the roads were also longer. From time to time, People on the street paid their respects to Alexander. To avoid disturbing the daily lives of their residents, Alexander deliberately used a magic barrier to blur his face, feeling the vibrant life along the way. His originally troubled and thinking mind gradually calmed down. Your Highness, do you want to go to the shipyard? Today is the 11th Airworthiness training session, and I heard there will also be deep dive drills. Gargadon reminded him from behind. Over the past few days, Alexander had begun organizing the army in preparation for heading to Dragonfallen City. New and Lisa had been sent to various camps for special training, especially Moganda's frogman unit. He was also very envious of that set of diving equipment. No need, just a casual stroll. Alexander shook his head and took a deep breath, just as they happened to pass the entrance of a newly opened school. However, the children were now on winter break, so there were no kids in the school. Nevertheless, many parents from other territories were gathered at the school gate, seemingly inquiring about enrollment for the next semester. This couldn't help but remind him of the grandparents from his past life who would gather at school gates waiting to pick up their grandchildren. Once upon a time, such scenes were truly heartwarming. Though ordinary, they were real. That was a kind of happiness. Buzz. Suddenly, just as Alexander was reminiscing about the past, ripples abruptly surged in the psychic power pool within his mind. The psychic power that previously couldn't be contained began to pour into the psychic pool once more, and a vortex started slowly rotating from the center of the pool. Alexander had a sudden flash of insight, dividing his attention. He continued walking forward while simultaneously operating the 4-star psychic power cultivation technique. Splash, splash, splash. The psychic power pool was drawn by the technique, spinning faster and faster. Vaguely, it seemed as if something was about to rise from the bottom of the pool. Alexander held his breath, not daring to pause. As the technique reached its 7th cycle, a speck of pure white light illuminated the entire psychic power pool. Then, a pure blue crystal lotus slowly rose from the vortex, floating 1 meter above the pool. Its petals bloomed, emitting faint ripples of psychic power. Simultaneously, the vortex in the pool stopped spinning and began to expand frantically outward until it grew into a large lake with a radius of 100 miles before gradually stopping. Lotus rising from the sea, it's done. Could it be that the synchronization of spiritual sublimation mentioned in the 4-star technique refers to a true spiritual sublimation? Alexander felt a sense of transparency throughout his being, as if he could reach any place covered by his psychic power with a single thought. That's right, this was a brand new ability that came with 4-star psychic power, teleportation control. This is the feeling of control. A lifespan of 500 years, I can personally experience that qualitative sublimation. Stopping in his tracks, Alexander clenched his fists, feeling a sense of full power from every cell in his body. Then he turned around, releasing his psychic power to envelop the entire block. The breeze stirred the fine dust. Sunlight refracted through the icicles under the eaves into colorful light. And in the alleys, children were making snowballs and having snowball fights. The snowballs bursting and the flying snow particles played in his mind as if in slow motion. So strong, I feel like I could flip this entire street, all the trees and houses, upside down with just a thought. This feeling of total control caused an irrepressible smile to appear at the corners of Alexander's mouth. Looking toward Linshantown in the south, he said, Gargadon, pass the word. We set sail in 3 days. Yes, 3 days later, it was a clear day. Every territory in the north was doing the same thing today. Setting out, bidding farewell. The elite forces of each territory had received the King of the North's conscription order to reinforce Dragonfallen City. Today was the moment of departure. One after another, floating airships full of knights and mages disappeared into the clouds. Flame beasts carried their masters, breathing heavily and galloping with hooves raised. Fleets activated impact arrays to break ice and set sail. And logistical supply alchemy cars roared as they formed long lines. The entire north seemed to form a tide-like momentum at this moment, surging toward Dragonfallen City. Alexander stood on an olive-shaped metal gunboat, watching the flying shark fleet and the desert ship amphibious combat team set off. Only after they gradually disappeared from his sight did he turn toward the cockpit, submerge, head to Crystal City. The news publicized externally was about reinforcing Dragonfallen City and Linshantown, but Alexander's plan was to launch a surprise attack on Crystal City. The so-called gunboat was not a ship equipped with cannons like the Flying Shark or the Red Fox, but a submarine shaped like a shell. In fact, he had this plan as early as when he was forming the Frogman unit. Otherwise, if it were just to reinforce and defend Dragonfallen City, he really wouldn't have needed to hurriedly train a Frogman unit, not to mention a formidable Frogman unit formed by one-eyed barbarians. What he wanted was an invincible force that could directly infiltrate Crystal City and then carry out a decapitation strike. This would catch the enemy off guard and fundamentally solve the problem of the North's southern gateway. So, today was the moment he would implement his plan. Chapter 256 The Great Battle Begins. Your Highness, the gunboat is submerged to 30 meters. The open detection feedback mirror is functioning well. All departments are operating normally. Captain Longby stepped forward quickly, his eyes extremely bright, unlike his usual reserved self, as if a powerful force was driving him to concentrate. Very good. Follow the fleet ahead for now. Once we reach the Angry Water River, we'll see how the battlefield changes. Yes. Watching Captain Longby's retreating figure, Alexander knew that the reason Captain Longby insisted on coming along this time, leaving Augusta to guard Kessilai, was for Alonzo, the leader of the Wolf Tribe forces currently lurking in Golden Spike City. According to intelligence obtained by Cecily, as well as information gathered from Guinevere and Dios, it was 100% certain that this Alonzo was in Golden Spike City leading an elite force of 300 Wolf Riders. And Captain Longby had an irreconcilable hatred for this Alonzo. As the former commander of the Orc Empire's 7th Legion, Captain Longby had been stabbed in the back by Alonzo during a border war with the Deju Empire. Furthermore, after fighting his way out of the encirclement and returning home in defeat, the Orc Emperor, Rhine, claimed someone had reported him for colluding with the enemy and treason. However, because of his past distinguished service and the lack of evidence from the informant, he and his tribesmen were sentenced to exile, forbidden from ever stepping foot in the Orc Empire again. Captain Longby knew all too well that Alonzo must have been the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, and the fuse for all of this was likely Vaughn's sister, Natalia. The two of them were love rivals. Guinevere said the Major Tower has dispatched a secret unit to the Eternal Winter Mountains. Their level might be 4-star Golden Temple grade. She warned me to be extremely careful when heading to Dragonfallen City, but with my current strength, I should have no problem fighting 10 4-star Golden Temple Knights at once. If they are 4-star Archmages like Odink, I could wipe them out in an instant. Alexander tapped his finger lightly on the projection surface of the detection sand table, his mind guessing why the Major Tower would dispatch a 4-star Golden Knights regiment from Dragon Mountain to the Eternal Winter Mountains at such a critical moment. Could there be a great secret in the Eternal Winter Mountains? And this great secret was clearly more important to the Major Tower than Crystal City and the Northlands. After all, the power of a 4-star Golden Knights regiment could have completely flattened the entire Northlands before he had the 3-star alchemical muskets and energy-gathering arrays. Yet at that time, due to the matters at Dragon Mountain, the Mage Tower didn't dispatch them, but now they were sending a Knight regiment to the Eternal Winter Mountains. What did this indicate? The more Alexander thought about it, the heavier his heart became. This meant that right next to Kessilai, there was an existence that even the Mage Tower feared, lurking there. Hiss. At this thought, Alexander couldn't help but gasp. Kessilai was his current home, a home built brick by brick from ruins. If something terrifying was truly hidden in the Eternal Winter Mountains, he had to take it seriously. It seems that Captain Longby's previous exploration of the Eternal Winter Mountains didn't go far enough after resolving the Crystal City matter. No, I can't wait. I'll have August to go explore it now. Fortunately, with the concealment formation and Little Mosika's beast-taming talent, they can avoid trouble from most high-level magic beasts. Safety should be guaranteed. Having figured out the problem, Alexander turned and tapped the crystal communicator set on the platform, connecting to Augusta. The crescent moon of February was wrapped in a circle of cloud mist, like a shark fin slicing through the water's surface. The waves of the rolling Dragon River surged with large chunks of floating ice. Occasionally, large blocks of ice bobbed up and down, and inside each block was a human corpse with a terrified and hideous expression. They seemed to be gathering toward Dragonfallen City. Ah ha ha ha. I've broken through. I've finally broken through. Ha ha ha. 4-star Lord Tier. I, Shaman, am truly a genius. Outside Crystal City, on a massive floating island of bones in the rolling Dragon River, Shaman's entire body emitted a violent aura, his eyes flashing with a terrifying golden light. Now, this floating bone island of his was 10 times larger than his previous bone throne. One could imagine how many humans he had devoured during this time. At this moment, the sea beast generals who had come upon hearing the noise offered their congratulations one after another. Seeing Shaman standing suspended without the aid of water currents, their faces were filled with envy, while their eyes also held a hint of fear and awe. After all, although the jump from 3-star to 4-star was only one level, it was a fundamental transformation. It wasn't just a transformation in strength, speed, and magic power levels, he had also gained 2 powerful underwater skills. Of course, the most critical part was the increase in lifespan. That was a true sublimation of life, like the gap between ordinary fish and shrimp and intelligent sea beasts. It was a completely different level of power. Shaman, not bad. I indeed did not misjudge you. At this moment, a low and powerful voice descended, causing everyone to shrink their necks and look toward Crystal City. Even Shaman, who had just been beside himself with joy, restrained his arrogance and bowed toward Crystal City. Lord Zeza, this is all thanks to your guidance. Shaman now seemed better able to sense Zeza's power. Even though they were both 4-star, the gap was very obvious. He still lacked the courage to face Zeza directly. Even a snort from Zeza would make his soul tremble. Shaman, no need to be humble. Zeza's voice sounded quite satisfied. After a pause, he said, now that early spring is almost here, I hope to take Dragonfallen City before our kin return to the deep sea. That way, I can give a proper account to Lord Heiora. And since you have now broken through to the 4-star Lord tier, I think you will be more than capable of handling this mission. Rest assured, Lord. I am now full of confidence. I can take the small Dragonfallen City within a week. Shaman patted his chest in guarantee. I am indeed not worried about your strength. However, do not be too arrogant. Although we are fearless in the water, we must also prevent the opponent from using schemes and tricks. Zeza spoke earnestly. Yes, what you say is true, Lord. Shaman said respectfully, I have already made thorough arrangements for this attack. The Dead Sea floating corpse formation will lead the way. The 10,000 shark array will bring up the rear, and I will be at the back to oversee everything. I believe even if Dragonfallen City is guarded by a 4-star Knight regiment, it will be leveled to the ground. Good. Since you have made such preparations, I will await your good news. Go. Zeza's voice was ethereal, gradually fading away into Crystal City. Shaman felt the oppressive aura around him vanish, and the surging power in his body allowed him to straighten his back once more. Scanning the sea beast generals looking up at him and the backs of the lower sea beasts bobbing in the water, he looked toward Dragonfallen City upstream on the rolling Dragon River, waved his hand, and barked the order, target, Dragonfallen City, set out, roar, set out, roar. At midnight, like a bursting steam whistle, the violent roars of the sea beasts tore through the night sky, pulling back the curtain on the Great War. When the first ray of morning light climbed the walls of Dragonfallen City, the morning wind stopped. With a hum of magic power fluctuations, a massive defensive barrier lit up from the city walls, expanding outward and enveloping the entire wall in the blink of an eye. Quick, 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 everyone, hurry up, prepare for battle, stay sharp, hurry, hurry, get your weapons, click, click, click. After a flurry of quick running and shouting, there came the orderly sound of mechanical latches locking, one after another, like a tense symphony. That was the sound of spirit awakening magic crystal modules being loaded into the slots of alchemical weapons. Fully armed soldiers, their expressions tense, each stood at their post. They set up their weapons and stared through the battlements at the rolling Dragon River channel to the south, holding their breath. An invisible oppression condensed on the city walls. No one spoke, only the echo of the river water lapping against the base of the wall below pulled at people's nerves. Chapter 257 Airdrop. Princess, you're here. The situation is looking grim. The Sea Beast army launched a sudden general offensive last night and has already destroyed 5 dams that were recently repaired. They are now less than 20 li away, and it's said that Shaman has advanced to become a 4-star lord. Seeing Guinevere arrive in a hurry, Dios stepped forward to inform her of the scout intelligence he had just received. Guinevere's expression was exceptionally stern today. Besides her great broadsword, 2 3-star mithril firelocks were tucked into her lower back. After hearing the report, Guinevere climbed the castle wall turret, took a spyglass from Ishuroti, and looked ahead at the river channel. What are Golden Spike City's movements? What is the offensive of the Sea Beast army's vanguard? Seeing a mass of black mist shrouding the sky over the southern stretch of the rolling Dragon River, Guinevere's expression grew heavier as she asked, "There's no clear movement from the Mage Tower side. No convoys are entering or leaving the grain routes, and the patrolling airships are on schedule with no change in numbers. It's speculated they might want to sit back and reap the spoils." Dios paused, saw Guinevere's expression remain unchanged, and continued, "As for the Sea Beast army's vanguard, our scouts aren't skilled in underwater exploration, so they didn't dare go deep. But it's generally certain that poison attribute elements are present. The army is massive, and a large amount of floating ice was found in the river." Poison? Floating ice? Guinevere lowered her gaze and said, "Notify Lord Lyron's Knight Lanon's flying magic beast corps. Have them go and test the waters first. Remember, don't go too deep. Also, have the frontline soldiers prepare purification masks." "Yes." Dios didn't waste words and left to carry out the order. "Princess, maybe I should go and take a look instead. After all, the water attribute." Ishuroti hesitated, wanting to volunteer, but was interrupted by Guinevere. "No, you need to stay and command the airships. If anything changes in Linshan Town, or if the Major Tower's movements are unclear, the airships must be ready to take off at a moment's notice." "All right." Ishuroti thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Now, go and assist with the evacuation of the subjects. Have them prepare more healing magic arrays and purification masks at the relocation points." Seeing her good friend's worried face, Guinevere patted her shoulder to comfort her. Then, "Princess, you don't worry, I have these." Even if Shaman has broken through to 4-star, he might not be able to cause much of a stir. Guinevere patted the firelocks at her waist and gave a reassuring smile. Ishuroti wanted to say more but held back. Words were useless now. Quick action was more meaningful. Rumble, rumble. The river water surged. In the sky over the river channel 15 li from Dragonfallen City, a small flying magic beast squad was slowly lowering its altitude. "Liar, I say we show these shrimp soldiers and crab generals how it's done. Against them, we have absolute aerial superiority." Knight Lanon looked down at the billowing black mist over the river. Though he couldn't see what was hidden inside, he felt that no matter what it was, dropping a few of Kessilai's secret gunpowder barrels would solve the problem. "Don't be careless. Our mission is reconnaissance. And don't underestimate these sea beasts, or you might lose your life." Lord Lyre's face was very serious. As he spoke, he gestured to the squad behind him to put on their purification masks. He then cast magic to set up isolation barriers for the magic beasts they were riding. Once everything was ready, he ordered the dive. "Activate communication crystals, maintain formation, and perform the first round of drops." "Understood. Copy that." Everyone tapped the crescent-shaped communication crystals, Kessilai's latest equipment, behind their ears. They began pulling barrels of gunpowder from their storage belts, having the magic beasts grip them tightly, while simultaneously condensing fire magic in their hands, waiting for the right moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind speed increased, and the surrounding temperature seemed to rise. The closer they got to the black mist below, the hotter it became, as if a layer of pressure enveloped it. "Release." SHH, SHH, SHH. At Lord Lyre's command, the magic beasts dove and released their claws. Then, with a flap of their wings and heads tilted up, they transitioned into a climb. Immediately after, fireballs, fire arrows, and fireblade spells landed on the gunpowder barrels. The fuses sparked as they plunged into the black mist. It was as if the black mist possessed intelligence. As the gunpowder barrels crashed into it, the mist surged, and vortexes appeared on its surface. Then, with a thunderous roar, flames shot up. Accompanied by a massive boom, fire erupted from each vortex like a multi-headed firework barrel. No effect. Knight Lanon, who was about to celebrate, circled slowly behind Lord Lyre, only to find that the gunpowder barrels had caused little impact besides some fire. Even the scene beneath the black mist remained unclear. Concentrated blast on that northeast corner. Go. Lord Lyre scanned the area, locked onto a corner, patted his magic beast, and dove again. Go. The magic beast squad followed closely, doubling the number of gunpowder barrels. This time, before they could get close, the massive black mist suddenly shuddered. It then began to rotate, its irregular shape faintly forming a giant circular magic array. Woo, GGG, ah ha ha. Screams, wails, and cries rose and fell with the ghostly faces emerging from the black mist formation, soul-shaking and haunting. It was as if an invisible sound wave was disturbing their minds. Not good. It's the Dead Sea floating corpse formation. Don't listen to the ghost cries. Retreat. Ah, save me. Just as Lord Lyre realized something was wrong and called for an immediate climb, several mages behind him were ensnared by the demonic sound due to their weaker cultivation. By the time Lord Lyre's warning reached them, they had already been swallowed by black ghostly heads that suddenly lunged from the formation, dragging them into the mist. Damn it, Taylor, you bastard. I'm going to blow it to pieces. Come back. Seeing his subordinates die, Knight Lannon's eyes nearly burst with rage. He was about to charge down when Lord Lyre's shout stopped him. This formation isn't something we can handle. Do you want to throw away their lives too? Go, get back. Knight Lannon clenched his fists, glaring at the scene. Looking at his equally grief-stricken companions, he finally held back his anger and nodded. Dragon Fallen City Tower, temporary headquarters. What? The Sea Race Vanguard is using the Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation? Those devils. Guinevere looked at the images sent back by Lord Lyre and Knight Lannon through the communication stone. Her face turned pale with rage, and her knuckles cracked loudly. Beside her, Dios was equally furious. The Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation was one of the three great demonic arrays of the Sea Race. Its prerequisite was countless human corpses. To think that the rolling Dragon River was filled with floating corpses for dozens of miles. How horrifying and cruel was that? This also made Guinevere and Dios realize what the scouts meant by floating ice. Taking a deep breath, Guinevere slowly rose, her expression solemn. Lord Lyre, Knight Lannon, you did well. Your subordinates were true knights and noble mages. The gods will favor them, and they will receive the glory and compensation they deserve. Now, return to your positions. Leave the rest to us. Yes, princess. She closed the communication stone. Guinevere immediately walked to the magic sand table set up nearby and ordered several magic apprentices to perform a simulation based on the intelligence just received. Chapter 258 Response. The Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation was not just terrifying to look at, it truly possessed the capability to threaten Dragon Fallen City's defenses. According to previously gathered intelligence, the first characteristic of this formation was the wraiths condensed from corpse poison, the man-eating ghostly heads Lyra and the others had seen. These malevolent entities could not only emit demonic sounds that disturbed the mind but also use the binding power of the black mist to fly out of the formation and ensnare targets. Their power level was determined by the grade of the floating corpses used as the formation's core foundation. In other words, if the foundation corpses were human bronze knights or mages, the formation would be 2-star. If the corpses of silver knights and grand mages were used, the formation would be 3-star. According to Lord Lyre's description, the Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation before them was at least 3-star, as a 2-star mage could not even withstand a single demonic sound from it. Your Highness, the Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation possesses the property of corroding magic power. If it is allowed to get close to the city's defensive barrier, I fear. Dios watched the simulation of the Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation on the sand table. As it slowly collided with Dragon Fallen City's defensive barrier, the barrier shook uncontrollably, appearing precarious. His face was filled with worry. In truth, this was also what was giving Guinevere a headache. The most loathsome aspect of the Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation was its magic eroding capability. Once this formation latched onto you, it was like a maggot in the bone, refusing to stop until it had sucked your magic power dry. Considering Dragon Fallen City's current offensive and defensive systems, did they not rely entirely on magic equipment? Damn it, these brine-brained beasts actually thought of such a disgusting tactic. They are absolute bastards. Guinevere slammed her palm onto the sand table platform. She realized she had still underestimated Shaman. After so many attempts to probe Dragon Fallen City, the enemy had clearly seen that the city's weakness was its magic energy supply. Once the magic energy supply was destroyed, this war would have no suspense. It would be a one-sided slaughter. Notify all earth and ice mages in the city to head outside immediately. Freeze the river. Block this damned formation on the outer perimeter. As long as it stays within our crossbow cannon range. Guinevere made a prompt decision. Yes. Also, tell the musketeers to use the enchanted metal bullets sparingly. Save them for the critical moment. Understood. Dios nodded and bowed to accept the order. He seemed to hesitate for a moment as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he turned and left. Guinevere watched Dios depart, her gaze falling on the clairvoyance mirror nearby. She wondered if she should ask Alexander. However, distant water could not quench a nearby thirst. Contacting him now would at most be for venting her grievances, which was completely pointless. For now, they could only rely on themselves. Rumble, rumble, sizzle. The river channel 5 miles ahead of Dragon Fallen City was completely frozen over, with chunks of earth and rock mixed in. Only 10 narrow channels were left open for the river water to flow through, which were perfectly aligned with the muzzles of the 10 thunder crossbow cannons on the city walls. The temperature was still very low, and with floating ice already on the river, this frozen section extended for several miles. The originally calm river flow became turbulent as it was squeezed into the narrow gaps of the channels. Chris now led the captains Urban, Terra, Babcock, and Bissell to officially take over the defensive Dragon Fallen City. Due to their familiarity with alchemical muskets, and at Guinevere's recommendation, Dios had withdrawn his original troops and redeployed them to the riverside sections of the outer city defense zone. If any Sea Race members were seen trying to sneak ashore there, they would be responsible for clearing them out. In fact, Linshantown had been arranged in a similar manner. Since the Red Fox was trapped in Linshantown, Guinevere had simply waved her hand and let Vaughn take over various affairs there. If Vaughn hadn't declined several times, Guinevere might have even made him the Lord of Linshantown. Commander, according to intelligence analysis, this Dead Sea Floating Corpse formation happens to counter our alchemical weapons. This defense mission won't be easy. End of Block 3.